I traveled to a martial arts world filled with spiritual energy and rampant ferocious beasts. Here, warriors can leap into the air and easily cross dozens of meters. One punch can smash a steel-armored vehicle, even tearing apart aircraft carrier fighter jets with bare hands. They are the pride of heaven, admired by everyone. And I, Tian, was once the pride of the martial arts academy. I always got full marks in the theoretical exams. Unfortunately, on the day of the talent test, I was declared a waste material. I had no talent for martial arts at all. More than 2 years, I never stopped working hard, but I never made any progress and was eventually asked to drop out of school. I thought my life would just continue like this, but fate favored me at the most unexpected moment. I awakened the martial arts system. Reading Theory of Qi and Blood. Qi and Blood plus 0.01 points. Recite Martial Arts Knowledge, Proficiency plus 0.1%. Proficiency 100%, gain 1 point of understanding, can suddenly realize martial arts. I am short of resources and cannot afford those blood energy elixirs that cost tens of thousands of dollars. Can't I just study hard on my own? So I started to study hard, immersed in the sea of books day and night, accumulating knowledge day after day. The seemingly insignificant growth is like a trickle, which will eventually converge into a huge wave. Time passed quietly, and one day, when my name appeared on the headlines of the news, the whole world was shocked. 18-year-old dark horse warrior emerged. From an unknown loser to the biggest dark horse in the elite martial arts competition, I swept the arena with an unstoppable attitude. Later, during the training in the military camp, I was hailed as the sharpest among the sharp knives, and became the most dazzling existence. At this time, my high school class group suddenly exploded. Fuck! We haven't even graduated yet, and that useless who was persuaded to drop out has become a god of war? In the classroom of Gawu Class 3, there was a hint of dryness in the air. I buried my head at my desk, concentrating on flipping through a textbook on Qi and blood training. My fingertips tapped unconsciously on the corners of the pages, as if I wanted to knock the knowledge in the book into my mind. The ringing of the school bell brought me back to reality from the pages of the book. I looked up blankly, only to find a virtual panel appearing in front of me. Name, Tian, age 18 years old, health, 69.5 points, ability, none. In just 1 second, my eyes widened and my heart pounded. I actually increased my Qi and blood by 0.5 points in just one class. I swallowed my saliva, and the excitement in my heart almost overflowed. If I continue at this speed, I calculated secretly, my palms sweating slightly. After 6 classes, won't I be able to catch up with the school beauty's blood and energy growth in a month? An unprecedented fighting spirit surged into my chest, so hot that I couldn't sit still and wait for death. I quickly ran to the water dispenser and got a cup of hot water, then returned to my seat, buried my head in my book, and continued studying hard. I know that these small efforts may be the starting point for the future. Undergraduate entrance line? I can definitely pass it. Key line? It is also waving at me. Becoming a warrior? I will not allow myself to give up halfway on this road. The satisfaction of focusing on studying made me almost forget everything around me, until I heard a familiar noise in my ears. School is over. Let's go play basketball. It's 5 black tonight, let's go. The students' voices rose and fell, and laughter and relaxation filled the whole classroom. As for me, I just quietly picked up the cup of water to moisten my dry throat from reciting the Qi and blood theory, and then continued to study. Throughout the afternoon, my Qi and blood increased by 1.5 points, reaching 70.5 points. I raised my head, and an irrepressible smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. This improvement may be insignificant, but for me, it is a small step to overcome reality. Just then, a figure stopped beside my table. Tian, how have you considered it? The voice of class teacher Chen Fei was low and complicated. His eyes showed reluctance and a hint of helplessness. I raised my head with a firm look in my eyes. Teacher Chen, I think I can try again. Fei Chen sighed and rubbed his temples, with a hint of helpless persuasion in his tone. Tian, I admire your efforts, but not everything can be changed by hard work. Then he added, the school's admission rate is under great pressure. If it really doesn't work out, I can introduce you to an electronics factory, where you can learn some skills and become a small supervisor in 2 or 3 years. Your life won't be bad. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Chen. I raised my head, my voice full of determination. But becoming a warrior means a lot to me. Please buy me some more time. I will definitely prove myself in this monthly exam. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but faced with my insistence, he finally chose to compromise. He sighed. Okay, I will try my best to help you fight for it. But remember, this monthly exam is the last chance. If there is no significant progress, there is nothing I can do. I understand. I nodded heavily, clenching my fists under the table, and my nails almost dug into my palms. Fighting spirit burned in my chest, and I secretly swore. 2 weeks will be enough for me to amaze everyone. Chen Fei glanced at me and finally shook his head, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Tomorrow there will be a junior college coming to the school for special admissions. You can also learn about it first and give yourself multiple choices. In the morning, I came to the classroom early, sat in the corner, and began to focus on tempering my qi and blood. Now my blood level has reached 73 points. Although it is not top-notch, it is enough to make me feel confident. The screeching sound of a chair being dragged interrupted my concentration. My deskmate Zhang Xing sat down, threw the test paper on the table, and said in a commanding tone, "Su Tian, finish yesterday's test paper for me." I raised my head, frowned slightly, and the dissatisfaction that had been suppressed for a long time surged in my heart. Zhang Xing's blood and qi are not high, but he is domineering in the class with his difficult temper. In the past, I was too lazy to argue with him and always perfunctorily passed it over, but today, I don't have the time. No time, I responded calmly. Zhang Xing was stunned for a moment, then a hint of sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. No time? With your little energy, you can only show your presence on the test paper. Why are you pretending to be busy? I said there's no time. My tone remained calm, but my eyes were cold. He was so angry that he slapped my shoulder with his hand, threateningly saying, "Su Tian, don't refuse my toast." This shot made me completely tired of compromising. A sudden chill flashed in my eyes, with a hint of danger like a wild beast. Zhang Xing was so frightened that he shuddered and subconsciously retracted his hand, with a trace of fear flashing across his face. But after a moment, his face flushed with anger, as if he felt it was a great humiliation to be threatened by a waste like me. "Su Tian, you..." "Quiet!" A dignified voice came from the door. The head teacher Chen Fei stepped into the classroom and interrupted his roar. Zhang Xing glared at me and said through gritted teeth, "This matter is not over yet." Then he sat down obediently. Chen Fei walked up to the podium, glanced at the whole class and said, "In a little while, the instructor of the technical college will come to give a lecture. Although everyone's goal is to get an undergraduate degree, this school provides students with insufficient qi and blood with the opportunity to become warriors. Those who are interested should listen carefully." As soon as the words fell, whispers rang out in the classroom. Those students who were short of energy and blood had a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Zhang Xing also instantly became alert and seemed to be particularly focused, as if the unpleasantness just now had never happened. Soon, a well-dressed man walked into the classroom and introduced himself with a smile. "Hello everyone, I am Teacher Hao from Tianguang Vocational School." After writing down the standard of qi and blood 73 points or more on the blackboard, he said, "Undergraduate martial arts schools require qi and blood 100 points, but we only need 73 points. At the same time, we provide systematic theoretical guidance to help students enter the martial arts industry." As he spoke, he took out a test crystal and invited interested students to come forward and test it. The classroom suddenly became lively, and several students stood up impatiently. 80 points of health, passed. 73 points of health, passed. Listening to the passing results, the surroundings were filled with envious discussions. However, a roar suddenly broke the excitement. "Why? My health has passed the line, why aren't you letting me sign up?" Zhang Xing stood angrily beside the test crystal, his face full of resentment. Teacher Hao still maintained a professional smile. "Student, our admission requirements include not only qi and blood, but also theoretical scores. And you did not meet the standard in the theoretical exam, so you are temporarily ineligible." Being rejected in public, Zhang Xing's face turned pale. The snickering around him made him angry and embarrassed, but he had no place to vent. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards me with a malicious smile on his face. Teacher Hao, there is a genius in our class who has scored full marks in theory, and he also meets the requirements for qi and blood. Why don't you let him try? The classroom suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes fell on me, some with teasing, some with watching the show. Zhang Xing had a wicked smile on his face, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. I sneered in my heart. It turns out that a dog will always eat shit. However, this time I want to show you what a counterattack is. Teacher Hao obviously didn't know the situation and invited him eagerly. Student Su Tian, do you want to try it? This is a good opportunity to change your life. Teacher Hao, forget it. He has great ambitions and would never be interested in a technical college. Someone started to make a fuss. Yes, he is trying to get a bachelor's degree. Teacher Hao frowned slightly, but remained patient. Student Su Tian, why not give it a try? I sighed deliberately and stood up. Then let's give it a try. On Zhang Xing's face deepened, as if he had already seen my embarrassing end. As he walked towards the test crystal, the surroundings were filled with whispers. He only scored 68 points last time? What a disgrace! Haha, I'm afraid he has no way out this time. Zhang Xing, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face, waiting to see me get embarrassed. I took a deep breath and placed my hand on the test crystal. Instantly, a dazzling light burst out. Held 73 points. The classroom was eerily quiet, as if even the air had frozen. Zhang Xing's smile froze instantly, the corners of his mouth twitched, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. The other students rubbed their eyes, some were stunned, and some couldn't help but swear. Oh my God! Is this true? It's only been a month since the start of school, and he has increased his qi and health by 4 points. It's still 1 point higher than the school beauty. Someone widened his eyes, his voice full of shock and envy. This is too exaggerated. An increase of 4 points at once, this is simply a miracle. Zhang Xing's face turned pale, and he stood up suddenly and shouted. Teacher Hao, this machine must be broken. Su Tian's test score at the beginning of the semester was less than 70 points, and he only improved by 3 points in the past 2 years. In just 1 month, he increased by 4 points. There is definitely something wrong. Teacher Hao frowned, and seemed a little skeptical. He whispered, Zhang Xing, your qi and blood were 76 points just now. Why don't you test it again? Okay. Zhang Xing gritted his teeth and quickly pressed his hand on the crystal. The result appeared, 76 points. He was stunned for a moment, then tested it again, still 76 points. There was an uproar all around. Zhang Xing's face was as pale as paper, and his fists were clenched tightly and trembling slightly. Teacher Hao turned to me and said in a more serious tone, Student Su Tian, your test results are completely qualified. I sincerely invite you to join our school. You can directly enroll in advance and enjoy the qualification of recommended graduation. I smiled slightly but shook my head. Thank you, Mr. Hao, for your kindness, but my goal is to become a real warrior. Warrior? Teacher Hao was stunned, and then advised. Your qi and blood foundation is too low. Even if you improve it by 4 points every month, it is difficult to reach the standard of an undergraduate warrior. Follow us, and your future will be secure. Thank you, teacher, but I will walk my own path, I said firmly. I will pass the college entrance examination and enter a key university. As soon as I said this, there was an uproar in the classroom. Many people looked at me in disbelief, and some even sneered contemptuously. Zhang Xing was the first to speak, his face full of sarcasm. Key university? Su Tian, you're lucky to be able to get into an undergraduate program. Stop dreaming. I looked at him with a calm expression. At least it's better than some people who can't even meet the standards of a specialist. You! Zhang Xing was so angry that his face turned blue and he was shaking all over, but he had no words to say. He stared at me with a burning rage, and the feud was complete. Teacher Hao sighed, and didn't seem to want to say anything more. It's good to have dreams, but they can't be too unrealistic. I'll leave you my contact information, you can contact me at any time. I took the note, nodded politely, and returned to my seat. The moment my eyes fell on the school bag, a thought flashed through my mind. It would be great if the qi and blood could be improved faster. I couldn't help but touch my school bag. My eyes lit up slightly, and just as I was about to turn the page, Chu Yingying at the table in front of me suddenly turned her head. Su Tian, your energy and blood have improved so quickly, do you have any secret? Her eyes were full of curiosity. It's a matter of accumulation, I answered casually with a faint smile on my face. TSK, who would believe that? Chu Yingying rolled her eyes, but didn't walk away. Instead, she took out a book and handed it over. That's great. I don't understand a point in the theory of qi and blood. Can you help me look it up? I lowered my head, glanced at it, and recited it casually. As soon as I finished speaking, a virtual prompt appeared in my field of vision. You are reciting qi and blood theory knowledge, qi and blood plus 0.1 point. I was stunned, and in my heart I was ecstatic. Reciting is faster than reading? This is a treasure. Sorry, I have something else to do. I hurriedly dealt with Chu Yingying and immediately buried my head in reciting frantically. Throughout the class, I was immersed in the excitement of the increased energy and blood, and completely ignored the noisy discussions around me. Increasing qi and health by 4 points in 1 month? Some people were envious, while others were full of doubts. Did he use banned drugs? But these comments were meaningless to me. I only had one thought in my mind: how can I improve my qi and blood faster? Suddenly, an idea came to me. If the qi and blood theory can improve qi and blood, then what about the martial arts theory? This thought made my eyes sparkle and my heart beat wildly. I took out the only martial arts theory book in my school bag and gently opened it. The practice of martial arts is never something that can be accomplished overnight. Most high school students will only formally take martial arts-related courses in their senior year. After all, before becoming a martial artist, learning martial arts is just empty talk and can neither be practiced nor improved. Among the textbooks for the 3rd year of high school, there's only one martial arts book, Bajikwan. This boxing technique is famous for its fierceness, dominance, agility, and precision. If you can master the essence, it will be almost difficult for opponents of equal energy and blood to get close to you. This makes me look forward to it. Turning to the first page of Bajikwan, I focused my eyes on the page and read it word by word. You are reading the martial arts, Bajikwan, proficiency plus 0.01%. This line of text appeared in my mind, and I was startled for a moment, then smiled excitedly. Sure enough, my intuition was right. I quickly jumped into it and recited the contents of the book. You are reciting the martial arts, Bajikwan, your proficiency plus 0.1%. You are reciting the martial arts, Bajikwan, proficiency plus 0.1%. In just 1 hour, my proficiency reached 10%, entering the entry level. Then, with my recitation and understanding, my proficiency quickly exceeded 30%, reaching the proficient level. When the lunch break bell rang, I came back to my senses from the world of martial arts. My qi and blood had risen to 74 points. I was excited and performed Bajikwan with smooth movements and full of confidence. I was confident that I could easily deal with 3 or 4 people. However, a discordant shadow came from the door. Zhang Xing and several classmates were blocking there, with playful sneers on their faces. In the classroom, most people had left, and only a few curious people were watching from afar, obviously waiting for a good show. Zhang Xing walked forward slowly, his tone arrogant. Su Tian, kneel down and apologize now if you know what's best for you, otherwise, don't even think about leaving this classroom today. Before he finished speaking, he pulled out a baton from his waist, swung it with a whirring sound, pointed it at my face, his eyes full of pride. I stood up, frowned slightly, and said in a cold tone, I don't have time to waste words with you, now get out. The students watching were in an uproar. Someone whispered, Is he crazy? How dare he talk to Zhang Xing like that? Zhang Xing's face suddenly changed, and he burst into anger, swinging his baton at me. He obviously wanted to embarrass me in public. Everyone thought I would be beaten to the point where I couldn't fight back. However, the next second, I raised my hand and easily blocked the incoming baton. My movements were as fast as lightning and as smooth as the teaching videos of Bajikwan. Then I quickly punched, elbowed, and slapped the face, completing a set of Bajikwan in one go. Bang! Zhang Xing was knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground, looking miserable, with his face turning blue and red. There was silence all around. The remaining few companions were stunned, and the students watching were also shocked beyond words. Holy crap! It's really Bajiquin! The movements are exactly the same as in the video, so standard. Tian actually mastered martial arts? I looked down at Zhang Xing coldly, with disdain in my eyes. Can you get out now? Zhang Xing gnashed his teeth, veins on his forehead throbbing, and after being helped up, he said viciously, Tian, this is not over yet, just wait. The group left in disgrace, and someone whispered, Forget it. This kid has high energy and blood now, and he also knows martial arts. He is not easy to mess with. Zhang Xing snorted coldly. His energy and blood are rising so fast, he must have taken a forbidden potion. The school rules clearly prohibit this kind of thing. Let's report him. At this moment in the office, our class teacher Chen Fei was frowning, worrying about me. Teacher Chen, I heard that Su Tian's grades in your class are at the bottom again? Teacher Zhang from the next class joked. If he ranks in the bottom 10 in the monthly exam again, he might not be able to keep his student status. Then, he paused and added, I've seen the boy in your class. He seems to have some mental problems. Don't let him make any mistakes for you again. I've said that the policy is to crack down on fraud and fraud recently. Don't let him make any forbidden pills for you again. Fei Chen sighed and was about to respond when the door was suddenly pushed open and Zhang Xing and his group rushed in breathlessly. Chen Fei's face turned pale when he heard this. He couldn't believe his ears. Are you sure he has increased his qi and health by 4 points? It's absolutely true. Everyone is watching, Zhang Xing said with a gloomy face. Chen Fei stood up angrily and walked out of the office with a gloomy face. Zhang Xing looked at Fei Chen's back. A sneer of success appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Tian, you are looking for death, don't blame me for being rude. In the school cafeteria, I was sitting in a corner, flipping through the book, Bajiquin, in my hand. While eating lunch, I pondered the mysteries of boxing, preparing to thoroughly understand this martial arts book. However, I looked up inadvertently and saw Chen Fei, Zhang Xing and others walking towards me aggressively. Zhang Xing suddenly stood up, his tone full of provocation. Su Tian, your class teacher already knows that you took contraindicated drugs. If you admit it now, you can still salvage some of the impact. How much pressure did your class teacher have to bear because of you? Are you so ungrateful? His voice was deliberately raised, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around him. The noise in the cafeteria stopped abruptly, and everyone looked at me curiously. I glanced at him, a sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth, and my eyes were sharp. Who said I took any forbidden drugs? I improved my qi and blood through hard work, don't talk nonsense here. Zhang Xing snorted coldly, as if he had heard a joke. Relying on hard work? You! Doesn't the head teacher know your level? You've improved faster than the genius next door in just 1 month? Do you think we are fools? Chen Fei next to him frowned and interrupted him, saying in a complicated tone. Su Tian, tell me the truth. Have you taken any forbidden drugs? I looked straight at Chen Fei, and said calmly but firmly, Teacher Chen, I didn't. All of this is the result of accumulation. Chen Fei's heart sank slightly when he heard this. He didn't dare to believe it, but Su Tian's speed was beyond common sense. What else could this kind of improvement be other than a forbidden drug? He sighed and said in a more severe tone, Taking prohibited drugs is not only against school rules, but will also be exposed in the college entrance examination physical examination. If you are really okay, then come with me to the examination room. Zhang Xing immediately revealed a smug smile and fanned the flames. Su Tian, do you dare to go? I glanced at him, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, and said coldly, What are you afraid of? Teacher Chen, go now. Seeing that I agreed so readily, Chen Fei became even more suspicious. Could it be that he really misunderstood? In any case, the test can give everyone an answer. The group quickly arrived at the examination room. Chen Fei held me and said in a low voice, Su Tian, are you sure you didn't take any contraindicated drugs? I said calmly, Teacher Chen, don't worry, I have never taken any medicine, not even common cold medicine. Zhang Xing sneered and said in a sarcastic tone, Stop pretending! When the test results come out, we'll see how long you can keep your stubbornness going. I glanced at him calmly, and the cold gaze made him take a step back. Then he became angry and muttered, "It's no use talking tough, just wait till you cry." Entering the inspection room, I placed my palm on the test crystal, and the blood and energy values instantly appeared. 75 points. Chen Fei was stunned. 75 points, twice as fast as the genius in school. Is this really possible without forbidden drugs? Then came the blood test. I remained calm throughout the whole process, even calmly flipping through the book to review martial arts theory. Outside, however, Chen Fei became increasingly upset. He looked at my calmness and felt a little shaken. Did I really misunderstand? Time passed minute by minute, and the door of the inspection room finally opened. Inspector wearing glasses came out with a report in her hand. Her eyes moved between me and the list with a complicated expression. "What's the result?" Fei Chen stepped forward, his tone full of nervousness. The female inspector pushed her glasses and frowned. "Su Tian's result is a bit special." Zhang Xing immediately laughed out loud. "Haha! It really is a forbidden drug. Su Tian, you're in trouble this time." Chen Fei's face darkened instantly, and he could hardly hide his disappointment. But I remained calm and said, "I didn't take any medicine. What happened?" The female examiner glanced at the report and spoke slowly. "Student Su Tian does not have any prohibited drug ingredients in his body. Moreover, according to the test, his physique has a very low absorption efficiency for drugs, and it is almost impossible for him to rely on drugs to improve his qi and blood." She paused and continued. "In other words, he can only improve his qi and blood through his own efforts. It is reasonable to say that it is difficult for this kind of physique to even improve normally." As soon as these words were spoken, there was dead silence outside the entire examination room. Zhang Xing's laughter stopped abruptly, and the smugness on his face froze in an instant, as stiff as a statue. "What?" Everyone around me looked at me, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. "Colleague, are you saying that Su Tian didn't take any banned drugs?" Chen Fei's voice was filled with haste and uneasiness, and he obviously couldn't believe it. "Yes." The examiner's tone was calm, but unquestionable. "The results are correct. No matter how many times the test is conducted, his qi and blood values will remain the same. But such a leap forward." Chen Fei frowned, obviously still doubtful. "I've already explained it to you. His physique is very special. Even if he takes medicine, it won't have this effect." The inspector looked at me with a hint of curiosity. "To be honest, I've never seen this before in all my years of working in the laboratory. Is his qi and blood really improved so much as you said?" The entire examination room fell into silence in an instant. After a few seconds, I broke the silence. "Teacher Chen, now that the results are out, can I go back to have lunch?" "Oh, of course." Chen Fei came back to his senses and couldn't hide the excitement in his tone. As a class teacher, he was naturally very pleased to see his students showing such potential. Su Tian's performance was undoubtedly a hope for him to enter a key university. He even patted my shoulder excitedly and said, "Xiao Tian, you don't have to worry about dropping out of school now. Your progress is a school record." Zhang Xing, who was standing beside him, could not accept this fact. "Impossible!" Zhang Xing couldn't help but shouted. "Teacher, I suggest further examination of Su Tian." Chen Fei's face suddenly turned cold. "Impossible? Look at Su Tian's efforts and progress, and then look at you guys. You are so lazy every day that you are in danger of not getting into college. If you continue like this, your names will be on the next list of people who will be persuaded to drop out." This speech made Zhang Xing and others blush and feel very embarrassed, especially Zhang Xing. He was so irritated by my indifferent look that he couldn't raise his head, and finally he ran out of the examination room with his head down in shame. Just as I was about to leave, the examiner suddenly stopped me and said, "Su Tian, please wait a moment. We need to draw blood again. Your situation is too special. We will send the sample to a third-party institution outside the school for more precise testing." I nodded. "Okay." Although I was a little impatient, I knew this would save me from subsequent troubles. After leaving the inspection building, Fei Chen patted my shoulder with a look of relief and said, "Xiao Tian, you need to adjust your mindset. Your qi and blood have increased too quickly, and it may slow down later. This is normal." I smiled easily. Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely prepare well for the monthly exam. Your performance has already broken the record. If you keep working hard and impress the school leaders in the monthly exam, I can help you apply for a scholarship. Chen Fei's tone was full of anticipation. Thank you, teacher. I nodded solemnly, with some gratitude in my eyes. The scholarship is very important to me. My father lost his ability to work due to an accident, and our family has been in financial difficulties. I have to work in a factory during the holidays to supplement the family income. If I can get a scholarship, it will undoubtedly ease the pressure on my family. After returning to the dormitory, I did not rest for long, but continued to study Bejiquin. Although improving qi and blood is important, I am more fascinated by the potential of martial arts. Longdu University, the holy land of warriors, has always been my goal because my mother and sister are there. The next morning, with the prompt sound of the training system, my proficiency in Bejiquin reached perfect mastery. When Bejiquin proficiency reaches 100%, you can experience sudden enlightenment. You gain +1 point of comprehension. You can suddenly realize martial arts with 100% proficiency. I chose enlightenment without hesitation, and the secrets of Bejiquin and ideas for its improvement immediately flashed through my mind. I excitedly picked up the pen and quickly wrote down the new martial arts concepts. What are you doing? Chu Yingying, my deskmate, came over, looking confused. Improve Bejiquin, I said without even looking up. Improve? Chu Yingying was stunned. How long have you been practicing and you dare to improve martial arts? I ignored her and focused on the strokes of my pen. You are writing Baji Yin Quan, proficiency +0.01%. A thought flashed through my mind. I wonder how good the school beauty Lin Wanqing is in martial arts. Maybe I'll have a chance to learn from her. Lin Wanqing? Chu Yingying was stunned. She is a school beauty with a genius. There are so many people chasing after her that they are lining up. Do you still want to compete with her? Before he finished speaking, a clear voice suddenly came from the classroom door. Where is Su Tian? Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look at the door. Jeans with a white short t-shirt, tall figure, white skin, delicate features seemed to have a halo. This girl with outstanding temperament is the famous genius campus belle Lin Wanqing. Su Tian, who is Su Tian? I'm looking for Su Tian. At the door of the classroom, Lin Wanqing stood tall and graceful, her fresh school uniform outlining her graceful figure. She was like a beautiful landscape, instantly attracting everyone's attention. My classmates all turned their eyes to me. Some were laughing, some were whispering, and envy and jealousy were intertwined in the air. Su Tian, you can do it! Chu Yingying's eyes widened, her tone exaggerated as if she had discovered a new continent. You just became famous, and the school beauty came to you? I ignored the noise and looked directly at Lin Wanqing. She had a cold temperament, an overbearing look, and a look of arrogance between her brows. She didn't seem easy to get along with. Lin Wanqing was also looking at me. Apparently, she had found her target. Her bright eyes locked onto me, her brows slightly furrowed, and her tone was slightly disappointed. Are you Su Tian? Her voice was cold, clear, and resounding. Then, she said something shocking. I heard that you increase your qi and blood by 6 points in a month? This statement was like a bomb, setting the whole classroom ablaze. 6 o'clock? Impossible! I heard it was only 4 o'clock yesterday. Zhang Xing and the others went to see him, and his qi and blood were already 75 points. Fuck, Lin Wanqing is only 3 points, this is doubled. The atmosphere suddenly became tense as the discussion continued. Lin Wanqing's face became increasingly ugly, and he was obviously irritated by the discussion. Su Tian, come out for a moment. Her tone was firm and even colder. I sat in my seat, looking calm, and responded casually. If you have something to say, just talk about it here. There's no need to go out. This sentence caused an uproar again. How could the request of the genius school beauty be rejected like this? Everyone took a deep breath, as if they had seen something incredible. Lin Wanqing's face turned pale, he took a deep breath and sneered. Okay, then I'll tell you straight. Her tone was cold and condescending. I don't know what means you used to improve your qi and blood, but if there is any violation, it is best to take the initiative to admit it, and not affect my assessment results. Her eyes were sharp, like a knife. The third-party agency has received the test report. Whether you admit it or not, the truth will be revealed. I see, I understood. Her perfect record was threatened by my performance, so she couldn't wait to make trouble for me. I responded calmly. There is no problem with my blood and chi improvement. The test results will tell everything. If you have nothing else, please go back and don't waste your time. The whole audience was silent for a moment, and then burst into low exclamations the next second. Such a cold attitude, who would have thought that he would speak to the school beauty like this? Lin Wanqing was so angry that he was shaking all over. He suppressed his anger and said harshly, Okay, then wait. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I watched her leave angrily, and the classroom was filled with complicated looks. I sighed and shook my head. I really don't know if she is too confident, or if she can't stand others being better than her. Chu Yingying came over and asked in a low voice, Tian, you really didn't use the potion? I'm not doubting you, I'm just a little curious. No, I answered calmly, without any emotion in my tone. Then you better be careful, she warned. I heard that the school is preparing to promote Lin Wanqing. If you influence her, I'm afraid this matter will not end. I chuckled and said calmly, It doesn't matter. Those who are innocent will be innocent. Putting this episode aside, I immersed myself in the theoretical improvement of Baji Yin Yang Quan again. After a few hours, the sorting work was finally completed, and the proficiency level increased to 2%. Although I haven't been able to practice it in actual combat yet, I am very pleased. Just as I was about to leave, a man in a baseball cap appeared at the classroom door and blocked my way. Tian, right? He couldn't hide his excitement. I'm a reporter from Xinhua News Agency. Can we chat for a few minutes? I looked at him warily, frowning slightly. What's the matter? It'll only take a few minutes. It won't take up your time. He quickly added, in a sincere tone. If you don't want me to, I won't report it. After thinking for a moment, I nodded. Okay, tell me. The man quickly pulled out his recording device and got straight to the point. I heard that you increased your chi and blood by 6 points in a month, but the school has questioned your results and sent them to a third-party agency for inspection. What do you think? I said calmly. There's nothing to say. They can investigate if they want, as long as it doesn't affect me. He was stunned for a moment, not expecting me to be so calm, and asked, So, are you sure you didn't take any forbidden medicine? Of course not, I said with a hint of amusement in my eyes. But your question is too unprofessional, isn't it? You didn't even do basic research? The reporter's face flushed red, and he was at a loss when his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and his face froze instantly. Fu Yu! What are you doing? The person on the other end of the phone was furious. Lin Wanqing is the focus. Who asked you to interview Tian? Don't waste your time on these useless people, come back immediately. Fu Yu hung up the phone in a hurry, showing an awkward smile, and hurriedly explained. That Editor-in-Chief Bai has always been like this, classmate Su, don't take it to heart. After that, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to me with a forced smile. He is him, and I am me. This is my business card. When you are free, I will treat you to a meal and we can have a good chat. I glanced at the business card and didn't want to take it at first, but then I thought, the other party bypassed the genius school beauty and came to me specifically, maybe there was some other intention. Finally, I took the call, but I had already decided that this was not the call I was going to make. My time was precious, and I didn't have time for trouble. At the same time, in the principal's office, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit was holding a cup of tea and sipping it carefully. He was in his early 40s, with sharp and focused eyes. He was the editor-in-chief of Xinhua News Agency, Bai, who was good at digging out hot topics and was one of the pillars of the city's mainstream media. His arrival was undoubtedly a great opportunity to increase the school's exposure. Principal Wang Chang smiled and said respectfully, Editor-in-Chief Bai, this is basically Lin Wanqing's situation. I'll leave this special topic to you. All the teachers and students of Chongqing High School would like to express their sincere gratitude to you. Editor-in-Chief Bai nodded, flipped through the documents in his hand, and suddenly frowned. I heard that there is a student named Tian in your school. His blood and chi have soared by 6 points in a month. Did he take a forbidden medicine? Wang Chang quickly waved his hand and explained. We are still testing, but the situation is indeed special, and we are also stepping up the verification. Editor-in-Chief Bai put down his teacup, his eyes sharp. If it is a forbidden potion, your school's reputation will probably be severely damaged after this matter is exposed. By then, who can guarantee that Lin Huaqing will not be affected? The principal nodded repeatedly, his expression becoming more cautious. You are absolutely right. It is our fault that we did not do our job well enough. At this moment, the office door was pushed open, and Fu Yu rushed in with an excited look on his face. Editor-in-Chief Bai. I just met Su Tian. He might be a genius. His qi and blood surged by 6 points in a month. This kind of news will definitely set off the entire internet. Fu Yu became more and more excited as he spoke, and didn't notice that Editor-in-Chief Bai's face was becoming increasingly gloomy. Are you done? Editor-in-Chief Bai asked coldly. Fu Yu was stunned for a moment, and his tone weakened. Speak. I'm done. You like wasting time so much, don't you? Editor-in-Chief Bai glanced at him with disdain. Okay, write me a feature article about Lin Huaqing tonight, and stop talking nonsense. But Fu Yu wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Editor-in-Chief Bai. No buts. The qi and blood suddenly surged by 6 points. Have you ever heard of such a thing in the city? No. What about the next city? Neither. Fu Yu's voice became lower and lower. That's it, isn't it? Is there anyone in the city with more outstanding talent than Lin Huaqing? No. For someone like Su Tian, it would be good enough if he could get into an ordinary undergraduate program, let alone achieve great success. Wang Chang quickly tried to smooth things over. Xiao Fu, once the test results come out, there will be a conclusion, so don't worry too much. Fu Yu could only hold back his resentment and leave in anger, and began to prepare a special article on Lin Huaqing. At night, the playground behind the school was deserted and most of the students had returned to their dormitories. In the darkness, I stood alone in a corner, feeling the flow of qi and blood in my body. At this time, my qi and blood had reached 80 points, and the proficiency of Baji Yin Yang Quan had also broken through to 10%. I took a deep breath, my steps were as steady as a rock, and I punched out. The wind from my punches whistled, and a low humming sound was faintly heard in the air. Compared to ordinary Bajiquan, Baji Yin Yang Quan was faster and more powerful, and its power was almost doubled. With only 10% proficiency, this kind of effect can be achieved. This martial art is comparable to intermediate martial arts. I sighed in a low voice, stopped my actions with satisfaction, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, I noticed two people standing under the light in the distance, Lin Huaqing and Fu Yu, whom I had met during the day. Fu Yu kept taking pictures with her camera, while Lin Huaqing focused on practicing Bajiquan. Her movements were smooth and powerful, and her proficiency was obviously above 80%. When I was hesitating whether to take a detour and leave, Fu Yu spotted me and suddenly shouted, Su Tian? Lin Huaqing turned around when he heard the voice, his eyes as cold as frost. Are you secretly learning? Hearing this inexplicable accusation, I was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to respond. Lin Huaqing sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Isn't it enough that you took the forbidden potion? Now you come to steal my martial arts, how shameless! I suppressed my anger and retorted coldly. The playground is so big, does my martial arts training bother you? Also, there is only one road here, is it wrong for me to cross the road? Practicing martial arts? Lin Huaqing sneered. What a joke! Why did you come here instead of practicing earlier or later? You're not going to tell me that you're also practicing Bajiquan, are you? Lin Huaqing's confident look made me angry. I was furious. I really wanted to slap her. Isn't the martial arts textbook in school just about Bajiquan? Who wants to learn it secretly? Do you think you can be invincible by practicing Bajiquan? I sneered, my words full of mockery. Lin Huaqing was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't believe his ears. What did you just say? Not very good at Bajiquan, why don't you ask me for advice? As soon as she finished speaking, she burst out laughing. Pu shi nan! Is Bajiquan the cabbage in the vegetable market? You can learn it just by taking a peek? I shrugged nonchalantly. Is it difficult? You haven't even mastered the last move in all these years. Don't you think about whether you haven't worked hard enough? This sentence hit her pain point accurately. Lin Wanqing's face flushed red and her voice rose 8 degrees. What did you say? Your problem isn't that you haven't tried hard enough. I pressed on, a hint of smirk in my tone. It's that your butt is too big and your balance is a mess. It's not surprising that you're always a little off. You! Lin Wanqing gritted his teeth in anger, as if he wanted to strangle me to death on the spot. Hey, classmates, please talk it over nicely, don't be impulsive. Fu Yu, who was standing next to them, stepped forward to smooth things over. While trying to mediate, he gave Lin Wanqing a look. Wanqing, don't you still have photos to take? Go do your thing first. But when he turned to look at Lin Wanqing again, he found her standing there, her face red as if it was about to bleed. I looked at her with interest, half smiling. Student Wanqing? Fu Yu called out tentatively. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and put on a proud attitude. For Brother Fu's sake, I'll let you go today. If I catch you cheating next time, don't blame me for being rude. I didn't bother to talk to her anymore, so I sneered, waved my hand, and walked straight past the two of them towards the dormitory. Su Tian! Her voice came from behind, full of anger and unwillingness. The false improvement brought by the forbidden potion will be exposed sooner or later. Monthly exams, final exams, and college entrance examination physical examinations will all bring you back to your original form. I didn't even turn my head, I just said coldly. Is it so difficult to admit that others are better than you? You won't get far if you deceive yourself. As soon as I finished speaking, my figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, leaving only a dead silence in the air. Lin Wanqing stood there, gritting his teeth in anger, but he had nowhere to vent. Fu Yu beside him sighed and whispered, Student Wanqing, are you sure Su Tian really took the forbidden potion? Absolutely. She was sure of herself, her voice full of disdain. Do you think a loser like him can surpass me? You're just dreaming. Fu Yu was silent for a while, and finally waved his hand. Maybe, okay, go do your thing first. In the following days, my life was as peaceful as usual. I focused on improving my qi and blood in the morning and studied martial arts in the afternoon. By the weekend, my qi and blood finally broke through 100 points, and my proficiency in Baji Yin Yang Quan also climbed to 50%. In my eyes, such a result was already considered undergraduate level. But now, I have no excitement at all. My goal is Longdu University, a top university, and also where my mother and sister are. For my family and myself, I have to go further. Thinking of this, I decided to go to the school library. On the one hand, I learned about the requirements for applying to Longdu University, and on the other hand, I looked up more profound theories of qi and blood. Recently, my qi and blood have increased too quickly, and I vaguely feel that something is wrong with my body. On the way, I called my father and briefly reported my plan to go home after the monthly exam. After hanging up the phone, I went straight to the library. What's the matter? The instructor on duty at the door yawned and asked me casually. Teacher, I want to know the specific requirements for applying to Longdu University. My tone was calm, but revealed a sense of certainty. The instructor raised an eyebrow and sighed. Longdu University? You must become a warrior in high school, and you must pass the citywide ranking and interview. I'm not interested in other schools. I only want to know about Longdu University. I remained unmoved and firm in my attitude. The instructor shook his head helplessly and pointed to the east corner of the second floor. There are the most profound martial arts theory books over there. You can go and read them yourself. I nodded and thanked him, then went to the second floor and picked up a theoretical book on qi and blood and started reading it. Surprisingly, I could understand these theories. Perhaps it was because I had always scored full marks in theoretical exams, so I could understand the content thoroughly with just a little thought. As I was concentrating on reading, a reminder suddenly popped up in my mind. You have mastered a theory of qi and blood plus 1 point. When I saw this line of words, I was stunned. Mastering a new piece of knowledge can increase 1 point of qi and blood? This is simply twice the result with half the effort. If I had known this effect would happen, I would have wasted all that time in the past. Chapter 10. Being too good also has its troubles. Su Tian discovered a new world. This piece of knowledge increases his qi and blood by 1 point, so won't he be able to become a warrior in a few days? The Longdu University that he thought was difficult to get into just now seems like a piece of shit to him. He calmed himself down, lowered his head and began to study the theory diligently. You have mastered a theoretical knowledge of chi and blood plus 1 point. You have mastered a theoretical knowledge of chi and blood plus 1 point. You have mastered a theoretical knowledge of chi and blood plus 1 point. He raised his energy and blood to 115 points, put down the information in his hand, and rubbed his head. Although this method improves chi and blood quickly, it is too brain-intensive. Learning a piece of knowledge is not such a simple matter. He must remember it in his memory in order to obtain this 1 point of energy and blood. But fortunately, in the process of memorization, he was able to gain increased energy and blood from reading and reciting, and the cumulative speed was extremely fast. Just as he was about to continue, a hand patted his shoulder. "Student, can you please give way?" Tian looked up and saw a middle-aged man in a suit. He wears gold-rimmed glasses and looks very similar to Yu. "Student, please make way. I want to go over and check some information. I called you several times, but you ignored me. Are you so engrossed in watching this?" Tian smiled awkwardly and quickly made way. "Student, you are reading theoretical knowledge that is only used by warriors. You are so fascinated by it, can you really understand it?" "I can't say I can fully understand it. I have good theoretical knowledge, so I can understand some relatively simple theories." The man looked surprised, then took out a business card and handed it to him. "This is my business card. If you are interested in words and knowledge, you can come to our place to learn more when you have time. We need people like you." Tianxia subconsciously took the business card and was stunned when he saw the name on it. Xinhua News Agency. Editor-in-Chief by Fei. Editor-in-Chief by? When Tian recalled this, he realized that this voice was the same as the voice on Fuyu's phone. Thinking about what this guy said on the phone about him being trash, his favorable impression of this guy instantly dropped a few points. "Yes, I am the current editor-in-chief of Xinhua. There are not many people who like to delve into theory nowadays. You are very good, classmate." Bai Fei's face was full of smiles. He was a little surprised at this moment. This theory could only be understood by true warriors, and there were very few people who could understand it in high school. Among the people he had come into contact with, only a few geniuses who would become higher-level warriors in the future could understand it. And based on how focused the boy in front of him was just now, he knew that the other party really understood and was definitely not pretending. "I just watch it occasionally. I want to be a warrior in the future, so I appreciate Editor-in-Chief Bai's kindness. I really have no interest in Xinhua." Tian shook his head decisively. Bai Fei's expression froze. For some reason, he felt that Tian seemed to have some opinion about him, and his smiling attitude just now was completely gone. He wanted to say a few more words, but Tian simply put down the book in his hand and left without looking back. Bai Fei was displeased for a moment, but soon calmed down. Sure enough, young people just don't know how to appreciate things. Tian didn't know what Bai Fei said behind his back, and he really had no interest in this person. He was about to leave, but as soon as he went downstairs, he saw a familiar figure. He knew that since Editor-in-Chief Bai was here, Lin Wanqing was most likely here too. That's right, at this moment Lin Wanqing was standing at the door, chatting about something with the counselor. Feeling his gaze, Lin Wanqing slowly raised her head and frowned her proud brows. The two looked at each other, neither of them was very friendly. The teacher on duty looked over curiously, obviously misunderstanding something, and laughed. "So, classmate, you know classmate Wanqing? That's great. I suggest you come and check out other schools to prepare. Even Lin Wanqing only has his sights on getting into a key university. It's too far away for you to set your goal as Longdu University." When Lin Wanqing heard this, he immediately laughed sarcastically. You still want to go to Longdu University? It's really hilarious. What's wrong with me applying to Longdu University? At least I have no physical defects and can keep my balance. Who did you say has a physical defect? Lin Wanqing widened his eyes and his face turned red with anger. Being good-looking does give you some advantages. When the male tutor next to her saw her like this, he immediately questioned Tian in a blaming tone. Student, this is where you are wrong. As a male classmate, how can you say in public that a female classmate has a physical defect? Tian was already extremely impatient at this point. He was too lazy to say anything and just walked straight out the door. Tian, you don't have to be so proud. I've already asked the school. The test results will be out on Monday. The school will then hold you accountable. I'll see how you end up. Lin Wanqing was furious, but Tian's figure was getting farther and farther away, and she was so angry that she kept stamping her feet. Wanqing, what's wrong? Editor-in-Chief Bai heard the noise on the second floor and ran down to inquire about the situation. Lin Wanqing was a young girl after all, and she described what had just happened with a feeling of grievance. Editor-in-Chief Bai heard her words and comforted her. Student Wanqing, don't be angry. Once this special tweet comes out, you will be famous all over the internet in this city. By then you'll be a household name and internet celebrity. Why should you be angry with someone who didn't even get into college? When he said this, he thought of the young man he met on the second floor just now, and said with emotion, besides, most young people nowadays have no self-awareness, which is normal. Lin Wanqing also thought it made sense and calmed down. Let's go. Go upstairs and recite 2 articles. I'll make another library section for you. The first thing Tian did after leaving the library was to study all the textbook knowledge in his hands. This semester has only been started for 3 weeks, and a lot of book knowledge has not yet been taught. After all, the focus of high school is on practical qi and blood learning, not textbook theory. Learning these theoretical knowledge is obviously faster and easier than learning the martial artist's qi and blood theory. There is still 1 week left until the monthly exam. He now has 115 HP. He hopes to become a warrior before the monthly exam. After the monthly exam, you can register with the warrior guild in this city and become a real warrior. Needless to say, the benefits of becoming a warrior are numerous. Most importantly, the testing is completed by next Monday. He can then give his father a huge surprise with his perfect monthly exam results, bonus, and the status of a warrior. Thinking of this, he became full of energy. But he immediately thought of what Lin Wanqing said when he left the library, and he felt a headache. The test results on Monday showed that he was absolutely fine. He was just worried that these people would cause a lot of trouble again. Well, it seems that being too good also has its troubles. Chapter 11. Look carefully, this is genius. Weekends are always in fast-forward mode. Monday is here. During morning self-study, there was a lot of discussion in the classroom of Class 1 of Grade 3. News from the school spread quickly, and today is the day the school sent it to a professional third-party inspection agency for inspection. Everyone was whispering until Tian appeared in the classroom with dark circles under his eyes. Why is he so embarrassed? Stayed up all night? It looks like you haven't slept all night. Are you worried about the test results? I think it's possible. This guy has increased his energy and blood so much, how can it be normal? Chu Yingying looked at the listless Tian and patted him quietly. Are you nervous? Not nervous, and super excited. Tian yawned, his eyes shining. He wasn't lying. He has been studying theory very hard these past 2 days, and his energy and blood have increased to 160 points. It's definitely enough for a key university. You are really stubborn. Why didn't I notice you were so naughty before? Chu Yingying curled her lips, looking unconvinced. Tian shrugged, looking aggrieved. Soon, Qin Fei walked into the classroom with a serious face and called Tian away. On the way to the principal's office, Fei Chen asked again. Tian, are you sure you haven't taken any prohibited drugs? If you think about it, even regular medication would count. Teacher Chen, don't worry. I definitely didn't take any medicine. Seeing Tian's haggard face, Fei Chen did not continue asking questions, but looked worried. No matter how you look at it, he looks like a guilty thief and hasn't had a good rest, which is really unsettling. But now that things have come to this, it is too late for him to help Tian. If something really went wrong and he really spoke for Tian, he would also be fired. Soon, they walked into the office. In the office, Principal Wang Chang sat upright, while Lin Wanqing and her class teacher Lao Zhang were also sitting nearby, seemingly chatting about something. Principal, Su Tian is here. Since you are here, let's talk about swallowing the forbidden potion. Wang Chang said this and threw a file on the table. Mr. Chen, as his homeroom teacher, you should be aware of the seriousness of this matter. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I have not opened this file. Please make sure that you and your students are present to witness everything. Chen Fei looked at the inspection file in front of him and nodded with a grim expression. He is now extremely anxious. You should know that there are many students who take banned drugs every year, and half of them are discovered only during the college entrance examination physical examination. The testing by third-party professional institutions can basically be no different from the physical examination for the college entrance examination, so even if Su Tian finds no problems in the school test, the probability of problems in the third-party test is at least more than 50%. The probability of this happening is not low, but very high. Su Tian, do you want to open it yourself? Don't wait until Teacher Chen opens it before you say there's something wrong with the file, Lin Wanqing said gloatingly. She could already see Su Tian making excuses soon. When I thought about the mood that had been affected by Su Tian in the past few days, I felt extremely comfortable at this moment. Su Tian looked calm and said seriously, if the test results here show that I took a forbidden drug, then there is indeed something wrong with the test results. I knew you would say that. But the school will never allow people who take prohibited drugs to take the college entrance examination, so don't even think about making excuses. Principal, isn't that right? When the principal faced Lin Wanqing, his serious expression melted away and he revealed a kind smile. That's right, classmate Su Tian. The school has done its best. If it were any other school, you would have been forced to drop out. But I also know that it's not easy for you to study. I have always told your homeroom teacher to give you a chance. But now you are taking forbidden potions, which is really disappointing to the school. Su Tian looked at all these faces and felt angry for a moment. I didn't expect to feel such real human nature before even leaving the campus. He grabbed the inspection file, tore it open with a ripping sound, and then slammed it heavily on the table. Look carefully, have I, Su Tian, taken any prohibited drugs? Seeing Su Tian so confident, the principal immediately picked up the test results. Several people nearby also gathered around, but when they saw the test results, they were all dumbfounded. Confirmed that the examiner Su Tian did not take any prohibited drugs. No contraindicated drug residues were found in the subjects' bodies. Conclusion: the subjects have not taken any regular or illegal medicines for at least half a year. There was silence in the office, and everyone's face was filled with shock. If so, this proves that Su Tian's improvement in qi and blood is absolutely genuine and was entirely the result of his own efforts. Everyone looked at Su Tian as if they had seen a ghost. Did he really increase Lin Wanqing's energy and blood by twice? Impossible! Lin Wanqing was shocked, and his face turned pale. However reluctant you are to accept it, the fact is the fact. Headmaster! Su Tian didn't take any banned drugs. He is a genius! Chen Fei was extremely excited when he saw that Su Tianjin had not taken any prohibited drugs. Wang Chang's brain was buzzing as he stared at the test report, not knowing how to answer for a moment. He never dreamed that Su Tian really didn't take any banned drugs. Not to mention him, before the inspection report was opened, no one present could have thought that Su Tian could pass the inspection by a professional institution. Basically, it is believed that the contraindicated drugs taken by Su Tian are difficult to find out, and this time the truth will definitely be revealed. Unexpectedly, the clowns in the end turned out to be the school leaders, not Su Tian. I can't really call him a genius. Just when everyone found it hard to accept, old Zhang, who had been silent, spoke. Student Su Tian has been silent for too long, so it's normal for him to suddenly burst out with some spiritual energy. However, this temporary increase in spiritual energy does not mean that it can be sustained forever. Su Tian needs to work harder in this monthly test. Don't break the school's promotion record and fail to get into university. That would be really embarrassing. Teacher Zhang, what do you mean? Fei Chen was furious. Seeing the two people were full of gunpowder, Zhang Chang coughed, and then said seriously. Teacher Zhang is right, Su Tian, you have to work hard and don't hurt Zhongyong. Indeed, Su Tian was just an accident, and Lin Wanqing was the stable genius. The school has now created a special topic for Lin Wanqing, and must not allow Su Tian, an unstable factor, to affect this publicity. And what if the qi and blood are improved a lot in a month? Isn't it difficult to even get an undergraduate degree? The only one who can bring honor to the school is the genius Lin Wanqing. Chapter 12. Sufficient qi and blood, ready to take the warrior test. How could Su Tian not know what these people were thinking? But his goal is to become a real warrior and go to Longdu. He simply doesn't care about the things that these people think are important. Principal, now that the matter has been clarified, can I go back to class? Of course, Su Tian, you should work hard and don't have to worry about dropping out. The school will not give up on a student as hardworking as you. Su Tiankai didn't believe Wang Chang's lies, but he didn't refute it either. He silently followed Qin Fei out of the classroom and left this place of trouble. After Su Tian left, Lin Wanqing looked unwilling and was obviously in a bad mood. Old Zhang saw through her thoughts and said with a smile, Wanqing, you don't have to feel any psychological pressure. Your qi and blood have already surpassed the key score line. His improvement has only surpassed yours in just 1 month. I heard that in addition to forbidden potions, some people's bodies will suddenly mutate, resulting in a large increase in qi and blood, but just like potions, they will not pass the physical examination. Su Tian should be this type, so he is not more talented than you, he just has good luck. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up slightly. Real? But if I lose the first place and scholarship for the entire 3 years, there is no hope for me to go to Sichuan University. Chuanjiang University is closer to the Warrior University. Although the conditions are not as good as those of Kyoto University, they are also extremely demanding. Don't worry about that. The principal just asked Xinhua News Agency to do a special feature on your tweets. You are the face of the school now. Principal Zhang will not just ignore your actions, right? Zhang Chang nodded. Wanqing, you haven't taken any potions to improve your qi and blood, right? The school has just received a batch of regular potions. Consider them as a reward for helping to complete the school interview this time. Let Teacher Zhang take you there this weekend. Su Tian's situation is rather special, so it is understandable that he is not included in the award judging panel. He has reached the criteria for dropping out many times, but the school has not advised him to drop out. He should be grateful to the school. Lin Wanqing was finally relieved at this point. Lin Wanqing and Lao Zhang, who had calmed down, also left the office, and Zhang Chang casually dialed the number of Xinhua News Agency. Xinhua News Agency. Fu Yu in the office received Zhang Chang's call first, and stood up from his seat excitedly. What? Bai Fei on the side frowned, and his face darkened. What are you making such a fuss about? What happened? Can you please finish Lin Wanqing's article? You are not doing your job all day long. Fu Yu hung up the phone, ignoring his scolding, and was extremely excited. Editor-in-Chief Bai, I just received news that Su Tian's test results showed that he did not take any contraindicated drugs. It's true that this guy improved 6 points in a month. It's not exaggerated. What? Editor-in-Chief Bai was slightly stunned. He had never dreamed of such a thing. Editor-in-Chief Bai, as I said before, God rewards hard work, and it's not too late to find Su Tian now. Fu Yu was extremely excited. No! Bai Fei, who had calmed down, interrupted him. I saw a little bit of smile on his face, and he said slowly, Su Tian's blood and qi are pitifully low. Even if he increases his blood and qi by 6 points, what will it do? Is it possible for him to be admitted to a key university? Or do you think his achievements in high school are better than Lin Wanqing's? It's a waste of time to make a fuss about this kind of person. And let me tell you, the school is planning to invite a 3-star warrior during the monthly test. He will most likely become Lin Wanqing's assistant. Now, do you still think we should focus on Su Tian? Fu Yu didn't say anything because he had no reason to refute and could only choose to compromise. A warrior was promoted to assistant teacher. With such resources and Lin Wanqing's talent, the results will surely be amazing. He typeset the article silently, but finally hesitantly picked up his phone and sent a text message to Su Tian. In the class, Qin Fei had just clarified the matter of Su Tian taking banned drugs, which caused a commotion in the class. At this moment, Su Tian found the text message Fu Yu sent him, and frowned slightly. The general content is very simple. I just want to do an exclusive interview with Su Tian on the weekend. He said that he knew that Su Tian was dissatisfied with Editor-in-Chief Bai's misunderstanding last time, but this interview only represented himself and had absolutely nothing to do with Bai Fei. He didn't dislike Fu Yu. In fact, he always felt that Fu Yu was sincere to him when they met several times. After a little hesitation, he edited a text message to reply. I want to go to the Warrior Guild to consult about something. Do you know anyone there? He had never been to the Warrior Guild and didn't know the situation and procedures there. If he had someone he knew to do the job, everything would go much more smoothly. The other party sent him a contact, saying that the contact was an old acquaintance, and that he could just contact him directly if he had any questions. Su Tian smiled with satisfaction, agreed on the time and place with him, and then turned off his phone. Su Tian, you can do it! Tell me how you improved yourself? Teach me, teach me! Chu Yingying was shaking his arm excitedly, looking like a complete fangirl. This is simply a miracle for ordinary people like them. Even the way they look at Su Tian is filtered. In their eyes, Su Tian used to be neurotic, but now Su Tian just disdains to communicate with ordinary people. Simple. You can improve your chi and health by less than 3 points in 2 years, and you can be as good as me. Chu Yingying's expression froze and she rolled her eyes at him. By the way, we'll be testing next Monday. A few of us will go to the city center to relax this weekend. Do you want to come? Under normal circumstances, Su Tian would definitely not go. But he had to go to the Warrior Guild in the city center for certification at the weekend, and since this was the first time a girl had invited him, he agreed. Okay. No problem. But I have social phobia, so you have to take me with you. He was not kidding. He really had social phobia and he was almost going stupid from studying so much in the past 2 years. Okay, it's settled then. Chu Yingying looked like she had everything in her hands and was full of confidence. His story soon spread completely, and the attitude of his classmates and teachers towards him changed 180 degrees. Su Tian also realized that the relationship between people was so realistic. Studying the knowledge of qi and blood every day became a pleasure. The only imperfection was that his throat was becoming increasingly unbearable, causing the speed at which he increased his qi and blood to slow down a lot. Friday is the day after school. Su Tian's qi and HP reached 320 points. The proficiency of Baji Yin Yang Quan is 100%, reaching perfection. Gain 1 insight point. Su Tian, see you tomorrow. Don't be late. Chu Yingying gave him a reminder and disappeared into the classroom. Su Tian rubbed his sore throat, his voice a little hoarse. It seems I have to buy some special medicine tomorrow, but the economy is so bad. Su Tian looked at the balance on his phone, looked at the desolate number, and muttered to himself. If I remember correctly, real warriors can receive subsidies every month, right? Chapter 13 Become a Formal Warrior. Early in the morning, Su Tian finished washing up and took the bus to the Warrior Guild. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he left earlier than Chu Yingying and the others and agreed to meet in the city at a certain time. The Warrior Guild occupies an entire office building, which is quite large and is responsible for warrior registration and other procedures. Su Tian stood outside and admired the grandeur, then made a phone call. The person Fu Yu introduced was named Ah, and he asked him to wait at the entrance of the guild, and he would come out to pick him up after about 10 minutes. Ah Wu is less than 30 years old, not very tall, and doesn't look like a warrior. Xiao Tian, right? I am the general receptionist of the Warrior Association. I am responsible for business consultation other than warriors. I have already introduced myself to you before. Are you sure you want to verify the warrior? There was some doubt in his expression. After all, Su Tian looked only 17 or 18 years old and was still in high school. Becoming a warrior at this age is really hard to believe. However, after seeing Su Tian nod in confirmation again, he didn't say anything more and took him into the guild. As soon as the two entered the guild, Lao Zhang appeared at the gate with Lin Wanqing. Teacher Zhang, can we really meet real warriors today? Lin Wanqing looked at the warrior hall with some excitement. Lao Zhang laughed. Yes, you will meet a real warrior here. Not only that, after you get the regular potion, you will become a warrior in the future. Lin Huaqing was even more excited. She was ready to walk into the warrior guild without any hurry, but she saw a familiar figure in front of the busy gate of the warrior guild. Su Tian? She was stunned for a moment, then spoke. Lao Zhang was also stunned. What did you say? Lin Huaqing hesitated and said, the back of that person just now seemed to be Su Tian. Lao Zhang laughed and shook his head. Impossible, you must be dazzled. This is a warrior guild. Ordinary people are absolutely not allowed to enter unless they are here to certify themselves as warriors or to communicate with warriors about some important matters. Are you a little stressed out about your grades? Don't think too much, that guy is just lucky. If you compare him to me, he is not as good as a toe of yours. Hearing him say this, Lin Huaqing's doubts gradually disappeared. Maybe I'm really under too much pressure. The two of them didn't say any more and walked through the door. The other side. Su Tian and Wu have arrived at the testing hall. There are many beautiful ladies here wearing black stockings and hip-hugging clothes. They welcome everyone who enters the room or passes by with standard etiquette. Wu casually brought Su Tian to a test crystal and arranged the testing work absent-mindedly. He had already identified Su Tian as a relative of Fu Yu's family, and this time he came just to see the public household of warriors and see the world. The beautiful lady who was in charge of the test records next to the crystal ball was not very serious either. She even chatted with him intermittently while filling in the information. The two of them almost ignored Su Tian. But when Su Tian placed his palm on the crystal ball and the number 320 points of qi and blood appeared, the two people's eyes were dull at the same time. 320 HP. How old is he, 18? A 1-star warrior has 200 HP points. He's almost a 2-star warrior. I remember our youngest warrior is only 20 years old. The beautiful woman looked at the number in shock, her pupils trembling. Wu shuddered at first, and then his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. You know why you don't hurry up and register? I'm still taking Brother Su to pick up the things. Shock. So shocking. Who would have thought that Su Tian actually had the qualities to be a warrior? With such talent, he could be said to be the best in the warrior guild. The beauty was not angry with him. Instead, she filled out the information for Su Tian with great interest. Her tone was so tender when she spoke, and she was even reluctant to leave him when she left. Su Tian, I left you my phone number. Remember to come back and play with me. Su Tian saw all this and felt quite emotional. 15 minutes later. Inside the registration office on the second floor of the warrior building. All the items that Wu registered were handed to him. Here are your things, including a 1-star warrior badge. With this badge, you can enjoy a 20% discount when buying all the potions and elixirs a warrior needs. There is also a blood-raising pill that increases qi and blood. Finally, the monthly subsidy is 5,000 dragon coins. Also, starting from next month, you must hunt at least 2 exotic beasts outside the city every month. Everything you obtain will be at your disposal. It doesn't matter if you don't hunt exotic beasts, but you won't get the monthly subsidy. When Su Tian heard that the subsidy was 5,000 dragon coins, he took a breath. He worked very hard in the factory during the summer vacation and only earned 4,500 dragon coins a month, which was not even as much as the subsidy for a warrior. Sure enough, being a warrior is different. However, this subsidy can only be received by killing 2 exotic beasts every month, so it is not free. I'm sorry to bother you today, Brother Wu. No trouble, no trouble. You want to go back to school, right? I have a car. I can take you back. All was smiling and very enthusiastic. Su Tian originally wanted to refuse, but the time for meeting up with Xu Yingying and the others was indeed a bit tight, so he nodded and agreed. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Wu. No trouble, no trouble. Wu indicated that he wanted to complete the final process, and asked Su Tian to go downstairs and wait for him. However, just as the two of them went downstairs, Lao Zhang came out from the consultation office with Lin Huaqing and grabbed Wu. Is that Mr. 5? We are from Qing. Before he could finish his words, Wu interrupted them immediately. No matter who you are, If you have any questions, go to the lobby downstairs to fill out the forms and follow the normal procedures. I have something else to do here. I don't have time to deal with you. Ah Wu waved his hand impatiently. As the chief receptionist, he sees a lot of people like this every day. As soon as he saw that the two people were not warriors, he knew they were here to take the back door, and he hated people like this the most. Lao Zhang and Lin Wanqing's smiles froze on their faces and they didn't dare to say anything. They originally wanted to ask Ah Wu why the quality of the medicine they received was so different from what was agreed upon, but after seeing Ah Wu's attitude, they didn't dare to say more. After all, they are still ordinary people and they can't go against the people from the warrior guild. After being scolded, the two men could only leave in shame. 10 minutes later, they completed the handover formalities and left the warrior guild. As soon as he walked out of the door, Lin Wanqing's eyes widened with shock. A black private car passed in front of them, and the people in the car. It's Ah and Su Tian. Chapter 14. Feel the youth and prepare for the monthly test. It's Su Tian. How come Su Tian is together with the general receptionist of the Warrior Association? Why should he? Old Zhang was extremely shocked, but soon calmed down and said, I didn't realize Mr. Wu is quite good at life and even drives an online ride-hailing car when he has nothing to do. Su Tian is lucky to be able to ride in Mr. Wu's car. Online ride-hailing? Lin Wanqing, who had been daydreaming, breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Zhang is right. I guess Mr. Wu was just driving an online taxi when he was bored, and he just happened to receive Su Tian's order. Old Zhang continued with a smile. That's right, if it weren't for this, Su Tian would never meet Mr. Wu in his life, and you, Wanqing, might become a real warrior here in the future. By that time, even Mr. Wu will respect you very much. Lin Wanqing smiled proudly. Teacher Zhang, after you said that, I can't wait to use the potion to increase my qi and blood. I want to make it clear to Su Tian that I am the only genius in the school. No problem, we'll go back now. Afternoon. Because he needed to wait for Fu Yu's agreed time, Su Tian chose to stroll on the street with Chu Yingying and the others. For the first time in a long time, he felt what youth was like, which was something he had not experienced in the previous 3 years. It is worth mentioning that among the students who came there was a suitor of Chu Yingying named Song Yi, who was very hostile to him. However, he has become a warrior now, so naturally he would not care about the other party. He completely treated the other party as a clown, which added a lot of interest to his itinerary today. As evening approached, everyone parted ways, and he went to the bar where he had agreed to meet Fu Yu. However, it was already an hour past the agreed time, and the other party still hadn't shown up, and no one answered the phone. Just when I was about to leave, I received a message from the other party. This is an apology message, which roughly says that due to busy business, it may not be possible to continue the interview with Su Tian. He was not angry. Fu Yu helped him solve the warrior problem, and he repaid the favor at that time. This incident did not affect his mood. He slept soundly when he returned, and the progress of improving his qi and blood was also smooth. Finally, the monthly test that all students have been looking forward to is here. The monthly test before the college entrance examination can basically reflect whether a student can be admitted to the Warrior University. This time's results are not only a self-examination of the student's hard work over the past 3 years, but also an important choice in their life path. Many visitors from various companies will come to the city today. Based on the results of this monthly test, they will select those talents who are close to but unable to be admitted to the Warrior University. Seize this opportunity. Even if you don't become a warrior, you will still have a bright future. Certainly. For Su Tian, he looks down on these people. He is determined to be admitted to the Warrior University. This test also proved completely that the school had no right to persuade him to drop out. No. It should be said that what he needs to prove with his current strength as a warrior is. The school didn't dare to persuade him to drop out. He followed the crowd and gradually walked towards the playground to prepare for the qi and blood test. The monthly test is divided into 2 exams, theoretical written test and qi and blood test. The qi and blood test is that everyone gathers in the playground, goes on stage to test the crystal, and reports and records at any time. The theory class is held in the afternoon, with tutors from different classes taking turns to supervise and assess each other. In the morning, There was a blood test, and all the students gathered in the playground. All the school leaders sat on the podium, as well as some specially invited guests and teachers. The most eye-catching thing was that in the center seat, which should have belonged to the principal, there was a middle-aged man sitting there. The middle-aged man had a 3-star badge on his chest, and his whole aura was different. Everyone, including the principal Zhang Chang, gave him a fawning smile. "Look! It's a 3-star warrior! Are there any warriors coming today? Do you think it's possible for us to be admitted as an exception? Are you dreaming? Well, it would be great if I could enter a martial arts-related industry. Although my energy and blood are not enough to enter university, I am definitely a top student. Anyway, I don't want to go to a regular university, I just want to be a warrior." People around were talking about it, but Su Tian did not join in. Instead, he closed his eyes and recited silently. After all, he is a warrior himself, so what's so strange about that? Of course, even if something newer really happened, he would not care. He came to take the test today for only one purpose, which was to make all those who had looked down on him and the school leaders who had persuaded him to quit understand how stupid their words and actions are. Chapter 15 Monthly Test begins. Everyone's attention was on the stage. Only Chu Yingying noticed Su Tian's eyes were closed, and she said with some concern, "Su Tian, are you okay? I noticed that you haven't been going to training recently. Are you under too much pressure?" "Humph." Song Yi snorted coldly not far away. "Yingying, don't worry about him. What could be wrong with him? I think increasing qi and blood by 6 points is stable, and there is no need to increase qi and blood at all. But this may disappoint some people. I heard from the class next door that our school beauty Lin Wanqing's energy has been surging these past few days. It seems that she has broken the record again." The rest of the students also gossiped. "True and false? Su Tian improved by 6 points but still can't get a prize?" "Yes. It's hard to say. Su Tian is at most a man of great accumulation, but he is a true genius. Otherwise, why did you give Lin Wanqing a special topic instead of Su Tian?" When Song Yi saw these people starting to discuss, his face was full of gloating. But when he found that Su Tian still had his eyes closed and didn't say anything, he immediately became unhappy again. "You're really good at pretending. Let me see where you're going to put your face when you get on stage." Although Su Tian ignored these people, a smile appeared on his lips. He was really curious, when the warrior level was tested, what kind of expressions would those who had always looked down on him show? Suddenly, he felt that the discussion around him had become quieter. He subconsciously opened his eyes and found that the school beauty Lin Wanqing was coming towards him. That delicate face is full of stories. The matter between him and Lin Wanqing had long been a hot topic, and now that the test was about to begin, it was natural that the atmosphere when the two met was full of tension. In an instant, it attracted the attention of many people around. Lin Wanqing was still so arrogant and conceited. He raised his chin slightly and said contemptuously, "Su Tian, today I will let you know that any opportunistic means are in vain. Don't think that just because you've improved your qi and blood by chance, you can become a dragon among men. This school year's progress award is still mine. Today I'll let you understand the gap between us. Are you done? Go back after that. This is our class's formation." Su Tian didn't care at all. His light words made the other party furious. "Pu Xian Nan! Pu Xian Nu!" Lin Wanqing still left. After all, she had never beaten Su Tian in verbal skills. And because of her, Su Tian also successfully gained the hatred of his neighbors and classmates. But Su Tian ignored the discussions of these people and let them go in one ear and out the other. Soon, the test finally began. The testing teacher motioned the first student from Class 4 to come to the stage and asked him to place his palm on the crystal ball. "Class 3 to 4, Jinghao, 105 points of Qi and health, increase Qi and health by 1 point." With his loud voice, the boy stepped down from the stage, the teacher beside him took notes, and the second boy came up on stage. "He Mingming from Class 4, 98.5 points of Qi and health, increase Qi and health by 0.5 points. Zhang Rui from Class 3, 80 HP, increase by 0.1 points. Zhao Tongming from Class 3, 111.3 HP, increased by 0.4 points. The testing process is simple and the testing speed is fast. The people in front may be taller or shorter, but both are within the normal range. Finally, Lin Wanqing came to power. As soon as Lin Wanqing appeared, the audience became much quieter. Everyone stared at the school's genius and held their breath. Not to mention her outstanding appearance, people who don't know her can't take their eyes off her once they take one look at her. The rumored genius of qi and blood is even more amazing. He is a famous figure in the school and a role model for everyone to learn from. The leaders on the podium were discussing the matter and were not stingy with their praise. Bai Fei, the representative of Xinhua society, also smiled and scolded Fu Yu, who was standing beside him. Xiao Fu, did you see that? Lin Wanqing is the protagonist today. Don't even think about that Su Tian of yours. He's a joke. Although Fu Yu was still thinking about Su Tian, as things had come to this point, he did not dwell on it anymore and could only sigh helplessly. At this time, Lin Wanqing had already arrived at the test crystal, and his eyes passed through the crowd and stopped on Su Tian. The moment the two looked at each other, she revealed a smug smile, and then numbers appeared on the test crystal. Qi and blood 155 points. In an instant, the whole place was silent. Class 2, Senior Grade 3, Lin Wanqing, Qi and blood 155 points, increase Qi and blood by 10 points. 10 o'clock? Fuck, double digits. I've been in this school for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen a double-digit increase in Qi and blood in a month. Awesome! This is a true genius. The guy called Su Tian a few days ago was just a flash in the pan at best. Yes. Hearing the shouts from the people below, Lin Wanqing looked very proud. She stood on the stage, looking down at Su Tian with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. The classmates in the class also cast various looks at Su Tian, some with pity, some with gloating. The teacher on the stage signaled Lin Wanqing that he could step down, then looked at the list in his hand with a strange expression. Now, the students in Class 1 of Senior 3 will be called one by one to go on stage for the test. The first one. Su Tian. A moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Tian. The look in his eyes is complicated. Eyes full of expectation. There is also some gloating. If we have to choose one person who is the most anticipated in this monthly test. That was not Lin Wanqing, but Su Tian. It's been a hot topic recently. Who wouldn't be looking forward to it? As the representative of the Warrior Guild, Yu Fang on the stage finally smiled. At this time, Lin Wanqing had just stepped down from the stage. When Zhang Chang saw his smile, he immediately misunderstood something. Mr. Yu, how about the late Qing dynasty? Yu Fang was slightly stunned, then nodded subconsciously. Not bad, there is potential to become a warrior. Lin Wanqing does have the potential to become a warrior, but compared to Su Tian, the gap is huge. However, Zhang Chang, who was unaware of the situation, was immersed in his own world and felt that it was time to tell Yu Fang that the matter of Assistant Professor Lin Wanqing was settled. He was overjoyed at the thought of the school and warriors having such cooperation in the future. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Yu Fang's eyes fixed on Su Tian, who was on the stage, his heart skipped a beat. His first reaction was that Yu Fang had heard something bad. Although the fact that Su Tian took the forbidden drugs was finally proven, it was only proven within the school, and there were still many rumors outside. The Warrior Guild cares most about its reputation, so this matter may affect the teaching assistant's affairs. No! We must never let this happen. He looked up and saw Su Tian had already placed his palm on the test crystal, and he couldn't help but speak immediately. Wait a minute! Zhang Chang stood up from his seat and cleared his throat. Classmates. The recent issue of Su Tian taking medicine has caused a very bad impact on the school, so I hope everyone can look at his test results from an objective perspective. If there is an unexpected result, please rest assured that the school will investigate the situation and distribute the scholarship in a fair and just manner. Su Tian raised the corner of his mouth as he prepared for the test. Hee hee. Isn't it just because they are afraid of affecting the reputation of the school? Isn't it just nonsense that if there is no problem it would be fine, but if there is a problem they will put a blame on him, and use the excuse of taking banned drugs to force him to drop out of school? At this moment, Zhang Chang looked into his eyes, with extreme indifference in his eyes. Lin Wanqing in the audience was even more gloating. Su Tian took in the expressions of these people. A hint of teasing appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he poured his own energy and blood into the test crystal. Moment. Shining brightly. The number reached 99 points in the blink of an eye and broke through the 100-point mark in an instant. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. What a speed! This trend. Just when everyone thought the number would continue to rise, it suddenly stopped at 100. Lin Wanqing still looked a little embarrassed with surprise on his face. How much blood and energy did Su Tian increase? More than 20 points? How is that possible? Just as she lost consciousness, there were sudden shouts of shock from the audience. Hurry, look! Is that number still rising? The voice was trembling, as if it had seen something incredible. Yes, the number is still increasing, albeit slowly, but still increasing. It's 101 o'clock. It's 102 o'clock. It's 104 o'clock. Lin Wanqing stared at the numbers blankly and began to doubt his own eyes. The same thing happened to the others, who all checked with each other to see if they had seen it wrong. For a moment, there was silence in the audience. Feeling the silence in the audience, Su Tian curled up the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. Are you shocked by this? He suddenly injected all his energy and blood into it. The 104 health points that had stopped for 2 seconds suddenly skyrocketed like a drag race. The changing numbers. It's starting to get blurry. The students closest to the stands are those who have worked hard all year round. When they saw that the chi and blood had broken through 200 points in the blink of an eye, they all collapsed to the ground with trembling voices. I'm still a shitty warrior. Chapter 16 Su Tian is a warrior. At this moment, the hearts of all those who fantasized about making fun of Su Tian were shattered. Gradually, the light faded away. When the blood-red words appeared on the test crystal, showing 335 points of chi and health. Dead silence. In an instant, the entire playground fell silent. On the high platform, the blood-red numbers are eye-catching. Everyone stared with eyes wide open, shocked. The teacher conducting the test rubbed his eyes, and after confirming the number several times, his voice trembled. 335 HP? The school leaders on the high platform stood up with a swish and stared at the test crystal in unison. Lin Wanqing's smile froze on the audience's face and her lips trembled. Are you dreaming? Something went wrong. There's something wrong with the test crystal, change it quickly. Zhang Chang shouted excitedly. 335 points? How could such an unbelievable thing be possible? Su Tian is a warrior? No need, there's no problem testing the crystal. At this moment, Yufang stood up. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's eyes were on him. I am a 3-star warrior from the Warrior Guild, and there is nothing wrong with the test results of this student Su Tian. Because just this week, classmate Su Tian came to our guild for testing and is a member of our guild. When these words came out, everyone's eyes widened. Is Su Tianjin a warrior? Is this true or false? Yufang looked at Zhang Chang and said slowly, Principal Zhang, I just heard you say that Su Tian might have taken contraindicated drugs. I hope you can answer me seriously about this matter. After all, Su Tian is a member of our warrior guild, and issues that affect the reputation of warriors need to be taken seriously. Zhang Chang's face turned pale instantly. Answer? How could he answer this? He was not a fool, and he could tell from Yufang's tone that he was going to call for an explanation. He never dreamed that one day he would be questioned by the Warrior Guild because of Su Tian. He never expected that Su Tian would suddenly become a warrior. For a moment, anger was mixed with regret, a mixture of various emotions. After his expression kept changing, he took a deep breath and actually smiled. This is really a misunderstanding. Actually, what I just said doesn't have any special meaning. I was just telling you some school rules. We have already investigated Su Tian's case, and there is absolutely no problem. It is an honor for Qingding to have classmate Su in our school. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and the smile on his face was exaggerated to the extreme. For this matter, I also invited Editor-in-Chief Bai to do a special interview with our student Su Tian. If you don't believe me, you can ask Editor-in-Chief Bai. Bai Fei was also in shock at this time. His mind was blank. The moment he came to his senses, he nodded quickly. Ah, yes. I came here this time to do a special topic for Su Tian. He forced a smile, but his heart was bitter. Everything before his eyes was far beyond his imagination. In fact, ever since Su Tian appeared, he felt that this person looked a little familiar. After confirming several times, he was sure that Su Tian was the young man who rejected him in the library. After his identity as a warrior was confirmed, he was so shocked that he couldn't describe it. He winked at Fuyu beside him and continued. Student Su Tian, our editor-in-charge Fuyu has talked to you about this topic, right? How about letting him take full responsibility now? Fuyu also understood what editor-in-chief Bai meant at this time and quickly stood up. With a face full of embarrassment and helplessness, he asked nervously and fearfully. Su Tian, what do you think? Chapter 17 Su Tian's Unexpected Move. Bai Fei saw this scene and was filled with regret. Warrior! He really became a warrior. The 18-year-old boy had been at the bottom of the class for 2 years, but one day he suddenly showed amazing talent and made a comeback. If such a passionate story were made into a special report, it would definitely become a hit article with over 100,000 views. This will definitely bring huge benefits to their newspaper, but now, thinking about how he had so many opportunities to contact Su Tian before but missed them all, he felt so regretful. He was waiting impatiently for the answer, but when he saw Su Tian remain silent, he became anxious. Student Su Tian, I think we had some misunderstandings before, but they were all trivial matters. Now our newspaper is willing to do its best to help you write this feature report. I hope you can give it this opportunity. If you accept this interview, you will not only become the focus of this city, but also the pride of your Ivy League school. You may even attract the attention of many major universities. This will undoubtedly bring you huge traffic and benefits. Even if you continue on the path of a warrior, there will be many benefits. He was indeed anxious. Su Tian is now a huge treasure that can be mined. It can be said that as long as you have the exclusive interview rights with Su Tian, you will have a gold mine. He absolutely cannot miss this opportunity, nor can he miss Su Tian. To this end, Lin Wanqing can also give up. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Principal Zhang Chang. Principal Zhang, doing a special interview for one will take up all my energy. If you have no objection, I suggest canceling the interview with Lin Wanqing and focusing on the interview with Su Tian. What do you think? Zhang Chang nodded immediately without any hesitation. No problem. No problem. Who is Zhang Chang? He is the principal of the school. If the school is good, then naturally he is good. In his eyes, there are no such things as genius students, only schools. So when he realized the problem, he chose to give up Lin Wanqing at the first opportunity. The decisive contrast between Zhang Chang before and after shocked all the students on the playground. Can such a bloody plot be seen in real life? Is this a reversal that these people can see without paying? Fuck, my eyes are opened. Quick video, I want to be popular. Principal Zhang is so shameless. After a group of shocked faces, the playground erupted into a roar of discussion. Lin Wanqing, standing on the edge of the platform, looked pale. Her face was full of disbelief, and she couldn't believe her ears. As the school's most beautiful genius, has she always been flattered by the school's leaders? Principal Zhang and Editor-in-Chief Bai, who had previously regarded her as the glory of the school, sentenced her to death with just a few words. Just because. Su Tian. Is it just because of Su Tian, who didn't improve his energy and blood in the past 2 years and secretly learned her martial arts? She stared at Su Tian on the stage with resentment on her face and felt extremely unwilling. Why? Why was Su Tian, who was at the bottom of the class, able to become a warrior within a month? Why didn't this unbelievable thing happen to her? Suddenly, her body trembled and her eyes showed despair. Yes. She needs to take potions to increase her qi and blood by 10 per month. How is it possible for a person to increase her chi and blood by more than 300 and become a warrior in such a short period of time? No way! You have always been a warrior! Lin Wanqing shouted unwillingly. The voice echoed throughout the platform, and everyone looked at her, including Su Tian. Lin Wanqing showed resentment that was inconsistent with his age. He pointed at Su Tian without caring about his image and vented his anger. You were a warrior from the beginning! You are hiding your energy and blood. I wonder how you can have such a deep understanding of martial arts. I wonder why you dream of going to a high-level university and Longdu University without knowing your own limitations. Because you have been a warrior from the beginning, and you have been hiding yourself and pretending to be stupid in school. Lin Wanqing began to wail, even a little crazy. Is it fun for you to attack people like this? People like you are scum wherever you go. How can such a person become a warrior? I won't give up! Her cry expressed everyone's confusion, and most people tacitly agreed with her idea. After all, Su Tian's sudden appearance was too hard to accept. As everyone's eyes converged, Su Tian finally spoke slowly. Just because you can't accept the sudden appearance of someone inferior to you, you want to put all kinds of accusations on me? Don't you see how hard I study all day? Yes, but in your mouth, I became a nerd and mentally ill. Su Tian paused and looked calmly at Lin Wanqing in the audience. He knew what Lin Wanqing was thinking better than anyone else. At the age of 17 or 18, he had experienced the most unacceptable remarks and things countless times in the past 2 years. You just can't accept that I'm better than you, can't accept that now I get everything you should have gotten? I, Su Tian, came here to study in order to become a true warrior and to have a better life. So I don't care about the things you value, the admiring looks you are proud of. Having said that, Su Tian ignored everyone's gazes and spoke to Bai Fei seriously. Editor-in-Chief Bai, I refuse this special interview. Bai Fei's face turned pale instantly. He was dumbfounded. Zhang Chang was anxious. Such a good opportunity to promote the school must not be missed. Student Su Tian, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And our school? I'm sorry, Principal Zhang, I'm not interested in this interview. Su Tian said lightly, interrupting him. That's right. He doesn't need it. He doesn't need it, and can still be admitted to Longdu University. He refused to make Zhang Chang and countless others look bad. The person who suffered the most was not anyone else, but Lin Wanqing. Who could have thought that Su Tian would directly refuse the thing she had always dreamed of? Just as she was immersed in feelings of resentment and shame, Yu Fan's voice suddenly came from the stage, making her even more emotionally devastated. Principal Zhang. You mentioned the teaching assistant thing before. I think there is no problem at all. However, I am Su Tian's teaching assistant. Is it okay for me to be fully responsible for all his learning activities? Yu Fang's voice echoed on the podium, every word piercing the heart. Chapter 18, Admission Quota. Lin Wanqing in the audience was devastated. It turns out that the teaching assistant position was not hers, it was all just her wishful thinking. She stood there in a daze, at a loss for a moment. Zhang Chang on the stage showed a smile that was uglier than crying. No problem. What can he say? What does he dare to say? It's a blessing for Su Tian that he can stay in Qingting. Seeing this, Yu Fang looked at Su Tian again and showed a friendly smile. Student Su, I am now representing the Warrior Guild and the school's teaching assistants to help you learn about Qi and blood and warriors. What do you think? Thank you for your kindness, Yu Wuxia, but I am in a very good learning state now, so I don't need to trouble you and the Warrior Guild. Su Tian shook his head. What? Yu Fang was stunned. He thought he had heard wrongly. Everyone thought they had heard wrongly. Su Tian actually refused. He rejected the Warrior Guild. He turned down the opportunity that all students dream of. My old swan! What is Su Tian doing? He doesn't want the school's resources and support, and he also rejected the invitation from the Warrior Guild. Is he going to heaven? Yu Fang took a deep breath and said seriously. Student Su Tian, I am helping you. Although the school's learning system is reliable, it is for ordinary people who have not yet become warriors. You have become a warrior now, and you need to be taught using the warrior education method. You are already a member of the Warrior Guild. I will never harm you. I can help you learn and improve yourself 24 hours a day. However, the more serious he was, the more nervous Tian became. Still 24 hours? Then how would he have the time to study? Now, apart from learning knowledge, all other training is a waste of time for him. Thank you for your kindness, Yuuzha, but I like to study on my own. If I don't have a comfortable environment, I can't calm down. Yufang was stunned. He even showed a hint of confusion. In all his years of work, this was the first time he had met a student like Tian. But he immediately calmed down and gave an awkward yet polite smile. Since you're not interested, that's fine. But I came here this time to ask you something else. Come with me and get off the stage. He knew very well that the more capable a person was, the eccentric their personality would be. What's more, Tian was still a teenager. This time Tian did not refuse and chose to follow him off the stage. Zhang Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief. If this continues, the entire Ivy League high school will become a laughingstock. In the audience, Lin Wanqing's eyes were filled with resentment. No more. Everything is gone. Those things originally belonged to her, but finally fell into Tian's hands. The most hateful thing was that this guy actually refused. Why? Why did it develop into this? She should be the one that everyone is paying attention to. No. She is not willing to give in. She was unwilling to exit like a clown. Lin Wanqing's expression gradually became firm. He looked at Su Tianxia stepping off the stage and hurriedly followed him. The other side. As soon as Yufang stepped down from the stage, he looked at Su Tian with a serious face. Do you want to apply to Longdu University? Of course. Su Tian was extremely determined. Then do you know that almost all the candidates for Longdu University are internally appointed every year? What do you mean? Su Tian frowned. An internal appointment? Yufang nodded. Actually, it's not accurate to say it's an internal appointment, because Longdu University has a limit on the number of students it can recruit each year. When it comes to each province and each city, the number of places is limited. Once the cap is reached, students who meet the requirements but are oversubscribed will be allocated to their second-choice school. Isn't this a normal slip? The first-choice school has enough students, so you automatically go to the second-choice school. Su Tian was slightly stunned. Really? But it can't be said to be completely certain, because candidates recommended by the warrior guild in each city will be given priority for admission. Su Tian understood this time. Uncle, you means that I can only get this admission quota if I agree to your request. But if that's your attitude, I'd rather refuse. He's not kidding. If he fails the exam, he can wait until the next year. But if he practiced with Yufang, he would not be able to study knowledge properly and improve his qi and blood, which would be counterproductive. Yufang smiled helplessly. Since I have said this, I naturally want to give you this position. It's just that the quota for recommendation has already been decided, so you need to fight for it yourself. After a while, it will be the day for the nationwide recommended students to train and compete. All the prospective recommended students and recommended students will be sent there. It will be a nationwide gathering of martial arts talents. As long as you perform well, you will not only be admitted, but you will also receive a lot of resources, support, and training after entering Longdu University. As he spoke, he lit a cigarette and said helplessly, Our guild's admission quota has been squeezed out for 4 consecutive years. If we don't achieve any results this year, perhaps the only admission quota will be cancelled next year. Su Tian asked cautiously, Uncle, you wants me to go over and give it a try? You are going. Don't you also want to go to Longdu University? The question is, do you really not need my and the guild's help? We can provide you with medicines and special martial arts. As long as you succeed, both parties will benefit. He really couldn't understand why Su Tian would refuse. But he could also understand that most geniuses have wild ideas that ordinary people cannot understand. No. Uncle Yu, I still have confidence in this aspect. If you really need any help, I need help in killing the alien beast in one click. I need some information about common exotic beasts, as well as the distribution of exotic beasts around our city. Yufang nodded helplessly. That's no problem. Warriors who have just joined the guild need someone to guide them when they hunt exotic beasts for the first time. But this is hunting exotic animals after all. I don't need to tell you how dangerous it is, so you still need to inform your family and let them know the information clearly. No. Okay, I have something else to do, I'll contact you later. Yufan left. Tian had a headache. That was about hunting exotic beasts, and he didn't know how to tell his father. They were the only two people in the family, and he had just become a warrior. His father would definitely not let him take the risk if he told the truth. His father would not accept Longdu's excuse that the family needed money, and would react very strongly. Well, forget it, why don't you just not tell him? It never rains but it pours. Just when he was in a very bad mood, something happened that made him feel even worse. He saw Lin Wanqing walking towards him aggressively, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. What else do you want to do? He looked at the lingering Lin Wanqing with some impatience. I don't accept it. Let's have a competition. I must confirm whether you are a real warrior. Lin Wanqing screamed and directly performed Bejiquan. Her fist came with a gust of wind and her eyes were filled with determination. That's right. All of this is fake. She wants to use martial arts to defeat Tian and prove that all of this is fake. Chapter 19. Beat Lin Wanqing to tears. Lin Wanqing is full of confidence. Just a few days ago, her Bejiquan reached perfection. So what if Tian is a warrior? His attainments in martial arts are definitely not as good as hers. Even if Tian is really a martial artist, he will definitely not get any advantage in this attack. She wanted to tell Tian that she, Lin Wanqing, was still the best genius in the school. But at this moment, she didn't realize that the perfect Bejiquan that she was so proud of had flaws in Tian's eyes. The next second, Tian used the same starting move, and then began to change and perform the advanced martial arts of Bejiquan. Baji Yin Yang Fist. With both palms out, every move of Lin Wanqing was easily broken. Then he easily used his palm to push Lin Wanqing back several steps, and he sat on the ground with a plop. All his moves were cracked, and Lin Wanqing sat on the ground with a dazed look on his face. The confident expression gradually disappeared, replaced by a look of loss, and finally he burst into tears. Woo woo woo! She cried. I was beaten to tears by Tian. She was very familiar with Baji Palm, and knew very well that the martial arts Tian had just displayed was a variation of Baji Palm. Her Bejiquan is perfect, but Tian has mastered it to perfection. Unexpectedly, the final means of proof was also ruthlessly crushed, and the huge gap shattered her last bit of dignity. She is not a genius, Tian is. The strong sense of frustration caused her psychological defenses to completely collapse, and she burst into tears. Tian looked at her indifferently, with some disgust. It was clearly this guy who provoked him first, so why does he act like he is bullying others now? Seeing someone not far away running over after hearing the crying, he hurried away. If he can't afford to offend, can't he just hide away? The monthly test is finally over. The first thing Tian wanted to do was to hunt exotic beasts. The reason was simple. He wanted to earn money to treat his father who had been seriously ill for many years. His father has been supporting him in school all these years despite his serious illness. Now it's time to repay him. His father Zhou almost became a warrior, but was injured when fighting against strange beasts, causing his energy and blood to decline continuously over the years. The hospital said there was no way to solve the problem and it could only be maintained by constantly increasing spiritual energy. The most effective way was to take qi and blood pills that could directly increase qi and blood. A blood-raising pill costs 20,000 dragon coins, which increases the qi and blood by 1 to 2 points, and can maintain the decline of my father's qi and blood for a month. This is not a small amount for ordinary people, it is even an astronomical price. My father has been borrowing money from outside for the past 6 months, and I'm afraid we will have to sell our house soon. He must hurry. In the classroom, Tian held the blood-raising pill given by the warrior guild with a serious expression. 1 qi and blood pill is just a drop in the ocean for his father's condition, so he not only has to kill the strange beasts, but also has to kill many of them. However, he had heard before that strange beasts were ferocious, and countless warriors died at the hands of strange beasts every year. Even if Ah Wu promised to send someone to take him hunting, he must be fully prepared. First of all, it is one's own realm. His energy and blood are improving rapidly now. He will be able to make another breakthrough in the next few days and reach the level of a 2-star warrior. The second thing is weapons. The strange beasts are ferocious, and you are at no advantage with your bare hands. He contacted Ah Wu immediately, and the other party sent him a price list of weapons. However, the cheapest weapon cost 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, which was an astronomical figure. Ordinary thermal weapons have long been ineffective against alien beasts. These weapons are made of special materials, so they are expensive. If you need it, I can apply for the largest internal discount of 40% off, or give it to you first and pay in installments. Sensing his embarrassment, Aud immediately sent him a message. After thinking it over, Tian gritted his teeth and decided to pay in installments. Weapons are a must, no matter how expensive they are, you must be willing to spend them. In fact, you don't have to worry about the installment issue. An exotic beast is worth tens of thousands of dollars, and you can make your money back by killing it once or twice. Ah Wu continued to send messages and began to recommend the weapons he used. In the end, he chose a slender-looking long sword. The reason for choosing it is also simple, flexible and light. Light sword. The total amount is 80,000 yuan, and it must be paid off within 1 year. Now that the weapons issue has been resolved, the only problem left is time. The process of killing the alien beast for the first time was rather complicated, so Ah Wu suggested that he take a week off. Tian found Chen Fei to discuss the matter of asking for leave. He hasn't officially graduated yet, so he has to abide by the school rules. Asking for leave in the past would definitely be impossible, but now Chen Fei agreed very readily. Don't worry, Xiao Tian. Let alone asking for a week's leave, even if you are not in school every day, the principal will agree. By the way, I will help you with the process for the scholarship you won in the monthly test. I think it will be completed by the time you come back. Tian hesitated for a moment and asked, Can this scholarship be directly transferred to my family's bank card? Of course. Then transfer the money to my home card number, and also mail this blood-raising pill to me. Please say it's a reward from the school. He took out the blood-raising pill and slowly placed it on the table. He was not planning to tell his father about becoming a warrior for the time being. After all, it involved something as complicated as hunting exotic beasts. He didn't want to make his father worry, but he also wanted to find a reasonable reason to send the blood-raising pill back. This was a good opportunity. That's no problem, don't worry. Chen Fei agreed readily. He had done these things for Tian before, and he would definitely be criticized by the school leaders, but if he did these things again now, the principal would only be polite to him. All this is because Tian became a warrior, and his teacher as a warrior also benefited from it. After finishing everything, Tian left the school with satisfaction and came to the warrior guild. The second floor of the guild. Under the guidance of Ao, Tian saw the weapons he bought. The sword is about 1 meter long and is made of unknown type of metal. Although it is chilling, it seems to be a low-grade product at first glance. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Ah Wu thought he was disgusted and immediately comforted him. Although this sword is a little cheaper, it is still a fine product in the same price range. You don't have to be discouraged. After hunting exotic beasts, you will be able to obtain better and more powerful weapons. Tian was indeed somewhat disdainful, mainly because he was afraid that something might go wrong when dealing with the strange beast. You have to know that this sword can't go wrong when facing a man-eating beast. Just as he was considering whether to get another weapon, he suddenly thought of something. He looked up excitedly, and asked expectantly, Brother Wu, do you have an instruction manual for this sword? Chapter 20. Get ready to set off and hunt exotic beasts. Manual? What instruction manual? Ah Wu's face was filled with shock. When this is an electric toy sword? How come there is an instruction manual? No, Tian said seriously. Are you talking about the production certificate or other derivative documents of this sword? Yes. It would be best if there were also forging instructions. When you make weapons like this, there should be instructions for the forging process, right? Although I don't know whether this type of explanation is affected by the system, it may have unexpected effects. Yes. Ah Wu had a strange expression. A few minutes later, Tian received an instruction book that looked like an advertising greeting card. There is a set of action analysis illustrations and some text on it. The sword is light and agile, as thin as a cicada's wing, and can cut iron like mud. The perfect craftsmanship creates a perfect sword body, making the chopping, slashing, and poking techniques beautiful and agile. You are reading the attributes of the light sword. Using the light sword technique will increase your proficiency by 1%. You are learning the light sword moves. Master the light sword skills plus 1%. Proficiency. It really works. Tian was a little excited. By mastering this light and agile sword technique, he will have a better chance of facing strange beasts. But that's not enough. Every strange beast is extremely ferocious. He needs to understand their habits and methods of attack. Brother Wu, do you have any information about the strange beasts on the edge of the city? Ah Wu nodded and found him another illustrated book. Almost all the common exotic beasts around the city are listed here. I hope it can be helpful to you. Tian first opened the atlas and started looking through it. There are pictures and information about strange beasts drawn on it, such as a python with a head like rotten meat. Just looking at the triangular eyes in the picture makes people feel uneasy. There is also a bear with a row of densely packed fangs. The blood in the picture looks real. He only dared to confirm that the blood was fake after touching it with his hand. Tian was completely immersed in it and turned to the next page. Suddenly, a strange beast attracted his attention. It was a huge black spider, with hair all over its body that looked like steel nails, 8 pairs of scarlet eyes, and a green liquid on the illustration. This is 8-eyed black spider. The reason why my father has become what he is now is because of this strange beast. He scanned the information of the 8-eyed black spider and observed it carefully. You are learning the habits of the 8-eyed black spider. Your knowledge of the 8-eyed black spider plus 1%. I have some more knowledge about the 8-eyed black spider in my mind, but most of it is about its habits. He continued to check. You are learning the habits of the 8-eyed black spider. Your knowledge of the 8-eyed black spider plus 1%. You are learning the habits of the 8-eyed black spider. Your knowledge of the 8-eyed black spider plus 1%. You are learning the habits of the 8-eyed black spider. Your knowledge of the 8-eyed black spider plus 1%. His understanding of the 8-eyed black spider continued to improve. Its habits, its weaknesses, and even its preferences for food. Seeing that he was completely engrossed, Ah Wu couldn't help scratching his head and admired him inwardly. No wonder he can become a warrior at this age, such concentration is simply amazing. Sorry, I was so engrossed. After more than 10 minutes, Tian finally realized his mistake and smiled apologetically. It's okay. I've already found a team for you to lead. We're scheduled to set off the day after tomorrow. I'll take you there now to familiarize yourself with the personnel. Good. Tian followed Ah Wu to the 3rd floor and soon saw the team he was going to follow. There are many dummies, messy equipment and fitness machines in the room on the 3rd floor, and 3 people are chatting here. The man in the middle was in his 30s, with glasses and a poker face. The first time he saw Tian, a hint of impatience appeared on his face. Xiao Wu, don't tell me this is the Tian you mentioned? Ah Wu nodded quickly. Brother Mu, he is Tian. I'll trouble you to take care of him when we go out to hunt exotic beasts this time. Okay. Muga nodded. He looked at Tian and said slowly, You just need to carry the things for us. As for the distribution, the first time you go out, just focus on studying and don't think about dividing things, okay? Tian was stunned at first, then looked at Ah Wu standing beside him with a puzzled look. It's always like this the first time you go out hunting. Otherwise, who will protect you? But don't worry, as long as you come back safely, they will get a share according to the guild's requirements. I'll take care of it for you. Ah Wu explained to him in a low voice. Tian smiled helplessly. He didn't want to make things difficult for Ah Wu, so he just took it as an opportunity to broaden his horizons for the first time. Okay, Brother Mu, don't worry. Muga smiled and said, That's better. Lure talked to him about the rules so that he won't cause trouble for us. Okay, Mu. Lure is a hot girl, about 26 or 27 years old. Come here, listen carefully, learn well, Don't make me say it a second time. Luer spoke arrogantly, with some disdain in her words. There's nothing he can do about it. He's a newcomer and a burden in the eyes of these people. Going out to hunt exotic beasts requires a lot of attention. Each exotic beast has different fighting methods and habits. A newbie like you must be like a fool and know nothing. I guess no one except us is willing to take a newcomer like you. You should thank us. After all, you may not be able to defeat even the weakest alien beast, let alone the extremely dangerous eight-eyed spider as the target of this operation? Chapter 21, Eight-Eyed Spider King. Eight-eyed spider? Tian had a strange expression. He had just learned about this strange beast. After thinking carefully and knowing its habits, it didn't seem that scary. After all, knowledge can give people enough courage. It's a bit tricky indeed. Tricky? How can he be difficult? He is simply insane. This guy is an expert at ambushing warriors and is also ferocious by nature. Guys like you are usually its priority targets, Luer said with sarcasm on her face. Why? Why did you attack me first? Is there any need to ask? A rookie like you will definitely be treated as easy prey. Tian suddenly became serious. Sister Luer, you are wrong. This eight-eyed spider usually only attacks the strongest and most threatening prey. You don't understand eight-eyed spiders at all. Who don't understand? Luer stood up as if her reverse scale was touched. Her shouting made Mu Gu frown slightly. Why are you yelling? This kid actually started to teach me a lesson, Brother Mu. Luer looked very angry. Sister Luer, I'm not teaching you a lesson, I'm just questioning you. The eight-eyed spider should indeed prioritize the strongest prey, so if we go hunting the eight-eyed spider, I will be relatively safe. Luer wanted to say something, but was stopped by Mu Gu. He looked Tian up and down, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Have you ever seen an eight-eyed spider before? I haven't seen it, but I like to study exotic animals, so I have checked most of the illustrations and information, so there shouldn't be any problem. Tian made up a lie. Mu Gu nodded and said, You have learned the theory well, but young people should learn to ask for advice humbly, otherwise you won't live long. These words were spoken with a hint of disdain, clearly showing disdain for Tian. It's not his fault. Wu had told Tian about this before coming here. The worst of these 4 warriors is still a 4-star warrior, while Brother Mu is even an 8-star warrior. The warrior levels are very strict, divided into 10 realms and 100 stars, with each realm having 10 stars. From low to high, the realms he knew were divided into warrior, martial artist, great martial artist, master, and grand master. He had no idea about the realm above that. Only the central area of Dragon Country and the frontier warriors at the border could reach that level. It was too far away from his life. There are not many warriors in their warrior guild, and a 7-star warrior is already a very high level. When faced with a student like Tian, all he could do was look down on him. If it were any other teenager, their faces would turn red as they argued, but Tian didn't. People don't rely on their face to do things. How much is face worth? If he really cared about that stuff, he would have dropped out of school long ago. He also had a certain sense of indifference, a sense of indifference that everything else didn't matter except his own goals. He chuckled and said nothing, looking like he was humbly asking for advice. Just like that, he watched Sister Luer talk in a pretentious and self-righteous manner for an entire afternoon. He didn't say much useful stuff throughout the afternoon, most of it was just disorganized nonsense, but it also gave him a general understanding of going out to hunt exotic beasts. When it got dark, all arranged a place for him to stay. The Warrior Guild has temporary accommodation, the environment is pretty good, simple but quiet. Late at night, Tian began to improve his proficiency and energy in the Qingling sword. In this way, his preparations for the past 2 days were repeated over and over again. Weekend. Tian in the room slowly opened his eyes. A data panel appeared in front of him. Host Tian. Age 18. HP, 450 points, 2-star warrior. Comprehension, 2 points, can suddenly comprehend martial arts with 100% proficiency. Abilities, Baji Yin Yang Fist, 100% proficiency, Qingling Sword Technique, 100% proficiency. Mastered Weapon, Light Sword, 100% proficiency. This week, he has been working hard to improve his abilities and is now ready to hunt exotic beasts. According to the agreed time, we will set off today. He didn't bring much with him, just some food and water to fill his stomach, and some simple necessary equipment. He did not take the illustrated book of exotic beasts with him, because he had completely memorized the habits of the exotic beast in it, and now could be said to know them like the back of his hand. Under R's arrangement, several people gathered together, got on a van, and headed to the edge of the city. An hour later, Tian and his 4 companions arrived at their destination. This is a small hill, and some strange roars can be faintly heard from inside. To be honest, Tian was a little nervous. After all, it's the first time and I lack experience. But he immediately identified the type and habits of the strange beast, and felt a lot more at ease. Knowledge is power. Puff. Knowledge is power. Just don't get scared to death later. Brother Mu looked at him sarcastically and led the team straight inside. Tian could only follow closely behind and listen to their communication. The progress was very smooth in the first few hours. Several wild boar-like beasts were killed. Since they didn't look that brutal, Tian didn't take any action. But soon, they stopped at a fork in the road. Brother Mu, there are traces of 8-eyed spiders on both roads. Which way should we go? Several people gathered together and looked at the traces on the ground. Right. Muga thought for a moment and pointed to the right. No. Not over there. Tian, who had been silent, jumped out with a pale face. This isn't just any 8-eyed spider, this is the 8-eyed spider king. Tian stared at the marks on the ground and spoke in a nervous voice. That's right, the 8-eyed spider king. That was the information he obtained when his knowledge of the 8-eyed spider encyclopedia reached 100%. This is knowledge that ordinary warriors would almost not know. The 8-eyed spider king is the king among the 8-eyed spiders, and only warriors at the top level can possibly fight against him. The only characteristic of the appearance of the 8-eyed spider king is that the 8-eyed spiders go their separate ways. According to the knowledge he possessed, if 2 8-eyed spiders met, they would definitely fight to the death to determine the winner. Only the 8-eyed spider king can make its equally ferocious counterparts leave in disgrace. 8-eyed spider king? This is the first time I've heard of it in my life. You're really interesting. You don't want to follow me back? Brother Mu snorted coldly and headed directly to the right with a few people. Tian looked at them and they didn't listen to his advice at all, and he immediately felt overwhelmed. He looked back at the dense forest, speechless. It would be even more dangerous for him to go back alone now. After a little hesitation, he could only sigh and follow Muga and the others. After all, with so many warriors here, the chances of survival are greater. I hope I can have better luck. Although he thought so, Tian's heart was hanging in the air. Chapter 22, Younger Generations Respecting Their Elders. See, I told you this kid doesn't dare to walk on his own, right? Seeing Tian following him obediently, Muga laughed out loud. Haha, Brother Mu is right. The last person among the 4 of them was a short fat man named Gao Tongming. He is a 5-star warrior who has always cooperated in battle and spoken in unison. The fun of the 2 people on the road was to tease Tian all the time. Brother Mu, what do you think this kid is doing? Suddenly Gao Tongming saw Tian holding a bunch of wild flowers in his hand, crushing them and smearing them on his body. He also put some wild flowers in his pockets, filling his whole body. It may look funny, but it is a way to save your life. The 8-eyed spider king does not like pollen. Although pollen cannot stop its attack, when it encounters a group of prey, it will naturally not attack the prey it hates the most first. The only thing Tian could do now was to ensure that if he encountered the 8-eyed spider king, he would at least not be the first to die. While stuffing the flowers, he tightly grasped the Qingling sword in his hand. He looked up and met the sarcastic gazes of the 3 people, but ignored them. These people said they couldn't listen, and it would be better to save their own lives. All the preparations he has to make now are for himself. He began to prepare ways to deal with the Spider King, starting with its most deadly attack, chi and blood destruction. The venom of the 8-eyed spider is more like a catalyst than a venom. Once this catalyst enters the body, it will increase the minimal loss of chi and blood by hundreds or thousands of times. This is the reason why his father's energy and blood have been rapidly declining over the years. This method cannot be cracked for the time being, and can only be maintained by improving qi and blood. But that was the result of years of accumulation. If this catalyst entered the body for the first time, it would still be possible to deal with it with his recent theory of warriors' qi and blood. As long as we deal with it with accelerated qi and blood, we can quickly neutralize this potion, provided it is fast enough. Tian followed the team, and countless theoretical knowledge began to emerge in his mind as he tried to construct a way to crack the code. Although it was just a theory, Tian felt that it was very likely to be successfully built and implemented. He began to mutter to himself like a madman, and several people looked at him as if he were a fool. An hour later, Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. He already had a set of mature theoretical knowledge in his mind, and after filtering it carefully, he felt that it was worth implementing. You created a theory of qi and blood knowledge, qi and blood plus 10 points. There are also unexpected surprises. Tian was extremely shocked. 10 o'clock. This is 10 times more than memorizing a piece of knowledge about qi and blood. If that's the case, wouldn't his cultivation level be able to soar rapidly? Tian, who was originally worried about the eight-eyed spider, instantly felt like he had received a shot of stimulant. Because before he created this theoretical knowledge, he built many immature auxiliary theories for this theory. As long as he had enough time, these immature theories could be perfected by him. And now, in order to deal with the eight-eyed spider king, we have to perfect these theories. You created a theory of qi and blood knowledge, qi and blood plus 10 points. You created a theory of qi and blood knowledge, qi and blood plus 10 points. You created a theory of qi and blood knowledge, qi and blood plus 10 points. Gradually, Tian entered a state of ecstasy. He forgot about the world around him, and after perfecting all the theories, his energy and blood increased by 170. 620 points. 3-star warrior. Are you deaf? Mu Ji's roar came from the front. Tianxia looked up subconsciously and saw Mu Gu running towards him with a grim face. Watch out behind you! He roared loudly, and Tianxia turned around subconsciously. What he saw was a green python over 3 meters tall, staring at him with its fiery red tongue. The moment it saw the strange beast, a chill flashed in the green python's triangular eyes, and it opened its bloody mouth and rushed forward. It wanted to swallow Tian directly. Damn it! When Mu Gu saw the strange beast launching an attack, his face became extremely ugly. There is not much money to be made from bringing in newcomers, and if Tian is swallowed up, he will be held accountable. This damn kid is following people without understanding them. Is he blind? Seeing that he couldn't catch up, he just stopped, and his face turned livid. Just as he was about to collect Tian's body, the pale-faced Tian raised the sword in his hand and slashed at the opponent with an extremely perfect and elegant arc. A cold light flashed, and the giant python fell to the ground. On its fallen head, the triangular eyes still revealed human confusion. Until it died, it still didn't understand why Tian's swordsmanship was so smooth. Am I dazzled? Lure rubbed her eyes when she saw the giant python being killed. You have to know that it is a giant green python. Although it is only strong enough to deal with warriors of 1 to 3 stars, its advantage is its huge size, which gives people a huge sense of oppression. Generally, warriors who go out for the first time are more likely to die at the hands of the beast. The most common problem for newcomers is their mentality. Mu Gu was also stunned. He didn't expect that Tian, who was scolded by them, would have such means. Even he couldn't do those sword moves just now. It was obvious that he had been practicing for more than a year. Although Tian killed such a giant python, his heart beat faster. Fortunately, he had a strong ability to withstand stress and soon returned to normal. Tian! Mu Gu came to him angrily and cursed him. Are you blind? Do you know how much money you're going to cost me? And I'll be blamed for it, can't you just follow us? To punish you, nothing on this strange beast will be shared with you. He acted like a dictator and did not give Tian any chance to speak. He signaled the two men to dissect all the valuable parts of the green snake. Tian looked at the green snake he had killed being divided up, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. But the anger in my heart did not last long and soon subsided. The reason is simple: they have entered the territory of the eight-eyed Spider King, and these people will die here sooner or later. In that case, there is no use in getting these things. The most important point is that the eight-eyed Spider King prefers strange animals such as snakes, rats, mosquitoes, and insects. These people dismembered the giant green python, and their bodies were covered with its scent, so they couldn't escape. It doesn't matter. Consider these things as my honor to you, senior. I don't want a single cent. Tian chuckled, looking heartless. As he spoke, he plucked up a few wild flowers around him and put them in his sleeves. He smiled and said, "Seniors, thank you for your hard work along the way." Chapter 23: Fighting Against the Eight-Eyed Spider King, Theory Reorganization. You are a smart kid. Mu Ji's eyes lit up when he took the valuable organs handed over by Luer and the other man. The three of them packed up quickly, and in less than 5 minutes, they were ready to go. Kid, don't follow too far this time, you won't be so lucky next time. Tian nodded with a smile and followed obediently. Brother Mu, this kid won't do anything, right? How could he not be a little moved when he sees how much we have achieved? Gao Tongming lowered his voice. What's his heartbeat? Would he dare to cause trouble with us here? He should be thankful to us for being able to stand here safely. Mu Gu was talking to himself, totally unaware that in the dark, there were pairs of cold eyes staring at him. Not long after, Tian, who was following behind them, discovered something unusual. It's too quiet. This is the wilderness. No matter how quiet it is, there should be some birds singing, right? It's coming. Tian perked up and looked around, tightly grasping the sword in his hand. Mosquitoes, go away. This is the proof of the existence of the eight-eyed Spider King. Spiders hunt various insects for a living, so all insects and strange animals will avoid them. What's more, the one following them now is most likely the eight-eyed Spider King. Almost. It's around here. Mu Ge and his companions seemed to have discovered something. They stopped and began to search for traces around them. However, the next second, Luer's scream was heard. Save me! She was dragged into the dense forest by something and screamed loudly. As soon as the cry for help came, it seemed as if it was forcibly silenced. Was his neck bitten off directly? This was Tian's first thought, and he shuddered at the same time. Luer! Mu Ge and the other two rushed up anxiously, got into fighting stances, and threw him to the ground. Tian realized that the eight-eyed Spider King was taking action, so he tightened his weapon and slowly followed. I witnessed a lot of battle scenes along the way, and even killed an animal alone, so although I was nervous, I remained calm. As long as the situation is not right, he will run away immediately. There were trivial noises coming from the front, as well as Mu Ji's roar. Tian walked through a patch of thorns and saw the battle scene, which made his face look like a blank sheet of paper. 2 bloody corpses fell to the ground. Mu Ge was bitten by a spider over 2 meters tall and was dying. This was beyond description as tragic. Tian, who saw such a horrific scene for the first time, was trembling with fear. The eight-eyed spider locked its gaze on him and let out a shrill, sharp cry. It threw Mu Ge aside and rushed towards Tian immediately. It was only then that Tian discovered that the eight-eyed Spider King was covered in wounds. Its 2 legs had been broken, there was a deep bloodstain on its face, and many of its 8 eyes were shattered. Perhaps it was the result of the desperate struggle of Mu Ge and the other 2 just now, that the eight-eyed Spider King suffered extremely serious injuries before he died. Tian's nervous mood eased a little. Facing the eight-eyed Spider King in front of him was just like facing the difficult qi and blood theory he had taken an exam on before. He immediately chose the best solution to the problem, and swung the sword in his hand the moment the eight-eyed spider opened its bloody mouth. Light and agile swordsmanship. The sword in the air picks up the cold light lotus. The injured eight-eyed Spider King didn't take him seriously at all. Faced with such exquisite swordsmanship, it had no way to dodge. Its face was pierced, and its head was cut off in an instant. The saliva and poison splattered on his face, and Tian felt the neurotoxin that controlled his qi and blood begin to spread. He immediately began to use the theory he had constructed before to circulate his qi and blood, trying to resist this neurotoxin. He stood there with his eyes closed, motionless. His expression was distorted and then solemn. After about 10 minutes, excitement welled up on his face, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Tian's eyes were bloodshot, but the excitement in them was obvious. He succeeded. He successfully dispelled the nerve-inhibiting poison by relying on his own creative theory. Without the assistance of any drugs, he suppressed it simply by using his own qi and blood. It's done! It really worked! Too many! There are so many theoretical details to add, everything I thought was right. The pleasure of innovating based on the work of our predecessors and putting it into practice is indescribable. This is like a complicated geometry problem from the old days. When none of your classmates can solve it, and the teacher cannot solve it using the methods used by his predecessors, you stand up and use a completely new method to solve the problem. This sense of accomplishment is self-evident. After personally coming into contact with this neurotoxin, some theoretical knowledge that he had been unable to understand before suddenly became clear and completely perfect. You created a theory of qi and blood knowledge, qi and blood plus 10 points. You created a theory of qi and blood knowledge, qi and blood plus 10 points. You created a theory of qi and blood knowledge, qi and blood plus 10 points. A sudden moment of enlightenment caused his energy and blood to soar by 180 points. Breakthrough to become a 4-star warrior. Tian suddenly realized. He opened the door to a new world. If studying the existing theories of qi and blood was too slow to improve qi and blood, then he would create new theories. The further he goes on the road of research, the faster he improves. A breeze blew. The cool breeze calmed him down completely. Looking at the devastated battlefield and the bloody corpses, he couldn't help vomiting. Only he survived. Is this the battle with strange beasts? It's really too tragic. It seems that the path to becoming a warrior is a road of no return. He contacted Ah on his cell phone immediately. What did you say? You're the only one who survived? Ah Wu was extremely shocked and immediately sent the garrison personnel to pick him up. Tian put down the phone and returned along the way. With his understanding of the strange beast here, it would be easy to avoid contact with a large number of strange beasts. He was lucky as he only encountered a wild boar monster along the way, which he defeated. As the sun was about to set, he got on a special shuttle bus to the city center. The corpse of the strange beast he brought back from the mountain was also sent to the relevant agency as soon as possible, and after the value was identified, it would be directly deposited into Tian's account. The person responsible for picking up Tian was a middle-aged man. He sat in the passenger seat and answered the phone. Don't worry, I've already picked him up. I did a quick check and he's not injured. The deaths have been confirmed. They encountered mutated 8-eyed spiders. There are other problems too. The person who survived, he said and looked back at Tian with a strange expression. Inside the van, Tian half crouched in the back, holding a borrowed pen and paper, and frantically wrote something on the paper. He was muttering to himself, his eyes were excited, and his face was full of fanaticism. There may be something wrong with his mental state. I suggest that the Warrior Guild reevaluate his qualifications. Chapter 24 He is a man. Well, his mental state is not like that of a normal person. The beast we encountered this time was quite terrifying. Even the one with the surname Mu was slaughtered, but he survived. I think there is something fishy about this. The man hung up the phone and looked at Tian, who was still immersed in his own world, with a serious look in his eyes. Soon, Tian was sent back to the guild. Ah Wu and several warriors came to pick him up and immediately took him to an office. Ah Wu, who was outside the door, was extremely nervous when he saw this scene. Managers, Tian is the youngest warrior here and his talent is beyond doubt. It's my fault that the arrangement went wrong this time. If it was really because he was young and hot-tempered. Snort! The middle-aged man in the lead snorted coldly. You take responsibility? Can an ordinary person like you afford the lives of 3 warriors? If there is really something fishy about this matter, no one involved in this event should try to evade responsibility. Bang! The door was closed, leaving only Ah Wu with a grim look on his face. In the room, Tian didn't care about the situation around him at all at this time. All his energy was now focused on those theoretical knowledge, and he entered a state of obsession. Several managers frowned when they saw him like this. Tian, tell me about the situation you encountered. 3 warriors were killed, and Tian, who had the lowest realm, came back. This matter was not only serious, but also revealed something strange. Tian did not answer them, but sat in his seat, lost in thought, with a white paper tightly clenched in his hand. When several people saw that Tian didn't answer, they frowned. From the moment they picked up Tian, the young man had been talking to himself, staring blankly at the white paper in his hand. Just as reported over the phone, Tian seemed to have mental problems. What's that paper in his hand? A warrior came up to Tian and tried to snatch it away. His name is Zhang Wei. He is one of the managers of the guild and has the strength of an 8-star warrior. The moment he touched the idiot in Tian's hand, Tian became excited and prepared to dodge. How about you? Sensing Tian's intention, Zhang Wei tried to grab it with a disdainful expression, but 8 extreme yin and yang palm. Tian suddenly displayed a set of martial arts. His movements were smooth and flowing, combining yin and yang, and he actually pushed him back 2 steps. This scene stunned the other managers present. They looked at Tian in disbelief and couldn't help but admire him. This martial art is performed so smoothly. Yes, it's so smooth that it's hard to believe. It is difficult for a warrior to learn a martial art, but it can be done as long as you are willing to work hard. But to be able to do it so smoothly, one must have a deep understanding of this martial art, or even a perfect mastery of it. This is difficult. Even if you put them together, they can't perform such a smooth martial art. They were shocked, and Zhang Wei was even more shocked. Isn't he a 1-star warrior? He looked at Tian with a red face and couldn't help roaring. Oh, get in here! The roar was heard outside the door, and Wu quickly opened it. Didn't you say this kid is a 1-star warrior? Yes. He is definitely a 1-star warrior. I took him to test himself. There is absolutely no problem with his talent. The file records that his health is over 300. Wu was stunned at first, then spoke quickly. In his opinion, it might be these managers who were questioning Tian's talent. Bang! But the next second, Zhang Wei slammed the table hard. 1 star? He is now at least a 4-star, with HP over 800. Are you kidding me? 3 stars in a week? What? Wu thought he had misheard. I said he's a 4-star now. Give me a reasonable explanation of how you do your job and why there are such huge flaws in everything. Zhang Wei was aggressive. When he first heard about the accident at this event, he just treated it as a major incident. But now Tian not only has mental problems, but his realm is also concealed from him, which makes him feel that there must be something wrong with this matter. Although Wu was shocked, he was speechless. Tian reached 3-star level in 1 week? He didn't even dare to think about such a thing, and he found it so absurd that he couldn't even speak of it. Just when he didn't know how to answer, a familiar voice broke the deadlock. What are you arguing about? Can't you see I'm calculating? This is an important theory that can be used to deal with the poison that suppresses the qi and blood of the 8-eyed spider. Can you please calm down for me? Tian woke up at some point and roared at everyone present. That's right. He is really angry. Although he didn't know when he came here, he didn't know why there were so many strangers here. But none of this was as important as the theoretical knowledge in his hands, and he needed quiet now. As soon as he roared, the room was indeed silent. Everyone looked at him in astonishment with strange expressions. You said that the theory that the blood-suppressing toxin can be used to deal with the 8-eyed spider? Zhang Wei frowned and sneered. I think you are really crazy. That's something that no warrior in the whole country has figured out. How can a man like you figure it out? As he spoke, he seemed to realize something and shook his head. Why would I compete with a lunatic? You are the crazy one. Your whole family is crazy. You can't figure it out because I, Tian, wasn't born. The only problem that the strange beasts in this world have not been able to solve is that they have not encountered me, Tian. If I, Tian, hadn't been born, my qi and blood would theoretically be as dark as eternity. Tian felt that something was about to surge out of his blood. He was excited. His desire for knowledge reached its highest point at this moment. Seeing his half-crazy look, even Jiang Wei was unsure. Can anyone tell me if this kid has any mental problems? You don't believe it? Go find a more professional person to take a look. If my theory is not valid, I, Su Tian, will directly quit the warrior guild. Su Tian was extremely excited. He also wanted others to confirm what he said. Several managers looked at each other with some confusion in their eyes. He doesn't seem to have any mental problems. Would you like to see his paper? That's right. Aren't you, old Zhang, the one who has done the most in-depth research on this theory? If this piece of paper is real, then we may have really misunderstood him. Okay, then I'll take a look. Jiang Wei nodded. You see? Can you understand? Su Tian did not give it to him immediately, but showed a hint of doubt. Jiang Wei's face turned pale. He pulled open his shirt on his chest, revealing a book badge. Boy, do you know what this is? This is a badge that only those who have reached the researcher level in terms of martial arts theory can possess. There are only 2 of us in the entire city, including me. Stop talking nonsense and bring it over. Chapter 25. If you created this, I would recreate it. Not many people can obtain a degree in Qi and blood, and even fewer can reach the level of researchers. These are similar to the original graduate students, but the difference is that they are graduate students among warriors. Given the scarcity of warriors, this degree is more valuable. Jiang Wei took the white paper in his hand and looked at it. He saw that he was still full of disdain and looked nonchalant. After a few seconds, the disdain on his face gradually turned into surprise. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Boy, which doctor did you steal these secrets from? With this level of secrets, you will be sentenced to death. Jiang Wei suddenly went crazy. The theory of Qi and blood was very complicated, so complicated that he couldn't understand many of the theoretical ideas, but the parts he could understand undoubtedly shocked him. He could see that this was a theory for relieving the suppression of Qi and blood, but it was too unbelievable. I told you, this is a theory I created. There's no such thing as a doctor. Su Tian frowned, a little annoyed. Normally he doesn't like to haggle over small details, but if anyone has any ill intentions towards the results he created, he will be absolutely angry. You! Jiang Wei gritted his teeth and swore solemnly. If you can come up with such a theory, then I, Jiang Wei, don't want this researcher degree anymore. I'll go back to high school with you to retrain. But if it's not yours, tell me the truth. If I find out, it won't be as simple as being sentenced to death. Jiang Wei's eyes were scary, and one could tell how serious the matter was. Student Su Tian, you must tell the truth at this time. Ah Wu was also trying to dissuade him, constantly giving Su Tianshi a look. His complexion did not look good at this moment, even pale and ugly. He didn't know why it suddenly developed into such a big thing, but if Su Tian really stole important confidential documents, he would also be implicated. If everything is true, the best solution is for Su Tian to tell the truth. I told you, this is the theory I created. How many times do you want me to say it? Okay, very good. Jiang Wei smiled. He clutched the white paper in his hand and said seriously, Since you said that this theory was created by you, that means all the principles above were written by you, right? Then I will randomly ask you a few questions, and you should be able to answer them. Then let me ask you now, in the theory that this method can completely dispel the toxins that suppress the blood and qi in a short period of time, what is the specific concept of this short period of time? Within 5 minutes, every minute beyond 5 minutes will lose the ability to dissipate the suppressing toxin, and after 8 minutes, the ability to dissipate the toxin will be completely lost. Su Tian answered fluently, and it took less than 3 seconds from the beginning to the end of his answer. Jiang Wei was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Su Tian to answer so quickly. Then let me ask you again. This method of removing neurotoxins has an area limit. If the area is larger than a certain amount, the neurotoxins cannot be controlled. More than 50 square centimeters, no more than 10 centimeters up and down, and this is calculated based on the warrior realm. I am talking about people at the warrior realm now. I have not yet reached the realm above the warrior realm, so it remains to be considered. But if you reach the Grand Master level and follow my theory, it won't matter even if your whole body is infected with neurotoxins. Tian answered again, looking very relaxed, as if he was doing addition and subtraction in elementary school. This time, Jiang Wei was confused. He didn't expect Tian could actually answer it. He didn't look like he was pretending, and his answers all made sense. Take the Grandmaster realm for example. Starting from the Grandmaster level, humans have the ability to suppress the venom of the eight-eyed spider. According to Tian, the Grandmaster realm is indeed different from other realms. But do you think that what you said can prove that this is a theory you created? Since you have stolen such secret information, it is still possible for you to gain theoretical understanding of some of it. He stared at Tian with a cold expression. In his eyes, Tian's actions were not enough to prove anything. Tian suddenly laughed, with a hint of obvious sarcasm in his eyes. I knew you would say that. There are still many immature theories that have not been written in detail. Can I write two for you? Jiang Wei, who had always been certain that Tian would never be able to create such a theory, was finally shaken after hearing his words. What did you say? You think you can write down the theories that are not detailed above? He looked at Tian in front of him in disbelief. Seeing the boy's confident and serious look, and not panicking at all, he realized the seriousness of the problem. Of course, I said, this is the theory I created. Of course it can explain all the minor details above. Tian answered proudly. His answer left everyone confused. At this moment, the boy's confidence made everyone subconsciously believe it, but after regaining their senses, the answer in their hearts was that it was impossible. Why don't you write one, and try? Jiang Wei's voice had begun to tremble. He finally realized that this time he might have seen something extraordinary. No need to write, I'll just say it. Tian pointed at the first page of the theory in his hand and danced with excitement. The first theory above is to control the qi and blood. I call it the Su family's luck law for short. If you hold your breath and concentrate, you will feel a slight sour and warm flow in your muscles. This feeling will enhance your clarity when your skin is stimulated by external factors, especially when you are emotionally excited and the air is low. Besides that, there are more ways to stimulate, and I think the stimulation will be enhanced by the degree of stimulation, such as some tolerable electric currents. Tian's words deeply shocked everyone. All the displeasure on Jiang Wei's face seemed to disappear without a trace at this moment. Instead, there was sluggishness. That's right. He stood there, staring at Tian blankly, with a huge wave of emotion rising in his heart. Tian's thin body began to gradually become taller, and a certain glow emanated from the excited young man. He turned his head to look at the other stewards and saw deep shock on their faces. Tian had already finished explaining his theory and was extremely excited. His eyes swept over these stewards, expressing a rare sense of pride that was not seen often by a young man. Ah Wu also looked at the managers nervously, feeling uneasy. He didn't understand a lot of what Tian said, but he knew that from the moment Tian started talking, these people fell silent. What exactly did Tian say? Did he really steal important secrets? Gudong! The sound of saliva sliding down the throat rang out in the room, and his heart was already in his throat. Chapter 26 sold for 150,000. So, you really wrote this? Jiang Wei's attitude had softened by now, but his voice was still questioning. Tian was too lazy to answer his question and stretched out his hand. Give me back my things! Jiang Wei hesitated for a moment, and handed the paper in his hand to him. What you just said has yet to be verified, but I can let you go for now. But you must record your encounter with the mutated beast this time. Is that all? Tian frowned. Didn't you say that if I really wrote this, you would give up your degree and go back to high school with me to start over? He was inexplicably surrounded and questioned here, and was forced to read so much theoretical knowledge, and yet he was sent away with just a few words. You have to know that this is theoretical knowledge that he obtained at the cost of his life. How much money would it cost him to just tell them for nothing? Those warriors sold to the warrior guild would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars, right? No. About hundreds of thousands. After all, this knowledge can save your life at the critical moment. Jiang Wei's face froze, and the other managers were even more stunned. Ah Wu ran to his side nervously and winked at him frantically. Manager Zhang, Su Tian is still young, I'm just joking with you. Student Su Tian, why are you so disrespectful? Manager Zhang is the same age as your father. Are you kidding? I'm not kidding. Su Tian ignored him. Even if you are in charge, you should be reasonable when doing things, right? Otherwise, this warrior guild is so big, and everyone is so pretentious, how can they obey the management? The momentum of Su Tian's words also makes sense. This time Zhang Wei looked a little embarrassed. Because although Su Tian is young, what he said does make sense. If this matter really gets out, he, as the manager, will not be able to continue to manage those arrogant guys. But could he really not want this degree? Do I really have to go back to high school to retake the course? So he hesitated for a moment and said slowly, as I said just now, these things of yours still need to be verified. These things come from a high school student like you, so it's unbelievable no matter how you look at it, so I have to ask my teacher to verify it. As for what you said, that's right. As the manager, I naturally can't go back on my word. Everything will be discussed after I have investigated the matter thoroughly. I will never break my promise. Su Tian curled his lips. That won't do. This is my hard work. Are you going to see it for nothing? What do you want? You've read my theoretical knowledge and listened to my explanation. You have to compensate me. This is something I'm going to sell. Of course, I won't be as unreasonable as you. I can tell you the rest of the supplementary theories above. Zhang Wei was stunned at first, then a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Although he couldn't be sure whether Su Tian had stolen the theoretical knowledge. But what is certain is that those theories of qi and blood are true and definitely effective. He was very clear about the value of what he had just seen. If he could really buy it, it would definitely be worth the money. How much do you want? He spoke cautiously, looking at Su Tian nervously. With such a good opportunity, he was really afraid that Su Tianxue would ask for too much. 150,000. Su Tian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Theoretically, this thing should be worth more, but from a creator's perspective, it's pretty good to have this price right now. After all, this is a theory that has never been verified by anyone, and it is also a method that requires harsh conditions to use. It's neither high nor low. After he made the offer, his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. No way. He is just a high school student, and this amount of money is an astronomical figure for him. 150,000? Can! Zhang Wei nodded directly and felt relieved. His expectation was that it would be less than 200,000, which was already very good. If he hadn't seen Su Tian's added value and was worried that the subsequent theory would be useless, the thing on the paper would become a semi-finished product, and it wouldn't matter if it doubled in price. Transfer the money first. Su Tian was excited. This money is enough to buy a lot of blood-raising pills, so he doesn't have to worry about his father Suzhou's condition for a while. That's easy. Now you have to cooperate with us to record your encounters with mutant beasts. No problem. Away nodded. Come with me. Oh, there's nothing for you to do here, go and get busy. Su Tian followed several stewards out of the room. Until Al Wu was the only one left, he shuddered. 150,000? He brought the car. Holy shit! The conversation about this trip was quick, only about 10 minutes. The first thing Su Tian did after he came out was to run to a nearby bank and apply for a bank card of his own. Returning to the Warrior Guild, less than an hour later, he excitedly rushed out of the manager's office. 150,000. His phone showed that 150,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. He had never seen so much money. This money is enough to buy a lot of blood-raising pills. Su Tian put the bank card carefully away, stood up and walked towards the warrior pharmacy. Although the Warrior Guild also has various medicinal resources, it is not responsible for selling them. It collects them and distributes them to warriors for use. And there are restrictions on the types, most of them are used by warriors themselves. He wanted to buy some blood body pills and performance-enhancing drugs for his father, so that the place would be more complete. As for the loan of weapons, there will be plenty of places to make money in the future, so he is not in a hurry. Soon, he found 2 warrior pharmacies. Huiwu Pharmacy. Smooth Warrior Pharmacy. The 2 pharmacies are next to each other and seem to be competitors. Tian hesitated for a moment and walked into the first one. The woman, who was nearly 50 years old, wore light makeup and had a look of impatience between her brows. She looked up at him and said, "You've gone to the wrong place. This is not a pharmacy. This is a warrior pharmacy. I'm just here to buy medicine. I want some blood-raising pills." Tian frowned and spoke slowly. "Blood-raising pill?" She raised her eyebrows and looked Tian up and down. If we have to use an adjective to describe Tian, his image would be dirty, messy, and broken. He had just been pulled back from the suburbs and had no time to change his clothes or tidy himself up. After taking a look, she lowered her head to look at the phone screen again. "Your parents need to come over to buy the blood-raising pills. Otherwise, who knows if the money was stolen from home? We've had trouble with this several times." Tian looked at her impatient expression and was speechless. "Okay. Then I'll go to someone else's house and have a look." Tian left without looking back and disappeared from her sight. She looked up at Tian walking towards Shunli Pharmacy with a smug smile and disdain. There are more and more hooligans nowadays. Not only can they not become warriors, but they also don't study hard and spend all day thinking about those crooked ways. Chapter 27, Spend. Maybe out of curiosity. The old lady walked to the door and looked at the entrance of Shunli Warrior Pharmacy with interest, with a look of gloating on her face. She was sure that Tian would run out in shame and would not be able to buy anything. Inside the pharmacy, Lu Mei was sitting at the counter, looking upset. Although she didn't get into the Warrior University, at least she is a college student, and at least she is a campus beauty in college, okay? Are you against her going to the big city and letting her sell medicine here and get married to a strong warrior? Is this something that real parents can do? The most important thing is that the old dove next door is weird all day long, and from time to time he sends those uneducated and drug-selling thugs to her place. She has had enough of this kind of life. Hello, I want to buy the blood-raising pill. Lu Mei was awakened by Tian. She looked at the handsome boy in front of her and forced a warm smile. Brother, are you sure you want to buy the blood-raising pill? The blood-raising pills in the store cost 20,000 yuan, but if you're a warrior, you can get a 20% discount. To be honest, she didn't believe that Tian in front of her would buy it. Judging from his appearance, he was most likely a gangster. But a while ago, the old dove next door recommended a gangster like this to her. She had a bad attitude and had a big fight with him. She almost cried to death afterwards and felt that it was really unnecessary. And Tian looked quite pleasing to the eye, with some of the temperament of an ancient scholar. I want 10. Okay. Lu Mei nodded immediately with a bright smile. But the next second, her expression froze. How much do you want? 10. How many? Seeing that the older sister in front of him was not mature at all, Tian slammed his warrior badge on the table. When Lu Mei saw the warrior badge, her eyes almost popped out. Warrior! A warrior of 17 or 18 years old. The warrior badge cannot be faked, and no one dares to fake it, so Tian is a real warrior. This was the youngest warrior she had ever seen. You have to know that the youngest warriors her parents talked about for blind dates were all in their 30s. An 18-year-old young warrior. I can. What can you do? Tian looked confused. It's okay, I'll get you a blood-raising pill. Lu Mei's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly turned around to look for the blood-raising pill, then threw it directly in front of him. I only have 150,000 yuan. Can you give me a discount? Tian asked hesitantly, feeling a little embarrassed. This was the first time in his life that he bargained. You know, the last time he fished at the bottom of the lake, he didn't even give a discount. Lu Mei was stunned at first, her face looking a little ugly. Only then did she realize that Tian looked very young and didn't look like he was rich. Although he has a warrior badge, it may be fake. Could it be that a well-educated gangster has come this time? Okay. But you have to pay on the spot. Tian breathed a sigh of relief and handed the bank card in his hand to her. Lu Mei swiped her card and 150,000 yuan was instantly deposited into her account. Her eyes lit up. Hey! These are 11 blood-raising pills! Only then did Su Tian realize there were 11 of them, and Lu Mei also noticed that she had taken too many. It's for you! She just waved her hand domineeringly and smiled. This is so embarrassing! Don't be embarrassed. I'll add you on Feishan. I'll let you know if there are any discounts in the future. My name is Lu Mei. What's your name? Lu Mei was extremely enthusiastic, which made the inexperienced Su Tian feel a little embarrassed. But having seen large-scale scenes of strange beasts killing people, I was able to adapt to it quickly. My name is Su Tian. Su Tian had a strange expression on his face, because he felt like he had heard the name Lu Mei somewhere before. But he couldn't remember where he had heard it for a moment. Maybe there was a similar name in the next class? Without lingering for long, he left the pharmacy. Outside the pharmacy. When the woman from Huiwu Pharmacy saw him come out, she immediately smiled with glee. Oh, you're kicked out so soon? Young people should find more work to do when they have time, instead of just sitting around doing nothing all day. She said this with a smile, but the smile soon froze on her face. Because he saw the exquisite gift box in Su Tian's hand, which was obviously the blood-raising pill gift box. There are so many gift boxes, at least 7 or 8 blood-raising pills. You bought so many blood-raising pills? She looked grim, realizing that she seemed to have missed something. No. Su Tian didn't have a good tone at all. Steal money from home? With so much money, your parents will break your legs when you get home. If you can't get into college, you will just steal. You will only be a gangster for the rest of your life. Su Tian smiled. He was too lazy to continue arguing with the old turtledove, but he still felt angry after taking a few steps. He stopped and shouted towards the inside of Shunli Pharmacy. Sister Lu Mei, I'll have our guild members come to your pharmacy often. Having said that, he hurriedly disappeared without caring about the woman's ugly expression. After purchasing the blood-raising pills from the pharmacy, Su Tian boarded the bus directly to the edge of the city. He planned to go home to see his father Su Zhou. He believed that his father would be very happy to know that he had become a warrior. You know, my father has always been bothered by the fact that my mother left me. He once complained that his father was disliked by his mother, but as his energy and blood could not be improved, he gradually understood his father's powerlessness and helplessness. He didn't want much, just wanted his family to be reunited. On the bus, he closed his eyes and thought about the theories in his mind. With the experience of creating theories for the first time, he felt that many of the theories he learned from books could be improved and innovated. This is his talent. In this era, without sufficient qi and blood, one cannot move forward as a warrior. Most warriors will not spend time and energy to study these theoretical talents, nor do they have that much time and energy. But he is different. Creating and improving this knowledge can greatly enhance his qi and blood. In this way, he can save time on improving his qi and blood. The city center is neither far nor near from his home. Reversing and waiting took 4 or 5 hours. During this period, he was always thinking about new theories of qi and blood. This time it was about the theory of qi and blood improving training. Although he is talented, his knowledge reserves are still insufficient, and he needs more advanced book knowledge. Let's go to the city library and have a look, or see if there's a complete set of books for sale online. Su Tian rubbed his aching head and prepared to take a rest. At this moment, a panel appeared in front of him. A theory you created was successfully learned by others, qi and health plus 20 points. Su Tian sat up straight, his eyes shining. Been learned? Is Zhang Wei reading his theory? Increased by 20 points? This is twice the energy and blood that I created myself. In excitement, Su Tian saw the floating prompt in front of him again. A theory you created was successfully learned by others, qi and health plus 20 points. Chapter 28. Su Zhou is forced into a corner. So, by spreading knowledge, he can gain more energy and blood? Su Tian was extremely excited while sitting on the bus. When getting off the bus, his health has reached 1,000 points. He broke through to become a 5-star warrior. At this rate, he will soon reach the 9th star. Even reaching the martial arts master, In this way, he would not only be able to obtain a large amount of money to treat his father. This increases the possibility of family reunion. If he really becomes an excellent warrior, or even a being of a high level, his mother will definitely change her mind. Soon, the bus arrived at the station. Su Xia got off the bus and followed a familiar path to a remote community broadcast area. This area is full of old houses, at the very edge of the city, and they are very dilapidated. It was getting dark and his father should be off work. Su Tian ran straight to the door of his unit, but a familiar figure walked towards him. Why? Isn't this Xiao Tian? Why are you back? Don't you have class today? Uncle Li? Su Tian looked at the unfriendly-looking man and spoke subconsciously. The man in front of him was called Uncle Li, one of his father's few friends. Of course, we were friends before, but we can't really say we are friends now. His father owes a lot of money, and now he can't pay it back, so our relationship has gradually become distant. So, Uncle Li is here to ask for money. I'm on leave. Ask for leave? Uncle Li frowned, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Study hard, your dad is counting on you. These words sounded like an admonition, but Su Tian detected a bad tone. His energy and blood have not been able to be improved in the past 2 years, and his neighbors have heard about it. In addition, given his family situation, no one looks down on him. Su Tian didn't say anything, but hurried upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the thin figure of his father Su Zhou, sitting in the living room and sighing. Su Tian's face was copied from Su Zhou's. They are 80% similar, but the difference is in temperament. Su Zhou's face is full of age and sadness, and you can tell at a glance that he has not had a good life. Dad, I'm back. Su Zhou was stunned when he saw him coming back. Why are you back? Isn't today Thursday? As soon as he stopped talking, his face changed drastically as if he realized something. Did I ever tell you that I won't let you drop out of school? Are you trying to piss me off to death? Do you know that I keep working like this every day just so that you can be different from me? Su Zhou was very angry. Even the finger pointing at Su Tian was shaking with excitement. He cursed for several times until he saw Su Tian's face was calm, then he slowly calmed down. Anger turned into helplessness, and he sighed. Didn't I tell you? You don't have to worry about the money. And I also told you that as long as you have the opportunity, I will sell everything I have to let you do it. Su Zhou's eyes were red as he spoke, and he coughed twice because he was too excited. Su Tian judged that Su Zhou's current qi and blood were around 40 points. Dad, don't worry, I didn't drop out of school. My homeroom teacher gave me leave, saying it didn't matter whether I attended classes or not. Su Tianke was not lying. With his current hearing condition, there was really no point in attending classes. It would be better for him to find a quiet place and study hard. Su Zhou's eyes were dim. He misunderstood what Su Tian meant. Dad, I brought you something from downtown. Su Tian put the gift box in his hand on the table but did not open it immediately. He was afraid of scaring Su Zhou. After all, he was just a high school student, and it was indeed a bit scary that he suddenly brought back 11 blood-raising pills. He was about to give his father a heads-up before opening the door, but before he could say anything, there was a knock on the door. Su Tian went to open the door and found that it was Uncle Li. When Su Zhou saw that it was Uncle Li, his face instantly turned ugly. Didn't I promise you? Why are you so impatient? I'm not going to die tomorrow. Su Zhou was very excited. Uncle Li said impatiently. Why are you yelling? Do you owe me or do I owe you? I've thought about it carefully. I don't know if you'll be able to work next month. You'd better settle the account today. As he spoke, he sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. $20,000, not a cent less. You. Zhou Wu's face turned red with anger. When you got married, your family couldn't afford the sky-high bride price, so Mylan and I pooled the money for you. After all these years, do I need to earn even a cent? Now I'm in trouble, and I asked you to pay me back in a year and you agreed, but it's only been 2 months. That's right. Su Tian also knew about this matter. Back then, his parents had a good relationship with Uncle Li, and they ate and drank together. Later, Uncle Li found a wife who valued money more than anything else and asked for a sky-high dowry. If we weren't able to get married later, it was all because of my parents who raised the money, and they never asked for a cent in all these years. Who knew that Uncle Lee's expression became even more displeased? No, why are you bringing this up? Let's put this matter in perspective. You two volunteered at the beginning, and I didn't ask you to give it to me. Now I am the creditor, and you must pay me back if I say so. Su Zhou's face turned pale. But after all, he owed it to others, so he could only helplessly say, "It's not that I don't want to give it to you, it's that I really don't have it now. Even if you search the whole house, you still can't find it." Why not? Didn't you just exchange for a blood-raising pill? That thing is worth 20,000. Su Zhou's face froze. That's my life-saving medicine. Without this pill, I may not be able to go to work next month. I'm already struggling right now. Uncle Lee sneered. I don't care, you have to return it to me today anyway. You can't work, but don't you have your son? He can't get into the Warrior University anyway, so let him come down and work to earn money. Su Zhou was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and the sound was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Lee! Uncle Lee looked at him with sarcasm and disdain. Why, do you think you're going to hit me? If you can really afford the medical expenses, then just do it. I will definitely not fight back. But I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do that. You can't even hit me even if I'm standing. Su Zhou was so angry that his body began to become unstable, and it looked like he would fall down at any time. At this moment Su Tian supported Su Zhou. A blood-raising pill, right? I'll give you the blood pill. From now on, our family is even. Don't show up in my house again. Su Tian had an indifferent expression and a cold voice. Hey, the little one is talking now? Your father doesn't keep his word, so how can you keep your word? Li sneered. Li, please be more respectful when you speak to me. You just want to pick up the blood pill, right? Here you go. When Su Zhou saw Su Tian being scolded, he immediately yelled. You can see that he was very excited and was about to hit someone in the next second. I'll give you the blood-raising pill, and from now on you and I will have no contact. Chapter 29. Your son is a warrior now. That's what you said. If you hadn't begged me at that time, would I be willing to have a relationship with you? Li Yi's face was full of disdain and contempt. Get the blood pill and get out of here! Su Zhou could see that he was angry, and Su Tian could see that too. His dad has always been like this. He's okay when others say he's okay, but when someone talks about him, he becomes particularly excited. A warm feeling flowed through Su Tian's heart, and he grabbed Su Zhou. His father has been silently giving to him all these years, and now it's his turn to repay his parents. What's wrong? It's okay, it's just a blood-raising pill. Your father is in good health, don't worry. Su Zhou misunderstood something and immediately smiled confidently. No problem? I wonder if you can survive until next month. Li sneered. Shut up! Suddenly, Su Tian shouted loudly. A warrior's energy and blood are far superior to that of ordinary people. Even an ordinary roar is beyond imagination. His voice made the ears of the two people present buzz, and Li was so frightened that his face turned pale. He looked at Su Tian in disbelief. He never dreamed that a high school student's voice could be so scary. But he immediately calmed down, stood up suddenly and roared. You little bastard, you dare to yell at me? Su Tian sneered. What's wrong with me yelling at you? Not hitting you is the least of my fault. As he spoke, he opened the gift box on the table. 11 blood-raising pills lay quietly inside, and the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs instantly filled the entire room. These are all blood-raising pills. When Su Zhou saw the blood-raising pills in the gift box, his mind went blank. Who could have thought that the gift box Su Tian brought back to him actually contained 11 blood-raising pills? How much will that cost? 200,000. Su Zhou was shaking with excitement. He couldn't imagine that the blood-raising pill worth $200,000 was lying in his living room. Li Yi was even more dumbfounded. 11 blood-raising pills. It was the first time in his life that he had seen so many blood-raising pills. The blood-raising pills here are all top-quality ones. Pick any one you like and get out of my house now. Su Tian directly ordered the guest to leave. He felt sick just looking at people like this. If it weren't for the fact that he and his father were acquaintances after all, he would have personally asked this man to leave. Although Lee came here to get the blood-raising pill, he couldn't bear to be insulted by a young boy like this. His face was already unbearable. "You're not done yet, kid! Do you believe me? I'll beat you up? You dare!" Suzhou saw him raise his hand and step forward, but was stopped by Su Tian. But he was shocked to find that he couldn't move Su Tian's arm at all, like a huge rock. Su Tian had an indifferent expression and stared at Li. "I told you, get out of here right away if you take the blood-raising pill. This is the last time I'm going to say this." Being insulted again, Li became furious. He stared at Su Tian fiercely, grabbed the gift box, and walked out with big strides. "The rest is interest. It's useless to leave it to you useless sons anyway. So arrogant and domineering. This is too much." Su Tian finally couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Grab the other person's wrist and apply slight force. "Oh!" The miserable screams echoed in the room, like the sound of pigs being slaughtered. Suzhou, who was about to step forward to help, also stood there in a daze. He clearly saw that Li Yi's wrist was obviously red, swollen, and deformed. This injury might not be able to recover without a few months of rest. Su Tian took back the blood-raising pill and threw one in front of him. "What you did is considered burglary. If I sue you, you will be detained for a while at least." Li held his injured hand and looked at Su Tian with some fear in his eyes. Although he didn't know what was happening, Su Tian's physical strength was obviously far beyond that of ordinary people. It was obvious that he would get nothing good if he continued here. "You and your son just wait, this matter is not over yet." He picked up the pill, uttered some harsh words, and then ran away. Suzhou closed the door with a grim look on his face. "Xiaotian, you are impulsive. This guy is a rogue now. If you hurt him, he will come to cause trouble tomorrow. When we report you to the police for malicious wounding, we won't be able to explain ourselves." Su Tian didn't care at all and instead comforted Suzhou. "Dad, don't worry. Even if we report the case, we are in the right first." Suzhou sighed. "You don't know, he's doing pretty well now, and knows a few people. We can't compare to him." Seeing his worried face, Su Tian couldn't help laughing out loud. "How come you're still laughing?" "Of course I can laugh. Dad, look at what this is." Su Tian took out a warrior badge from his arms and placed it in front of him. The moment Suzhou saw the warrior badge, he was stunned at first, then confused and puzzled. "Where did you get this warrior badge? Do you know any warriors?" Suzhou was a little excited, because if Su Tian knew the warrior, he wouldn't have to be afraid of that scoundrel. "I know quite a few warriors, but this badge doesn't belong to another warrior, it's mine." Su Tian took 2 breaths after saying this. Suzhou's mood was up and down. When he heard the last sentence, his eyes widened. "Your son, have you been under too much pressure from studying recently? Doesn't he know the moral character of his own son? Not to mention being a warrior, it would be difficult for him to get into university with that little energy." Su Tian knew that he didn't believe it, and his face was full of helplessness. "It's true. Otherwise, where do you think so many blood-raising pills came from? If you don't believe me, you can call our city's warrior guild to confirm the information. Look, am I a registered warrior?" Su Tian's words were like a bomb, leaving Suzhou stunned for a long time, not daring to speak. "I have to make a phone call." After a long time, Suzhou spoke in a hoarse voice and looked for the Warrior Guild's phone number on his mobile phone. You don't even need to look for the phone numbers of these institutions on the internet. You can easily find them on certain map software. The first sentence Suzhou asked the other party on the phone was very cautious, and he was even so nervous that he could hardly express himself clearly. The female customer service on the other end of the phone was somewhat impatient, but after looking up his name, her attitude became much better. When Suzhou heard the other party confirm Su Tian's identity, he finally hung up the phone. He looked at Su Tian with complicated eyes, his eyes were red. Su Tian also felt sad. He didn't know whether it could be considered as sweet after bitterness, but it was good after all. "So, these blood-raising pills were given to you by the Warrior Guild?" Suzhou's voice was a little choked. But he immediately coughed, followed by a sound from his nose, cleared his throat, and returned to normal. That's right, your son is a warrior now, so you don't have to go out to work anymore. Chapter 30 Blood Rush. Father Su stayed awake all night. Su Tian had no idea what he was thinking. He just saw him sitting on the sofa, staring at his phone all night. He remembered that his mother was reluctant to let him go, but in the end she still took her younger sister with her. On the day he left, he and his little sister cried their hearts out, and he even stood on the street and yelled at his father. Complain. There was even resentment. But after he entered high school, he found that he could not improve his chi and blood, so it gradually disappeared. His growth took root and sprouted in unwillingness and powerlessness. But these emotional fertilizers that nourish young seedlings are often only available when one enters society. He was just a few years ahead of time. A warrior's body is much better than that of an ordinary person, and even his lifespan will increase as his realm improves. So he didn't feel uncomfortable even though he didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, after a simple wash and meal, he prepared to go to the library. Originally, I wanted to take Suzhou with me, but Suzhou said he wanted to go to the unit. Although he has become a warrior, he is still able to work now. If he really feels tired or unhappy one day, he will take a rest. Su Tian knew that he couldn't stop him, so he didn't say much, but went to the city library by himself. On the bus to the library, Su Tian originally wanted to improve his energy and blood, but his attention was attracted by the conversations of the people around him. Oh, look at other people's children. Now when I open my phone, I see this girl. She is so outstanding. That's right. He has already reached the chi and blood level of a key warrior university before he even graduated. If he becomes a warrior in the future, his family will also benefit from it. What's this girl's name? Lin Wanqing, right? She's really outstanding. When Su Tian heard these people talking about Lin Wanqing, he curled his lips. It seems that Xinhua society is quite powerful. It has gained popularity in such a short time. I'm afraid that Lin Wanqing will also receive focused training after he enters university? But he didn't care, just don't dig it out and cause trouble for him. Although in the eyes of others, Lin Wanqing was a child of destiny, but for him now, nothing at all. Hey young man, I see you pouting there, do you look down on Lin Wanqing? At this time, an old lady saw Su Tian's expression and suddenly became a little excited. Forehead. Auntie, who is Lin Wanqing to you? She is not related to me, but I want her to be my daughter-in-law in the future. Whose daughter-in-law are you looking down on here? Su Tian. When the bus arrived at the station, Su Tian hurriedly got off the bus and came to the city library sweating profusely. Looking at the huge library, Su Tian couldn't wait to rush in and began to enter the ocean of knowledge. At this moment, in the library, Yu Qinghuan, the director of the library, was standing in front of a row of bookshelves, carefully observing the contents on his mobile phone. On the surface, he is the curator here, but he is also one of the few warriors in the city who has obtained a researcher degree. Because of his obsession with the knowledge of chi and blood, his cultivation level has not been able to improve, but he has gained extraordinary insights into the knowledge of chi and blood, and is even the only one in the city who is close to having a doctorate degree. Just now, Zhang Wei from the Warrior Guild sent him an electronic version of the chi and blood theory. He was deeply moved when he saw the first item on it, and came over in person to look for information to check and study. Awesome! That's awesome! Whoever wrote this is a genius! Suddenly he shouted. In the silent library, everyone looked up at him like he was a fool. Don't look at it anymore. I'm the curator and I couldn't help it. Yu Qinghuan signaled everyone not to care and continue reading his book. But the next second, a voice came from behind him. Hello, are you the curator here? Su Tian looked at the man in front of him wearing gold-rimmed glasses and gave him a friendly smile. The man was about 30 years old, had a flat head, and looked very energetic. I am. What do you want? Yu Qinghuan nodded, but he was obviously a little impatient. At this moment, he was focused on the information in his hand and really didn't want to pay attention to anyone. I want to find some chi and blood theory about the principles of chi and blood training, but this place is too big and I can't find it. I want the most complete one, preferably the highest level one. Su Tian hesitated and added. The highest level? You don't understand it, classmate. Yu Qinghuan laughed, obviously finding it a bit funny, but still pointed to a place not far away. Su Tian said thank you and walked over, even humming a little tune that he wanted to hear himself. I am like a fish in your lotus pond, just to be with you. He was in a good mood, even very happy, because data began to float in front of his eyes. A theory you created was successfully learned by others, Chi and Health plus 20 points. A theory you created was successfully learned by others, Chi and Health plus 20 points. He didn't know who was learning his theoretical knowledge, but the feeling of upgrading while sitting was really great. He went in the direction indicated and quickly found the knowledge about Chi and blood that he wanted to see. After taking a deep breath, he began to look up the information. You are reading a piece of Chi and blood theory knowledge, Chi and blood plus 0.01 points. You have learned a piece of theoretical knowledge about Chi and blood plus 1 point. You have learned a piece of theoretical knowledge about Chi and blood plus 1 point. You created a piece of theoretical knowledge about Chi and blood plus 10 points. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he finally stopped when his feet became numb. Take a look at the Chi and blood. 1210 o'clock. 6-star warrior. He rubbed his aching head and sighed. Knowledge is endless, but human energy is limited. Out of desperation, he could only select some books he needed and then prepare to buy them. He still had some money, enough to buy some books. The books are sold very cheaply, but their value is infinite. But when he was going through the formalities, the staff refused to purchase some of his books. I'm really sorry, students, these books are not for sale. They can only be rented out because the content is quite special. You must return them within a certain period of time. That's fine. Although Su Tian felt it was a bit troublesome, he could do anything for the sake of knowledge. He left his name, ID card and contact information. In short, the registration of this part of the book had to be very comprehensive. After about 10 minutes, he finished registering and went out with the book, gradually disappearing. After a while, Curator Yu Qinghuan trotted over to the staff. He placed some information on the table and motioned the staff to help him register. During the registration process, he saw the name Su Tian had just registered and was slightly stunned. Su Tian? What does this person look like? When did he leave? Seeing this name, Yu Qinghuan became excited. Chapter 31: The Difficulties of Creating a Theory. He had already heard about Su Tian from Zhang Wei. So when he saw Su Tian's rental information, his intuition told him that this was the person he was looking for. Su Tian's theories are truly amazing. Although they are not mature enough in many aspects, it is impressive that a high school student can be so bold in trying them. You mean this person? He's a high school student dressed very simply, with delicate features, and about this tall. After listening to the staff's description, Yu Qinghuan's expression gradually became stunned. Isn't this the student who just asked him about books? He seemed to have said something disrespectful just now. Yu Qinghuan felt a little embarrassed. Forget it, let's wait until next time. Next time I'll go meet him with Lao Zhang. He sighed and left with the documents in his arms. After leaving the city library, Su Tian returned home and prepared to focus all his time and energy on the theory of Qi and blood. During this period, he plans to continue studying theory and no longer focus on improving Qi and blood. The amount of energy and blood increased by reading and reciting is too little, and he no longer cares about it. After all, constructing a set of theories can increase your Qi and blood by several hundred, and teaching and passing it on to people who can understand it can increase it exponentially. Time passed quickly once he got into the mood, and he only caught his breath when his father got off work. Tian, your school has awarded a scholarship today, and also mailed a blood-raising pill to my unit. The scholarship is quite a bit. I'll deposit it in the bank and then give you the phone. Su Zhou was particularly excited when he got off work, and his face, which was always haggard, looked particularly rosy. You don't know, today when my colleagues at work saw the blood-raising pills mailed to me, their eyes lit up. They were extremely envious. Seeing that his father was more energetic, Su Tian also smiled. We're just getting started. When I graduate from college, I'll take you to Longdu. Hearing the word Longdu, Su Zhou's smile faded significantly, and there was a hint of sadness between his brows. No, my father and I live very comfortably in this small city. Longdu is the capital city where warriors account for more than 90% of the population. You will be under a lot of pressure if you go there. He said this, but Tian knew that he wanted to go to Longdu because he missed his mother. He also knew that it was too early to say anything now, so he didn't say anything else. There was still a lot of time to prove everything. Oh, by the way, Tian, aren't you a warrior now? Does the warrior guild have any younger warriors who are single? Don't think too much. Do you still remember your Uncle Lu? He's the Uncle Lu that Dad always talked about to you. His daughter just graduated from college. She didn't go to a warrior university. She wants to marry a reliable warrior. If you have the chance, you can introduce her to someone. Tian looked helpless. You don't have a girlfriend yet, why are you introducing her to others? However, he still had a good impression of Uncle Lu, the owner of a supermarket near his workplace. His father would occasionally go there to buy cigarettes, and the two became familiar with each other after a few visits. He was very kind to his father. I'll look back, but don't get your hopes up. Warriors are all very ambitious. Haha, that's all you need to say, kid. Pay attention. This is the first time your father has promised someone something. Tian nodded in agreement. For the next few days he did not go out, and every day he studied the theory of improving qi and blood. Not only for himself, but also for his father. Su Zhou's qi and blood have been declining over the years, and he can only maintain it by taking blood-raising pills. A normal person can only take the blood-raising pill once in his lifetime because the concentration principle of the blood-raising pill is that after a person's qi and blood are raised to a certain level under the action of the blood-raising pill, taking the same medicine again will lose its effect, or the effect will be so small that it will be negligible. But Su Zhou's current situation is a special case. His qi and blood are declining every day. Although taking the blood-raising pill is effective every time, it can only maintain the qi and blood from decreasing excessively, so it cannot cure the disease. For a thorough treatment, the speed at which the person's qi and blood increase must exceed the rate at which it decays, rather than relying on drugs. With his father's talent, it is impossible to catch up with the speed of weakening by using normal means to exercise and improve qi and blood, so he must study a way to quickly improve qi and blood. In the dark night, he worked late into the night, writing data non-stop. From night to day, and from day to night. Weekend. He held the data in his hand, his face full of worry. He underestimated the theory of qi and blood created in modern times. He spent so much time building it, but once it came to key theoretical positions, he would encounter unsolvable problems. As a result, all the construction is always a little short of perfection. He needs help or guidance from an expert. Tian, are you going home today? Pay attention to what Dad told you. Su Zhou gave a few simple instructions and then left. He was also prepared to give up thinking for the time being and go back to school to ask Shenfei to see if he could find an expert or master in this field. He opened the door and found the meal already prepared and a book on the table. A text message came on my phone, from Su Zhou. Tian, you study those books every day and have no appetite. Maybe you have encountered some problems. The book on the table was obtained by your Uncle Lu's daughter from a professor when she was in college. The professor specializes in martial arts knowledge. Dad doesn't understand books, but he just hopes you like it. Tian stared at the book in a daze for a long time. Miscellaneous discussions on qi and blood. What a random name. He opened the book curiously and read the theories carefully. But just the first page attracted him deeply. This book is full of basic theories, but he was seeing many of them for the first time. If the theories he learned in school were from 1 to 10, then these theories were from 0.001 to 0.1. In an instant, the door to a new world opened for him, and many of his previous confusions were resolved. He was extremely hungry at this time, but soon encountered some incomprehensible problems here. At this moment, he saw a row of beautiful notes, next to the theory, explaining the problem very clearly. Is this the owner of this book? Tian turned the book to the side and saw the owner's name. But when he saw the name on it, he was stunned. What a coincidence! Chapter 32, The Unreachable Boy Tian. Lu Mei? Tian was slightly startled when he saw the familiar name above. Isn't it such a coincidence? He thought of the beautiful lady in Shunli Warrior Pharmacy, and immediately shook his head. He runs a pharmacy, while Uncle Lu runs a supermarket in the suburbs. They are completely unrelated. He put these strange thoughts behind him and continued reading the book in his hands. But soon, he discovered a new problem, that is, many of the annotations above were just simple records. He can't understand. I'm afraid only the person who records and annotates it knows what the real meaning is, just like the random notes taken by some classmates. God knows what which sentence or which symbol represents. He rubbed his temple and smiled bitterly. Or should I just let Dad ask Uncle Lu for his contact information? But he had not yet done what he had promised to do. Not only did he take the other person's book, he also bothered the other person to explain the notes of the entire book. This was really very impolite. How about I look for her? Things like bringing two people together are, after all, good deeds. There are so many people in the warrior guild, can't you find a suitable partner? Having made up his mind, Tian was ready to help. However, I still need to go back to school and ask first. If the school's chi and blood teacher can help, it won't be so troublesome. On the bus on the way back, Tian saw their school's admissions brochure and Lin Wanqing's photo on the billboard, and he sighed. Although he knew that Lin Wanqing's popularity would increase because of the interview, he couldn't help but feel envious when he saw an ordinary person gradually becoming famous. But he knew very well that if he wanted to achieve great things, he had to concentrate on his work and not be blinded by some temporary glory. If it is really him in the advertisement, he probably doesn't have so much time to study the theory of qi and blood and improve qi and blood. He definitely has not reached the level of a 6-star warrior now, at most he is just over 2 stars. Just as he was lost in thought and sighing, someone suddenly spoke to him. Classmate, it looks like you are also from Qingting. Have you seen Lin Wanqing from your school? Is she really as pretty in person as she is in the advertisement? They were 2 teenagers of similar age to him, apparently students from other high schools. I have met him before, but he is not very warm and easygoing, and a little difficult to get along with. Tian touched his nose and told the truth. The young man immediately curled his lips. Really? I guess you don't like getting along with me, do you? Brother, you haven't been hurt by her, have you? Did you fail to lick her? I can see that you are a nerd, there is no way that I like you. Haha, can I like her? Ha! You're quite good at bragging. Tian was speechless, but he was too lazy to argue with these adolescent boys. I wanted to sit quietly until the station, but these 2 people seemed to open up a conversation. I heard that an entertainment company came to your school. Are they here to look for Lin Wanqing? If she becomes a star, wouldn't you become a star's suitor? There's no shame in licking her then. You and the celebrity are schoolmates. When Tian heard what they said, a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. Could it be that the entertainment company really came to find Lin Wanqing? He is just a star, and he is not too interested in this kind of career that is sought after by the world. To be more precise, he is not interested in any career. He just wants to use his abilities to help those around him live a better life and pursue the happy family he wants. The 2 of them talked all the way, with Tian occasionally responding, just to pass the time. But he was also speechless because these 2 guys were actually going to their school, saying they wanted to see what Lin Wanqing looked like. After getting off the bus at the station, the 2 of them followed him into the school. It doesn't matter, just follow him, it won't affect him at all. But soon he stopped thinking so, because he found that there were quite a few people standing at the door, and in the middle of the crowd was Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing looked much more haggard than in the past few days, and she didn't look as arrogant as before. She looked a little more normal, and even a little bit pitiful. Oh my God! Lin Wanqing! So beautiful! The 2 teenagers were extremely excited and thrilled. These 2 people did not restrain themselves at all, and instantly attracted Lin Wanqing, who was not far away. Seeing her looking at him, Tian's mouth twitched, and he turned his head and went into the school. He really doesn't want to have any more contact with this person. It will only cause him trouble. Hey brother, don't go! Don't you know Lin Wanqing? Go over and introduce her to us now. You are not bragging, are you? 2 people grabbed Tian, looking at him with sneers and ridicule. They regarded Tian as a joke, but they also held out a glimmer of hope that Su Tian really knew Lin Wanqing and could get in touch with her. Are you afraid? What am I afraid of? Her? Su Tianxia retorted subconsciously, but immediately realized that there was no need to argue with these people. Just as he was about to shake off their hands and leave, he heard Lin Wanqing's familiar voice. Su Tian! Depend on. What do you want me to do? Su Tian's face turned dark, and he pushed the two men away. This time he didn't hold back his strength and pushed the two men away, causing them to stagger. He turned around and was about to leave. Su Tian, do you hate me so much? Is it so difficult for you to even listen to a word I say? There was actually a hint of tears in this sentence, but the effect was explosive. The two young men were originally annoyed by Su Tian's rejection, but when they heard Lin Wanqing's voice, their eyes widened and their faces were filled with surprise. Damn, does he really know the school beauty? The other boy also nodded. It seems so, but I feel like this posture is a little off. It's like he's not the clown, we are the clowns. Su Tian also stopped at this time, turned his head and looked at Lin Wanqing, who looked aggrieved, and was speechless. What do you want to say? Su Tian, I want to apologize to you. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and looked at the young man in front of him with complicated eyes. After the absolute blow from Su Tian last time, and after meeting more different kinds of people in this interview, she has grown. She saw clearly the gap in talent between her and Su Tian, and finally figured everything out. You could have taken everything that belonged to me, but you didn't. Thank you? That's all? Lin Wanqing was stunned. Someone from the entertainment company is contacting me. Maybe I can get some resources. If you need it, I will. No, you misunderstood me. Su Tian shook his head. I accept your apology. We are both students and we don't have much grudge against each other, but you really don't need to thank me. He paused and said seriously, I never need any special topics or other things. I just want to be a warrior. Those are what you want. In the end, I didn't affect your ability to obtain these resources, and you didn't affect my ability to become a warrior. We have no relationship, but we just met by chance, so let's leave it at that. My future life will no longer affect you, and I don't care about what you want, so let's just leave it at that. Lin Wanqing stared at the resolute young man blankly, with an ugly expression. This? Are you saying they are not from the same world? Chapter 33. What gifts do women like? On Monday. In the office. After listening to Su Tian's words, Fei Chen frowned. The most authoritative teacher in this area in our school is Teacher Li from Class 2. Su Tian had an unpleasant expression. Isn't that Lin Wanqing's class? Chen Fei saw through his worries and laughed. Don't worry, I'll go say hello to him. Just come to my office during the third period. Then I'll trouble you, Teacher Chen. Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief. You are a promising student of Longdu University. It will be an honor for me if you graduate. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Fei Chen laughed. After the problem was solved, Su Tian returned to class to continue studying the theory. He wanted to make these theories as comprehensive as possible, and he hoped to create them without bothering others. After all, asking for help means owing favors, and he doesn't like owing favors, especially after seeing Li Yi and his father falling out like that. Su Tian, did you go hunting exotic beasts last week? I heard that all warriors have to go hunting exotic beasts. Chu Yingying suddenly came up with a gossipy look on her face. Sort of. But I'm an intern, I just went over to take a look. Chu Yingying's big eyes sparkled with longing, but soon dimmed. It's a pity that I may never be able to come into contact with such things in my life. My qi and blood are improving too slowly, and it's hard to even pass my undergraduate studies. When Su Tian heard this, he looked at the notes on qi and blood he had recorded. When you think the theory is valid, you can let her try it. After all, new theories always have to be tried before they can be perfected. His father's situation is somewhat special, and it is not suitable to be used before it is perfected. You will succeed, he smiled comfortingly. I hope so, Chu Yingying sighed. The two of them didn't talk about this heavy topic again until the get-out of class was over. He went to the office to find Teacher Li as soon as possible. Teacher Li, who is nearly 50 years old and wears thick glasses, carefully looks at the notes, written by Lu Mei. He shook his head and laughed. I really can't understand what she wrote. And although the theory here seems simple to you, it is after all under the guidance of a professor. I dare not speak nonsense. But since you have this book, you can contact this girl directly, right? Even if she doesn't know, you can ask her to take you to see the professor. Isn't that more reliable? Tian immediately got a headache. I didn't expect that these seemingly simple annotations and basic theories are so much more complicated than I imagined. It seems that I can only go to find Lu Mei. But should he introduce his boyfriend to the other party first? Where can he introduce a boyfriend to Lu Mei? He could only seek Ah Wu's help, hoping to meet some young warriors. Ah Wu's answer was very simple. The guild really did not have any suitable candidates. Most warriors had no interest in ordinary women. After all, their values and outlooks on life were different. Just when he thought his plan was going to fail, the other party sent another text message. Don't you have a girlfriend yet? A woman 3 years older than you is rich and a gentle sister will love you. Tian turned off his phone with a grim face. Women will only affect his reading speed, and he is still young. But what about this theory? He glanced at the theoretical notes, that were like a heavenly book. His face looked grim. Oh, forget it. Face isn't important, and it won't kill anyone. I'm spending money to buy them some gifts and a meal. You wouldn't even agree to this little request, right? He made up his mind and sent a message to Suzhou. After contacting Uncle Lu, he chose a location and picked a time that was convenient for him to meet. Back in the classroom, he pulled Chu Yingying, who was in a daze, and whispered, What kind of gifts do you girls like? Chu Yingying was stunned for a moment, looking a little nervous. Why are you asking this? Who are you going to give a gift to? Are you in love? Forehead. No, I'm asking someone to do something for me. He's a bit old, probably around 23 or 24. Oh, that's the old aunt. It should be cosmetics, right? It may be difficult for others, but you should be able to buy it now. Chu Yingying's expression became more and more strange. Do you like my sister? Tian was ashamed. Why do you high school students only have these things in your heads? Chu Yingying curled her lips. You are not a high school student. But that's not necessarily the case. If the other person is an ordinary person, he might prefer warriors' things. Don't you warriors have special decorations? Don't you have something special? If you're asking someone to do something for you, you have to be sincere. Tian nodded seriously. What you said makes sense. Thank you. I'll give you some cosmetics later. Chu Yingying. You are such a straight man. Tian. He contacted Ah Wu immediately and asked about what Chu Yingying had said. Got a positive answer. The 100 Qi flower lantern, when you reach the martial artist level, you can mobilize the Qi and blood out of your body. If you inject a little Qi and blood into this 100 Qi flower lantern, it will burst into brilliant light, extremely gorgeous. It doesn't matter if you don't reach this level. Ordinary people can also buy Qi and blood condensation beads and use them. Tian was very satisfied with this thing, and since the price was only 3,000, he agreed. The agreed time was the next afternoon, so early the next morning, he went to the warrior guild to pick up his things. Ah Wu also gave him some Qi and blood beads, which were somewhat similar to batteries, except that they contained the Qi and blood released by the warrior. Holding the gift, Tian trembled with fear as he headed to the agreed place. Chapter 34 Goodbye Lu Mei. Get in a taxi to the agreed location. Tian received a call from Zhang Wei. Tian, where are you? I want to see you now. Tian heard the excitement on the phone and knew that his theory of Qi and blood had probably been thoroughly confirmed. After all, his hints these days had been indicating that someone had learned his theory. I have some things to take care of outside. How about I contact you when I'm done with anything? The person on the other end of the phone answered quickly, without a trace of impatience. Okay, you handle your matter. If you need the guild to intervene, feel free to contact me. Okay, Manager Zhang. Huaxian Comprehensive Restaurant. This is a 4-star restaurant. With its elegant environment and attentive service, it is a top internet celebrity check-in spot in the city. Lu Mei was wearing a pure white dress and was looking at the man opposite her nervously, looking uneasy. The man looked to be about 37 or 38 years old. He was obese and looked extremely greasy. The fat on his face was intimidating. He wore 4 warrior badges on his chest, symbolizing that he was a 4-star warrior. Lu Mei, after the last time we met, I sent you messages and called you, but you didn't reply. What do you mean? Brother Zhang, we are not suitable. Lu Mei spoke cautiously. She had come here today specifically to meet the blind date arranged by her father, but unexpectedly she ran into a troublesome guy. This old man named Zhang Long was the blind date I met last time. He was very difficult to deal with and looked down on ordinary people. I didn't expect to meet him here today. She looked around nervously, hoping that another blind date would come over and help her out. She now really regretted not asking the other party's name and the specific time of arrival, but just waiting for him here foolishly. Won't. Is this the guy in front of you? Thinking of this, she felt extremely desperate. Didn't I tell you? You try it and we'll know if it's suitable. I'm a warrior, and it's a blessing for an ordinary person like you to follow me. It's settled. I'll go order the food, and you can come to the hotel with me later. Zhang Long snorted coldly, speaking in a tone that left no room for doubt. Brother Zhang, we are really not suitable. I have something else to do. Please eat slowly here. Seeing that the other party was unfriendly, Lu Mei subconsciously wanted to get up and leave, but the next second her wrist was grabbed by the other party. Sit down. Zhang Long opened his mouth slowly, and Lu Mei felt a huge force coming from her wrist. The terrifying force caused a layer of sweat to appear on her smooth forehead. She looked for help to the waiter beside her, but the waiter saw the badge on Zhang Long's chest and chose to ignore it out of fear. Seeing this scene, Zhang Long also showed a proud smile. He knew best what these ordinary people were thinking. They were all timid and cowardly. Although the Warrior Guild also has clear punishments for warriors, most people choose to swallow their anger. After all, in their eyes, warriors are extremely special beings. Xiao Mei, I really treat you sincerely, don't worry. After you follow me, you will definitely have a good life. I will love you well. As he spoke, his eyes greedily scanned Lu Mei's graceful body with an extremely obscene expression. Lu Mei was so scared that she was trembling. She wanted to scream, but was afraid that this person would retaliate against her. Her face turned pale. At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. Sister Lu Mei, is it really you? Su Tian stood behind Lu Mei at some point and looked at her in surprise. He really didn't expect that Uncle Lu's daughter was really Lu Mei, not someone with the same name as he thought. Seeing Su Tian was like a savior, Lu Mei quickly said, Su Shudi, is there something wrong with the blood-raising pills I bought last time? I'll take you to get a few more now. Su Tian was stunned when he heard her words, and then he noticed Zhang Long. Seeing Zhang Long tightly grasping Lu Mei's wrist and looking at Lu Mei's expression, he instantly understood something and frowned slightly. What are you looking at, little brat? Can't you see I'm doing something important? Get out of here now! The flesh on Zhang Long's face trembled, and he looked ferocious. Brother Zhang, Brother Su is also a warrior. He has something to ask me. Otherwise, we can talk about it another day. Lu Mei quickly opened her mouth, praying that the other party would let him go. But before she could finish her words, Zhang Long used his palm, causing her to cry out in pain and tears welled up in her eyes. He ignored Lu Mei and stared at Su Tian with extremely disdainful eyes. You little brat are also a warrior? Where's your badge? Su Tian didn't answer him, but his expression had turned completely cold. He asked Lu Mei to read the theory, so he naturally would not watch her being bullied, especially since she was just a 4-star warrior. He stretched out his hand, grabbed Zhang Long's wrist, and then exerted slight force. Click! The bones made a sound, and Zhang Long's sarcastic expression twisted in an instant, and the hand that was holding Lu Mei loosened in an instant. Ah! He screamed, sweat instantly flowed down his forehead, and his face turned pale. Zhang Long looked at Su Tian in front of him in shock, his face full of disbelief. This strength is almost that of a 7-star warrior. How is that possible? Zhang Long's screams attracted the attention of the people around him. When they saw the emblem painted on Zhang Long's chest, they looked at Su Tian with shock in their eyes. At this time, Lu Mei, who had escaped from the trap, was also covering her red lips, with an expression of disbelief on her face. How old is Su Tian? 17 or 18? It was shocking enough that he became a warrior at such a young age, but how could he still be so strong now? Judging from his appearance, he seems to be stronger than a 4-star warrior. What kind of person is he? She stared at the handsome boy in disbelief, with a hint of strangeness in her eyes. Let go! John Long felt the attention of the people around him at this time, felt humiliated, and shouted angrily. I'll only say this once, stay away from Sister Lu Mei from now on, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Instead of letting go, Su Tian used even more force. When he was scared? He has seen murderous beasts before, so why would he be afraid of a sloppy old man who is at a lower level than him? Ridiculous. And what the young man couldn't stand the most was this kind of bullying by taking advantage of one's power. I'll fucking let you go! John Long got angry and swung his fist towards his head. This blow was no joke. If it really hit Su Tian's head. Su Tian's eyes turned cold, and he directly used the yin-yang Bejiquan to strike out. While dodging the attack, he knocked the opponent to the ground with one punch. As soon as a warrior makes a move, you can tell whether he is strong or weak. John Long was beaten to a pulp, and at the same time he realized at the first moment that he was no match for Su Tian. Boy, you are also from the Warrior Guild! You assaulted a colleague. I will tell the management about this right now. No one will be able to protect you then. Destroy your vitality and blood, and make it impossible for you to become a warrior. You will become an ordinary person. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and prepared to make a call. Su Shiori, please leave quickly. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't let it affect your future. When Lu Mei heard his words, she hurriedly persuaded Su Tian to leave. After all, Su Tian took action because of her, and he absolutely could not let others ruin their future for him. Fine. Su Tian looked at John Long sarcastically, his face full of disdain. I want to see if he can make me lose my energy and blood today. Chapter 35. Su Tian is so powerful? Well, boy, you have guts. No matter who brought you here, today I want you to meet me, Zhang Long. Zhang Long dialed the phone and hung up after a few words. Just wait. Manager Zhang happens to be nearby and will be here soon, he said as he sank down on his seat with a smug look on his face. Su Shiori, your manager is coming soon, you should leave now. He doesn't dare to do anything to me in public. I can't ruin your future. Lu Mei pulled Su Tian, looking very anxious. Su Tian signaled to her not to worry, his face full of confidence. Don't worry, Manager Zhang won't do anything to me, and the Warrior Guild is not an unreasonable place. He said this with absolute confidence. After all, the value of the qi and blood theory is not just itself. As the manager, Zhang Wei will not confuse the importance of it. Snort. Boy, you haven't even grown all your hair yet and you're already talking nonsense here. Just wait. Lu Mei wanted to say something, but was stopped by Su Tian. She also realized that the matter had gotten out of hand and there was no way to resolve it without a result, so she could only wait anxiously by the side. Soon, two people came in through the door. Zhang Wei and Yu Qinghuan walked into the restaurant one after another, looking around for a seat. Brother Zhang, here! The moment he saw Zhang Wei, Zhang Long waved his hand with a warm smile on his face. Manager Zhang, I don't know whose subordinate this kid is, but he attacked me without any explanation. He has no regard for the guild's rules and regulations at all. He must be severely punished. Zhang Long pointed at Su Tian. His attitude was as arrogant as it could be. Looking at his skilled appearance and confident tone, Su Tian was sure that this guy had bullied the newcomers of the Warrior Guild more than once or twice. Zhang Wei also looked up, and when he saw it was Su Tian, he was stunned at first and frowned. Su Tian, what happened here? He was making things difficult for ordinary people, so I took action. It's that simple. Su Tian answered clearly and concisely. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Mei and I are blind dates. We are discussing business. What does it have to do with a little brat like you? You have violated the rules and regulations by hitting someone, so you can just wait to be deregistered as a warrior. As Zhang Long spoke, he pulled over a waiter who was watching the show, with a ferocious look on his face. Tell me, was it he who hit someone? Yes, it was indeed this kid who started it first. Seeing how ferocious he looked, the waiter could only agree with him. After all, he is just an ordinary person and cannot afford to offend a warrior. What's more, John Long looks like a vengeful guy. No, that's not it. When Lu Mei saw this scene, she became anxious and stood up to explain, but Zhang Wei raised his hand to stop her. Okay. I already know the matter, so you don't need to explain it to this girl. Lu Mei's face turned pale and her heart skipped a beat. The next second, she seemed to have made a decision and actually pulled Su Tian behind her. Zhang Long became even angrier when he saw her like this. He pointed at Su Tian's face and yelled, "Don't think you'll be alright just because you're standing behind a woman. You're a warrior, and the warrior guild will never tolerate your punishment. Run! Shut up!" At this moment, Zhang Wei suddenly roared. He yelled at Zhang Long, his face turned ashen. This shout stunned all the onlookers present, with their faces filled with confusion. What's going on? Didn't the steward named Zhang come here to help Fatty? There was constant discussion among the people around him, and Zhang Long was also confused. Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Don't call me Brother Zhang, who is your brother? Zhang Wei's face turned cold. Zhang Long, let me tell you, you know exactly how much trouble you've caused in the guild. It's not that I didn't want to punish you, it's that I didn't have the time to punish you. Today is a good opportunity for me to make you understand the rules and regulations of our guild. Zhang Wei's voice grew louder and louder, and by the end he was almost roaring and scolding, not giving Zhang Long any face at all. Now, immediately, get back to the guild and ask the legal department to revoke all your warrior information. Also, if I hear you doing anything out of line, I'll have the guild escort you to the front lines. Zhang Long's face turned pale. He looked at Zhang Wei with horror in his eyes, obviously panicking. Brother Zhang, what are you talking about? Don't be ridiculous. It's this person who caused the trouble, not me. I've already told you once, don't let me do it myself. Zhang Wei's words were full of threats, which made him shut up. Zhang Long's brain buzzed. He didn't know what happened, but he knew he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Looking at Su Tian, he couldn't remember that there was such a young figure among the top leaders of the guild. But after a little thought, his pupils contracted. You are Su Tian! The person with the greatest reputation and the most discussed topic in the entire guild right now is a young man named Su Tian. Who he is has nothing to do with you. Do you want me to send you away personally? Zhang Wei frowned, his voice already extremely impatient. Everyone could see that if Zhang Long said another word of nonsense, Zhang Wei would personally send him to the warrior guild to cancel his warrior status. In the end, Zhang Long did not dare to say anything. He just stared at Su Tian as if he wanted to eat him, then turned away. After he left, Zhang Wei smiled attentively. Brother Su, do you have any unfinished business? You go ahead and do your work. Just call me when you're done. The two of us will go upstairs and find a private room. The two of them left tactfully. Before leaving, Yu Qinghuan behind them looked at Su Tian strangely and meaningfully. It's okay, Sister Lu Mei, please sit down. Su Tian motioned Lu Mei to sit down. Only then did she come back to her shock, her eyes full of disbelief. She didn't know what had happened, but it seemed that Su Tian had a high status in the warrior guild. A man who could easily decide to cancel a warrior's registration was so enthusiastic with Su Tian. This was enough to show that this boy, who was only 17 or 18 years old, was beyond imagination. Su Xiedi, thank you so much this time. Is there anything I can help you with? Lu Mei started to act cautiously and seemed a little embarrassed. Sister Lu Mei, don't say that. I didn't do what I promised Uncle Lu to do to find you a boyfriend, and I feel a little embarrassed. Su Tian felt a little embarrassed. He was really embarrassed to ask for help. It wasn't a big deal, but he rarely asked anyone for help, especially a girl. Lu Mei was stunned, staring at him with wide eyes, very surprised. You are Uncle Su's child? So, the person I'm waiting for here is you, Brother Su? Chapter 36. How about staying at my sister's place today? It's me. It's really you. Lu Mei's eyes widened, her face full of excitement. She had only come here to deal with her annoying father, so she didn't even bother to ask for the other party's information. But he never dreamed that he would meet Tian in the pharmacy. After all, she had fantasized about finding a young warrior when she was on a blind date before. Although she knew it was unlikely, who doesn't like to fantasize? Although Tian is just a middleman, he must not have a girlfriend at such a young age. Thinking of this, Lu Mei's face suddenly turned red. Ouch! What am I thinking? Sister Lu Mei, are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to take you to the hospital first? Tian saw that her face was flushed, and he felt a little nervous. I wondered if I was hurt by the contact with Zhang Long just now. If he got injured and went to the hospital, he would be even more embarrassed to ask about those theoretical knowledge. No, it's okay. So, there is no suitable person around you to introduce to me? Tian smiled awkwardly and nodded. I'm really sorry, Sister Lu Mei, I really don't have any suitable friends to introduce to you. He put the gift box in his arms on the table and said sincerely, in order to express my apology, I specially picked a gift for Sister Lu Mei. It can be regarded as a token of my heart. When she heard there was a gift, Lu Mei's eyes lit up. Could it be that? Since it's a gift from you, I'll accept it. Lu Mei was extremely happy, and all the unhappiness she had just felt disappeared at this moment. Seeing her happy look, Tian was also very happy. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, which was to make Lu Mei happy, and then everything would be easy. Sister Lu Mei, actually there is something I want to ask you for a favor. Seeing that Lu Mei's attention was all on the gift, Tian gritted his teeth and stated his purpose. What's the matter? Lu Mei was in a very good mood after receiving the gift. She didn't think about anything else and just stared at Tian. To be honest, Lu Mei is no worse than Lin Wanqing, and her temperament as the big sister next door is even more attractive. Especially for a teenager of Tian's age, it was just an ordinary shock. Forehead. It's this. Tian felt a little shy when being stared at, and quickly took out the book on Qi and blood theory. Is this your book, Sister Lu Mei? I borrowed it from Uncle Lu. There are a lot of theories you marked on it that I don't understand. Can I ask you something? As he spoke, he stared at Lu Mei with burning eyes, expecting her to agree. Lu Mei was a little stunned when she saw Tian take out her book. She naturally recognized her own book, but was just curious why it was in Tian's hands. After hearing Tian's explanation, she showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and then felt Tian's hot expression, and her cheeks turned red instantly. Apparently, anyone would misunderstand such a scene. No problem. There are a lot of things here, and it's a bit complicated to explain. Do you want to go to your sister's house? My parents are both in the suburbs, and I live alone in the house in the city. When Lu Mei said this, she felt her cheeks burning and her heart was beating fast. Oh my God! What am I talking about? But she quickly calmed down, her beautiful eyes firm. Tian didn't expect Lu Mei to agree so easily, and he was ecstatic. Okay, Sister Lu Mei, are you available? I'm not in that rush. In fact, you can come over after dinner. It's my treat. Tianxing was afraid that Lu Mei would be unhappy, so he made a series of requests to please her. But the more he did this, the more Lu Mei misunderstood. No thanks. I have time now. Let's go back. Lu Mei's cheeks were getting redder and redder, but she knew it was extremely difficult to meet a young man with such potential as Tian. Lu Mei, you must seize the opportunity. While Tian is still young, I will become his white moonlight. She murmured to herself to cheer herself up, but Tian tilted his head and stared at her with curiosity. Sister Lu Mei, do you really not need to go to the hospital? Lu Mei wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into, but she still shook her head. Seeing that she insisted, Tian stopped hesitating about it, and he was indeed thinking about the theory of qi and blood in his heart. He personally went to the second floor and informed Zhang Wei. When the other party heard that he was going to leave because of the theory of qi and blood, he agreed wholeheartedly. It's okay, just go about your business. This is another researcher in our city, and he is also the one who confirms your theory, Director Yu Qinghuan. Su Xiaodi, we meet again. Tian also recognized the other person, greeted him with a smile, and after a brief chat, he hurried downstairs. The two people looked at him and Lu Mei as they walked out of the restaurant curiously, with meaningful expressions on their faces. Young people are full of energy. City center. Lu Mei's house is called Tianfu Garden, a relatively high-end residential area. Su Tian sat in the study, flipping open his notes, looking impatient. Sister Lu Mei, let's start now. Okay. Lu Mei just put down the bag in her hand, looked at his anxious face, and nodded slowly. Wait for me, I'm going to take a shower. Sister Lu Mei, why don't you talk to me for a while? I'm a little anxious. Su Tian was helpless. Lu Mei's cheeks, which had originally returned to normal, turned red again when she heard these words, and she glared at him fiercely. Then she sat directly next to him. Just when she was hesitating whether she should be more proactive, Su Tian pushed the book into her face. This is it. I pondered over it for a long time, but I couldn't figure out what this theory meant. Su Tian was so excited and serious that Lu Mei's brain short-circuited. You really don't understand? Of course I don't understand, otherwise why would I ask you, Sister Lu Mei? I've been thinking about it for days, but I still can't figure it out. Seeing the heat in Su Tian's eyes, Lu Mei's mouth twitched and she wanted to slap herself. She seems to be indecent. Why? She sighed sadly, her face full of worry. Sister, what's wrong with you? Have you forgotten this theoretical knowledge? I haven't forgotten. I'm just sighing. What are you sighing about? I lament that you are young and frivolous and don't understand love. Just like that, after Lu Mei taught Su Tian the theoretical knowledge several times, she completely understood that Su Tian really came here for this theory, and she was even more speechless. The most speechless thing is Su Tian's diligence. He really just kept on asking questions about the book, with no intention of stopping at all. It's late at night. Lu Mei yawned and looked at Su Tian, who was still energetic. There was a hint of admiration and respect in her eyes. It is not easy to find a young man who becomes a warrior at this age and works so hard. Little brother, there are still so many theories. How about staying at my sister's place tonight? Chapter 37, Theory is Established, 8-Star Warrior. Late at night. Su Tian sat in the study, writing theories with red eyes. After unremitting efforts, he finally completely integrated the knowledge of qi and blood in his mind. Data prompts began to float in front of his eyes, and when the data stopped completely, his entire temperament changed drastically. If someone saw Su Tian at this time, they would definitely sigh that he did not look like a student. He has a kind of steady temperament that only comes from someone who has gone through social experience, and even an overwhelming aura, so overwhelming that it is possible to say that he is the president of some company. This is not an illusion, it is a real change. The reason for the change is very simple, because his realm has been elevated. Now his panel looks like this. Host Su Tian. Age 18. Qi and blood, 1,620 points, 8-star warrior. Comprehension, 2 points, can suddenly comprehend martial arts with 100% proficiency. Abilities, Baji Yin Yang Fist, 100% proficiency, Qingling Sword Technique, 100% proficiency. Mastered Weapon, Light Sword, 100% proficiency. The latest theory allowed him to soar directly from a 6-star warrior to an 8-star warrior. When one reaches the realm of a 7-star warrior, one becomes a high-level warrior, and that transformation radiates from the inside out. Su Tian felt how powerful he was, and his confidence was also boosted. Now, not only will my father's energy and blood be improved, but there shouldn't be any problem for him to participate in the training camp for the recommended admission quota, right? He murmured to himself, with a determined look in his eyes. I'll ask Manager Zhang about the level of those who are participating in the training camp, so that we can have a plan. Su Tian's theory has been completed, and he did not continue to study new theories. After this experience, he knew very well that the theories that had been passed down should not be underestimated. After all, he is just a high school student, and has been exposed to too little theory of qi and blood. He needs a lot of accumulation before he can try it, otherwise it will just be a waste of his time. Since his qi and blood have reached a bottleneck, it is time for him to study martial arts. Ever since he killed the monster last time, he hardly used his fighting skills, so he has not been able to improve his current martial arts. Looking at the remaining 2 points of understanding, he chose to improve the Baji Yin Yang Fist, which he had already realized once. When you go to the national training camp, you definitely can't wield swords and guns at will. This is extremely important for close combat martial arts. He uses 1 point of insight to gain insight. Tian felt the darkness before his eyes, and he was standing on the top of a mountain. An old man wearing a Taoist robe and with an immortal look stood beside him. The old man had his hands behind his back, his face stern. Fight me, and show me the boxing skills I taught you." The stern voice made Tian's heart tremble. It was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. His brain seemed to have lost the ability to think, and his body subconsciously threw out a set of punches. This set of boxing techniques is exactly his improved Yin-Yang Bajiquan. What a weak and powerless fist this is! The momentum of both Yin and Yang is not there. Hit me, keep hitting me. Beat me until I'm satisfied. Tian only felt more frightened and had no choice but to do as he was told. Over and over again, Tian didn't know how many times he had hit it. He just felt so tired that he couldn't even lift a finger. But he also felt a little bit of the mystery in it, and understood a little bit of the essence of it. This Baji Yin Yang Fist seems to be able to be improved again. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw the familiar study room and Lu Mei sleeping on the table beside him. Tian felt the fatigue coming from his body, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Was he just having an epiphany? But I didn't succeed in my epiphany. He quickly calmed down and confirmed that he had indeed had another epiphany just now, but there was no doubt that it was not a successful one. After a brief disappointment, Tian was ecstatic. His innate and persistent thirst for knowledge made him feel that every cell in his body was excited by this sudden enlightenment. Since enlightenment doesn't work once, let's try it twice. He used 1 point of enlightenment again, and everything went dark again. He came to the mountain again, but the difference was that the old man standing next to him had disappeared. Instead, there was a boy of about 17 or 18 years old, wearing the same Taoist robe as the old man, with eyes full of distress. "Brother, you have been here for 3 years since Master left. Or we should just give up." "Give up?" Tian's eyes widened. "If you give up when you encounter an insurmountable difficulty in life, what's the point? Difficulties that can be overcome are never difficult in nature. As long as we know that they cannot be overcome, there is no point in overcoming them." Tian was inspired and devoted himself to practicing boxing. He was extremely serious about every move. Gradually, he forgot the time and did not remember spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Day after day, year after year. Finally, when he used Yin-Yang Bajiquan again, the feeling changed completely. His body seemed to be weightless, swaying easily with the mountains, so smoothly that it was impossible to see clearly. The next second, his body was like a towering mountain, and loud rumbling sounds were heard with every move he made. "It's done! I did it! 8 extremes Yin and Yang come! This is the 8 extremes Yin and Yang come!" Tian shouted excitedly, but the next second he returned to the study. At this time, a ray of light was coming through the window, and he had an epiphany that lasted the whole night. He checked his panel and found that the Baji Yin Yang Fist had disappeared and was replaced by the Baji Yin Yang Gong. If epiphany is successful, increase your understanding by 1 point. Tian wanted to give it a try, but as soon as he stood up, fatigue came over him like a tide. "I had to give up trying, but I still felt happy." He carefully put clothes on Lu Mei, then quietly closed the door and left Lu Mei's house. Lu Mei seemed to sense something and slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that Tian was no longer in the room, a hint of regret appeared in his eyes. But she was melancholy for a while, opened the gift box Tian gave her, saw the items inside, and looked at them curiously. A note written by Tian himself fell out of it, with instructions for use on it. She tried it according to the instructions, and in an instant, colorful colors filled the entire room, like a brilliant starry sky. Under the starry sky, Lu Mei had a sweet smile on her lips, and her eyes were sparkling with the same brilliant colors as the starry sky. Warrior Guild. Office on the 2nd floor. Zhang Wei hung up the phone slowly, looking a little grim. What's wrong? What makes you look so unhappy? Shouldn't you be happy that Su Tian's theory has been confirmed to be correct? Yu Qinghuan, who was standing beside him, joked. Zhang Wei's face was filled with worry. He sighed and said, I asked Longdu. If I want to join the research institute, I can't join Longdu University. That is to say, between the training camp and the research institute, Su Tian can only choose one. Chapter 38, 2 million in copyright fees. So Su Tian can only go to one place? Then you should think about it carefully. This is a good opportunity to bring development to your guild. But if Su Tian gives up on the training camp, then the guild's only chance for guaranteed admission will be cancelled next year, right? Zhang Wei nodded. But if Su Tian attends the training camp, he won't be able to advance successfully. Not only will the guild's quota for next year be cancelled, but Su Tian will also not be able to go to the research institute anymore. Yu Qinghuan looked like he had a headache. I don't care anyway. It's not easy for such a theoretical genius to appear in our city. I think it's more reliable for him to go to the research institute. Forget it, let's not discuss this here. I'll call Su Tian. Zhang Wei took out his cell phone directly. An hour later, Su Tian came to the office. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Wei saw Su Tian's weak face. What's wrong with you? It's okay. I'm just tired from reading. Manager Zhang wanted to see me because of the neurotoxin theory from last time, right? Su Tian slumped in his chair and got straight to the point. Zhang Wei nodded. Yes, I have confirmed the theories you gave me last time. There is indeed no problem. I formally apologize to you here. Starting tomorrow, I will go to school with you to relearn. Su Tian's eyes widened when he heard his words. Manager Zhang, don't take it so seriously. I just said it casually at the time. Didn't you help me out last time? Let's end this matter here. Su Tian didn't expect Zhang Wei to be so serious. After all, this guy is in charge, and he doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. No! Zhang Wei's attitude was very firm. I mean what I say, obviously I will study with you. Yu Qinghuan on the side said with a smile. Brother Su, you should let this guy go with you. He is a stubborn ass, but I can assure you of one thing, he will definitely not affect your high school life. This guy can perfectly fit in with high school students. Su Tian looked embarrassed after hearing this, but he didn't know what to say. I didn't expect that he is the same age as his father, but he behaves so immaturely. I won't bother with this guy if I have any problems in the future. Seeing that he was silent, Zhang Wei coughed and said slowly. Regarding your theory, the guild hopes to buy the copyright of it. I have discussed it with other managers. What do you think about the copyright fee of 2 million? He said, looking at Su Tian nervously. 2 million sounds like a lot, but it's definitely not the most. Any martial artist knows how important this theoretical knowledge is, and the benefits it will bring in the future will definitely be tens of millions. The most important point is that it can increase the visibility of their martial arts association in the province. Su Tian must be aware of the value of this. If he really disagrees, he can only stare blankly. 2 million then? Unexpectedly, Su Tian agreed straightforwardly. Because this was within his expectations, he didn't know whether 2 million was a high amount, but he knew it was definitely not low. Moreover, he knew very well that leaving the channels and protection of the warrior guild would only bring more troubles. It would be better to be straightforward so that he can have a good reputation in the warrior guild in the future. He paused and continued. But I have other requirements for selling this copyright to the guild. As long as the guild agrees, I have no other opinions. You say, as long as it's not too excessive, I can agree on behalf of the guild. Zhang Wei was very excited when he heard Su Tian agree. The first thing is that you are not allowed to change or add any theory to my theory without my permission. Su Tian's expression was extremely serious, and there was no room for negotiation. He was a person who was very eager for knowledge, so he wanted the theories he created to benefit others rather than hurt those who were eager for knowledge. Once these theories are tampered with, no one knows what the consequences will be, and he definitely does not want to bear the blame. No problem, I can absolutely guarantee this to you, and it will also be included in the future contract. Well, there is a second thing, which is that no matter whether you are selling or buying and selling in various forms of interests, my theoretical knowledge must be the lowest price in the market. Su Tian made 2 requests. This is also his hope, that people who are equally thirsty for knowledge can learn with the lowest threshold. That's no problem either. Jiang Wei agreed again without hesitation. I only have these 2 conditions. The rest doesn't matter. Su Tian smiled happily. Jiang Wei was also afraid that he would go back on his word, so he said that he would draft a contract and send it out soon. If you have any problems in the future, remember to communicate with me as soon as possible. Jiang Wei smiled happily and seemed to be in a good mood. There is something going on. Manager Zhang, uncle, you told me about the training camp for recommended candidates. I want to ask the geniuses from all over the country what their level is. Jiang Wei, who was originally very excited, froze in expression. He and Yu Qinghuan looked at each other, took a deep breath, and sat up straight. Actually, I called you here this time because I wanted to talk about this matter. Since you asked, I will tell you in detail. He gestured to Su Tian to wait a moment, then took out his cell phone as if looking for something. A few minutes later, he handed the phone to Su Tian, which contained a set of research photos. These are the genius data from last year's training camp. Those who have reached the level of 4-star martial artists or above account for 5%, martial artists below 3 stars account for 10%, high-level martial artists account for 55%, and those below high-level martial artists account for 30%. 15% of the warriors have mastered 2 or more perfect martial arts, 65% have mastered 1 perfect martial art, and 30% have not mastered any perfect martial arts. Su Tian fell silent when he saw this data. The national genius is much more terrifying than he imagined. The most terrifying thing is that there is even a 4-star martial artist. The people who are going to participate are all high school students, right? No, the age limit is under 21 years old. Jiang Wei looked at Su Tian, his face full of helplessness. Our city is actually the worst in terms of martial arts talent in the country. The so-called geniuses here cannot even stand up to the standards of the real domestic centers. That's why resources are getting worse. That's right. Yu Qinghuan interrupted. Brother Su, although you have become a warrior, you cannot stand out in such a competition. So we recommend you go to another place, a place that specializes in theoretical research on qi and blood. Although you can't follow the path of Longdu University, it definitely has a promising future. That's Jiangchuan Research Institute. His face was full of excitement when he spoke here, and he even became more and more excited as he spoke. But just as he was about to continue speaking, Su Tian interrupted him. Su Tian just shook his head with determination. No. I'm only interested in Longdu University. The smiles on Jiang Wei and the other man's faces immediately froze and gradually became ugly. What you fear will come true. Chapter 39. Ginger is still spicy with age. They are afraid of Su Tian being like this. Yu Qinghuan said seriously. Student Su, please listen to me. As he spoke, he was about to explain the interests involved to Su Tian, but what I mean is, I must go to Longdu University. Su Tian spoke again, his eyes firm. Yu Qinghuan's scalp immediately went numb, and he scratched his head as he looked at Su Tian's stubborn expression. He looked at Jiang Wei, who also had a grim expression, and couldn't help but say, You knew from the beginning that this kid was so paranoid, right? No wonder I was asked to speak. Yes, he could see that. Su Tian's every word and action is somewhat paranoid, and he will never change his mind about the things and principles he has determined. Su Tian himself was well aware of his own character, so he kindly reminded him to avoid too much nonsense that would make both parties unhappy. Jiang Wei sighed. Su Tian, I don't know how important Longdu University is to you, but think about it, if you really can't get a recommendation, it means you can't go to school there. It's important, but if you can't pass the exam, it won't be of any significance, right? I can pass the exam. But you've seen from my investigation that there are many martial artists above 4 stars. You'll have to be extremely lucky to meet the weakest martial artist to get a spot. I'm just a martial artist. I can also reach that point. Su Tian looked confident. This time, Jiang Wei frowned. He didn't expect Su Tian to be so overestimating his own abilities. Su Tian, I'm thinking about your future. Well, if you can hold out for 3 minutes under my command today, I will use the guild's resources to support your successful admission. If you can't hold out for 3 minutes, you have to agree to go to the Research Institute for Development. How about that? The moment he said this, he felt a little regretful and secretly cursed himself for acting on impulse. Because just like Yu Qinghuan said, Su Tian is too stubborn, and once he makes a decision, it is impossible to change it. Not only would this not make Su Tian agree, it would also cause him to be disgusted. The guild has finally produced a talent, and it would not be good to have a falling out like this. Okay. That's what you said. Unexpectedly, Su Tian agreed. This condition was a bit tempting to him. The most important thing is that with this condition, he can justifiably enjoy various conveniences in the guild. Although he has completed the innovation of improving the theory of qi and blood, many things still need to be verified and improved. With the full support and assistance of the guild, a lot of things can be saved. I believe that it won't be long before the situation with his father can be completely changed. You promised? Jiang Wei thought he had heard wrongly. Yes, I agree. Su Tian nodded in confirmation. Jiang Wei was a little confused. He is an 8-star warrior. And just yesterday, his energy and blood had already risen to the level of a 9-star warrior. Although Su Tian is extremely talented and has perfect martial arts, he cannot be his opponent based on his status as a 4-star warrior. Not to mention 3 minutes, I might not be able to last even half a minute. Is Su Tian overconfident in his own strength? Or was it just a momentary impulse? He thought for a second, his expression extremely firm. No matter what the reason is, since Su Tian has agreed, we must not miss this opportunity. Now that you've thought it over, is our bet really settled? Certainly. As Su Tian spoke, he took out his cell phone from his arms, then repeated the agreement they had just made, and tried to find out whether Jiang Wei confirmed it. Jiang Wei was a little surprised when he saw his strange behavior. What are you doing? Record it. For such a big thing, we must leave evidence. Su Tian looked as if it was a matter of course. The corners of Jiang Wei's mouth twitched, but his brows were furrowed. This kid is so weird. Is he trying to use some tricks to win this competition? He thought about it carefully and felt that this was unlikely, but he was even more unable to understand Su Tian's thoughts. Could it be that Su Tian is really blindly confident in his own abilities? He's just a 4-star warrior, why? He stared at Su Tian carefully, and then he realized that Su Tian's aura was different from before, and there was even a sense of oppression coming from him. He seemed to understand something, with an expression of sudden enlightenment and an intriguing expression. Su Tian, have you made a breakthrough recently? Su Tian, who had put away his phone, froze when he heard his words and looked a little embarrassed. Does this guy know that he has reached the high-level warrior level? As expected of a manager, he has a sharp eye. Manager Zhang, I've recorded this, you can't cheat. Seeing his nervous look, Jiang Wei laughed out loud. Don't worry, I won't cheat. But you are still too naive. Do you really think that you can survive at the level of a 5-star warrior with your most basic martial arts? As he spoke, a surge of energy burst out of his body, and he felt an oppressive feeling all over. I'm not afraid to tell you that yesterday, I happened to break through to the level of a 9-star warrior. Although I am old and the improvement of my qi and blood is almost negligible, I am your elder after all. Today I will let you see the strength of the steward. At this time, Yu Qinghuan on the side was also nodding continuously, and it was obvious that he was very happy. I guess in his heart, he was certain that Su Tian would lose, and he must go to this research institute. But when did I say I was a 5-star warrior? Su Tian suddenly spoke, his face full of helplessness. No. Impossible. I've been the manager here for so many years, and I still have some sense. Your momentum is obviously much stronger than the last time you attacked me. Jiang Wei shook his head, his face full of confidence. Su Tian finally couldn't help laughing out loud, and said confidently, Manager Zhang, I did break through, but I am now an 8-star warrior. I said I couldn't possibly see a way. What? Jiang Wei realized Su Tian's vicious words and his eyes widened. Can you say that again? I told you that I have achieved a breakthrough to become an 8-star warrior. Why don't you try it yourself? Su Tian smiled. Zhang Wei widened his eyes, was in a daze for several seconds, and finally snorted coldly. You're quite naughty, I'll give you a try. Of course, he didn't believe that Su Tian had reached the level of an 8-star warrior, so he thought Su Tian was just talking nonsense, and rushed forward immediately. Dragon Tiger Fist! The moment he approached Su Tian, he punched him quickly with first-rate force and speed. There was a faint roar of a tiger and a dragon in that punch, and it was extremely powerful. This is the martial art that Zhang Wei has mastered most proficiently. He thought that since he had decided to teach Su Tian a lesson, he might as well end it cleanly, and there was no need to drag it out. Seeing that his attack was about to hit Su Tian did not move at all and did not show any defensive posture at all. Judging from his posture, he probably didn't react. Zhang Wei showed a confident smile and was very proud of himself. Sure enough, Old Ginger is still spicy. Chapter 40. Empty the Warrior Guild. Zhang Wei mistakenly thought that his move was too fast, and Su Tian didn't react. Just as he was considering whether to reduce his strength, he saw a fair white hand resting on his fist. Soft. Su Tian spoke lightly, and his whole body seemed to turn into a piece of soft paper, and his palm actually rested on his fist and walked. Zhang Wei felt that Su Tian turned into a piece of paper and stuck to his arm. The next second, he felt the heavens and the earth turning. Boom! A loud noise came from inside the office, startling the warriors and staff passing by. They subconsciously stood at the door of the office, all looking curious. It exploded? It sounded to me like something collapsed. Do you want to practice boxing again, steward? In the office, Zhang Wei, lying on the ground, had a blank mind. He looked at Su Tian, who was slowly getting up, shuddered, and quickly got up from the ground. But when he saw the place where he had just been lying, he was so shocked that he was speechless. The tiles on the ground had been completely shattered. Not only that, the exposed cement floor had become dented and cracked over a distance of 3 or 4 meters. He subconsciously touched his whole body to check for any injuries, and sweat was already breaking out on his forehead. It's okay, boss. My martial arts technique can send all the power to the ground through the air. You will only be affected by 10% or 20% of the power at most. At most, you will just have a sore waist and back. Su Tian's voice woke him up. Is this an earth-level martial art? Or is it a heaven-level one? His voice was trembling, and his face was full of disbelief. Strictly speaking, martial arts are divided into levels. The lowest level is called the yellow level, sometimes also called the human level, which means that one can learn it with hard work. Next are the earth level, heaven level, and saint level. There are few resources in this city. Earth level martial arts are already the highest level of martial arts, but there are also some low-end items among the earth level ones. Su Tian's move was simply incredible. It was at least a top-notch earth level martial art. Probably it hasn't reached the heavenly level yet, Su Tian said hesitantly. He had never seen heavenly level martial arts, nor did he have a specific concept of it, but he knew that it was definitely not there. Compared with Yin Yang Bajikwan, which is a ground-level martial art, Yin Yang Bajigong should be considered a masterpiece. If he were to experience an epiphany, perhaps it would be considered the heavenly stage, but that was too far away, and he didn't have that many comprehension points. Zhang Wei was speechless after hearing his answer. He couldn't imagine what was going on in Su Tian's head. You know, martial arts are extremely difficult to master nowadays. Although most people can use perseverance and time to practice yellow-level martial arts to perfection, learning earth-level martial arts requires luck and opportunity. It is very likely that any one of these moves can trap a person of average aptitude, and this has nothing to do with cultivation level. Zhang Wei was so shocked that he had completely forgotten about winning or losing. At this moment, Yu Qinghuan standing beside him seemed to have discovered something even more shocking. Lao Zhang! You lose! I did lose, but how can I not lose if I'm in charge? Zhang Wei felt a little embarrassed when he was reminded of this. But Yu Qinghuan's next words left him completely dumbfounded. I mean, aren't you a 9-star warrior? You'll really lose to a 5-star. Yu Qinghuan was very angry, obviously feeling that he had missed a good opportunity. But Zhang Wei seemed to have thought of something and was shaking with excitement. He quickly opened the door and roared. Someone send me a test crystal, quickly! 3 minutes. The crystal ball was tested 7 times. Zhang Wei looked at the blood chi, 16-20 points, displayed again and remained silent. To be more precise, he couldn't figure it out. Su Tian, have you mutated? Did you grow a tail or something, or did anything suddenly get bigger or smaller? Zhang Wei was very serious. His first reaction was that something strange might have happened to Su Tian's body. In fact, there are many such cases in China. Some people's bodies suddenly undergo abnormal changes, resulting in a rapid increase in qi and blood. This kind of mutation is not a good thing. Not only will you fail the college entrance examination physical examination, but there will also be a limit to your future realm improvement, and even your lifespan may be shortened. No. Su Tian looked at Zhang Wei with disgust. For some reason, he suddenly felt that this guy was weird all the time. Could it be that he had anxiety disorder? Then tell me, how could you improve your realm so quickly? Zhang Wei was anxious and went straight to the point. You really want to hear it? Certainly. Su Tian motioned for him to come closer, and Yu Qinghuan, who was standing beside him, also came over happily. The Golden House of Freedom in books. I found a new theoretical method to improve qi and blood, and it worked well for me. Su Tian bombed as soon as he opened his mouth. Yu Qinghuan had been listening quietly at the side, but when she heard his words, her eyes widened. True and false? You're exaggerating a bit. Su Tian looked at him with contempt and arrogance. Have you forgotten that you called me a genius last time in the library? Did you forget about that when you were yelling? Now you question me. Yu Qinghuan looked unhappy, and Zhang Wei beside him laughed. I've noticed that you become very arrogant when it comes to these knowledge-related issues. I heard from Ao Wu and the others that you were like this when you were in school. It turns out that as long as people are capable in some areas, they will become confident. He said this to smooth things over. After all, Su Tian was just a junior. However, the two of them had seen all kinds of people, so they got used to them quickly. But isn't this too fast? You really have that theory? Zhang Wei put away his smile and became serious. If there really is a way to significantly increase qi and blood, then its value is self-evident. This is not a problem that can be solved with 2 million. Of course, but it's still under testing. Didn't you lose the bet, Manager Zhang? The guild will provide all the resources I need for future tests. You won't regret it, right? Zhang Wei waved his hand domineeringly. Su Tian, if your thing is really reliable, even if the curator says it's not possible, I will mobilize resources for you. But I don't know if your thing is reliable or not. You have to show it to me. He said this with a look of anticipation on his face, and so did Yu Qinghuan beside him. However, Su Tian did not readily agree this time, but said firmly, It's not impossible, but we need to wait for a while. I'm still in the testing phase, so I can't show it to you. Besides, you know how valuable this thing is better than me. Do you think I'm stupid? Also, even if I don't show it to you, you still have to give me resources to support me. This is what you promised me. Su Tian answered very seriously regardless of Zhang Wei's objection. As he spoke, he slowly stood up and held out his hand. Zhang Wei looked confused when he saw his palm. First prepare a set of equipment for testing qi and blood for me, and some medicinal herbs. Forget it, just find me some paper and pen. Today, we must make a fortune from the guild. Chapter 41. Practical Testing of Qi and Blood Theory? In the Warrior Guild. Zhang Wei looked at the list in his hand with an unpleasant expression and the corners of his mouth twitching. You want so much at once? Su Tian said helplessly. You also know how innovative this theory is, so naturally many things need to be tested. You promised to bring all the equipment and materials you need. Are you going to go back on your word now? Zhang Wei sighed. It's not that I regret it, but these things can't be dealt with in a short time. Well, you go back first. I'll let you know once these things arrive. There will be no delay. Su Tian also knew that he couldn't be impatient, so he agreed. Then I'll go to school first. If you have any questions, just contact me as soon as possible. Okay, you go back first. I'll find someone to deal with it, and then I'll go to the school to find you. Tian, who was about to go out, heard his words and the corners of his mouth twitched. Whatever you say. Tian returned to school as soon as possible. Now that the theoretical knowledge is acquired, all that's left is the testing experiment, so I need to go back to school and find the right people to try it out. There are too many people in the school who want to take a gamble because of low blood and chi. Even if they know that there are certain risks, many people are willing to try it. After all, the college entrance examination is the only chance to change their future. In order to pass the college entrance examination, they will naturally try every possible means. When he returned, it was the first class in the afternoon, and Chu Yingying returned just as the class was about to start. Her cheeks were red and there were traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Tian, I went to test it today, and my qi and blood volume didn't increase at all. As soon as she returned to her seat, she pulled Tian to talk. Perhaps she was too sad, and tears started to fall down her face. I won't be able to get into a warrior university at this rate. I can only go to an ordinary university and then work from 9 to 5 as a social animal. Tian really wanted to laugh when he heard this, but he knew it was impolite, so he suppressed his laughter and said, It's still early. There's still more than half a year before the college entrance examination. You don't have to be so self-deprecating. He was not just trying to comfort her. He had seen how hard Chu Yingying had worked over the past 2 years. Although she was not as hard-working as himself, she had worked much harder than other students. Unfortunately, not trying hard enough. Or, in other words, the talent is a little bit worse. All in all, it's just that little bit short. Tian, you have become a warrior, so it's easy for you to talk without any pain in your waist. By the way, do you have any way to improve my energy and blood faster? As long as I don't become ugly and can pass the college entrance examination physical examination, you can ask for any conditions, I will agree to them. Chu Yingying stared at him with a pair of bright eyes, full of expectation. Have. Of course. Tian almost shouted out, but when the words came to his lips, he hesitated. After all, this theory has not been successfully tested yet. Is it really a good idea to let my deskmate experiment with it? Just as he hesitated, an annoying voice came from behind him. Why did our Sumeng come back today? Song Yi stood behind him at some point, looking sour. Song Yi is interested in Chu Yingying, even a fool can see it. However, he was too lazy to argue with this young man who had only love in his head, so he chose to ignore him. Song Ye's face darkened when he saw Tian ignoring him. He saw it clearly just now. Tian was chatting very intimately with Chu Yingying. He even saw Chu Yingying looking at Tian with tears in her eyes, as if asking him for help. Yingying, if you need anything, you can ask me for help. There's no need to ask this self-righteous guy. Song Yi, don't make trouble here. Tian wants to help me improve my qi and blood. If I fail to get into the warrior university, am I going to settle the score with you? Chu Yingying rolled her eyes at him and said angrily. Increase qi and blood? Song Yi was slightly stunned and looked at Tian. Actually I don't have any good idea. Tian hesitated for a moment and spoke slowly. When Chu Yingying heard him say there was no way, her eyes dimmed and she looked extremely disappointed. Ha ha! Song Yi suddenly became complacent, and then slowly took out 2 cards from his pocket. I didn't expect that there are things that our official warriors can't do. Yingying, don't worry. He can't do it, but I do. This is a trial voucher issued by our city's Qi and Blood Research Organization. With this voucher, you can experience a 2-day Qi and Blood enhancement package. Everything is guaranteed to be normal and will not affect the college entrance examination. Chu Yingying, who was in a depressed mood, jumped up immediately when she heard this. Real? Real! Song Yi was very proud and showed off. Although Tian was embarrassed, he was also a little curious and asked, There are such organizations and activities? This is the first time I have heard of it. It was indeed the first time he heard of a method to increase qi and blood without using drugs. Could it be that, like him, there were also special theoretical methods to increase qi and blood? Impossible. If there were, it would have been popular in China long ago, and would not have waited until now. When Song Yi heard what he said, he immediately became a little dissatisfied. Tian, don't think that warriors are omnipotent. This is a research organization from Longdu, and this is their first time here. If the entertainment company looking for Lin Wanqing hadn't invited their personnel to come to the school, we wouldn't have had the chance to get this opportunity. The researcher and I got along well, so he gave me 2 tickets. He said this with a mixed expression. Some people shouldn't think that becoming a warrior means they are famous. In some aspects, they are not as good as Lin Wanqing. At least she is a star. What about some people? They are immersed in their own world, not knowing that they are just frogs in a well. Tian frowned. If this guy had no idea what the theory of qi and blood was, he would really like to debate with him. But after thinking about it carefully, there is no need to haggle with such a person, so he can only remind Chu Yingying earnestly. This kind of thing is not a small matter, so it's better to be careful. Chu Yingying's entire attention is now on the ticket, and it's obvious that her mind has flown away. After hearing his words, she was actually a little angry and said, Tian, it's fine if you don't help me, but you actually stopped me from becoming a warrior. You are so petty. Tian didn't expect Chu Yingying to say that and was stunned. But when he saw Chu Yingying staring at the trial ticket with her glowing eyes, he knew that this little girl had begun to lose her rationality. He sighed and said nothing more. Yes. He really shouldn't have said that. After all, he had never seen the process of improving qi and blood organized by others. Who knows, maybe the results they achieved are really better than his theory of qi and blood. Never mind, everyone makes their own decision. But how come he became a bad guy after just a few words? Looking at Song Ye's arrogant face, Tian felt a little unhappy. This kid really has a face that deserves a beating. Chapter 42. Find the theory of Zhang Xing's experiment. Chu Yingying had been completely blinded by the increase in qi and blood. She was absent-minded for 2 consecutive classes. Tian wanted to dissuade them, but he never opened his mouth because no one knew this situation better than him. There is no need for advice in life. This is the truth he understood when he continued to study hard but still could not improve his energy and blood. Chu Yingying would never give up unless she tried there. Well? Tian wanted to sigh, but he heard a very loud sigh. He subconsciously turned around following the sound of the sigh, and indeed saw Zhang Xing with a sad face. Zhang Xing grabbed his head, looking helpless and desperate. Since the last conflict, he has had almost no contact with Zhang Xing. In his impression, this guy is heartless and only thinks about eating, drinking and having fun all day long. How could he sigh? Perhaps feeling his gaze, Zhang Xing looked up subconsciously. The two looked at each other, and Zhang Xing showed a smile that was more painful than suffering. What's wrong, brother Tian? Tian was even more surprised. Why did this guy suddenly change his attitude towards him? But he reacted immediately. After all, he was already a warrior now. In Zhang Xing's eyes, the 2 people were from 2 different worlds. He naturally respected the warriors. If he really wanted to take revenge on this guy. Brother Tian, I was ignorant before, please don't bear grudge against me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to become a warrior, and I wouldn't be like this. Zhang Xing continued speaking with a sincere attitude. What are you sighing about? Tian asked curiously. In fact, he didn't hate Zhang Xing that much. After all, in the end, there wasn't much grudge between them. Besides, he is already a warrior and would not argue with a high school student who has not graduated yet. Why else could the school start trying to persuade me to drop out? My father was willing to give gifts to the leaders before, but now that he sees that I have no energy in theory, he wants me to drop out directly. His eyes were red and his voice was a little low. I don't want to drop out of school and work in a factory. You want to take the warrior exam? Tian felt more cheerful when he saw his depressed look. Isn't Zhang Xing the person he is looking for? The current criminal justice situation is rotten. I failed to get into the Warrior University, and I didn't learn the theory of qi and blood well enough, so now I can't even get into a junior college. Not to mention bad cards, you don't even have any cards at all. If he told Zhang Xing about the theoretical knowledge of the experiment, it would only make the situation better, right? Still testing warriors. Zhang Xing's face was full of self-mockery. As long as I can go to school, I'm fine. I didn't think much of it before, but now that I'm about to drop out, I realize how uncomfortable I feel. They all think about how comfortable their college life will be. When I think about sitting on the assembly line for 10 hours a day, I feel uncomfortable. Wait for me after school. Do what? Stop talking so much nonsense. Oh. Zhang Xing was confused but a little nervous. During the remaining 2 classes, he was thinking about how he had bullied Su Tian in the past. Although he didn't do anything excessive, he always ordered Su Tian around. While he was daydreaming, Su Tian patted his shoulder. School is over, come with me. Brother Tian, I was wrong. You are a warrior now, don't bother with me. Su Tian spoke with trembling voice, and it felt like he was about to cry. Seeing his cowardly look, Su Tian laughed. What are you thinking about? I have already become a warrior. Why would I wait until now to deal with you? After hearing Su Tian say this, he followed carefully. The 2 of them came to the cafeteria and Su Tian served him a meal. For him, who was worth 2 million, this was basically free money, but for Zhang Xing, it was simply shocking. Brother Tian, if you have something to say, just tell me. If there is anything I can help you with, I will definitely do it for you. Zhang Xing was a little flattered. You have to know that Su Tian is not the Su Tian of the past. Although he is still in the same class with them, he is still a real warrior. A warrior invited a loser to dinner, and he was so afraid to pick up his chopsticks. Then I'll just say it straight. Aren't you curious why I suddenly became a warrior when my energy and blood were so low before? Su Tian went straight to the point. Zhang Xing was stunned. He looked at Su Tian carefully and asked tentatively. Isn't it because of the warrior guild's training and accumulation of experience? The medicine has been tested, it is impossible for Su Tian to take the medicine. The only thing he could think of was what Lin Wanqing had said during the blood and qi test. Su Tian shook his head. I became a warrior first, and then I entered the warrior guild, so my advancement has nothing to do with them. Zhang Xing was shocked. So Su Tian has always been a genius? He felt ashamed when he thought about how he had foolishly teased Su Tian. But Su Tian's next words shattered his 3 views. Don't you always say that I'm stupid enough to learn the theory of qi and blood, which is useless? I'm going to tell you secretly today. I've actually been researching a way to improve my qi and blood that goes beyond the traditional methods. I used this method to break through to the level of a warrior in a short period of time. Zhang Xing opened his eyes wide with an extremely interesting expression. He first went from being curious to being shocked, his eyes wide open with a look of disbelief. Then he opened his mouth slightly and silently said, fuck, then hesitated and thought, and then his face was full of excitement and flattery. Brother Tian, is what you said true? Of course it's true. Then, can you teach me? Su Tian smiled with satisfaction. Why do you think I called you out? After all, we have been desk mates for 3 years, so we can be considered to have known each other for a long time. I saw you looking so pitiful today, and I felt bad too. After all, I understand that feeling of powerlessness very well. Zhang Xing was so excited that he almost cried, and his hand was shaking as he held Su Tian's. Brother Tian, I was wrong. From now on, you are my real brother. No, you are my godfather. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. The corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched. Don't be like this, but there are some things I must tell you in advance. You say. This qi and blood theory was created by me. Just because it was successful on me doesn't mean it will be successful on you. You should know how much risk this involves, so think about it before answering me. Hearing his words, Zhang Xing calmed down instantly. What's the worst that could happen? I'm not sure, because I've had a lot of problems, but there haven't been any abnormalities so far. Su Tian looked serious. He could only say this because theories without practice could not be guaranteed. Zhang Xing's face looked grim, and he was obviously very frightened. Seeing him like this, Su Tian also became a little nervous. If Zhang Xing doesn't agree, it would be even more troublesome to find someone else. At this moment, both of them had their hearts in their throats. Chapter 43 Brother Tian, this theory is too difficult. Will Zhang Xing disagree? Very likely. Few teenagers at this age dare to do such extremely risky things, as not everyone has the courage to take a gamble. Su Tian's only worry was that if he didn't even dare to take a risk in someone like Zhang Xing, he really wouldn't be able to find a more suitable candidate. I want to try it. Zhang Xing gritted his teeth and spoke, looking very determined. Su Tian also breathed a sigh of relief and secretly took out a copy he had written in advance. Here you go. Practice as above for a few days and see if there is any effect. If you have any questions during the process, just tell me directly. Zhang Xing took the manuscript and immediately turned 2 pages. When he saw the theory written on it, he was stunned. Is this really possible? Although he only read a few lines, he was shocked by the knowledge of qi and blood. The usual way to improve qi and blood is to exercise and cultivate the body so that the body can generate more qi and blood, but Su Tian's theory directly stimulate the proliferation of qi and blood? It was okay when I tried it myself. It wasn't difficult. If you're really worried, you don't have to try. Su Tian nodded seriously. Of course, he has not tried it himself, but according to his theory, more than 70% of the time it can be successful. The remaining 30% is the probability of failure, but he doesn't know what will happen after failure. Okay, I'll give it a try. Okay, but there is one thing you have to remember. You must never give this thing to anyone else. After all, if this thing is successful, it will be worth millions. I will lose a lot if you show it to others. Su Tian said this with a painful look on his face. When Zhang Xing heard the number of millions, his hands trembled and he nodded. Although he did not regard the qi and blood theory as much of a hope, he was still somewhat shocked when he heard such a large number. This kind of thing is just a matter of circumstances. What if it really is worth millions? Zhang Xing didn't say anything, but lowered his head and began to look at the theory in his hand. Su Tian just waited like this in case he asked him if he was unclear about something. The theory of qi and blood is huge. If we really divide it into details, we can divide it into 7 core theories. What he is showing Zhang Xing now are the simplest first 2 theories. If all goes well, his energy and blood should increase at a slow and steady pace. I wouldn't say how much, but it should be 50% faster than before. Su Tian! Chu Yingying suddenly jumped out from behind him, holding the prepared food, and sat next to him with a smile. Why did you come to the cafeteria to eat today? Chu Yingying seemed to be hesitant when speaking and looked at Su Tian several times before she spoke. Su Tian saw apology in her eyes and guessed why she showed up. Perhaps because of what happened today, Chu Yingying felt that what she said was a bit too much. Well, Su Tian, I'm really sorry today. I was too impatient and my words were not nice. Sure enough, Chu Yingying spoke to Su Tian with an apologetic look on her face. It's okay. I really don't care. But I'm really sorry that I couldn't help you. Su Tian gave a friendly smile. He knew Chu Yingying's personality, and she was also his desk mate. How could he get angry over such a small thing? Chu Yingying immediately smiled brightly. I'm glad you're not angry with me. You also know that this opportunity to improve your qi and blood is very important, so I'm a little anxious. Su Tian laughed, and was about to continue speaking when another familiar figure came to the table. Song Yi looked at him with hostility and sat down next to Chu Yingying. Chu Yingying wanted to say something when she saw this, but after hesitating, she didn't open her mouth. Su Tian, I didn't expect you two would have dinner together. I thought you two had broken up. Song Ye's tone was full of sarcasm as soon as he opened his mouth. Zhang Xing was obviously unhappy when he heard what he said, but seeing that Su Tian did not answer, he did not say anything and continued to look down at the theory Su Tian was giving him. We are all classmates and desk mates, so we should help each other. As Su Tian spoke, he looked at Chu Yingying and said, Yingying, after you have gone to the Qi and Blood Enhancement Experience class this time, I can also give you some suggestions on how to enhance your Qi and Blood. When Chu Yingying heard Su Tian's words, she smiled helplessly. My current focus is on improving my Qi and Blood. Simple suggestions cannot change my current situation. Thank you Song Yi for this time, otherwise I really don't know what to do. When Song Yi heard his words, he immediately became very proud, like a victorious rooster. He smiled and said, It's a pity that Su Tian was not there that day, otherwise I could have grabbed a trial ticket and experienced the trial class there. Although you are already a warrior, you have never tried it, right? Tian felt his gaze and couldn't help laughing. I haven't experienced it, but this kind of course is probably just some useless pretense. If you say too much, it's just psychological comfort. Song Yi was immediately angry. Don't be sour here if you don't want to go. Do you really think that just because you are a warrior you are better than the rest of us in everything? Ying, let's go. I really can't continue chatting with him. Song Yi was extremely excited and was about to get up and leave. Chu Ying wanted to say something, but after hesitating, she sighed. Tian, let's go first. You and Song Yi quarreled as soon as you met. We are classmates. Stop making trouble. It's okay, go ahead. Tian waved his hand nonchalantly. He knew that Chu Ying was concerned about the trial course, which was no big deal. After all, everyone has something they care about. For the things you care about, everything else seems less important. Just like when he first started studying hard to improve his qi and blood, at that time only knowledge was the most important. Etc. What's wrong? Chu Ying looked at him in confusion. Tian hesitated for a moment, thinking about the pleasure he had when Chu Ying took him out last time, and said carefully, I really haven't heard of any trial class. You should be careful. This kind of thing is on a large scale, it can't be a scam. Chu Ying answered neatly, her words full of determination. Similarly, Tian felt a little impatient. Watching Chu Ying disappear from his sight, Tian was silent for a while. Brother Tian, your theoretical knowledge is really difficult. It's much harder than what's in the book. I don't know how you came up with such a difficult answer. It's incredible. Perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Zhang Xing started to make a comment. He was also telling the truth. The first theory he read already surpassed high school knowledge. He thought Tian was worthy of being a warrior. He was just different from his peers and was much more powerful than them. Tian chuckled. Is it difficult? In fact, I think the most difficult theory is not in the books. I understand a lot more now, but I can't figure out some difficult problems. Chapter 44. The so-called Institution for Improving Qi and Blood. In the next few days, Tian observed and tested Zhang Xing's blood and energy improvement at school. After class that day, Zhang Xing called him excitedly. Brother Tian, I feel that my energy and blood have improved significantly in the past few days. Real? Tian was slightly surprised. The speed of verification was much faster than he expected. Real. My qi and blood haven't improved in a while, so I can clearly feel any slight improvement, that is. What is it? The use of this second core theory requires auxiliary drugs, but I don't have the money. Zhang Xing looked embarrassed. You don't need drugs that are too expensive, you just need to make sure they work. Drugs that are too good, although they are effective, also have serious side effects. At this point, Tian paused and said, If you really have difficulties, I can give you money. That's great. I'll go get some herbs today. Zhang Xing was excited and looked extremely excited. Seeing how active he was, Tian became a little nervous. He was really afraid that something might happen to Zhang Xing. Although he had already told Zhang Xing about the risks in advance, he would still feel bad if there really was a problem. However, he soon suppressed this slight worry in his heart. The two core theories of qi and blood he proposed are traceable, and should not cause any major problems. The first core theory is to use extreme methods to perceive the existence of qi and blood. The second core theory is to use drugs to enhance the method that suits you best without absorption, causing changes in your body so that it can better adapt to this method. This is the method he used to synthesize and modify many classics. It can be said that there are speculations, but they have also been indirectly confirmed by actual cases. However, in this advanced martial arts age where fists and blood are everything, no one is willing to take the wrong path and try, for fear of the risks. But Tian dared. If something really happens, Tian will be responsible for any problem, no matter how big it is. Tian mustered up his courage and felt a little stuffy. Before the class started, he stood up and walked outside the classroom to get some fresh air. As soon as he left the classroom, he was attracted by a large group of people in the corridor. Good job. It's Lin Wanqing. She was indeed dressed in a youthful and beautiful manner, and the professional cameraman next to her was constantly taking pictures. Seeing her humming a few lines from time to time, could it be releasing a music MV? Tian was stunned and felt it was somewhat novel, but more importantly, he was worried. This guy is so famous now, you won't cause trouble for him again, right? He decided to leave the classroom door and walk away to get some fresh air. At this moment, he saw Song Yi and Chu Yingying coming out of the classroom and rushing towards that direction without looking back. Hurry up, they'll be gone soon. Tian knew that Song Yi, the conspicuous person, would always be involved wherever something happened, but when he found out that the two people were not going to join Lin Wanqing's fun, he followed them curiously. Sure enough, at the bottom of the stairs he saw a group of people standing together. They were wearing uniform clothes and looked like they were from some organization. Haha, classmate, don't worry. After listening to my course, I guarantee that you will improve your chi and blood by 1 to 2 points within a week. If you follow our course and work hard enough, you will definitely be able to increase your chi and blood by more than 5 points within a month. The speaker was a well-mannered young man who looked successful in his career. Song Yi was standing in front of him nodding with a fanatical look on his face, while Chu Yingying beside him also had shining eyes. There were not only the two of them, there were also several students standing around the young man, all with expectant looks on their faces. This guy should be a member of the so-called Chi and Blood Research Institute in the city. It doesn't seem to be a problem, but the tone is a bit too loud. Increase Chi and blood by more than 5 points in a month? Phew. Tian found it a little ridiculous and couldn't help laughing. As luck would have it, when he laughed, the messy corner of the stairs became quiet for a moment. This made his laughter particularly obvious. Several people looked up, and the man saw Tian at a glance. Student, what are you laughing at? Do you think what I just said is funny? No, I'm just passing by, you guys continue. Tian waved his hands quickly, he didn't want to cause trouble. But the other party didn't seem to intend to let him go, and ran 2 steps enthusiastically to grab him. My friend, I know that improving 5 points a month sounds like a joke. But didn't the genius in your school also improve by 10 points in a month? And I heard that you have students who have been promoted by the Warrior Guild, and their improvement speed is even faster, so it's just that you know too little. He shook his head and laughed. How about this, classmate, come over and learn about it together. You will definitely not be disappointed. Besides, we were invited by your principal himself, so you don't have to worry about being late for class. Just tell your teacher that you are listening to our material. He threw out temptations one after another, his face full of confidence. In his opinion, no student could resist the temptation of not having to attend classes. No, I'm not that interested. Tian shook his head. At this moment, Song Yi suddenly sneered. If you're not interested, why are you here? And you're deliberately making noises over there to attract attention. Don't you just want a trial voucher? Chu Yingying pulled him and said to Tian. Tian, you can actually listen to it. What if it really helps you? That's right, classmates, come and listen. I promise you won't regret it. The man also echoed. To be honest, Tian was not interested at all and felt that the other party was just using gimmicks to deceive people. But when he heard Chu Yingying's words, he was really moved. What if it's true? Even if it is really fake, maybe we can draw some conclusions about his testing theory. After a little hesitation, Tian nodded. Then I'll listen too. When Song Yi saw that he agreed, the smile on his face became even more sarcastic and contemptuous. Tian ignored him and looked at the man with curiosity. He was actually looking forward to seeing if this guy would say anything special. Snort. Pretending to be cool here, your true colors will be exposed in a moment. Song Yi's smile froze and he couldn't help but sneer. At this time, there were many students around the man. He slowly took out a certificate with the photo and text on it from his crossbody bag. The text says something about authoritative certification, and there are seals from some organizations, so it doesn't look fake. But the photo attracted Tian because he saw 2 familiar figures in it. Zhang Wei and Yu Qinghuan. 2 people stood in the C position, with a group of people below them, including a man. Students, this is a photo taken when our organization was founded. These are the most prominent figures in our city. These two are researchers with degrees, and have helped me improve our current method of increasing qi and blood. It's no exaggeration to say that there are not many people in this city who can get in touch with these two people, and I am one of them. Chapter 45. Can you recognize a warrior with a research degree? The man's face was filled with pride, and the students all showed admiration and longing. Researcher degree, I heard there are only 3 in our city. Yeah. I heard that they have made great progress in studying warriors' qi and blood, and they are all warriors too. Other warriors are just warriors, but these few are the deans among the warriors. They were talking at once, extremely excited. After all, as high school students, this is a rare opportunity for them to get in touch with the world of warriors, and aren't they applying to the Warrior University just for this? So, students, just keep your heart at ease. This weekend, that is, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, when everyone goes over to experience it for themselves, they will know how effective our trial classes are. Both of the warriors who are studying for their degrees have participated in the research and development of our qi and blood enhancement. Students can rest assured. He talked for a long time, but Tian didn't hear a single useful word, and felt that it was somewhat unreliable. But if it's true, could it be that Zhang Wei had found an institutional platform for testing qi and blood in advance? Su probed. These two martial artists who are studying for a degree should not have any method to improve their qi and blood, right? What exactly are your courses on improving qi and blood about? When the man heard Su Tian's words, he laughed and said, Classmate, they are warriors who are studying for a degree. Don't they have a way to improve their qi and blood? You haven't come into contact with things at this level yet. You don't understand. In fact, improving qi and blood is much simpler than what you learn in your school's courses. He was smug and looked extremely confident, and his tone was extremely firm. Su Tian was stunned for a moment. They don't have this ability, do they? That's right, others may not know whether Zhang Wei and others have such ability, but how could Su Tian not know? He finally realized that the guy in front of him might be lying. Perhaps because he questioned it twice, the man began to feel unhappy and asked, How do you know they have no solution? Do you also have a research degree? Classmate, I only pulled you here because you are a friend of these two classmates. If you don't like it, you can leave now. No one is forcing you. The two classmates he was talking about were naturally Song Yi and Chu Yingying. After hearing this, Song Yi felt very proud and straightened his back. Su Tian, you made trouble when Yingying said she was going. Now that she kindly asked you to come, you are questioning her. How can you be so ungrateful? And do you really think that you know everything just because you study textbooks every day in school and get full marks in theory? There's nothing you can do about warriors with research degrees. You talk as if you know them. As he spoke, the man nodded, and the other students looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Even Chu Yingying hesitated and said, Su Tian, they are all professionals, there won't be any problems. If you don't like it, you can actually listen. At least we can save one class. That's right, don't worry, classmate. If you don't try the trial class, I can still tell your class teacher that you can listen here and don't have to go back to class. The man spoke sarcastically. Forget about this deceiving man and Song Yi, but I didn't expect that Chu Yingying also thought that these people were right. Su Tian was speechless. Sure enough, the yellow-haired girl is just ignorant. Who said I don't know them? He rolled his eyes. Laugh. The man laughed out loud when he heard his words. You know two warriors who are studying for a degree? Classmate, there should be a limit to bragging. Brother Lin, you know what? The person I know is the young warrior from our school. Maybe I really saw these two people from a distance when I was in the warrior guild. But I'm afraid you've only met them before, right? Song Yi said sarcastically, concluding that Su Tian had only met two people. Oh? Is that him? Brother Lin's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. My classmate, although being a warrior is excellent, it does not mean that being a warrior is excellent in all aspects. You can't mention these two people casually, and our organization can't be questioned casually. Be careful with your words in the future. He is not a student, and has seen many warriors. He really doesn't take a young warrior seriously. At this moment, Su Tian's phone rang. Not many people call him usually only his father Su Zhou, so he subconsciously took a look and found that the caller ID was Zhang Wei. "Hello, Manager Zhang? Which class are you in? I'm going to find you now." Zhang Wei's voice made Su Tian frown. He has always been opposed to the ridiculous idea of Zhang Wei coming to take classes with him. After all, Zhang Wei is not an ordinary person. If he really comes to class, how much attention will it cause? But now he actually wants this guy to come over, not for any other reason, but just to confirm whether this so-called organization has any connection with his theory of improving qi and blood. "Class 1, I'm at the corner of the corridor, come over here." As he hung up the phone, he found that Brother Lin was looking at him with a smile. "Classmate, you don't mean to say that the person in charge you just mentioned is this researcher Zhang Wei, Scholar Zhang?" "It's him." Puff. "I guess you would say that. I have to say you pretended really well and really put a lot of effort into it." Song Yi laughed so hard that the other students couldn't hold back either. Su Tian is now the prominent figure in their hearts, vivid and lifelike. "Don't laugh, students. Didn't Su tell us his location on the phone just now? It will probably take a few minutes for our steward Zhang to come over. By then, all the students will be able to get a deeper understanding of the situation of our organization." "Ha ha!" Facing their ridicule, Su Tian remained calm and looked at them as if they were idiots. Seeing him being laughed at, Chu Yingying couldn't stand it any more and slowly said, "Su Tian, why don't you go back to the classroom first? You don't have much interest in this course anyway." "No, I'm still quite interested now." Today, he must figure out the problem with this organization no matter what. If it is really related to his theory of qi and blood, then he will never allow such a thing to happen. It must be dealt with in advance. Seeing that dissuasion was useless, Chu Yingying stopped talking and just sighed. About a few minutes later, the class bell rang. Su Tian looked at Zhang Wei, who had not appeared yet, and frowned slightly. Seeing him like this, Brother Lin's expression gradually became more proud, and the curve of his mouth became more and more playful. "Classmate, the time has passed. Where is Manager Zhang?" Chapter 46. This classmate doesn't know what is good for him. "Student Su, where is the Manager Zhang you mentioned? You're not going to come, are you?" "I don't know either. Maybe something delayed him on the way." "We don't have that much time to wait for you. I need to take these classmates to register." "Since you are not interested, you don't have to register with us, right?" Su Tian was also puzzled at this time. Zhang Wei's personality was such that if he said he would come, he would definitely come. Unless something delays me, I will never break an appointment. But if there really is a connection between the two, why did Brother Lin just leave with his men? If there is really something fishy going on, it would be a lot more troublesome to find the other party. Just as he was thinking about whether to call to urge them, he saw a figure coming up from the bottom of the stairs. "Here it comes!" When Brother Lin and his companions heard his words, they subconsciously looked down. As the figure got closer, Brother Lin's expression became increasingly ugly, filled with astonishment. That's right, if the person coming is not Zhang Wei, then who else could it be? Zhang Wei is a very recognizable person. Not only those who know him, but anyone who has seen his photo can recognize him in a crowd at a glance, and will never make a mistake. "Is it really Scholar Zhang?" The other students were all shocked. They didn't expect that Zhang Xuezhi would actually take the initiative to call Su Tian, a high school student. Chu Yingying even covered her mouth in shock. They all knew that Su Tian had become a warrior now, but had he become so messed up as a warrior? Everyone was shocked, but the most shocked was naturally Brother Lin. He never dreamed that what Su Tian just said was true. He looked at Su Tian's calm face, as if seeing Zhang Wei was the most normal thing for him, and his heart skipped a beat. Could this guy have any relationship with Scholar Zhang? Impossible. He knew Zhang Wei's situation best, because in order to successfully maintain his position, he had coaxed and deceived 2 researchers from the city to go there to verify the scam. The Qi and Blood Research Organization he controls is a typical organization with small effects but big names. In fact, they have no skills at all. They say they are recognized by the city, but the recognition is actually by commercial organizations, which do so in an exaggerated way to sell courses for profit. So what Zhang Wei and I discussed at that time was that we would just use the name of a Qi and Blood Research Organization, but in fact it was to provide some subsequent management and logistics for the warrior guild. Zhang Wei agreed without much thought, and everything went smoothly afterwards. They even had meals together a few times. As a result, he got to know Zhang Wei and the people around him better. So, Su Tian definitely doesn't know Zhang Wei. Or maybe it's because he joined the warrior guild and had some chance to come into contact with others, so he took advantage of this chance, and wanted to show off his abilities without losing face. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Looking at Zhang Wei, who was gradually approaching, a cunning smile appeared on his face. He rushed out and shook Zhang Wei's hand directly. "Oh, isn't this Scholar Zhang? I didn't expect to see you here. I was thinking of visiting you soon to treat you to a meal. I never thought we were so destined to meet." At this moment, all Zhang Wei was thinking about was taking classes with Su Tian. To be more precise, he was thinking about learning some theoretical knowledge from Su Tian. So when Brother Lin suddenly rushed out, he was startled. "Shaolin? Why are you here? Do you have any cooperation with the school?" When Zhang Wei saw Brother Lin, this possibility came to his mind the first time. "The students in this school are good. You should come and work hard." When talking about school, the first person he thought of was Su Tian. Thinking that this was Su Tian's alma mater, he patted Brother Lin's shoulder meaningfully. Of course, I am here to cooperate with the school and provide some help to the students." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Su Tian and paused. "These are the students I want to help this time. It's just that this student Su has some problems. This classmate really doesn't appreciate favors. He's very arrogant. After chatting for a while, I found out that he's from your guild." "He is indeed a member of my guild." Zhang Wei nodded. As he spoke, his brows were furrowed. Based on his understanding of Su Tian, unless it was a problem related to the academic study of qi and blood, Su Tian would always look indifferent. How could he have such an attitude? However, he frowned, and Brother Lin, who had been observing him, saw this expression and immediately thought that he thought Su Tian was bringing shame to the warrior guild, and became more certain of his previous guess. "Really? Hey, Scholar Zhang, this student is too young and speaks so arrogantly. Not only did he question your academics, but he also showed no respect for your juniors when he called you just now. I felt a little uncomfortable with that and was about to teach him a lesson, but I didn't expect you to come. Since you are here, come here in person." Brother Lin pretended to be very disappointed with his child, just like one of those hypocritical relatives from our family. Su Tian was confused by his sudden action. Isn't he questioning the academic issues of the institution? Can you find any issues that are disrespectful when making phone calls? What is this guy doing with nothing to do? But when he saw that Brother Lin was a little anxious and couldn't wait to eat the melon, he understood a little bit. This guy. Are you afraid that he will say something and be exposed in front of Zhang Wei? That's true. When Zhang Wei appeared, Brother Lin could feel the eyes of several classmates becoming questioning. Su Tian knew Zhang Wei and knew the relationship between Zhang Wei and their organization. If something went wrong because of what he said, he would be exposed. You must not reveal the truth. This matter must not be exposed to Zhang Wei, so as to expose the problems of their institution, and it must not be exposed in front of these students who are about to take the bait. So he wanted to put a hat on Su Tian, let Zhang Wei scold Su Tian, and take this opportunity to shut Su Tian up. Given Zhang Wei's status in the warrior guild, once he has dealt with Su Tian, newcomers as young as Su Tian will never dare to speak nonsense again. And if it was because of him that Zhang Wei dealt with Su Tian, then Su Tian would not dare to say anything to him, and this problem would be solved. At this moment, Zhang Wei's face looked obviously a little embarrassed. Even a fool could see that he was not in a good mood. When those students saw the gloomy face of a warrior with a researcher degree, they dared not even breathe. Many people looked at Su Tian with pity and were terrified. Brother Lin also knew that his plan had succeeded, and the smile on his face was so bright. He could already imagine Su Tian's panicked expression when Zhang Wei got angry. But the next second, what Zhang Wei said made the smile on his face freeze instantly. Chapter 47. Disband the organization immediately. You kid, don't you know how to give me some face? After all, I am a well-known figure, I have to save face. Zhang Wei looked helpless. Instead of blaming Su Tian, he complained about him jokingly. Brother Lin's smile froze on his face, looking particularly funny. Song Yi, who had been wanting to watch the show, also had his pupils dizzy and even a confused look in his eyes. What's going on? Su Tian insulted the guild's top leaders, but instead of getting angry, they actually greeted him with a smile. Scholar Zhang, are you angry? It doesn't matter. If you can't save your face, I can help you deal with it. Brother Lin thought that Zhang Wei was a little irrational because of anger, and hurriedly reminded him. However, Zhang Wei stared at him with a sidelong look, with an unfriendly look. Didn't you hear what I said? Zhang Wei was angry. Although he was stubborn, he came here to learn qi and blood from Su Tian, and as an elder he looked a little embarrassed. This guy just opened up his scars. Zhang Wei, who was about to speak, was frightened by this look and dared not say a word. Just at this moment, Song Yi stood up with dissatisfaction. Scholar Zhang, Brother Lin is right. We just saw with our own eyes that Su Tian was disrespectful to you. And he really questioned the theory that you and Brother Lin created to improve qi and blood, and said that it was impossible for you to create these qi and blood theories. As he spoke, he looked at Su Tian and said, Am I right, Su Tian? You are personally questioning the authenticity of this course to improve your qi and blood. As a warrior, you won't deny it at this time, right? His words were obviously meant to provoke Su Tian, and he didn't hope that Su Tian would really admit it. He just wanted to point the finger at Su Tian. Several students who were as thoroughly brainwashed as him nodded in agreement, saying that Su Tian was indeed like that. I do question the authenticity of this course. Does Manager Zhang really have a method to improve the theory of qi and blood? Su Tian nodded in acknowledgement. He was also very curious. Did Zhang Wei really create this method with these people? If this is true, then we can really compare them to make his theory more mature. Hearing his words, Zhang Wei did not answer immediately, but showed a confused expression. He has never created any method to improve qi and blood. Subconsciously looking at Brother Lin, the instigator of all these problems, he saw his increasingly ugly expression and instantly understood what was going on. But at this moment, Song Yi, who had been finishing off the enemy, did not notice Zhang Wei's gloomy expression. He didn't expect Su Tian to be so stupid that he actually admitted to questioning the qi and blood. In an instant, he felt extremely happy. Scholar Zhang, did you hear that? He admitted it himself. This guy always breaks the rules at school. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he's a warrior? He was extremely excited, and everyone around him could see his excitement and the conflict between him and Su Tian. Su Tian didn't say anything. He could see that Song Yi was hostile towards him. But it wasn't just Song Yi's hostility towards him, it was also an ordinary person's hostility towards warriors. Gradually, Song Yi's voice gradually weakened, because everyone present, except him, noticed that the atmosphere was a little weird. Brother Lin seemed afraid to speak. Zhang Wei had an expression of watching a show. As for Su Tian, that's being fearless. After a few seconds, Song Yi also felt the silence around him. He looked around blankly and found that everyone present was looking at him as if he were a clown, and their expressions became increasingly ugly. What's going on? Su Tian finally spoke at this time. I did say that the two warriors with the researcher degree would not be able to figure out this course, but that's because I knew they couldn't figure it out. As for you saying that I am disrespectful to Manager Zhang, that's true. It's just that when it comes to academic matters, I don't think I am a junior. Manager Zhang, am I right? Zhang Wei nodded. Su Tian is right. I really can't create a special method to improve qi and blood, and I have never created one. As for the course problems and questions you mentioned, let your Brother Lin explain them. As he spoke, he stared at Brother Lin with cold eyes. Tell me about it. This? Brother Lin's face looked ugly, and he didn't dare to speak for a while. Explain! Zhang Wei shouted angrily, his face turning pale. He was a warrior, and his shout was full of energy and blood, which made people terrified. Several students shuddered, and Brother Lin turned pale with fright. His body went limp and he didn't care about the students around him anymore. He grabbed Zhang Wei's trouser leg and knelt down. Scholar Zhang, Brother Zhang! I'm not trying to deceive the warrior guild. I'm just trying to gain more benefits for the guild under the pretext of increasing chi and blood. He was scared. In a city, you can provoke any organization, but you cannot provoke the Warrior Association. Otherwise, nothing can be done. This is needless to say in the world of high-level martial arts, and everyone who understands will understand. You still have the nerve to beg me? If Su Tian hadn't happened to be here today, would you have betrayed our warrior guild and harmed these high school students? A course to improve chi and blood, you are so funny. Our warrior guild doesn't even dare to say that we have such a course. How dare you, an organization that assists the cooperative guild? I'll give you 3 seconds. Get out of here right now and go back to disband your organization. Don't wait for me to bring people over to deal with it. Brother Lin's already pale face completely lost its color after hearing these words. He sat down on the ground with a dull expression. Zhang Wei's words woke up all the students who had lost their minds. Yes. The Warrior Guild doesn't have such ability, so how can other organizations have it? For a moment, the students present all changed color. Chu Yingying's face was full of shock and disbelief, and she spoke blankly. Fake? Fake. Song Ye's expression kept changing at the side. At this moment, he was still holding the experience voucher for the trial class, which was the experience voucher that Brother Lin had just registered for him. At this moment, this experience voucher seems as ridiculous as a joke. He is also more clownish than the Joker. When he thought about how crazy he was just now, and how Su Tian watched him so calmly, he was speechless for a moment. Not only did he become a clown, he also lost the chance to date Chu Yingying. He looked at the aggrieved Chu Yingying and became angry in an instant. He rushed towards Su Tian with a red face, and then took out a switchblade from his trouser pocket. It's all your fault! Su Tian, it's all your fault! If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been unable to date Chu Yingying. Now you're bringing up all sorts of issues, how can he not be angry? After all, he is a well-known figure. Although he doesn't care about losing face, he should still care about the image of the Warrior Guild, right? Chapter 48. How can Su Tian compare with celebrities? Song Yi took out a switchblade with a ferocious expression. He rushed towards Su Tian without hesitation, but was knocked to the ground by Su Tian's punch the next second. Su Tian did not hold back on this punch and knocked him to the ground, causing bleeding from his nose. After trying several times to get up, he failed and looked at Su Tian with horror on his face. What he saw was Su Tian's cold eyes. Although the rule of law also constrains warriors, if you are so shameless, don't blame me for taking action. Su Tian was indeed very angry. He could understand jealousy, and there was no need for him to argue with such a person. After all, their worlds were not the same. But if he wants to use means to hurt others, don't blame him for being rude. He had seen strange beasts chopped into 8 pieces, so how could he be scared by a switchblade? At this time, Song Yi finally realized that Su Tian was already a warrior, and was so frightened that he was speechless. Several other students were also frightened. They sensed a murderous aura from Su Tian. That is the murderous aura that comes from having fought with real beasts and experienced life and death battles. It is simply incomparable to the flowers in these greenhouses. Okay, everyone, go and focus on your studies. At your age, shouldn't you be sitting in the classroom and attending classes now? Seeing that the students were terribly frightened, Zhang Wei also spoke. During the whole process, he didn't even look at Brother Lin and Song Yi. It seemed that in his eyes, this was the most normal thing, and he even condoned Su Tian's behavior. Seeing this situation, which student would dare to stay? He fled in a hurry, fearing that he would get into trouble. Song Yi also got up and ran away, not daring to even look at Su Tian during the whole process. Most of the people had left, but Chu Yingying was the only one who didn't leave in a hurry. She walked hesitantly in front of Su Tian and said nervously, "I'm sorry, Su Tian. I should have listened to you earlier. I've said a lot of unpleasant things these days, don't mind it." Su Tian smiled and waved his hand. "Don't worry about it, it's good that you haven't been deceived." Being misunderstood by a high school student, and getting angry after a few words? No. If that were the case, Su Tian would not have such ability today. Although he is still a high school student, he no longer lives in the same class with them. The books he read and the knowledge he learned were all outside of textbooks and school. Chu Yingying looked at Su Tian, who had been fierce just now and became gentle in an instant, and felt familiar and strange at the same time. Then, let's go back to class? She asked hesitantly. Su Tian nodded. Now that Brother Lin's secrets have been exposed, it would be a bit too much to still be wandering outside the classroom. You still have to go back to class. After all, by reviewing what you have learned, you may suddenly understand your own theories and gain something new. You guys go first, I need to go say hello to your school. Zhang Wei did not follow immediately as he wanted to go and say hello to the school's top management first. It was no small matter for him, a manager of a martial arts guild, to come and sit in on the trial. Su Tian nodded and followed Chu Yingying back to his class. When passing through the corridor, those who surrounded Lin Wanqing had not yet finished their conversation. A group of people gathered together and were talking. When Su Tian passed by, he vaguely heard his name. He subconsciously looked up and found that many people were looking at him. Perhaps they noticed his attention, or maybe it was just a coincidence. Those people looked away. Su Tian felt a little strange, but didn't take it seriously and walked back to the classroom. When Su Tian disappeared completely, the group of people began to whisper. That was Su Tian just now, right? That's right, he was the one who took away the scholarship of the goddess of Wanqing some time ago, so she couldn't get into the university she wanted to go to. He has made our sister Wanqing cry many times. Another girl spoke up, her face full of anger. We must teach him a lesson and make him regret appearing in this world. But he's a warrior, right? So what if he's a warrior? My second uncle is also a warrior. He is just a lowly warrior. How can he compare with our celebrity goddess? Whether it's supporters or future development, he can't do it. That's right, I'll go find someone right away. No matter what I say today, I'll make this guy know the consequences of offending our goddess. In the office. At this time, Chen Fei was sitting in front of Zhang Chang with a worried expression. Principal, the woman from the entertainment company has a problem with Su Tian because of Lin Wanqing. I suggest that those people enter the school for the time being. After Lin Wanqing became an artist, his influence in the school has obviously increased. When I walk back and forth, I can hear that those students have opinions about Su Tian. I'm afraid if this continues, something bad will happen due to the conflict between the two of us. Zhang Chang sighed when he heard his words. I know that, but there's nothing I can do about it. I didn't expect that the popularity of the late Qing dynasty would be so high. Besides, the other party is Tianhua Entertainment. You are very clear about how much benefit it can bring to the school. Although Su Tian is a genius, he is ultimately just a low-level warrior with extraordinary talent. Such people may be outstanding, but compared with the capital of Tianhua Entertainment, there is no comparison. Chen Fei looked grim. Really? What kind of company is Tianhua Entertainment? That is the company that controls the most celebrity resources in the entertainment market. There are all kinds of divas and top-tier stars, and the capital behind them is not comparable to that of an ordinary warrior. No matter how talented Su Tian is, he is just a human being after all. The other side is the highest entertainment mountain. It's just that I'm worried that those fanatical fans might do something out of line. Even if Su Tian is a warrior, he's still a human being. Teacher Chen, don't worry. Zhang Chang interrupted him. Su Tian is a warrior, and those students are just kids. They bully the weak and fear the strong. Can they really cause trouble for a warrior? Seeing that Chen Fei wanted to speak, he waved his hand to interrupt him. Just do it this way. Go back and keep an eye on Su Tian and tell him to be careful. Okay. Fei Chen nodded helplessly, then stood up and left. Not long after he left, Zhang Wei opened the door of the principal's office. Zhang Chang was stunned at first when he saw Zhang Wei, but after the other party revealed his identity, he immediately smiled attentively. So it's Manager Zhang. What brings you here? Come here, this is the good tea I just brought. This is the top-quality Longjing tea that I spent a lot of money to get. I'm not used to it. Do you have Bilyuakun? Zhang Wei was not polite at all. Have. Both. Zhang Chang enthusiastically filled the teapot. Manager Zhang, are you here because of classmate Su Tian? He stared at Zhang Wei nervously and spoke carefully. He now has only one thought, that is, although Su Tian has become a warrior, he should not be taken so seriously by the top leaders, right? When Jiang Wei heard this question, he thought about coming to study with Su Tian, and his face turned red. He held back the words he had prepared and kept shaking his head. No. Of course not. Chapter 49. Who tore up Su Tian's book? I just think that our school has a lot of talented people, and maybe they will add more fresh blood to our warrior guild in the future, so I plan to be a vocational teacher in the school. If we really encounter a student with potential, our warrior guild is willing to train him. Jiang Wei coughed and made up an excuse. If he really tells the truth and says he is here to listen, would he save his reputation? Real? Is what you said true? Zhang Chang stood up suddenly, his face full of excitement. You should know that he had talked about this matter with Yuuzha last time, but was rejected on the spot and was told that he could only be an assistant to Su Tian. Since then, he never dared to think about it again. After all, one should know oneself. If Jiang Wei comes in person this time, the benefits to their school will be self-evident. You know, there has never been such a situation in the surrounding urban areas of the entire province. The Warrior Guild took the initiative to ask for cooperation, which is a great honor. Certainly. But you also know that whatever the Warrior Guild does will be watched by society, and I am just in the mood for it, so I hope to temporarily sit in as an inspector. Jiang Wei found a perfect excuse for himself, and looked at Zhang Chang expectantly. No problem. Of course, no problem. Our school will fully cooperate with whatever form you want. And you can come to coach as long as you want. Even if you are busy with official duties and just have a name on the list, that's fine. Haha, it's settled then. Don't worry, I'm the manager of the Warrior Guild, and I'll definitely do what I say. Jiang Wei was also very satisfied. After all, this is Su Tian's alma mater, so just think of it as a favor. The two people were chatting enthusiastically in the office, but something unexpected happened to Su Tian. When he returned to the classroom and saw his torn textbooks and theories, his face turned pale. That's right, the theory he had put together was torn to pieces. Although it is not all, but only a part of it sorted out in the past few days, it is his important effort. There are many theoretical bases that have been tried out on Zhangxing, some of which he has not even fully memorized. A moment. A raging rage surged in his heart. He doesn't care how others ridicule him, and he never gets angry, because he doesn't care about those trivial matters at all. He didn't care if Chu Yingying misunderstood him, and he didn't care either. He didn't care at all when the school and teachers ridiculed and questioned him. Because all he cared about was becoming a warrior, standing on a higher level, entering Longdu University, and rebuilding a happy family. And all these changes and opportunities rely on these theories. These were his weak spots, and now, someone had touched them. Bang! Su Tian slapped the table, but because he was too angry, he didn't hold back at all. How strong is the 8th level warrior? A first level warrior has 3 times the strength of a normal person, and each level up will increase the strength by 50 kilograms. Therefore, even an old ox plowing the field cannot withstand this slap, let alone a wooden table. Snap! The table was smashed directly by Su Tian, and the loud noise scared everyone. Even the Qi and blood theory teacher who was sitting on the podium was shocked. The teacher was about to get angry, but when he saw Su Tian's expression, he held his words back. At this moment, Su Tian's face was full of anger and his expression was ferocious, as if he was ready to eat someone at any time. Su Tian, you! Who offended Su Tian? The teacher spoke angrily, glancing at all the students present. He has taught Class 1 for more than 2 years and has a relatively good understanding of Su Tian. He always smiles at his elders. Apart from competing in learning knowledge, I have never gotten emotional. But Su Tian's current look clearly showed that he was extremely angry. Who tore up my book? Su Tian's voice was calm, but everyone could hear the anger within the calm. All the students present shuddered at the same time. Su Tian, who was already an 8th level warrior, already had a sense of oppression. Seeing him like this now, Chu Yingying, who was standing by, turned pale with fright. It was also the first time she saw Su Tian angry. Su Tian was already blinded by anger, and he now had to make that man pay the price. I'll ask you one last time, who tore up my things? Tian was like a raging tiger at this moment. No one dared to say a word. They all looked at him nervously. Several classmates around me didn't even dare to breathe deeply. Tian, calm down. I know those books are important to you, but don't be impulsive. Teacher Chi and Blood immediately asked for him if anyone saw who did it. Just then, a classmate in the class spoke nervously. I don't think he's from our class. I saw that they were from class 2. Several of them came over and surrounded Tian's seat. I thought they were looking for Zhang Xing, so I didn't pay any attention. Before he finished speaking, Tian had already walked out of the classroom. Students, go to self-study first. The teacher will go out and take a look. When the Qixue teacher saw Tian rushing out, his face changed drastically. He knew that Tian was now a warrior, and he also knew that this matter was serious. Zhang Xing looked at the tables and torn papers on the ground, and his throat rolled. Others didn't know what those papers were, but how could he not know? Moreover, he and Tian had been desk mates for more than 2 years, and no one knows better than him how much importance Tian attaches to these things. I'm afraid something big is going to happen. At this time, the back row of Class 2. Several students gathered together, discussing something with great excitement. The leader was called Ma Dongxing. His situation was similar to Zhang Xing's. Because he had no hope of passing the college entrance examination, he idled around all day. Brother Ma, do you think Tian will come to cause trouble? He is a warrior. Yeah. If we really fight, we are no match for them. Seeing the 2 younger brothers looking terrified, Ma Dongxing sneered. What are you afraid of? Even if he is a warrior, you can't just do it casually, unless he doesn't want to go to college anymore. You know how strict the school rules are, and this is a society ruled by law. Even warriors have perfect rules and regulations. He dare not mess around. Besides, we are not the only ones. We have the Wanqing Support Club behind us. Why is he going to beat up thousands of people in our fan club? Brother Ma is right. The other brothers breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the door of Class 2 was kicked open. That's right. Just kicked away. Tian kicked the door open and walked in with a sullen face, his whole body filled with coldness. He stood in front of the gate, his eyes scanning all the Class 2 students present, his voice cold. Who tore my book? Chapter 50. Kick open the door of Class 2. The door of the quiet classroom was kicked open. Tian's angry voice echoed in the classroom. Everyone was shocked. The teacher of Class 2 at this time was Teacher Li, who had talked with Tian about the theory of qi and blood. Student Tian, what are you doing? I'm in class. Teacher Li was a little angry, but Tian's next words made him swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Teacher Li, I solved all the theories that I discussed with you last time, but they were torn to pieces by the students in your class while I was away. Tian answered expressionlessly, as if he was talking about something completely irrelevant, but to Teacher Li, these words were like a bomb. Tian briefly told him the importance of those theories, and he was surprised that Tian was able to solve them. He also knew how important those theories were to a person with a strong thirst for knowledge. But such an important thing was torn to pieces by others so easily. Not to mention Tian, even at his age, he couldn't help but get angry. Who among you tore up someone else's book? Teacher Li, no need to ask, I know who it is. Tian fixed his eyes on the few people behind him. These people stood up from their chairs as soon as he entered the room. The leader stared at him fearlessly, with eyes full of sarcasm and provocation. Tian, this is our class too. You made trouble during class and even kicked down the door of our classroom. Do you really think you're so great just because you're a warrior? Do you really think that schools don't have school rules and that warrior guilds don't have rules and regulations? Ma Tianxing looked at him with disdain and sneered. It can be seen that he is not afraid of Tian's identity as a warrior at all. It's not his fault. Firstly, he is young and full of energy. Secondly, he is indeed right. It is because of the existence of extraordinary warriors that the laws and regulations in society have become more stringent and strict. After all, warriors are also human beings. You can't be an outlaw. Very good. You put it very well. His arrogant attitude has put Su Tian on the brink of exploding. So you admit that you tore my things? So what if it's me? I'm not afraid to tell you, even if I tear up your book, you can hit me if you dare. Ma Tianxing snorted coldly, with a smug smile on his face. The moment Su Tian rushed into the classroom, he had already sent a message in the group of the late Qing Dynasty Support Club. I believe that it won't be long before someone from the late Qing Dynasty Support Association will show up to help him drive Su Tian away. The so-called Wanqing Support Club was created by all fans of Lin Wanqing. All the members are fans of Lin Wanqing. There are now more than 5,000 members in this group, and all of them hate Su Tian. The reason is very simple, that is, everything Su Tian did had an irreversible impact on Lin Wanqing. For example, beating Lin Wanqing until she cried. For example, it prevented Lin Wanqing from attending Sichuan University. As the administrator of the group, he is naturally one of these people. So he organized people and decided to teach Su Tian a lesson first, which was to tear up his books. These are people from the next class, and everyone knows that Su Tian attaches great importance to and is obsessed with knowledge and books. So we must make this guy taste the grievance and pain that Lin Wanqing suffered. He looked smug, but he noticed that Su Tian had taken out his cell phone at some point and seemed to be recording a video. Su Tian turned off his phone and then carefully put it away as evidence. I have already written down what you just said. You can expect to pay the money. My information is worth at least 1 million. I'm going to give you 500,000 now. Su Tian said as he took a step forward and walked towards the other person. This 500,000 is considered as compensation for assaulting you. You dare! Seeing Su Tian approaching, Ma Tianxing immediately became a little nervous. But he quickly regained his composure and said confidently with his head held high, Su Tian, stop scaring me. I've already inquired about it. People from the warrior guild cannot attack ordinary people at will, otherwise their warrior qualifications will be revoked. The more he spoke, the more confident and arrogant he became. He even stretched his face forward and said, If you have the guts, do it. There are so many people watching here. Let's see if you will be deregistered. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Su Tian slapped him in the face. Ma Tianxing was slapped to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Several followers nearby were startled and collapsed to the ground. The slap was too hard, and they could see that Su Tian had not used his full strength. If he had used his full strength, it would probably not be as simple as fainting. Bang! Before they could react, Su Tian sat on Ma Tianxing and slapped him again. Ma Tianxing, who was foaming at the mouth, was slapped awake. At this time, both sides of his cheeks were completely red and swollen, looking extremely scary, and he looked at Su Tian, whose expression was cold, with great horror. What frightened him the most was that Su Tian carried him out of the classroom. Student Su, you can't fight. If something goes wrong. Teacher Li, this is a matter for us young people. Don't worry, I won't drag you down, and you've seen it, I'm just teaching him a lesson. Su Tian interrupted Teacher Li without looking back and walked out of the classroom step by step. No one in the entire class dared to say a word. Ma Tianxing had done all kinds of bad things in the class, and after all, he was the one who made the mistake first. No one would offend a mad warrior because of such a person. Su Tian! Su Tian, let me go! The fan club will be here soon. If you dare to touch me today, you will never be able to leave the school. Ma Tianxing suddenly seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and began to scream and roar. But Su Tian couldn't listen to anything now, and there was only one thought in his mind. Then let him pay the price. Beating him up won't satisfy your anger. He must be taught a lesson. That qi and blood theory is worth at least more than 1 million. This guy must be made to compensate me and get the punishment he deserves. Isn't this a society ruled by law? Then let the rule of law society restrain him. Aren't warriors said to have rules and regulations? Then use the rules and regulations of warriors to restrain him. He remembered that ordinary people who had falsely accused and harmed warriors would not be able to become warriors in this life after registering, and even 3 generations of their family would be affected. He must let this guy know the dangers of society. Su Tian! I'm telling you one last time, let go! Ma Tianxing suddenly went crazy and started roaring desperately, and Su Tian really stopped. But the reason he stopped was not because this guy was crazy, but because he found a large group of people standing at the door of Class 2. These people were staring at him with unfriendly eyes. There were at least 40 or 50 of them. Chapter 51. I'm giving you face, but who do you think you are? The door of Class 2. A group of people stared at Su Tian with a fierce look on their faces, full of sarcasm and mockery. Your name is Su Tian? You are Su Tian. You are quite arrogant. Ma Tianxing saw the person coming and immediately shouted arrogantly. Su Tian, our people are coming. You're dead today. Even if you are a warrior, you can't fight dozens of people alone. The last bit of fear in his heart disappeared, replaced by arrogance. Who are you? Su Tian noticed that the people in the front didn't seem to be students, and his face was full of curiosity. He was about 20 years old, had tattoos, and looked like a gangster. Who are we? Don't worry about who I am. It's you who caused Lin Wanqing to fail to get first place in the exam, right? Today I'll let you get to know me, your East Street Tiger brother. The speaker was a dark-skinned man with a ruffian air. It was obvious that he was a man who had been fighting outside all year round, and his roar was full of power. Compared with him, the delicate-skinned Su Tian was weaker and looked feeble. Even though they all knew that Su Tian was a warrior, they couldn't help but feel nervous when they saw such a strong contrast. Something is going to happen. Something big is going to happen. However, just when others thought that Su Tian would be in trouble, he suddenly grinned. So, you are no longer a member of the school? Su Tian seldom smiles at school, let alone smile so brightly, because for him, school is a place where he can concentrate on studying hard, so most of the time, he is extremely serious. But in fact, he smiled very warmly, and with the unique confidence that a warrior brings him, he looked refreshing. Anyone who sees it will feel comfortable, so it is inevitable that they will be stunned for a moment. The guys in front were stunned for a moment, and Su Tian took advantage of this time to punch Brother Hu in the face. Bang! There was a muffled sound and Brother Hu fainted with his eyes turning white. Before the other two people could react, Su Tian slapped them in the face. They turned half a circle and lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching. By the time the people behind reacted, Su Tian was already sticking to their faces. He grabbed the face of the frightened male classmate in front of him and pushed him aside, opening a path. You! A classmate nearby saw Su Tian trying to run and mustered up the courage to open his mouth. But before he could finish his words, Su Tian slapped him in the face and he fell straight to the ground. Su Tian walked out of the crowd. He was holding Ma Tianxing in his hand from beginning to end. Dozens of people present no longer dared to say a word, because they had already seen clearly that no one was Su Tian's opponent. This is a warrior. Simple and crude. Ma Tianxing was already scared silly. He never expected that so many people failed to stop Su Tian. At this moment, he was regretting it so much that he had to pick on Su Tian. Su Tian! Su Tian! I was wrong, I apologize. He was now being completely dragged along the ground by Su Tian, and the brutal method didn't care where he touched. He knew very well how angry Su Tian was. This guy was a martial artist after all. If he was really dragged somewhere and beaten up, his life would be in danger. Apologizing is useless. Su Tian had a cold face and dragged him away without any courtesy. Today he was determined to teach this guy a lesson. If he didn't make an example of him to scare the monkeys, no one would dare to mess with him in the future. Just because he doesn't get angry doesn't mean he has no temper. Su Tian, what are you doing? At this moment, a sharp voice attracted Su Tian. Su Tian looked up and saw Lin Wanqing and a group of people staring at him with grim expressions at the other end of the corridor. What the hell is your business? Su Tian's face was gloomy. I'm in a bad mood now. Very bad. 10 out of 10 is not good. His hard work was torn to pieces by others, and now he was blocked by so many people when he came to teach him a lesson. Judging from the situation, Lin Wanqing, the person he dislikes the most, is also going to get involved. This guy is a hornet's nest now. Ma Tianxing and his gang of thugs tore apart his hard work just because of this woman. No one expected Su Tian to say such a thing. Lin Wanqing was about to say something but was bitten back, his face full of disbelief. Is Su Tian crazy? She had met Su Tian many times, but this was the first time she saw him lose his temper like this. Su Tian, Ma Tianxing is my classmate. If you have anything to say, please talk to me. Don't be impulsive. He is just an ordinary person. If you hurt him, the consequences will be serious. Yes, Brother Su, don't argue with me. I was wrong. Ma Tianxing also spoke quickly at this time. Anyone could see that Su Tian was beginning to become irrational. No matter how stupid he knew that he was just an ordinary person and could not withstand Su Tian's abuse. But Su Tian listened to what the two people said with a calm expression, and then continued to drag Ma Tianxing downstairs. That's right, heading downstairs. If this drags on like this, there will be at least some bumps and bruises. Seeing Su Tian being so persistent, Lin Wanqing's face became extremely ugly. She took a few steps forward and blocked Su Tian's way. Su Tian, he is my classmate, you can't be so persistent. Just give me some face and let him go. Isn't that enough if I apologize to you? Lin Wanqing was already anxious. She is no longer the original Lin Wanqing, but the star Lin Wanqing. Seeing her classmate being pulled, she couldn't just ignore it, no matter what the reason was or who made the mistake. Under so many eyes, she had to make Su Tian stop. However, Su Tian, who heard her words, looked up and glanced at her. Just this one glance was full of contempt and disdain. I give you face? You're nothing! These two short sentences made Lin Wanqing's expression freeze. She knew what Su Tian meant. He was clearly telling her not to meddle in other people's business. She also knew that she was no match for Su Tian. Just that glance just now made her terrified. She was sure that Su Tian was now at least a 3-star warrior, and that aura of confidence was definitely not something he could fake. In an instant, she felt endless frustration. Her so-called glamorous life now is really nothing in the eyes of someone like Su Tian who is truly dedicated to the path of a warrior. Her expression was gloomy, and everyone behind her saw this. Some crazy fans stood up and shouted, Su Tian, who the hell do you think you are? Do you really think you are so arrogant just because you are a warrior? Do you think there are no laws? I see you. The speaker was a girl with short hair. Her voice stopped halfway through and she sat down on the ground with a look of fear on her face. At this moment, Su Tian was looking at him coldly, and there was a hint of deep chill in the depths of his eyes. Just like the strange beasts that eat people and drink blood that she saw on TV. And this strange beast was obviously getting angry. Chapter 52, Celebrities Come Forward. Being stared at by Su Tian, the girl was frightened and subconsciously pulled Lin Wanqing. But Lin Wanqing didn't dare to move rashly. Su Tian is so scary. The most important thing is that Su Tian is a warrior now, and no one can be his match in a real fight. Just then, she heard the sound of high heels and turned back with joy on her face. Then a woman with a hot body and beautiful appearance appeared. Wearing leather pants, a short skirt and high heels, her delicate facial features are as charming as Lin Wanqing's. As soon as she appeared, the students present felt like they had found someone to rely on, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Sumi. She can be said to be a household name actress. She can't be said to be a top star, but she is also a pretty popular actress among second-tier stars. Su Tian frowned. Sumi is also an artist under Tianhua Entertainment. I didn't expect her to be here too. It seems that she came for Lin Wanqing. Things are getting troublesome. Sister Sumi, there is a dispute here. You may have to wait a while. Lin Wanqing hurriedly came forward. Yeah, I heard everything just now. Sumi nodded slightly. She looked at Su Tian and said sharply, If I'm not mistaken, you are the Su Tian who stole the first place in the late Qing dynasty test? You just became a warrior and you're already intimidating your classmates at school. Do you really think no one can discipline you? Also, you actually insulted Tianhua Entertainment's artist in public. Do you know the consequences? She spoke more and more fiercely, not giving Su Tian a chance to speak. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid all the artists of Tianhua Entertainment would have been hurt by you. If you don't give me an explanation for this matter today, don't blame me for being rude. Su Tian raised his eyebrows and sneered. Confess? What do you want to be told? As expected of an artist from Tianhua Entertainment, he has such a great talent for speaking. If it were anyone else, they would really be confused by her twisted logic that puts the cart before the horse. But if you want to scare Su Tian, you're still far from it. You should be an adult now, and you are a registered warrior. The law and the rules and regulations of the warrior industry will not tolerate you. So you have to apologize to Wan Qing in public now and admit your mistake. When Su Tian heard his ridiculous remarks, he couldn't help but sneer. It was clearly Lin Wan Qing who messed up the situation, but now he is blamed? You want me to apologize to Lin Wan Qing? That's right. The artists under our company are all public figures. You have studied for so many years, so you must be aware of the consequences of insulting public figures in public, right? Sumi raised his snow-white chin proudly, with a smug look on his face. There's no need to apologize. Lin Wan Qing suddenly spoke hesitantly, looking at Su Tian with some fear. Sister Sumi, Su Tian said that I actually didn't do anything wrong. This matter is ultimately a conflict between the two of them. She did fantasize about being able to gain the upper hand in any confrontation with Su Tian one day. But now, she looked at Su Tian with a cold expression, her eyes showing hesitation. She is also a strong-willed woman. She has lost to Su Tian many times and does not want to save her face in this way. The most important thing is that she was a little afraid of Su Tian, especially the expression on his face just now, which really looked like a man-eating beast. But Sumi was not afraid, so she was not polite at all. We, Tianhua Entertainment's artists, will never allow ourselves to be insulted in this way. Su Tian, if you don't want the matter to continue to escalate, apologize immediately, let that classmate go, and pay for his medical expenses. This is your last chance. Sumi's face was full of pride, as if he had him in his hands. She has been in the entertainment industry for so many years, so she is more than capable of dealing with a high school student. She could see that Lin Wan Qing wanted to help her classmates. After all, as a public figure, she couldn't just ignore such things. But this little girl was obviously no match for the boy named Su Tian, so she had to do it herself. Once successful, the outside world will have another good story about Lin Wan Qing and Tianhua Entertainment. Just when she and everyone thought that Su Tian would choose to give in under the pressure of Tianhua Entertainment, Su Tian suddenly spoke. I'm sorry, I refuse. If you insist, you can sue me at will. I want to see if the other party will distort the truth in court just because you are a celebrity. He is not afraid of prosecution. After all, the cause of this incident was his theory of qi and blood. If it was really just a conflict with Lin Wan Qing, he would not have much confidence, but it was different when it came to this theory. Is it just as simple as a book theory being torn into pieces? Do you really think it's just Su Tian's hard work? No. If it was really that simple, how could Zhang Wei, as a manager, dare to make such a big decision for the Warrior Guild? Once this method of improving qi and blood is successful, the first people to benefit will be their urban area. First, the realm of all warriors in the urban area will be greatly improved, and many new warriors will appear. When there are more warriors in a city, all economic systems will be improved. This is beyond doubt. It is no exaggeration to say that this theory is the destiny of a city. The Warrior Guild will definitely protect him. He has the confidence, so he is not afraid. Sumi's expression froze. She didn't expect a high school student to be so tough. Good. Very good. If I don't teach you a lesson today, wouldn't it be harmful to others if you were allowed to go out into society? I'm going to call your principal right now. Let's see if you still dare to talk like that when your principal comes, she said and took out her cell phone. She didn't want to see a case involving a high school student go straight to court. But Su Tian was too arrogant, so she could only let the school principal handle it. She was very confident that Zhang Chang would definitely stand on their side, because not only was there Lin Wan Qing, but there was also Tianhua Entertainment behind them. Upon hearing the principal being let in, Su Tian did not leave immediately. After all, he may not care about the school's attitude towards him, but he cares about the attitude of his head teacher Chen Fei, and he absolutely cannot delay others because of himself. Seeing that he didn't leave, Sumi thought he was scared and smiled smugly. "It's too late to be afraid now." Tian responded to her with just a faint glance, a glance full of contempt and disdain. This glance also made Sumi furious, and he decided to teach him a lesson. Lin Wanqing seemed not to want to make the matter so ugly, and wanted to speak up to help, but when he saw Sumi's furious look, he finally didn't say anything. At this moment, in the principal's office, Zhang Chang put down the phone, his face full of hesitation. Logically, Tian is a member of the Warrior Guild, and he should notify Zhang Wei if anything happens. But this is a school matter after all, and the other party is Tianhua Entertainment. Even if Zhang Wei went there, I believe he would not want to offend this behemoth. Once Zhang Wei goes there, it will represent a conflict between the Warrior Guild and Tianhua Entertainment, and the most difficult thing to deal with will be their school. Zhang Chang was ready to test Zhang Wei. Looking at Zhang Wei sipping tea, he smiled attentively and said, "Manager Zhang, there was a call just now. Tian had a small conflict with other students. I might want to go take a look. Would you like to come with me?" Zhang Wei was stunned when he heard this. A high school student got into a conflict with that boy. What conflict could there be? How could an 8-star warrior suffer a loss? Besides, he is here, so if something really happens, he can go out. The key point is that he went there with Zhang Chang, so wouldn't his auditing be exposed? Where to put his old face? No. Absolutely not. He laughed and waved his hand. "This is your school's business. Why should I get involved? I might as well drink some tea here." "You go, I won't go." Chapter 53. The situation is getting more serious. In the school corridor. At the stairs. Ma Tianxing sat on the cold ground, his face pale and his eyes filled with fear. How could he still have the momentum he had at the beginning? He didn't even have the courage to look Tian in the face. He really couldn't imagine why a person could become more and more angry. From the time Tian started fighting with him until now, he didn't feel Tian's anger diminish at all. On the contrary, after the school beauties and celebrities showed up to dissuade him and after he had informed the principal to come, Tian's anger grew. He now even suspected that even if the principal came to deal with Tian would still beat him up. "Student, don't be nervous. I'm here. This guy won't dare to do anything to you. Besides, your principal will be here soon. He will definitely be in trouble." Sumi saw his fear and spoke to comfort him. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the consolation was fake and the purpose was to intimidate Tian. She looked at Tian, who was holding people all the time, and sneered disdainfully. "As expected, young people are just hot-tempered." However, the next second, her sneer froze on her face, because Tian looked up at her with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. It was just this look that made Sumi angry. She felt that Tian didn't know his own worth. Just at this moment, Zhang Chang hurried up from downstairs. "Principal Zhang, you're finally here. Look at the good students your school has trained. Not only did they beat up their classmates, but they are also competing with me here. It's hard to imagine how your school produced Lin Wanqing. Oh no, it's about how Wanqing chose to study at your school." Her face was livid, and the anger in her words was obvious. Zhang Chang's face changed drastically and he immediately became a little panicked. He couldn't let Lin Wanqing clear off his relationship with the school. With Lin Wanqing's current popularity and fame, if he could graduate from their school normally, it would be a great fortune for the school. Tian is actually considered a genius, but this kid is stubborn and cannot be relied upon at all. I have finally climbed onto Lin Wanqing's high branch, and I absolutely cannot let all my efforts go to waste. His face turned serious and extremely solemn. "Student Tian, please let him go. You are a warrior after all. You don't have to compete with ordinary people. Apologize to Sumi and the others, and forget about it." Tian smiled. "Principal Zhang, why should I apologize? This guy tore up my hard work and books first. He just wanted to bring him to seek justice. They were the ones who gathered to fight, and this Sumi foreign school staff is still making trouble here. They don't apologize, and you want me to apologize?" When Tian finished speaking, even the sneer in his smile disappeared, replaced by anger and a slightly ferocious look. Although he did not attack, the surging anger of the 8-star warrior made Zhang Chang, an ordinary person, feel a little breathless. Zhang Chang didn't expect Su Tian to be so stubborn, and continued. I know you are angry, but to put it bluntly, he just tore up some of your things. You are a warrior and you won't suffer any loss. Besides, Sumi is from Tianhua Entertainment. They also have high-level warriors coming with them this time. Let's stop here. Young man, it is a blessing to suffer a loss. When Su Tian heard the last few words, his anger completely exploded. Principal, there is no room for discussion on this matter today. You can fire me without any discussion. What's wrong with Tianhua Entertainment? Is it still the king of the world? High-level warriors? I want to see what their high-level warriors can do. Do they want to fight me? Su Tian stared at Sumi, his voice frighteningly calm. And his words also touched Sumi's bottom line. What did you say happened to Tianhua Entertainment? I think you really don't know your place. You dared to say anything. Okay, I'll see if you can get out of the school safely today. It's fine if you insulted the late Qing dynasty, but you even dared to insult Tianhua Entertainment. This matter is not over today, she said as she sent a voice message directly to her phone. Come up. I have something to do here. Zhang Chang looked extremely unhappy when he saw her action. He couldn't help but get angry at Su Tian. Su Tian, do you really think that no one can defeat you if you become a martial artist? They also have warriors, and they are all hired at high salaries. Can't they handle a newbie? Zhang Chang sighed and waved his hands. If you insist on doing this, then I, as the principal, will not care about you anymore. You insulted others, so you should take responsibility for it yourself. He looked like he had done his best, and Su Tian found it a little funny. Their principal is always like this, unable to distinguish the important from the unimportant. The only thing this guy cares about is profit, and he is timid and afraid of trouble. When something happens, he ignores the teachers and students below him. It's really amazing. Zhang Chang is indeed such a person. He thought so too, as long as he could do enough superficial work this time. Moreover, he actually doesn't like Su Tian towards these two people. Although this guy became a sensation as a warrior, he later fell into obscurity, which was completely inversely proportional to Lin Wanqing's development path. The most important thing is that Lin Wanqing has always brought visible benefits to the school, and Su Tian can only embarrass him. Now that there is a conflict with Tianhua Entertainment, if something really happens, Manager Zhang will not blame him, right? He thought clearly and was secretly happy. When Su Tian heard Zhang Chang say that he didn't care, he picked up Ma Tianxing and walked downstairs. After bumping into the stairs twice, Ma Tianxing immediately let out a miserable cry. In fact, the bump was not a big deal, but this guy was scared to death. Zhang Chang watched all this with indifference, and even felt a bit of gloating when he looked at Su Tian's back. This guy always thinks that no one can control him, and he's about to suffer a loss. Su Tian had not gone down a few steps when he saw a sturdy man nearly 2 meters tall walking up. Wearing casual clothes, he exudes a tough aura. Stop this kid for me! Tell him to put down the people in his hands, no mercy! Sumi, who was standing on the steps, saw the burly man coming up and a hint of mockery appeared on the corner of his mouth. The sturdy man just nodded and punched Su Tian without saying anything. That's right, he threw a punch, and he didn't hold back on the punch, and it seemed to have some martial arts flavor. The peak of warrior. Su Tian felt the pressure from the other party at the first moment, and his eyes became serious. The next second, he let go of Ma Tianxing and stepped forward with both hands. Seeing the two people fighting, the students present exclaimed, Well, you deserve it! Sumi felt happy. Brother Su is a top warrior, and there are few rivals for him even in this city. Isn't it a good idea to deal with a newcomer who just joined the warrior guild? As she was thinking this, she heard a muffled sound coming from below. Chapter 54, Imprisoning Su Tian. There was a thump on the stairs. It was clearly a person falling to the ground, and it sounded pretty rough. Done! Sumi smiled and looked towards the stairwell. But... She opened her eyes wide, with a look of disbelief. Brother Su was lying on the ground, looking stunned and shocked. Next to him lay Ma Tianxing, who had already peed his pants out of fear. He looked at the shattered stairs behind Brother Su, and his lips trembled. Impossible! Brother Su is a top warrior! Su Mi's face was full of disbelief. Zhang Chang was also stunned. He also knew the importance of Brother Su. After all, on the first day Su Mi came, he knew that Brother Su's martial arts level was not low. He was even just one step away from becoming a martial artist. You have to know that there are only a few martial artists in the city, and they can be counted on one's fingers. The top warriors are just below these few people. How did Su Tian do it? Su Tian looked at Brother Su with a cold voice. If you attack again, I won't show mercy. I fight a warrior, the guild won't say anything to me. His words made Brother Su shudder. He stood up with a grim look on his face, revealing the shattered ground behind him, which shocked everyone. There is a pit more than 1 meter deep behind Brother Su. If he uses a little more force, I'm afraid the stairs will be completely shattered. Go ahead, I won't stop you. Brother Su spoke with an unpleasant expression. He never dreamed that a high school student could use such exquisite martial arts. Although he was only a low-level bodyguard in Tianhua Entertainment, he had a lot of resources. Even so, he did not have such exquisite martial arts as Su Tian. Even if he had the opportunity to learn, he would never be able to reach this level. Brother Su! What are you talking about? This kid insulted our artist, we can't let him leave. We at Tianhua Entertainment are really being bullied by a high school student from a remote village? I know you have good intentions, but you must take action now. Don't let me off any further. At this moment Su Mi was completely anxious. She no longer even cares about her public image. As an artist of Tianhua Entertainment, she has been working hard in society for so many years. But now she is bullied by a high school student like this. She really can't swallow this. Brother Su took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. How can you tell that I let you win? This kid is just too good. It wasn't me who let him win, it was him who let him win. If he hadn't stopped just now, I would have been lying in bed for a week. That's right, although he was thrown to the ground just now, he was not seriously injured. It's not that the martial arts are not powerful enough. If the martial arts were not powerful enough, such a big deep pit would not appear. It was obvious that the student had stopped and did not hit him with all his strength. Thinking of this, he looked at Su Tian with a little more awe in his eyes. For a high school student to be able to achieve such accomplishments in cultivation and martial arts at this age is simply a genius. No, he can already be compared with the geniuses in those first-tier cities. His words exploded in everyone's hearts like a bomb, and everyone's scalp felt numb. Those students who were watching the fun had a strong illusion when they saw Su Tian's indifferent face. That is, why is Su Tian suddenly so awesome? When did he exceed everyone's imagination? This is the case for those who don't know Brother Su's abilities. Those who know Brother Su's abilities cannot describe the shock in their hearts. Zhang Chang's throat rolled and he still wondered if he was hallucinating. Su Tian was able to deal with Brother Su, who was at the top of the martial arts ladder, so what level was he at now? How is that possible? He is still so young. If viewed from an ordinary person's perspective, he can indeed be called a genius. But is he also unique in the world of warriors? If this is true, what exactly did he and his school miss? Brother Su! Don't be ridiculous. If you really don't take action, then I will have to find another way. Su Mi obviously didn't believe that such a thing happened and shouted angrily. Brother Su looked helpless, but he was just a working bodyguard and didn't know what to say. Seeing that he still didn't take action, Su Mi became completely furious. Su Tian, don't think that no one can punish you. I will contact the city's dispute law office now. In less than 10 minutes they will send someone to take you there. You can't run away. You ignorant boy, just wait. Su Tian remained calm in the face of her threat. Good. Let me see how arrogant you guys at Tianhua Entertainment are. The two people were at loggerheads, and everyone present could see that there was no way this fight would end today. This matter will definitely cause a big uproar today and become a hot topic of discussion. However, no one is optimistic about Su Tian. Even if he is a warrior, even if he is a genius and has good skills, What can he do? Can he still compete with capital? Zhang Chang also thought so, although he was also very sad that Su Tian could not become the school's poster boy. But now that things have gotten to this point, there is no way to reverse the situation, and he can only stand by and watch. Just like that, more than 10 minutes passed. Several men in work uniforms came to the school. Their expressions were extremely serious, and each of them had an aura that was different from that of an ordinary person. As soon as Su Tian saw them, he knew they were warriors, and their level was probably 5 or 6 stars, not as high as his. The man in the lead was a bit bloated. As soon as he arrived here, he started winking at Sumi, and the smile on his face was extremely enthusiastic when he spoke. Are you Su Tian? Come with us, you are an adult now, and you must be responsible for some things. The leading man turned around and spoke to Su Tian, his expression not only serious but also a bit of disdain. Even a fool could see that something was wrong here and Su Tian was going to be in trouble. Without waiting for Su Tian to say anything, he put handcuffs on him. The other warriors on the side each grabbed an electric baton, ready to take action if anything went wrong. Even a fool can see that Su Tian is unlucky today. Everyone thought that Su Tian would be scared to death and start to give in, but he still maintained that attitude. He even calmly looked at the people who had captured him, revealing an intriguing smile. You are all warriors, so that place is also related to the warrior guild? So what? You kid, do you still want to move a mountain? To tell you the truth, given the severity of your problem right now, it would be useless even if the stewards came. The man spoke with great pride. Su Tian did not answer him immediately, but nodded. Under the gaze of the crowd, he pointed his finger outward with a firm look in his eyes. Lead the way! I want to see what you can do to me, Su Tian, today! Chapter 55, Su Tian, you can't move. Su Tian was taken away. Ma Tianxing was not taken away. He sat on the ground with a pale face. Zhang Chang did not follow Tianhua Entertainment because he still had some things to deal with. He evacuated the students, arranged for Teacher Li to ask the students to send Ma Tianxing to the infirmary, and then returned to the office leisurely. When he went out, he was still worried that Su Tian's identity might cause trouble. But now, he doesn't have to worry at all. After all, Su Tian has offended a big capitalist. Given the weight of Tianhua Entertainment, even the manager of the Warrior Guild has to give in. Even if Manager Zhang really wanted to step in because of Su Tian's identity as a warrior, he could just push all the problems onto Tianhua Entertainment, and there would be absolutely no problems involved. It might be a pity for the school to lose a warrior like Su Tian, but it would also be a relief. This guy Su Tian has been a headache for the school ever since he became a warrior. Now that he has become a warrior, he has gotten himself into even more trouble. It would be better if their school did not take any advantage of such a warrior. Done? Seeing him coming back, Zhang Wei immediately looked up curiously. Did that kid hit someone? Principal Zhang, if that kid breaks any rules or regulations as the manager, I will definitely not tolerate it. Zhang Wei patted his chest proudly, thinking that he could finally show off his authority as a manager. I felt a little better about following Su Tian to listen in on this matter. Of course, this is just his way of convincing himself. In fact, he is able to reach the position of manager, so what is he not clear about? Su Tian is capable, so it wouldn't be a big deal for him to go and sit in on the class even if he had to save face, but sometimes people just like to prove themselves. But he didn't expect that Zhang Chang smiled brightly when he heard what he said. Of course it was very brilliant, because the more Zhang Wei said so, the more he felt that Su Tian's matter was settled this time. He was originally worried that Zhang Wei would take care of Su Tian, but now it seems that his worries were unnecessary. It's done. As a warrior, how can Su Tian compete with an ordinary person? Not only did he not listen to my words, he also wanted to quarrel with the people from Tianhua Entertainment. Now the people from Tianhua Entertainment have taken him to the secondary court. I came back to tell you about this. After all, Su Tian is a member of the Warrior Union. Oh, I see. Zhang Wei nodded but didn't react at first. But he immediately shook his hand and stood up instantly. What did you say? You said Su Tian was taken to the secondary court by Tianhua Entertainment? Zhang Wei's actions scared Zhang Chang. Yes, he insulted Tianhua Entertainment and its celebrity artists, and they were so angry that they dragged him directly to the secondary court. When he said this, Zhang Wei's face had already turned ugly. You are the arrogant one in this school. Su Tian is your student. Why didn't you stop him? At this time, Zhang Chan had already noticed that Zhang Wei's reaction was wrong, but he completely misunderstood what he meant. Thinking that Zhang Wei was afraid that Su Tian would implicate the Warriors Guild, he sighed and said in a pretentious manner, Manager Zhang, how could I not stop him? But Su Tian is a kid that can't be stopped. Bang! Zhang Wei slapped the tea table in front of him, and cracks appeared on the table instantly. I mean, why didn't you stop the people from Tianhua Entertainment? Isn't Su Tian a student of your school? If something really happens, won't you be affected? Zhang Chang's smile was ugly. Manager Zhang, that's Tianhua Entertainment. Don't you know the importance of Tianhua Entertainment? We are just a school in a small city, how can we? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Wei again. Asshole! You can't afford to offend him, so why don't you sue me? He's from our warrior guild! Zhang Wei was completely furious, and his aura was so intimidating that Zhang Chang was a little scared. After being frightened for a few seconds, Zhang Chang calmed down and said, Manager Zhang, please calm down, calm down. I know Su Tian is from your warrior guild, but isn't this for your own good? That's Tianhua Entertainment. If they really start fighting, not to mention you, even if the president of the warrior guild comes, he'll probably have to give in. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you. He said this with a smile, thinking that he had been given enough leeway this time, so he wouldn't get angry again, right? Zhang Wei looked at his smug face and wanted to slap him. You know nothing! As for Tianhua Entertainment, even if the King of Heaven comes, it will be useless. Even if the president does not care, the entire martial arts industry will also care. Call the people at Tianhua Entertainment right now, or don't blame me for breaking the rules. As he spoke, his face turned completely cold. Zhang Chang is just an ordinary person after all. How could he dare to go against Manager Zhang? Seeing him make such a big statement, he quickly called Sumi. At this moment downtown, Municipal Court Building. With the arrival of the warrior era, secondary courts were added in various places, divided into warrior branches and ordinary people branches, to handle corresponding legal disputes respectively. Sumi sat in the reception room, watching the man who had detained Su Tian pour her a cup of tea. Sister Su, this tea is good, right? Yeah, not bad. Don't worry, that guy is dead. I have already informed my colleagues and will make sure he learns a lesson. Hearing the man's words, Sumi showed a satisfied smile on his face. At this moment, Brother Su hesitated and said, I suggest that we should not make a big deal out of this. After all, we have not informed their local warrior guild. Also, I think that boy named Su Tian is not simple. He can reach this level at his age. Who knows? Brother Su, you think too much. No matter how talented he is, this is just a small town, and he was the one who insulted Tianhua Entertainment. Even if the president of their warrior guild comes, he can't say anything to us. You don't have to worry. Brother Su wanted to say something but was interrupted by her waving her hand. All right, Brother Su, let's stop here. I'm going to put a damper on his prestige, and see if this kid is still as arrogant as before. She was about to get up when the phone rang. Sumi? There was an obviously angry voice on the phone. It's me, who are you? I am Zhang Wei, the manager of the Warrior Guild. I know you have arrived at the secondary court now. I'm giving you a piece of advice now. Bring Su Tian back immediately and cancel the matter of the secondary court. Why? Sumi sneered. No reason, Su Tian, you can't move. Can't move? Ridiculous. Sumi seemed to have heard some funny joke. Does your local warrior guild take itself too seriously? Don't say you are a manager. Even if your president comes today and insults our Tianhua Entertainment people, you will have to pay the price. Chapter 56. The court has no right to touch Su Tian. Sumi hung up the phone directly. It was just a small warrior guild, not a provincial guild, so she really didn't take it seriously. Inside the school office, Zhang Chang, who was holding the phone, heard the call being hung up and stared nervously at Zhang Wei beside him. Zhang Wei's face was now livid, and his anger was obvious. Manager Zhang, please don't be impulsive. You've also heard that Tianhua Entertainment is determined to do this. It's not worth it just for Su Tian. What did you say? Zhang Wei picked him up directly. You know shit. You're still a principal? Why don't you go eat shit? Seeing Zhang Chang's face full of horror, Zhang Wei angrily threw him on the sofa. Just wait. That day Hua Entertainment will regret it, and you will regret it too. You can't even pick up a pie in the sky. Your cerebellum is atrophied. Zhang Wei snorted coldly and slammed the door and left. Zhang Chang sat on the sofa with a look of grievance on his face, gritting his teeth in hatred. Why are you pretending? It's just a small steward. I want to see if you can protect Su Tian. Lower court. Su Tian was taken directly to the warrior branch and brought to the escort room. There are many warriors who make mistakes in this era, so they have their own team of warriors here, which will take action on behalf of the warrior headquarters when necessary and send them directly to the so-called escort room. He sat on a chair, handcuffed, looking at the staff in front of him with a calm expression. To be honest, he had no idea what positions these people held, but he was clear about one thing. That is, he belongs to the warrior guild. If he wants to define any form of crime for himself, he must notify the warrior guild and obtain the consent of the warrior guild before implementing it. So he was not panicked at all. Bang! The door was pushed open. Sumi walked up to him with a smug look on his face. Student Su Tian, you are about to pay the price for your actions. What do you think? Let me remind you that even if you apologize now, it will be useless. Tianhua Entertainment will never let you off the hook for such behavior. Apologize? Why should I apologize? I have made such a great contribution to the Warrior Guild and this industry. Everyone should thank me. It's you instead, Su Tian said as he looked up at her with an especially sharp look in his eyes. That sharpness didn't seem to belong to a teenager, and seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Think about it carefully. When the warriors get angry, can you end it? When Tianhua Entertainment is hit, how will you give an explanation to the higher-ups? Sumi couldn't help laughing. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Did you become a warrior in such a short time? By contribution, do you mean your team killed a mutant beast? Su Tian's face changed slightly, but he returned to normal immediately. I didn't expect that they would investigate so much about him so quickly, but when I think about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, he is from Tianhua Entertainment, so it's normal. But unfortunately, she didn't find out about recent events, which is the most crucial thing. Seeing that Su Tian stopped talking, Sumi thought he had nothing to say. She waved to the people behind her, and then the man who escorted Su Tian came over with 2 warriors and carried Su Tian out. They call you Brother Xiao? Su Tian looked at the man escorting him and suddenly spoke with a smile. Yes, my last name is Xiao, but is it you who calls me Brother Xiao? Brother Xiao didn't give him a good look and snorted coldly. Su Tian was not angry because these people seemed a bit stupid in his eyes. I advise you to untie me now and at least let me go through the normal process, otherwise don't blame me for reminding you that your job will be in jeopardy. Brother Xiao laughed out loud. He did not continue speaking, but signaled the 2 warriors to press Su Tian down. Soon, he was taken to the secondary courtroom. There were quite a few people standing scattered in the room. The judge at the top was yawning, and when he saw Su Tian coming in, there was a hint of sarcasm and disdain in his eyes. Needless to say, these people all stand on the side of Tianhua Entertainment. Su Tian was held in position like a prisoner. But in fact, everything that Su Tian is being treated like now is what would happen to someone who has committed extremely serious problems. Everyone's face was full of sarcasm and ridicule, except for one person who had a serious expression. That's Brother Su. He stood there, staring at Su Tian. The boy had just reached adulthood, and people of his age would usually be frightened and at a loss as to what to do, or extremely nervous when faced with such a scene. But what about Su Tian? He could only feel calmness and composure on Su Tian's face. He didn't take everyone in front of him seriously. Perhaps he didn't care about the malice and disdain of the people here. He treated everyone as clown. A young man has such a state of mind? Brother Su, you look unhappy? Sumi looked at him curiously. You don't still think there's something wrong with this kid, do you? Indeed, I always feel that he is too confident and too calm. You just think too much. Everyone here is on our side now. This kid will definitely be scared to tears today, Sumi said proudly, his face full of anticipation. Ahem. I declare that the charges against Su Tian will now begin. The judge spoke. The room suddenly became quiet. I already know what happened. Su Tian, do you have anything else to say about your insult to Tianhua Entertainment? Su Tian slowly raised his head and looked at the judge. He said nothing because he knew it would be useless to say anything now. Very good, it seems you have no objection. Then announce that you will pay a total of 121,000 yuan in compensation to Tianhua Entertainment and their artists. Since there is evidence that you assaulted ordinary people, your status as a warrior will be revoked, and you will be sentenced to 2.5 years in prison. The judge said this, slowly raising the hammer. However, just as his hammer was about to fall, a voice suddenly interrupted. Wait a minute! The door was pushed open and Manager Zhang rushed in. No one can touch Su Tian! Manager Zhang's face was filled with anger, and his aura was alarming. The judge frowned. The other warriors in the room surrounded him and tried to drive him away. But most of them came from the warrior guild, and everyone knew Manager Zhang, so they only dared to force him to retreat. Manager Zhang, you've come just in time. Su Tian is from your warrior guild, so I don't have to send someone to notify you again. Sumi stood up. Manager Zhang, Su Tian has already insulted Tianhua Entertainment, and he has admitted it himself. I told you, didn't I? Not to mention you're the manager, even if the president of your warrior guild came it wouldn't work. Manager Zhang stared at her, and then looked at Su Tian. Suddenly smiled. You guys at Tianhua Entertainment are really blind. Don't say that this matter has not been thoroughly investigated. Even if Su Tian really insulted you, this court has no right to punish Su Tian. Chapter 57. Su Tian is a top figure in the city. Zhang Wei's words made everyone present frown. The judge shouted angrily. Zhang Wei, this is a secondary court. Even if you represent the warrior guild, you cannot be so presumptuous. I'm going to the uncle's secondary court. The lesser courts have no business imprisoning a man who has made a significant contribution to the city. Su Tian is one of the candidates to become the city's gold standard figure. Who do you think you are? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people present changed drastically. Gold label character? That is a title that can only be given to those who have made great contributions to the city. The person who recently received this title in the country saved an entire city by himself. If there's really a problem with this kind of person, it cannot be handled at a city level, and at least a provincial meeting is required. And the province will only help this person solve the problem, rather than solving the problem. Manager Zhang, you can't say that. Those who spread rumors about such a serious matter need to be held accountable. Sumi quickly questioned, but his expression was very ugly. Because she knew very well that thinking about such things was generally not a joke. What's more, the other party is the management of the Warrior Guild, and he definitely knows the seriousness of this matter. Student Su Tian, you need to understand the seriousness of this matter. Even your insult to Tianhua Entertainment pales in comparison to this. She didn't continue talking because she found that Su Tian's face was calm at this moment. Su Tian glanced at her sideways, as if waiting for her to finish speaking. His confident look made people even more frightened. Brother Su, who was standing beside her, choked up and looked shocked. He's so young, how is it possible? He muttered to himself, expressing exactly what Sumi was thinking. How old is Su Tiankai? At his age, what contribution can he make to the city? Our Warriors Guild has already applied for candidate quotas in the city, and Su Tian is now in the verification stage. During the verification phase, not to mention your lower court, even the court cannot take action against Su Tianxia. And you, Tianhua Entertainment, dare to confuse right and wrong here. Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? Zhang Wei was furious. Every word he said was like an invisible hammer, hitting the hearts of those present heavily. Sumi's face looked extremely ugly, but he soon calmed down. Just him? A new warrior who has just joined the warrior guild for about a month, and he becomes a candidate? Your Honor, I feel that empty words are not enough. If Manager Zhang can't provide any substantial evidence, I think the execution should continue. The judge nodded and looked at Zhang Wei. Manager Zhang, do you have any proof for what you said? Zhang Wei was stunned. What proof? You can just call the higher-ups to inquire about this matter. How can I prove it? Did you record or videotape your application when you went to the city center? In other words, there is no proof, the judge said with a serious expression. Zhang Wei looked unhappy after being interrupted, but he couldn't explain why. At this moment, Tian finally spoke. You want proof, right? As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's attention was drawn to him. The judge frowned and nodded. Although he is on Sumi's side, if Tian can really produce evidence, he will turn to the light. After all, if Tianjin was that kind of person, he really couldn't afford to offend him. Under his gaze, Tian raised his finger and thought only of his nose. I am the evidence. Tian spoke calmly, and those 5 words made the whole room silent. Puff. Sumi couldn't help laughing. She sneered. Your warrior guild can't even fake something. It's really laughable. Manager Zhang, is this how you teach your little classmates? Manager Zhang looked at Tian with a serious expression. He had no idea what this kid was thinking. But at this time, don't do anything else. Quiet. Tian, you yourself cannot be the standard of proof. Tian smiled confidently and turned to look at Sumi. You have already done a rough investigation of my affairs, right? You must be aware that more than a month ago, I was a student facing expulsion, with less than 70 points of chi and HP. So what? My current realm is the 8-star warrior. Have you ever seen such speed? Tian spoke slowly. In less than 2 months, he went from a warrior with only 70 points of health to an 8-star warrior. Such a speed of improvement deeply shocked the people present. Although Brother Su was mentally prepared, he still widened his eyes. You have to know that he practiced for so many years before he could reach the peak of martial arts. Tian in front of him actually only took more than a month. You are an 8-star warrior? Sumi was also frightened. This speed is extremely rare even in the Central Dragon City. In this place where only martial artists can reach the highest level, such a monster actually appeared. But she calmed down immediately. So what if you have good talent? Don't tell me that talent like this is proof that you've become a gold label figure. The judge also nodded. That's right. Tian, even if everything you said is true, this is not enough to qualify as a gold label figure. It can't be considered evidence. Tian unexpectedly nodded in agreement. That's right, I understand that too. But what if I said that I spent the first half of my life studying the theory of chi and blood, and finally found a special way to increase chi and blood, and achieved a comeback through this method? Tian's words exploded like an atomic bomb. Zhang Wei, who had been silent, smiled and laughed to himself. This kid, it turns out that this is what he was planning. That's right. Even if Tian said it directly, no one would believe it. But he had evidence to prove it, and the means of proving it were obtained from Sumi and others. In this way, the judge will have to believe it even if he doesn't want to. The judge's hand holding the gavel trembled noticeably. He put it aside and pushed up his glasses. Tian, can you write down the chi and blood theory you mentioned? Only in this way can I confirm the authenticity of this matter. Tian nodded. Of course, but I'll write it to you now. Do you dare to read it? Tian's words made the judge look ugly. He really didn't dare to look at it, because it was such an important matter, and he, a small person, didn't dare to look at it, nor did he dare to have excessive contact with it. Good. Then you don't have to write it. I will ask someone to contact the higher-ups to confirm this matter. This matter. It's really too big. It seems like I'm in trouble. At this moment, Sumi's face was full of panic. She never dreamed that things would develop to this point. He was clearly a high school student who had no idea of the immensity of the world, so how come he suddenly turned around? Chapter 58. Everything must be returned. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Judge, I think this guy is just stalling for time. Please don't. Shut up! The judge suddenly shouted. He stared at Sumi, his face livid as he said, Here, do you still need to question whether I report it or not? He was indeed angry. Because he realized the seriousness of the matter. If what Su Tian said was true, then Su Tian would become a gold standard figure sooner or later. He had offended Su Tian before, and now he had to make amends. Sumi was scolded by the judge and looked unhappy. But this is the city after all, not Longdu, and certainly not the headquarters of their Tianhua entertainment. Check. I don't believe what this kid said is true. If a warrior can improve his chi and blood so quickly, then everyone in the world would be a genius. I'll wait here and see what I can do. She sat back in her seat, her face gloomy. This kind of thing is simply ridiculous. Even if the mayor came and said it, she wouldn't believe it. She had seen countless martial arts geniuses, but to reach the level Su Tian described was too exaggerated. Let me see how you'll be exposed. She stared at Su Tian with a smug look on her face. In her heart, she was completely certain of this matter. She thought Su Tian would panic because of what she said, and his expression would show some flaws. But when she saw Su Tian looking at her as if she were an idiot, her anger was mixed with a hint of nervousness. Why is he so confident? Could it be that? Is everything true? She shook her head quickly, her expression firm. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Wei had already come to Su Tian's side at this time, looking him up and down, fearing that he might be injured. Don't worry, what I just said is true. The higher-ups have agreed to include you as a candidate. Soon, the people here will get the results, and you will be able to leave here. Tianhua Entertainment has been the same for so many years, thinking that we are a small place and easy to bully. You have finally taught them a lesson this time. Soon. The judge has walked back. As soon as he came back, he roared at Brother Xiao who was standing at the door. Uncuff Su Tian, uncuff him. Who put the handcuffs on him? Are you crazy? He seemed extremely emotionally unstable, most likely because of the contact he had just made. Brother Xiao looked extremely ugly after being yelled at. He had been nervous since the beginning of the conflict between the two sides, especially after Manager Zhang came out. Seeing the judge like this, his heart skipped a beat. Finished. Could it be that Su Tian is really a candidate for the gold label? He was frightened in his heart, and felt even more afraid when he felt Su Tian's gaze. Thinking of what he had done to Su Tian before and what Su Tian had said to him before he came in, he became even more panicked. What are you waiting for? The judge's roaring voice urged him, and he came to Su Tian with gritted teeth. Su Tian's face was full of indifference, and he just looked at him without saying a word. Student Su, don't take it personally. I have always been impartial. He had a flattering smile on his face, which was a complete reversal of his previous attitude towards Su Tian. You were from the Warrior Guild before, right? Zhang Wei at the side suddenly spoke up. Don't think that you are no longer bound by the Warrior Guild once you leave it. I will remember you. Just one sentence made Brother Xiao break down, and the smile on his face was uglier than crying. At this moment, Sumi saw Su Tian being released and could no longer sit still. She stood up immediately and shouted angrily. Why let him go? This is clearly a fraud, and you actually cheated for personal gain. How about I go to court and sue you? Don't think that we at Tianhua Entertainment are so easy to fool. Bang! The judge grabbed the hammer beside him and banged it on the table. He stared at Sumi angrily. His eyes seemed to want to eat him. Just now, he had confirmed the true situation with his superiors. Everything Su Tian said was true, he didn't lie, and because of the questioning, the situation here was also exposed. He is about to lose his position, and all this is because of Sumi and Tianhua Entertainment. Sumi, right? I don't know whether Su Tian insulted you or not, but I know very well what you did. Don't even think about leaving. Let Tianhua Entertainment's legal department come over. Sumi was slightly stunned. What do you mean? What I mean is, don't even think about leaving. The person you are slandering is a candidate for the gold label. Do you think this matter can be resolved so easily? The court will send someone to arrest you soon. Don't even think about escaping. After hearing this, Sumi was in disbelief. Even now, she still couldn't believe that everything was true. After all, it was too incredible. It was not until Brother Su reminded her that she woke up from her dream. Ms. Su, I'll contact the legal department. Brother Su's face wasn't looking good either. He really regretted not stopping Sumi. He should have guessed that Su Tian was not ordinary. He had clearly made a guess, but it was not firm enough. Ms. Su, the warriors here are no longer in the warrior guild. But the warrior guild has many rules. If you want to resist, I can still mobilize those who once served the warrior guild. Zhang Wei's voice was cold and his eyes were fixed on Brother Su beside her. Although Brother Su is strong, he and Su Tian alone can defeat him, not to mention other warriors. Sumi also woke up completely, and she stared at Su Tian with gritted teeth. I, Tianhua Entertainment, will remember this. Isn't it just a false accusation? Don't say I didn't frame you. Even if I did, what can you do to me? You can't put me in jail, right? She became more and more confident as she spoke. Even if you are not a candidate now and are a real gold-watched person, you still have to follow the rules and regulations. We'll see later. As she said this, she was about to get up and leave. Zhang Wei felt that the matter had finally come to an end and he breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Su Tian spoke again. Wait a moment. I said you can go now? There was a hint of coldness on Su Tian's expression as he stared at Sumi, who turned back. How? Are you still not convinced? I told you, even if there really is a problem, it is not your turn to enforce it. This is the court's business. Oh no, to be more precise, it's a matter between the court and Tianhua Entertainment. That's right. She is an artist of Tianhua Entertainment. Even if she is afraid of being affected, Tianhua Entertainment will come forward and will not let her fight the lawsuit here by herself. I just want to correct something you said just now. Su Tian spoke slowly, with a smile on his face. What? Sumi looked at Su Tian's expression and suddenly had a bad feeling. Su Tian suddenly smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth. Who said that your charges were false? Chapter 59, Summoning Lin Wanqing and Ma Tianxing. Who said you framed me? Su Tian's words startled the complacent Sumi. What do you mean? Su Tian ignored him and looked at the judge. Judge, part of my theory about improving qi and blood was torn to pieces by a high school student. After being torn apart, these people from Tianhua Entertainment came out to cause trouble and eventually sent me here. I now seriously suspect that these guys want to destroy or steal this theoretical knowledge as a protective umbrella. I suggest retrial of Sumi. Su Tian's words made Sumi's face change drastically. Fear appeared in her eyes, and she finally realized the seriousness of the problem. If all this is true, even Tianhua Entertainment will not care about her. After all, the matter is too big. The local city and district senior leaders will certainly investigate the matter with all their might. This is no longer a problem that can be solved by operations alone. You're talking nonsense. Who knows what that kid tore? Don't think that your nonsense can be used as evidence. Do you admit that he tore up my things? Su Tian said with a half-smile. Sumi realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately wanted to change his words. The judge interrupted by slapping his hand on the table, his face livid. Lock him up! Lock them all up! I'm detaining you temporarily. I don't care if you are from Tianhua Entertainment or not. No one can leave until the matter is clarified today. His roar was not only directed at Sumi, but also at Brother Xiao. As the person in charge here, he is naturally the one who is in charge of the guard. Brother Xiao is now in a difficult situation and has no time to curry favor with Tianhua Entertainment. With a livid face, he signaled others to follow and directly handcuffed Sumi. Let's go. Ms. Su! Sumi's face was filled with extreme panic. He turned his head to look at Brother Su, who was also handcuffed beside him. Brother Su could only smile bitterly and said helplessly, Don't be nervous, Miss Su. We are only temporarily detaining you and waiting for the legal department of Tianhua Entertainment to come. He said this, but he was also very nervous and unsure in his heart. This time, they finally hit a wall. Su Tian's identity had completely exceeded their expectations. Soon, both of them were pressed down. The judge personally sent Su Tian to the special car with a warm smile and a respectful attitude. Su Xiodi, regarding the matter of tearing up the qi and blood you mentioned, I will immediately arrange for someone to go to the school. If there is any follow-up progress, I will contact Manager Zhang of the Warrior Guild to inform you as soon as possible. Su Tian nodded and followed Manager Zhang into the car back to school. On the way back, Su Tian briefly asked about the gold label figure. According to Zhang Wei, now that he has become a gold label candidate, he will have countless conveniences. In other words, if I want to check some blood theories now, I have the authority to look up some confidential blood and qi theories in the city? Yes, if necessary, you can also be assigned an assistant. What type of assistant do you like? Zhang Wei paused here and looked up at him sitting behind him. Or you can choose the girl you brought to the restaurant last time. She won't be treated too badly. Su Tian was slightly stunned when he heard his words. Aren't there more professional people downtown? Yes, but no one is prettier than her. Ah? The boy was stunned for a moment, then looked up and saw Zhang Wei's meaningful face. He finally understood and his cheeks turned red instantly. Tell me later. I'll think about this later. Zhang Wei laughed out loud when he saw Su Tian's frustrated look. This kid seems to be like a normal teenager on this issue. But he immediately became serious. By the way, the training time for the guaranteed quota has been decided. It will be at the end of next month, which is still a month and a half away. It would be best if you take care of all the things you have on hand during this period. It would be better to perfect the theory of qi and blood to improve qi and blood, right? Su Tian interrupted him. No problem, I'm already experimenting and it will be done soon. Experiment? Where did you conduct the experiment? This is my own business. But after the qi and blood theory is completed, Manager Zhang, please don't forget the conditions you promised me. Even if they are from the city center or provincial leaders, they cannot go against my ideas. Zhang Wei nodded seriously. Don't worry about this. I will never lie to you about what I promise you. In the classroom of Class 2, Grade 3. Ma Tianxing was sitting in the back seat and was very happy. Damn Su Tian, he actually dared to hit me, and now he finally gets his comeuppance. Ha ha! Several followers around also smiled and echoed. That's right, that kid is totally ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare he compete with Tianhua Entertainment? He has no power or influence, not to mention that the school and the Warrior Guild don't care about him. Even if everyone helps Su Tian, they can't deal with Tianhua Entertainment's huge capital. The voices of several people came from the back to the front. Lin Wanqing, who was sitting in his seat, frowned and looked back. Her desk mate was a short girl who asked curiously, Sister Wanqing, is what they said true? Lin Wanqing nodded. Tianhua Entertainment still attaches great importance to Sister Sumi. This matter has really risen to the level of Tianhua Entertainment. Su Tian will most likely be taught a lesson. As she spoke, a hint of relief appeared in the depths of her eyes. It's a good thing, actually. Su Tian has had a very smooth journey so far. He will have a better mentality after learning some lessons. Her feelings towards Su Tian are complicated. After she figured it out, she felt that Su Tian was very talented, which made her admire him a little. I also realized my own ignorance and grew up. But deep down, the complaints gradually turned into jealousy. That's right, she was too jealous of Su Tian's talent. This time Su Tian has learned some lessons, and he should also be frustrated, or even stop moving forward. When she thought of this, she felt much more relaxed. However, at this moment, the door of the classroom that had just been repaired was pushed open. Two men in court enforcement uniforms stood at the door, their voices serious. Who are Ma Tianxing and Lin Wanqing? The man's words made the whole class quiet down. Ma Tianxing, who was laughing in the back, was stunned for a moment, then slowly raised his hand. Lin Wanqing also raised his hand, looking puzzled. You two come with us to the court. There are some things we need you to confirm. Notify your parents now and ask them to come over immediately. After hearing what they said, Lin Wanqing hesitated and said, Big brother, is this about Su Tian and Tianhua Entertainment? If we want to testify, we can go there in person, right? We are all adults. Testify? The two staff members sneered. Who said you were going to testify? Chapter 60 Tian defeated Capital. Aren't you going to testify? Lin Wanqing was stunned. Of course, otherwise why don't we just summon you to the court? Why do you want us to come here? The two staff members said coldly. Such a cold attitude gave Lin Wanqing a bad feeling. Could it be Sister Sumi lost the case? Impossible. At best, Su Tian is just a warrior with good potential, but Sister Sumi has Tianhua Entertainment behind him. She calmed herself down and followed the staff out of the classroom. Wanqing, do you think we will be implicated and detained? Ma Tianxing was extremely nervous at this time. He is a typical bully who only fears the strong and is timid and cowardly. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. How could he not be nervous? Don't worry, Sister Sumi has the legal affairs of Tianhua Entertainment, and we too will be absolutely fine. Lin Wanqing mentioned that Tianhua Entertainment's legal department was full of confidence. After all, Tianhua Entertainment had encountered numerous difficult lawsuits, but didn't they all win in the end? Suddenly, Ma Tianxing stood still, looking ahead with horror, as if he had seen something terrifying. Yes, it's him! Lin Wanqing turned back subconsciously with a look of surprise. Su Tian. At the corridor entrance of Class 1, Su Tian was chatting with Chen Fei, the head teacher of Class 1. Perhaps sensing their gazes, Su Tian also looked over. The two looked at each other, and he suddenly smiled brightly. Why is he here? Lin Wanqing asked subconsciously. Are you talking about classmate Su Tian? He was framed, and now that the questioning in the lower court is over, he naturally came back. The two staff members answered seriously. He was framed? Lin Wanqing's eyes widened and his face turned pale. She was no fool and knew exactly what this meant. If Su Tian was framed and returned safe and sound. Where's Sister Sumi? Is she still in the court now? No. The celebrity Sumi you mentioned is not in the secondary court. He is in the detention room and is being temporarily detained. The more Lin Wanqing listened, the uglier his expression became. By the end, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. How could it be? Then we are not going to testify, but to do what? Although she had already guessed something, her voice trembled with nervousness. The staff members looked extremely serious. We have now confirmed that Ma Tianxing tore up important documents and must bear due responsibility. And you, Lin Wanqing, are suspected of insulting Su Tian together. Due to his special identity, you must go back with us for investigation. The staff's words were like a bolt from the blue. Lin Wanqing stood there, completely dumbfounded. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. That's impossible. How is that possible? Why Su Tian? What is his identity? He is just an ordinary warrior. No matter how strong the warrior is, Tianhua Entertainment has never lost in such a matter. She couldn't figure it out, and she would never know. Ma Tianxing, who was standing next to her, was so frightened that he collapsed and sat down on the ground. It's true! It's true! He muttered to himself absent-mindedly, his eyes full of regret. A broken notebook is actually an important document. Why does Su Tian, a student, have such an important document? He thought of what Su Tian said about the value of that thing and became even more panicked. He was beaten up and had to pay compensation. The two staff members showed no mercy to them and seriously escorted them out of the school. Su Tian watched them leave with his own eyes, and felt much better. Su Tian, you really scared me this time. Don't be so impulsive in the future. After all, you have a bright future now, so don't do anything stupid. Chen Fei warned him seriously. Teacher Chen, don't worry. Just like that, the matter came to an end and Su Tian was ready to return to class. At this time, the students in the class were discussing Su Tian's affairs, whispering. Su Tian is completely ruined this time. I heard that they were all taken away directly. This guy finally got himself into trouble. Hey, after becoming a warrior, he completely let himself go. He was even capable of doing things like going to other people's classes and beating people up. After Su Tian became a warrior, most people were jealous, so after what happened today, everyone's reaction was that Su Tian deserved it. At this moment, Su Tian pushed open the classroom door and walked in. For a moment, everyone shut their mouths and looked at him in disbelief. Su Tian ignored the gazes of these people, walked directly to his seat, sat down, and yawned. Seeing how relaxed he was, everyone stopped discussing and looked at Su Tian with a little more fear in their eyes. "Brother Tian, you're finally back!" Zhang Xing was very excited to see him come back. If something happened to Su Tian, all his previous efforts would be wasted. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to me until you finish. How was your study this afternoon?" "Soon I'll succeed. I've got the feeling." Zhang Xing was full of confidence. Su Tian gave him a thumbs up without any doubt. Because when he was in the secondary court, he had received many hints about improving his energy and blood, so he probably guessed that this guy had succeeded. Zhang Xing completed the experiment even faster than he had imagined. It seemed that this would take less than a month and a half, or at most a month, to completely test and perfect the theory. Sure enough, the more playful students are, the smarter they tend to be. As long as you put your mind to it, you won't do too badly. "That's Brother Tian. There are a lot of theories here that I don't quite understand. Let me show you." Su Tian took the notebook from the other party and his expression gradually became solemn. Coincidentally, these questions were all about the notes in Lu Mei's notebook. Although Lu Mei had already explained it to him, there were still many follow-up questions that he found difficult to answer. To be more precise, the answer cannot be given casually. "I need to go back and think about these questions of yours. I will contact you as soon as I have the answers." His theory of qi and blood was based on Lu Mei's notebook. He had just encountered such a problem at the beginning, and he would surely cause Lu Mei a lot of trouble in the future. It's okay to ask for help once or twice, but this time. Su Tian lay on his desk and began to think about his assistant's question. If he paid Lu Mei a salary, it would be a business issue and he wouldn't have to worry about it. Talk to Sister Lu Mei. At this moment, Chu Yingying interrupted his thoughts. "Su Tian, I want to treat you to a meal this weekend." She looked at him apologetically, looking cautious. "Regarding the qi and blood course, I was confused for a moment. Please don't take it personally. I'm here to formally apologize to you, and I hope you can forgive me." Su Tian looked at her sincere expression and sighed. "Forget it, let the past be the past. I, Su Tian, am not that petty, and it doesn't affect me in any way." He was indeed a little unhappy before, but now he doesn't care. In this era, everyone wants to be a warrior and hopes to become a warrior. Everyone takes the college entrance examination and is admitted to the warrior school based on their own abilities. As long as it does not harm his own interests, he doesn't care. Anyway, the road he has to go is very long and the mountains he has to cross are very high. Someone like Chu Yingying is just a passerby in his life, and there is no need for him to waste too much energy on her. Chapter 61 Assistant Lu Mei. In the end, he couldn't resist Chu Yingying's constant nagging and went to the bottom of the lake to fish on the weekend. After fishing out of the lake, Su Tian immediately opened his phone and clicked on Lu Mei's chat box. There was only a message he sent, and the content of the message was very simple. "Sister Lu Mei, do you like the martial arts circle?" After experiencing the events of Tianhua Entertainment, he believed that some things were not for ordinary warriors and should not be involved. He has always had a good impression of Lu Mei, so he had to make the interests involved clear to Lu Mei. Lu Mei, who was on night shift, sat in a chair in a daze. Ever since the last time, she would think of Su Tian from time to time. She knew very well that they were not from the same world at all, and could not even be considered ordinary friends. But even so, she also hopes to have some daily interactions with Su Tian. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. She saw the text message from Su Tian and was extremely excited, but also a little confused. "What does he mean? Are you asking me if I like the martial arts community, or if I like him? Sure enough, even if he is a warrior, he is just a young brother." After a brief thought, she replied to Su Tian's message. "Of course I'm interested. You want to be a warrior too? Of course, there are few people who don't want to, right? Even if the same thing happens as last time?" Seeing that there was no reply yet, Tian smiled helplessly. If Lu Mei is really afraid, she shouldn't bother him anymore. This is the most basic courtesy. Just when Tian thought that Lu Mei had tacitly refused, a new message flashed on his phone. Meet and talk? Okay. After Tian agreed on the time and place with her, he smiled relaxedly. To be honest, it would be very distressing if Lu Mei really couldn't become my assistant. After all, those theories were written by Lu Mei herself. No one else would understand them as clearly as she does. The next day at noon. It was still the same restaurant as last time, and Tian treated us again. Today, Lu Mei put on light makeup and matched her outfit with white, making her look more like an urban beauty, but there was still a hint of immaturity between her brows. Sister Lu Mei, actually I want you to be my assistant. Tian didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Assistant? Lu Mei looked at him in disbelief. What position do you hold in the warrior guild? Why do you still need an assistant? Although she knew that Tian was not an ordinary warrior, she had no idea what level he was at and had always been curious. Tian hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to be honest. Actually, there is nothing special about me in the warrior guild. It's just that the guild told me that I applied for the gold label candidate. I have created some theories on improving qi and blood, and I need someone who knows qi and blood theory very well to be my assistant, so I thought of you. Lu Mei looked incredulous after hearing what he said. After a brief silence, the sound suddenly rose one pitch. Gold label person? Are you sure it's a gold label character? Did I hear it right? Although she is an ordinary person, she has also heard of the value of this gold label title. It can be said to be a benchmark for a city and has a bright future. Tian quickly followed her instructions and made a hushing gesture, sweating profusely. Keep your voice down, candidate. It's a candidate. Last time, after I learned a lot of theories from you, I went back and integrated a qi and blood theory of my own, which is a theory about improving qi and blood. It is because of this theory that I was nominated as a candidate, so I would like to ask you to help me develop it together. After hearing this, Lu Mei was silent for a while. As your assistant, I will come into contact with more warriors. As an ordinary person, I will encounter many troubles, right? Tian nodded. Yes. I hope Sister Lu Mei can help me, but I won't force her. He, Tian, is not some fool who naively thinks that ordinary people envy the life of warriors. There is still a large number of people in the world who still like to live an ordinary life. After all, while a warrior's life is exciting, it also involves many difficulties that ordinary people cannot imagine, such as hunting exotic beasts. I need to think about it carefully before I give you an answer, okay? Certainly. Tian signaled to the waiter to serve the food, and then he devoured it with relish. He was just an ordinary high school student before. He was not afraid of being laughed at by others and had never eaten any good food. Now that he is rich and powerful, he finally has the chance to come to such a good restaurant, and he must have a good meal. After eating and drinking, when Tian was about to leave, Lu Mei stopped him. I agree. But I have a request. You say. Tian was excited when he heard her agree. After all, the sooner one agrees, the sooner Zhang Xing's experiment will be successful. You have to make me a warrior. I don't care what kind of favors and resources you use. You must make me a warrior. That's no problem, I promise. Tian nodded without thinking. If the experiment on Zhang Xing is successful, then there will be absolutely no problem for Lu Mei as well. You should think carefully and don't agree lightly. I want to sign a contract with you. Lu Mei pouted when she saw him being so casual. Sign! Sign the contract now! Tian immediately agreed, fearing that she would go back on her word. Lu Mei's expression froze. How come this feels like I'm on a pirate ship? Chapter 62, Sprint Martial Master. With Zhang Wei's help, the contract between Lu Mei and Tian was quickly printed out. The fingerprints pressed on that day will take effect immediately. As for Lu Mei's salary, 10,000 a month? Lu Mei looked at Tian tentatively, and said with a guilty conscience. After all, I am the assistant of a candidate for the gold label. 10,000 a month is not too much, right? It's not too much, even 100,000 is not too much. What about the 100,000? It's not impossible. It's not me who pays the salary anyway. Su Tian grinned. When Lu Mei asked, she found out that the salary was paid by the Warrior Guild. She took Su Tian to Zhang to negotiate a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan. After leaving the door, Su Tian had a dazed look on his face. 15,000. Wipe. Can he be his own assistant? Don't be so incredulous. Don't you know how valuable you are? Don't accuse me of not working. Didn't you say you had some blood and chi problems to ask me? Now you can. Lu Mei is just like this. She is very reliable when encountering things. Su Tian saw this the last time he went to her house. He immediately became serious, and briefly explained the issue of Zhang Xing to him. He originally thought that Lu Mei might need some time to think about it, but he didn't expect her to speak so freely. You really don't know such a simple theory of qi and blood? Didn't I explain it to you before? Lu Mei's words did not make Su Tian feel ashamed, but instead he looked at the other person with an almost fanatical look. Sister Lu Mei, your qi and blood theory is already beyond that of normal students. Are you really not studying qi and blood? That's right. Su Tiangan was certain that Lu Mei's knowledge of qi and blood was definitely not worse than Zhang Wei's. With this level of ability, why do you come back to be an ordinary person? When Lu Mei heard his words, her eyes became evasive. No means no. But I still have some skills, otherwise how would I dare to go on a blind date with a warrior? Su Tian noticed the evasiveness in her eyes, so he tactfully didn't ask any more questions. Now that the knowledge of qi and blood theory has been mastered, Su Tian prepares to go back to school to find Zhang Xing. This theory must be completed as soon as possible to help Su Zhou recover his health as soon as possible. For the next week, Su Tian dealt with Zhang Xing's affairs. During this period, when he occasionally took time off, he was preparing for a breakthrough to become a martial artist. To achieve a breakthrough as a martial artist, it is not only necessary to have sufficient qi and blood, the most important thing is to be able to flow the qi and blood throughout the body. That is to say, all the limbs and bones, as well as the meridians, will be penetrated by qi and blood. If you open up everything in the human body, there will be a qualitative leap. When you reach the level of a martial artist, not only will your vision and hearing be greatly improved, but you will also have a deeper understanding of the use of qi and blood, which is a qualitative improvement. After searching and consulting some resources, he found the best and most suitable solution. For a warrior to become a martial artist, it often takes an opportunity. There are no skills, so most people are stuck at the bottom of the martial arts world. The only way that can be considered a trick, but not a trick, is to increase the speed of mastery during a life and death struggle. Looking at the information displayed on the phone, his brows were furrowed. In this case, people with poor talents may not be able to break through. The only way is to fight with more man-eating monsters. Su Tian immediately felt a lot of pressure, but it was not because he was afraid of the strange beast. But this method is too risky, and he really doesn't want to block it unless it is absolutely necessary. He sat in his seat in the classroom, muttering to himself, his mind focused. Su Tian's condition has long been accustomed to by his classmates. Not to mention that Su Tian is a warrior now. Even before he was no longer a warrior, he was like this, muttering to himself all day long. However, since he has the ability to become a warrior, no one dares to gossip about him anymore. Su Tian, have you encountered any problems? Chu Yingying saw that he was frowning and asked curiously. Su Tian smiled bitterly and nodded. I think you should actually relax. Ever since I met you, you have been burying yourself in books every day. No matter how good a book is, there has to be a limit, right? Su Tian smiled helplessly. You don't understand. I don't understand, but I don't have to stop reading to relax, okay? Chu Yingying handed her cell phone to Su Tian and motioned for him to take a look. What's this? Su Tian saw a lot of fonts on it and was a little confused for a moment. A novel! This novel is called The Invincible Qi and Blood Road. It seems to be written by a retired frontline warrior. The scene where he breaks through and becomes a martial artist is so good. It's so immersive and thrilling. The corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched, but he immediately thought of something. If I look at other people's breakthrough experiences or insights. I wonder if I can successfully penetrate the body and advance to a martial artist. The more Tian thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He then confirmed the name of the novel and downloaded an electronic version. No matter what, he will give it a try once his energy and blood come back up. His chi and blood have now reached 1800 points, which makes him a 9-star warrior. To break through to the martial artist level, one needs to reach 3000 points of chi and blood. After becoming a martial artist, every time you upgrade 1 star, you will increase your chi and health by 1000 points. 3000 points of chi and blood seem far away, but as long as Zhang Xing's theory can be successfully tested, he can ask the warrior guild to find some people to distribute it, and the chi and blood will increase quickly. Just as he thought. After 1 month, which was half a month before the national training camp, the theory was finally perfected. Tian perfected all the theories and asked Zhang Wei to find someone to try them out as soon as possible. In 3 days, his chi and blood reached 3000 points. Just in time for the weekend. Tian did not go home immediately, but came to Lu Mei's house. His breakthrough to martial master was rather special, and he didn't want anyone else to see it, especially those from the Martial Artists Guild. Sitting in the study room of Lu Mei's house, Tian locked himself in. When breaking through to become a martial artist, one must not be disturbed. He had informed Lu Mei in advance and prepared emergency measures. That's right. Lu Mei has rich theoretical experience, and if any problems really arise during the process, she can provide first aid in the first time. After completing all the preparations, Tian took out his cell phone. He read a passage from this novel these days and confirmed that it was useful, which made him excited. He opened the catalog, found the chapter he wanted, and clicked on it. The first line above starts reading as follows. The transition from a warrior to a martial arts master is an extremely painful process. When I started trying to use chi and blood to impact various parts of my body, it felt like thousands of needles piercing my body. After Tian finished reading the first paragraph, the system prompt also floated in front of his eyes. You are reading the process of breaking through to become a martial artist, and the rate of chi and blood flowing through the body has reached 1%. The moment the prompt appeared, Tian broke out in a cold sweat. Because that feeling is really coming. Chapter 63, Final Preparations for the Training Camp. Pain. The pain is hard to describe. It felt like there were countless steel needles piercing every inch of his flesh. Beads of sweat appeared on Tian's forehead. The severe pain almost made him faint. He looked up at the mirror in the study, and his face was as blank as a sheet of paper. Sure enough, the path of a warrior is far more difficult than he imagined. But he managed to survive those years when he was unable to improve his chi and blood. How could he be defeated by such a small pain? Moreover, he could clearly see his own progress. He was in pain and happy. Gritting his teeth, Tian mustered up great courage. Continue reading the novel. Continued to read as follows. He didn't know if he could endure the pain, but the needle-like pain gradually became less painful. Perhaps I have become numb, during the days when I was trying hard to learn the theory of chi and blood, when I was madly improving myself, and when I tried so hard but saw no results. He began to forget the pain and started to attack the needle-like pain over and over again until he conquered it completely. Gradually, Tian became obsessed. He felt that the novel was well written, as if it were a real personal experience. He could also feel the author's efforts in the words. Perhaps because he felt the same way, or perhaps out of respect, he gave the author a thumbs up, gave a 5-star review, and sent a small gift. In this way, he gradually forgot the pain. You are reading the process of breaking through to become a martial artist, and the rate of chi and blood flowing through the body has reached 1%. You are reading the process of breaking through to become a martial artist, and the rate of chi and blood flowing through the body has reached 1%. I don't know how long I watched it. He read the last chapter, clicked on the ticket to follow up, and stopped reading. I made a breakthrough? Tian was pleasantly surprised to find that he had reached the level of martial artist. The panel is as follows. Host Tian. Age 18. Chi and blood, 3020 points, 1-star martial artist. Perception, 1 point. Abilities, 8 extremes yin and yang kung fu, 100% proficiency, light swordsmanship, 100% proficiency. Mastered weapon, light sword, 100% proficiency. Tian felt that his body was exceptionally light, and his hearing and vision were greatly improved. For example, now that he is sitting in the study, he can use his hearing to clearly distinguish the breathing of Lu Mei, who is lying outside the door, as well as her mumbling voice. "You're not going to die, are you? Don't do that! What kind of thing is it that a man died at home? If this gets out, won't people say I'm unlucky?" The corner of Tian's mouth twitched. He opened the door, which startled Lu Mei. "You succeeded?" "Success, breakthrough." Tian grinned. Lu Mei looked Tian up and down, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She didn't know that Tian had broken through to become a martial artist, because Tian only told her that he was going to break through. The reason why he showed such a look was entirely because Tian had changed so much now. Standing next to him, one feels as if one can breathe more smoothly, as if Tian carries a sense of joy that can infect others. "You seem a little different." "Of course it's different, I've made a breakthrough." Tian laughed. He knew exactly what Lu Mei was talking about. This was the feeling a martial artist would give to the people around him. Because the qi and blood in his body are unblocked, qi and blood flow through him with every breath. If he were an ordinary person, his energy and spirit would be very strong, so strong that it would overflow and affect other people. Moreover, those who reach the level of martial artist will have their lifespan extended by at least 30 years. "Come on, I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Starting tomorrow, I may have to deal with some important things, and I won't contact you again for a while. Your job is to assist Manager Zhang in perfecting my qi and blood theory." "What do you mean? I'm not your assistant. What's the matter with asking me to go to the warrior guild?" Lu Mei frowned. Tian could understand why Lu Mei was so excited. After all, when he first looked for Lu Mei, he had already made it very clear that Lu Mei would just follow him to do things. If she were to be thrown to Zhang Wei now, she would definitely not be willing to do so. After all, everyone there is a warrior, and she is still an ordinary person. So he explained, "I might have to go hunt exotic beasts next, and it will be inconvenient to take you with me. Don't worry, you are my assistant now, no one dares to touch you. And you only need to participate in the qi and blood theory. You don't have to worry about anything else. I will say hello to Manager Zhang." That's right. He did want to hunt exotic beasts, partly because it was a warrior's duty. Killing strange beasts every month not only brings benefits, but also accumulates contributions. Every time a warrior kills a strange beast, the guild will upload the contribution record online. The only purpose of the contribution record is to be able to apply for a national warrior organization and get a good job and status. Those were positions with actual power. Although Tian did not desire them, he could not miss this opportunity. On the other hand, he needs to improve his combat experience to ensure that he stands out in the training camp for recommended students. He didn't choose to fight before because he felt that he lacked the ability and experience. Now that he has reached the martial arts master, he is confident enough to handle dangerous situations. At this time, Lu Mei also understood his approach. Hunting exotic beasts is something a warrior must do, right? Yes. This is the responsibility and obligation of every warrior. If I become a warrior, do I have to hunt exotic beasts? Tian looked at her timid appearance and nodded. Now you have participated in all my theories, and you can read most of them at will. You should understand it now, right? You can also use that theory. Your qi and blood are not low to begin with. I believe you will be able to become a real warrior soon. Let's take a closer look. Lu Mei forced a smile. To be honest, when a person is actually able to choose whether to become a warrior, the decision is often not as smooth as imagined. Tian knew this feeling best. After all, he had faced the same choice before. But on this path, he resolutely chose to become a warrior. After leaving Lu Mei's house, the first thing he went home was. He brought a lot of blood-raising pills to his father Suzhou, and at the same time left Suzhou with the completely accurate theory of improving qi and blood. Dad, this is a confidential document of our warrior guild. Following the above method of improving qi and blood, you may be able to get rid of your current physical condition and become a warrior. Suzhou was sitting on the sofa smoking and got a little excited when he heard his words. Real? Real. The guild is organizing a hunt for some exotic beasts these days, and I have to go with them, so it may not be convenient for me to communicate with you. If you have any problems with your qi and blood, please call this number. Lu Mei is Uncle Lu's daughter. She also works at the warrior guild now. I've already said hello to her. After hearing his words, Suzhou was slightly stunned and looked at him meaningfully. Son, your Uncle Lu asked you to introduce a date to his daughter. You introduced yourself? Chapter 64. Hunting Exotic Beasts Again. Tian only stayed at home for one night. I briefly explained his theory of qi and blood to Suzhou. His theory is very successful. Although it cannot improve qi and blood very quickly, it at least has an improving effect. The one with the best effect at the moment is Zhang Xing. There is a clear trend of improvement in his energy and blood, which is estimated to be 50 to 60% faster than usual. As for how much Suzhou can improve, it all depends on luck. The next morning, he returned to the warrior guild in the city center. He first purchased some necessary medicines for healing and detoxification. Then take out the Qingling sword that was deposited in the guild. He spent hundreds of thousands to reforge the Qingling sword. After all, it was too bad before. Today's Qingling sword is already able to affect battles between martial artists. The first person that Wu arranged for him to form a team to hunt the strange beast was a female warrior. She is the guild's top female warrior, and her realm has reached the 9-star warrior level. Her realm is higher than yours. She has been going up the mountain for many years and has extremely rich experience. If it weren't for the fact that it takes more than 2 people to hunt exotic beasts, you would have no chance at all. Ah Wu talked to him with a smile. Although Su Tian is already a martial artist, he has not taken any test to verify his status, so Ah Wu does not know his current level. However, the 9-star warrior is indeed the best in the guild, and Ah Wu is not wrong. He felt relieved because the other party was so powerful. What he lacks is combat experience, so he must not let go of such a good opportunity. Since she is the guild's top female warrior and has been hunting exotic beasts for years, I can definitely learn a lot from her. When Ah Wu saw that he agreed, he immediately went to make arrangements. Soon, Su Tian saw the first female warrior from the surrounding guild. He looks about 26 or 27 years old, with a pretty face, but he has a good figure, short hair, and looks very heroic. But she always had a cold face and seemed difficult to get along with. Su Tian, this is Xiao Sini from our guild. Sister Sini, this is Su Tian from our guild. You should have heard of him, right? No. Xiao Sini shook her head. She didn't even look at Ah Wu, who had a stiff smile, and simply greeted Su Tian. If we go hunting monsters together, I only have one request of you, and that is to be obedient. I can handle most things myself. If I really need your help, it's probably to help haul the bodies or something like that. Is that a problem? Just as Su Tian was about to speak, she continued to interrupt him. Don't worry, you don't have to deal with most of the strange beasts. I am still confident about this. Ah Wu should have told you. Confidence. Decisive. Don't like nonsense. And a little bit arrogant. This was the impression Xiao Sini gave Su Tian. Perhaps this kind of person was not likable in daily interactions, but as a colleague who went out to hunt exotic beasts, Su Tian felt that he was very reliable. Thank you very much for taking care of me, Sister Sini. It's okay, now pack your things. We'll be leaving soon. An hour later, Su Tian and Xiao Sini boarded a special car heading to the area where the exotic beasts were active. Sister Sini, do you have any target exotic beast this time? Seeing Xiao Sini remained silent, Su Tian couldn't help but speak curiously. Generally speaking, warriors who come out to hunt exotic beasts can be divided into 2 types. The first type is just like him last time, who comes for the benefits and for money. Although the purpose of the second type is the same as the first type, they all have clear goals, just like manga and others who died outside last time. Their last target was a special exotic animal, in order to obtain its organs or precious materials. Xiao Sini's level is very high. If she hunts some common exotic beasts, she will probably return to the guild soon. The guild has some mandatory rules, and it is not allowed to hunt exotic beasts alone. If violated, the punishment will be much more severe than you imagine. It is also possible to cancel the identity of a warrior. Xiaosini was resting with her eyes closed at this time, and didn't even open her eyes when she heard his words. There is no target. I will come back when I have killed enough people. Have you killed enough? Su Tian was slightly stunned. Yes, I just want to kill more monsters. Do you have any problem? This time she stood up and looked at Su Tian with a serious look on her face. Nothing. It just seems like a coincidence that Sini and I have similar ideas. Xiaosini didn't expect him to answer like this and was visibly stunned. But she immediately frowned again and said, I advise you not to think you can handle it if you see a strange beast. I heard that your realm is good, but you have too little experience. Behave yourself when you go in. Su Tian nodded seriously. He could see that Xiaosini was definitely more powerful than he had imagined. Seeing his respectful and serious attitude, Xiaosini also breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't know Su Tian, because she spent most of her time hunting exotic animals. I had occasionally heard a rumor or two about Su Tian before, that he was a young genius. So when she heard Ah Wu arranged for her to be with Su Tian, she was a little worried. If these young people have a little ability, they will become extremely arrogant and ignorant of their own limitations. She was afraid that Su Tian would do something or act recklessly while killing the strange beast. But now it seems that this so-called genius boy is easier to talk to. However, when she thought about what Su Tian had just said about the purpose of her coming here, she immediately became worried again. When I looked at Su Tian again, the young man was resting with his eyes closed, with an excited smile on his lips. I hope this guy isn't a troublemaker. While Xiaosini was worried, the two of them entered the dense forest of strange beasts. At the beginning, she was worried that Su Tian would cause trouble. But when they encountered a few strange beasts, Xiaosini gradually felt relieved. Su Tian was very obedient, and did everything according to her instructions. The only bad thing was that he did not kill the strange beast. Only when she calls Su Tian for help will this guy come up to help her. 2 hours later. She stopped panting, her hands tightly grasping her chest, and her expression seemed to be in pain. He subconsciously glanced at Su Tian behind him with an unpleasant expression. Along the way, Su Tian was holding a notebook behind her and taking notes. He was just like the stereotypical nerd in school, but when she thought about his age, she could only sigh helplessly. Never mind. It should be able to hold on. Chapter 65. Gaining combat skills and being forced to look for beasts. Su Tian has been following Xiaosini to record each other's combat experience. From time to time, he would ask a few questions about the other person's thoughts during the battle. Xiaosini is very passionate about fighting against strange beasts. So she would actually answer Su Tian's questions. For example, Su Tian would ask Xiaosini why she was always able to detect any abnormalities around her at the first moment during a battle. Her answer was simple. Besides the necessary long-term combat experience, what is also needed is to maintain a high level of concentration at all times. There is a technique to concentration, which is to keep your eyes on these moving things and not on dead things. Su Tian listened to her carefully and kept taking notes in his notebook. You are recording Xiaosini's combat experience, gaining 0.5% of the primary combat quality, can deal with up to the second level Wu beast. You are recording Xiaosini's combat experience, and gaining 0.5% of primary combat proficiency. Xiaosini was overwhelmed when she saw Su Tian taking notes non-stop. Isn't this just a white-faced scholar? Just take notes. Does a warrior's battle require him to learn those theories? Although she admired Su Tian's learning attitude, she couldn't stand such a method. Okay, don't ask. I still have to look for strange beasts. I haven't seen any in half a day. I don't know where these beasts have gone. From now on, don't bother me anymore. Hearing her say this, Su Tian became anxious. If Xiaosini refused to communicate these things with him, his basic combat skills would not be able to reach 100%. Should I wait until next time to team up with her? Not to mention whether Xiaosini would team up with him next time. In terms of time, he didn't have any extra time to come here before the training camp. His eyes lit up as he looked at Xiao Sini, who was anxiously searching for the traces of the strange beast. Sister Sini, what kind of strange beasts are you looking for? I can help you find their traces. You. Xiao Sini looked at him questioningly. Yes. I'm very knowledgeable in this area. Finding the trace of an exotic beast is a piece of cake. Okay, as long as you can help me find the exotic beasts, I will allow you to bother me occasionally, but your answer will depend on my mood. No problem. Tian ran to her excitedly and searched carefully for traces. He had already learned the habits of the strange beast in the strange beast illustrations last time. It was easy for him to judge and find the strange beasts based on these habits. This is... Tian, who was originally very excited, looked at the situation around him, and his expression gradually became ugly. Why do you look so grim? Didn't you find any trace of the strange beast? The soil around here looked like no strange beast had passed by for a long time. Occasionally there were some footprints and marks, but the direction and species could not be distinguished, so it was impossible to determine whether any strange beast had passed by. That's why Xiao Sini was unable to judge. Found it, but they all look like second-level monsters. Level 2? Tian nodded seriously with an unpleasant expression. Although these footprints were destroyed, they were clearly beyond the normal first-level monsters. Now, he has no way to trade. Let's go, let's look in another direction. I will definitely find it for you. Tian really didn't want to take any risks, but Xiao Sini didn't think so. I've been here many times. They were all first-level monsters. Even if there are second-level monsters, I can handle them. You lead the way. I don't want to go back in circles again. We've already been there once, so there are very few fish that have slipped through the net. Tian wanted to dissuade her, but was interrupted by her waving his hand. Don't talk nonsense to me. I don't like nonsense. Lead the way. I'll tell you what you're interested in after you take a look around. Otherwise, I won't team up with you next time. It's too troublesome and there's too much work. Tian. How come the warrior guild has such a troublemaker? Xiao Sini was very confident in herself, so she didn't give him time to think and just randomly chose a direction to move forward. Judging from her attitude, she no longer wanted to seek Tian's advice. This way! This way! Tian shouted hurriedly and took her to a direction that was most likely not a second-level alien beast. He had only gone out on 2 missions in total. If Xiao Sini also died outside this time, it would be a big deal. Walking in front of Xiao Sini, Tian felt extremely complicated. He was glad to be with someone like Xiao Sini who could help him improve his abilities, but he was also troubled by her stubbornness. Tian, you should attack more often and gradually make it bloodier. If that were the case, you wouldn't be so timid and lack masculinity. Can I draw you into a martial artist by drawing with a broken book every day? Xiao Sini spoke impatiently beside him, looking at the notebook in the bag on his chest. Tian really wanted to answer her that he could, but now he had entered the activity range of the wild crazy pigs and could not be distracted. Wild boars are timid and fearful by nature, and almost never attack people on their own initiative. Even when they reach the second level, they are considered to be a relatively small threat. This is why he brought Xiao Sini to find this strange beast. With his thick skin and timidity, he was able to gain more combat experience. If he is really no match for the other party, running away is the easiest option. This guy has no habit of chasing prey. No matter how you think about it, this is the most suitable person to meet. As long as Xiao Sini meets this strange beast, she will give up. When he thought of this, Tian got a headache. Xiao Sini seemed to have some obsession with the strange beast. Since it was impossible to persuade it to leave, she might as well retreat. Sister Sini, the strange beast is nearby. It is a wild boar that is timid by nature. Xiao Sini could now clearly distinguish the surrounding environment. With rich combat experience, she discovered those traces at the first moment. Looking at Tian, there was something strange in her eyes. I can't tell. You nerd have some vision, but I think these marks are a bit unusual. Is it possible that they are not wild pigs? Tian's face was full of confidence. Impossible! It must be the wild boar. Besides, this strange beast is timid by nature and will never attack. We can rest assured for the time being. He is absolutely confident about this. Seeing how confident he was, and considering the surrounding environment, Xiao Sini also believed Su Tian and nodded. Suddenly, Su Tian glanced at the bushes on the side of her and saw a huge black shadow rushing out. The black shadow was nearly 2 meters tall, and the foul stench from its body hit people in the face at the first moment. It rushed towards Xiao Sini as fast as a small truck. Bang! The huge impact force directly knocked Xiao Sini away. After flying more than 10 meters, she hit a tree and then fell to the ground. Roar! A huge wild boar appeared in front of Su Tian, staring at him with its eyes, its terrifying fangs reflecting cold light. It's a wild pig. Chapter 66. Dancing in Despair, Light Sword Dance. Looking at the huge wild boar, Su Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. There was only one thought in his mind. Why? Why would the timid wild pigs take the initiative to attack them? In an instant, feelings of regret and tension surged up uncontrollably. But he was also very calm, and subconsciously raised the Qingling sword to prepare for attack. Whatever the reason, it is the nature of wild boars to be timid. When you see humans making attacking movements, your first reaction is definitely to retreat. Once it retreats, we will pursue and attack it and drive it away completely. Only in this way can we rescue people in the first place. Xiao Sini would definitely be seriously injured if she suffered such a collision, and her internal organs might also be damaged. If she is not treated in time, her life would be in danger. Su Tian's mind was clear. These are the abilities he acquired during his usual studies. No matter how urgent the situation is, he will not panic as long as he knows how to deal with it. But when the wild boar saw his weapon, instead of retreating, it charged forward. It was like a several-ton truck, or more like an armored tank traveling at a speed of 300 yards per hour, crushing us directly. Bang! The light sword in Su Tian's hand shattered, and he used the Yin-Yang Baji Gong to jump out of the attack range with the help of the opponent's strength. But this attack was also successful. The strange beast was obviously injured internally and let out an angry roar. Su Tian used the 8 extremes yin and yang power to its full potential and gradually calmed down. When the opponent collided with him, he dissipated the force and used the opponent's force to injure his internal organs. One person and one different person are fighting again. In just over 10 minutes, the wild boar was seriously injured and ran away screaming in fear. Looking at the fleeing wild boar, Su Tian did not move at the first moment. His legs went limp and his collar was soaked with sweat. This series of accidents was too thrilling. If he didn't know the wild pig's attack pattern well enough, he would probably have died here today. He thought that after breaking through to the martial artist level, he would at most encounter some troubles when encountering a second-level monster. But now it seems that he was too naive. It turns out that theory really cannot solve all problems. It took him 5 or 6 minutes to regain his ability to move and come to Xiao Sini's side. At this time, Xiao Sini had already crawled up from the ground and was leaning against the tree trunk with difficulty, with a blood-red chest. Su Tian looked at Xiao Sini at this moment. His mind went blank. He didn't understand why it turned out like this. Everything was clearly planned in my mind. Why is there such a big gap? Is it true that Xiao Sini will die because of him? Su Tian was extremely confused, and he also understood one thing, that is, not everything in the world will go according to theory. She looked at Su Tian weakly and grabbed his collar. Walk! Su Tian quickly carried Xiao Sini on his back and ran down the mountain. Xiao Sini must have some emergency medicine on her, and she must have taken it just now, but in her current condition, there is no guarantee that she can survive. Real battles are often like this. The lives of both exotic beasts and warriors are extremely fragile. The more Su Tian thought about it, the more anxious he became. He stopped after running about 100 meters. He heard roars and shouts in the distance all around him, and it was obvious that a lot of strange beasts were approaching. Perhaps it was because of the noise of the battle just now, or perhaps it was because of the wild boar that the strange beasts around became manic and restless. Su Tian stood there, not knowing where to go. Calm down, I have to calm down. He realized that he was a little panicked, and had lost the ability to think. He had to admit that he had too little combat experience, and even if he had the confidence in his strength, he couldn't really display it. In the panic, a slender finger was raised and pointed in a direction. "Let's go." Xiao Sini's voice was a little weak, but she pointed him the way firmly. Su Tian stood there in a daze for 2 seconds, then moved in the direction of the finger. He didn't know why, but he felt at ease following the direction Xiao Sini pointed. If he gave all his realm in this life to Xiao Sini, there would be absolutely no problem with this operation with the alien beasts. Bang! Su Tian slapped himself hard, and his eyes became firm again. He came here just to study with Xiao Sini. If you have this kind of thinking, you will definitely not be able to learn anything. There are many difficulties in life, and the path of a warrior requires countless times more effort than that of an ordinary person. If you have this kind of mentality, even though you have the ability to improve your qi and blood, you won't go far. Su Tian gradually calmed down, and the changes in the surrounding environment also re-entered his brain, and he could think calmly as usual. Hiss! Suddenly, a green figure jumped out from the ground. The figure was about 1 meter tall and rushed towards his lower body with a gust of wind. Light and agile swordsmanship. There was a constant sound of metal colliding. Su Tian felt like he had hit something metal and was being hit continuously by the Qingling's sword. Su Tian stopped and saw a huge praying mantis. Its sharp double blades swung in the air, and it raised its 2 sickles again and rushed forward, giving Su Tian no chance to react. This is a second-level exotic beast. Or an unknown beast. After Su Tian's brief resistance, he was suppressed, and his brain was still blank when he subconsciously thought. He relied too much on the theoretical knowledge he had learned and underestimated the dangers of warriors dealing with strange beasts. Puff! Su Tian felt his arm go cold and there was a sharp pain. There was a cut on his arm. Although it did not hurt the bones, the cut was quite deep. The bloody wound looked extremely creepy and blood was flowing. Su Tian looked pale. He is obviously a martial artist, but he has such a hard time dealing with a second-level monster. He realized that there was something wrong with his mentality, so when he swung the light sword again, he added 1 point of understanding to the light sword. Swinging the Qingling sword, he gained new insights. After several clashes, his sword became lighter and faster, and then he broke through the opponent's double blades and chopped off his head. Phew! Su Tian looked at the dead beast and gasped heavily. He gradually began to adapt to the battle between life and death, and his mind became calmer and calmer. Temporarily, Su Tian abandoned all the ways he had thought of to deal with the strange beasts and focused his attention. He continued to move forward with Xiao Sini on his back, and his mentality gradually calmed down. Either you explode in a crisis, or you perish in a crisis. Su Tian saw a strange beast rushing out again, and the sword in his hand flew around. You performed a light sword dance, increasing your proficiency by 0.1%. You performed a light sword dance, increasing your proficiency by 0.1%. You performed a light sword dance, increasing your proficiency by 0.1%. Gradually, Su Tian got into the groove and began to feel like he was truly becoming a martial artist. Just when he was still enjoying the experience, he suddenly realized that the surrounding environment was very unfamiliar. In an instant, the enthusiasm disappeared. Like lost. Just at this moment, the sky darkened, and the roars of various strange beasts echoed in the surrounding dense forests. Chapter 67, Mastering Basic Combat Skills. The passion in Su Tian's blood was frozen by the tranquility of the night, and shattered by the roar of the strange beast. He calmed down. Ahem, put me down. Xiao Sini's condition had improved a lot at this time, and she stood on the ground again. She brought a lot of healing potions with her, which she must have taken when she was fighting the wild boar. She looked much better now, but she was still unable to fight. You lack combat experience, but the martial arts you have mastered are very powerful. It's getting dark soon. I was so flustered just now that I can't find the route. The best thing to do is to find a place and wait until dawn. I'll teach you some battle attempts and coping methods, so that the chances of the two of us returning safely will be greater. Su Tian knew that what Xiao Sini said was right, so he followed her advice and found another hidden cave nearby. Inside the cave, with the help of faint light, Su Tian bandaged the wound on his arm. Compared to the smooth hunting of exotic beasts last time, this hunting of exotic beasts was very bumpy. He encountered several accidents along the way, but he managed to crawl back from the brink of life and death each time. He now feels both fortunate and regretful. Fortunately, he came here after breaking through to the level of martial artist, and fortunately, the team member was the most experienced Xiaosuni. Anyone who had not broken through to become a martial artist, and anyone whose friend was not Xiaosuni, would most likely have died here. What he regretted was that he was too naive. Because reading could improve his energy and blood, he took all dangers for granted and thought he could easily solve them. There is a golden house in the book, but if you want to really see the golden house, you need to create it yourself. After bandaging the wound, Tian calmed down and took out his notebook again. Sister Sunny, please give me some advice. Whether as a warrior or as a high school student, he is still a student. Since you are a student, you should have a correct attitude, ask questions and learn with an open mind, and make progress in learning with a down-to-earth approach. At least. Tian looked at the blood still oozing from the wound with a serious expression. At least next time, he doesn't want to get hurt again. Before he sees his mother and sister, he must protect himself and his father. When Xiaosuni saw him take out his notes, her expression looked a little ugly. You still want to take notes? How do you review if you don't remember? The corners of Xiaosuni's mouth twitched, but she didn't know what to say, so she could only start to explain her usual combat experience to him. For example, how to judge whether a strange beast will attack according to its normal behavioral habits. For example, how to protect yourself during a battle. And so on and so forth. Each of these attempts sounds like a detail. If you don't pay attention and think about it repeatedly, you will never have such an experience. Tian was also shocked by Xiaosuni and realized that knowledge is not only in books. For example, Xiaosuni's experience. If I hadn't gone out with her on this trip, I might never have gained this knowledge in my life. The prompts on the panel in front of him kept changing, and he kept improving himself. You are recording Xiaosuni's combat experience and gaining 0.5% of primary combat proficiency. You are recording Xiaosuni's combat experience and gaining 0.5% of primary combat proficiency. You are reviewing Xiaosuni's combat experience and gaining 0.5% of basic combat proficiency. When the proficiency of primary combat skills reaches 100%, the host gains the ability of primary combat skills. After repeated review, Tian inherited basic combat skills. He has the experience and judgment to deal with second-level monsters, and is at the same level as Xiaosuni. But if we really compare, he definitely didn't perform as well as Xiaosuni himself in the battle. He still had a few questions to ask Xiaosuni, but when he looked up, he found that she had fallen asleep. Tian took the initiative to take on the task of night watch and began to practice his newly learned light sword dance. The light sword dance did not reach the level of earth-grade martial arts, but it also touched the threshold. Compared with the previous light sword technique, it is more perfect, and its power has been improved. He sat on the ground and began to recall how to use the light sword dance in his mind. You reviewed and recited light sword dance once, increasing your proficiency by 0.1%. You reviewed and recited light sword dance once, increasing your proficiency by 0.1%. The proficiency of light sword dance reaches 100%, and you have mastered the quasi-earth level sword technique light sword dance. Insight plus 1 point. Current host's comprehension, 1 point. When any martial arts proficiency reaches 100%, comprehension will increase by 1 point. In order to reach the level of martial arts like the 8 extreme yin and yang power, which is the top-grade earth-level martial arts, one needs at least 2 points of comprehension. And this time in the battle with the strange beast, it was obvious that the 8 extreme yin and yang power brought him great convenience. It seems that martial arts is not about quantity, but about quality. In the future, he should work hard to study in one direction instead of divergent learning. With this mentality, Tian studied basic combat skills for a long time. It was not until dawn that he and Xiao Xian were ready to set off. You are also a recommended student this year, right? Before leaving the cave, Xiaosuni talked to him. Tian noticed the word also, she said. He clearly remembered that Uncle Yu said last time that he was not the only one who could be admitted as a recommended student. There is another person who will compete with him. Sister Sunny knows another recommended student? We don't really know each other, We just went on 2 missions together. He has entered the forest of strange beasts 8 times. His experience is no worse than yours, but his realm is not as good as yours. 8 times? Tian was a little surprised. He has only come out twice, but he has benefited a lot. If he really hunts exotic beasts 8 times, it will be amazing. What's so surprising about 8 times? Apart from you, most warriors who want to truly improve their realm would treat this as a daily routine. I heard that the geniuses in Longdu have the task of hunting exotic beasts every day. Compared with them, cities like ours, which are far from the center of the country, are really too slack. Hearing that the geniuses in Longdu actually had the task of hunting exotic beasts every day, Tian felt even more stressed. There will always be people better than you. The world here is so small that he wants to go out and take a look. Suddenly, some memories in Tian's heart were triggered. Faintly, he saw his mother arguing with his father. That was the last time they had an argument. He couldn't quite remember what it was about that day, but he just remembered that when his mother left, her face was full of disappointment. Whether I can get out today depends on you. Xiaosini patted his shoulder, her eyes showing some worry. In her heart, although Tian is a martial artist, he is an unreliable one. Tian was awakened by her and nodded immediately. Sister Sini, do you have anything else to say? Some. Hurry up, we can't stay here too long. I'm a martial artist, you should be behind me. Chapter 68 Growth. City border. In front of the dense forest where strange beasts are active. 2 figures walked out from inside. The leader looked like a high school student, bloodthirsty. He was holding a tiger's head in his hand, and looked extremely evil. Behind him, Xiaosini looked at the slightly thin figure with shock on her face. From the cave to the dense forest, Tian fought his way out. It can be said that he was rushing all the way. The killing was clean and neat. Even the 2 second-level monsters he encountered on the way were killed by Tian in less than 10 rounds. Although it was only one night, Tian's combat experience seemed to have doubled. Talent? This is definitely a talent. The 2 men walked out of the dense forest for 2 miles and saw a service area. The buildings and facilities here are very complete, and there are also many large weapons. This is the warrior reception station. The vehicles responsible for bringing them here and sending them away are all here. The person who met me at the station today was a man wearing sunglasses. He saw the 2 people were stunned for a moment, then they glanced around and ran to Xiaosini. Sister Sini, you came back so early this time. You must have gained a lot, right? He came directly to Tian's side, took the tiger head from his hand, and said meaningfully, Little brother, you are lucky this time. If someone else followed you, he would probably lose his life. Okay, let me help you carry this heavy thing. You must be scared seeing how you look like. It's okay, I'm glad you're not seriously injured. Sister Sini saved you. Tian had a strange expression. He could hear that even though he looked so miserable now, the other party still believed that he survived because of Xiaosini. But it's right for people to think so. He really can't survive without Xiaosini. What kind of head is this? It looks like some large exotic beast. The man looked at the tiger head that had been chopped off beyond recognition in his hand, his face full of curiosity. It's not his fault. In order to kill this guy, Tian cut his head more than 20 times. White-browed tiger. White-browed tiger! When the man heard that it was a white-browed tiger, he shuddered. The white-browed tiger is a second-level exotic beast, notoriously ferocious. Anyone who encounters it will either die or kill it like Tian did. But after he got over his nervousness, he burst into laughter. Sister Sini, you are amazing! You managed to take down such a terrifying giant. Becoming a martial artist is just around the corner. He felt that he had not said enough and kept patting Tian's shoulder. Young man, you should learn from Sister Sini, so that you can become a martial artist one day. Xiaosini looked at Tian, who was silent, from the side, with a look of watching a show. Tian nodded with a smile. Is there a place to take a shower in the service area? I want to take a shower. It's too uncomfortable. Yes, of course. The man nodded and looked at Tian with a smile. But the water here is limited, and we can't shower every warrior. There are a few buckets and a well over there, just flush yourself. It can be seen that although he answered every question from Su Tian, he obviously looked down on him. Because in his eyes, the person who really needs to be currying favor with is not the young boy Su Tian, but Xiaosini. That's fine. Su Tian nodded and then ran over. Oh, right, there's a fee. I'll take it from the reward that Sister Sini allocated to you in a moment. Su Tian stopped, hesitated for a moment, and said nothing. How much does it cost to take a bath? The man saw him running to take a shower, but he stood in the distance with his arms crossed and a smirk on his face. After the wicked smile, he looked at Xiaosini with an attentive expression. Sister Sini, your white-browed tiger brain is very valuable. Why don't you just sell it to me? I'm willing to pay 20% above the market price. Xiaosini looked at him with a smile and shook her head. No? Then add another 20%, 40%. However, Xiaosini still shook her head, with an intriguing smile. The man's expression froze. Sister Sini, this is already the highest price in the market. You should know the market conditions. I didn't kill the white-browed tiger. He did. I have no say in the matter. Xiaosini raised her chin and motioned him to look at Su Tian not far away. He? The man laughed. Sister Sini, please stop teasing me. This is a second-level alien beast. I think it will take a lot of effort for you to kill it. I understand. Sister Sini probably spent a lot of energy this time. There is no problem in increasing the price by 10%. Seeing that he was so ignorant of the current situation, Xiaosini could only say seriously. He really killed it. I am no match for a second-level monster. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, the man's expression froze. Real? Real. But this white-browed tiger is a second-level exotic beast, he. Of course, only martial artists can deal with a second-level monster. I'm just a 9-star warrior and can't deal with it. Xiaosini's words made the man look gradually shocked. He subconsciously looked at Su Tian, who was fetching water, and his lips trembled. Real? Real. The man shuddered and ran over quickly. Xiaosini just watched quietly, smiling. Looking at the man's pale face and Su Tian's flattering smile, he kept dancing. Su Tian looked at him in confusion, and it was unclear what the two were talking about. Ha ha! Xiaosini covered her stomach and laughed out loud, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's so funny! Su Tian was taken into the bathroom by the man to take a shower and came out after more than 10 minutes. Brother Su, if you come next time, just let me know and I will definitely get everything done for you. Wait a minute, I'll go drive the car and personally send your favorite sister off. 3 hours later. Su Tian returned to the warrior guild and reported the results of this hunt for exotic beasts according to normal procedures. After all, only with enough information about strange beasts can the casualties of warriors be avoided, so this is a routine every time a warrior returns. However, when he and Xiaosini had just arrived on the second floor and had not yet reached the reporting office, they heard a roar coming from inside. Zhang Wei, I asked you to manage the warrior guild for me. Is this how you manage it for me? Ah? Let the two guilds' talents compete for training spots together. Use the theory of improving qi and blood to do charity for me. Is there something wrong with your brain, or do you think of yourself as the president? Bang! The sound of slapping the table could be heard. I don't care how you deal with it for me, you have to bear the losses of the warrior guild during this period. Solve it for me. And Su Tian, he still doesn't know how much resources he has used from the warrior guild, right? When he comes back, you will immediately find him to solve the problem for me. If you can't solve it, you can retire as the manager. Chapter 69. There is no free lunch in the world. The shouting and cursing inside echoed around. The other warriors passing by looked at Su Tian and the other man with strange eyes. Their expressions were intriguing. There were even some people who looked at him with disgust. The quality of the warrior guild determines the interests of the warriors here. If the interests of the warrior guild are damaged, it means that their interests will also be affected to a greater or lesser extent. So they will not have a good attitude towards the culprit Su Tian. Crunch. The door was pushed open, attracting everyone's attention. Zhang Wei came out with a grim look on his face and saw Su Tian and Xiaosini. Su Tian, why are you here? Jiang Wei's already ugly expression became even more awkward. Tian was just about to speak when roars came from behind the door again. Didn't I ask you to take care of things? What are you still hanging around here for? A middle-aged man with a stubbled face walked out of the door with a gloomy look on his face. He saw Tian and Jiang Wei were stunned for a moment, then their eyes became gloomy. You are Tian, right? You came just in time, I was looking for you. Jiang Wei's face changed. President, let me talk to Tian about this matter. Didn't you ask me to find him in the first place? The president glared at him directly and said, Since you can already see it, let me tell you. Tian, do you know how much trouble you have caused the warrior guild since you joined it? Trouble? Tian had roughly understood what it meant, but when it was actually raised, he was still a little confused. Seeing his confused look, the president sneered. Good. Very good. It seems that Manager Zhang is very efficient and has never caused you any trouble. Follow me into the office. The president turned and went into the office. Tian looked at Jiang Wei beside him with some confusion. Jiang Wei's face was filled with helplessness at this moment, and he explained. I can't explain it clearly in just a few words, you go in and communicate with the president. In short, you have caused a lot of trouble to the warrior guild during this period, and the guild has suffered considerable losses. What trouble was he in? Is it because of the Tianhua entertainment incident? The more Tian thought about it, the more certain he became. It was probably because Tianhua Entertainment had begun to put pressure on the warrior guild, and the guild had borne a lot of losses for him. He walked into the office, and as soon as he sat down, the president threw a notebook at him. Let me introduce myself. I'm Tian, the guild's president, and your immediate superior. Everything in this guild belongs to me, including this chair you are sitting on now. He pointed at the book in his hand with a serious expression and said, This contains all the losses and expenses of the guild since you joined the guild. Let's not talk about the money, there are also some immeasurable human resources and favors. The guild has paid so much for you. These things are all Jiang Wei's fault. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, then I can only hold Jiang Wei accountable. Tian's aura was so strong that Tian had difficulty breathing unconsciously. This is not an ordinary aura, but the fear of the higher realm from the lower realm. This president. Very strong. Has he surpassed the martial artist? Tian was shocked. It was the first time he saw with his own eyes an existence above a martial artist. He had seen some high-level existences in short videos and TV commercials before, but he didn't expect to feel such a strong sense of oppression when he actually saw it. He opened the first page, and what was written there was clear. The training camp will increase the number of participants, and the total cost will be 100,000 yuan. Isn't this the normal quota for the guild? Tian was a little confused. After carefully reading the details at the back, he fell silent. Yu Fang applied for this expense, which was approved by the manager Jiang Wei. It turned out that Jiang Wei had agreed to this matter from the beginning, rather than it being the original quota of the guild. Tian was a little confused. When he looked at the second item, his head started buzzing even more. Accidental casualties of warriors, compensation of 1 million. 3 registered warriors who were taking the assessment died unexpectedly. The cause was suspected to be related to Tian from the warrior guild. People in the city center forcibly intervened many times, and Jiang Wei, the manager of the warrior guild, acted as a guarantor and the matter was temporarily shelved. Isn't the last incident of the strange beast's accidental death over? It was already very clear at the time. They were killed by strange beasts, right? He looked up in confusion, only to be met with Tian's cold gaze. You mean an accident? These 3 people have already completed the assessment of the city's warrior police. They are at a higher level than you and have a lot of experience. When something went wrong, only the worst of you came back alive, and you also worked out the theory of 8-legged spider interpretation. You said it has nothing to do with you, so it doesn't matter? As he spoke, he took a deep breath and continued. In the high-level martial arts world, the higher the realm of the martial artist, the better the treatment they receive. But have you ever thought that the higher the realm of a warrior, the more constraints he or she must have? Do you think that it is not the old times and you can do whatever you want? In the past, we had to follow the law and justice. Now, warriors also have their own rules and constraints. Tian stood up, snatched the notebook from his hand, flipped through a few pages and placed it in front of him. You are a person without any degree. You created a theory. No one guarantees it. No one invests in it. Someone just buys it for 2 million. Do you think it's possible? Do you think that you, an ordinary high school student, can become a reserve just by applying? No, all of this needs to be guaranteed, and someone or an institution needs to bear the risks behind it. Once there is a problem, all those involved will be subject to the most severe punishment. Tian became more and more serious as he spoke, his face turned ashen, and he was obviously angry. Many of these things will affect the interests of the guild, and even its survival. I don't know what kind of courage Zhang Wei had to actually take the initiative to guarantee so many things for you. Now that something has gone wrong, it is the Warriors Guild that is responsible for the consequences. Whenever there is a problem, no one can handle it alone. The Warrior Guild, you and I, Zhang Wei, and the warriors in the guild, none of them can escape. Tian had realized the seriousness of the matter, and his expression looked a little grim. Seeing his expression, Tian calmed down a little. He returned to his seat and said gloomily, Now is not the time to escape responsibility by saying you didn't know. Even if it's unfair, the matter has become a foregone conclusion. Zhang Wei said he should be held accountable for what he did, but he cannot take the responsibility alone. I came to you just to tell you that there are some things you must take responsibility for. It's useless even if you refuse, because I will use the power of the guild to force you to do it. That's about all I want to say. Do you understand? Chapter 70 Responsibility. In the office, Tian was silent for a long time. He understood what Tian meant. That is, because of Zhang Wei's impulse towards him, the guild has taken many huge risks. These risks may not be a problem for the time being, but if something goes wrong, the entire guild will be implicated. Zhang Wei cannot bear such consequences personally, so as the beneficiary, Tian must also step up and do something. If he refused to take responsibility, Tian would never let him go. Of course, if he didn't want to take responsibility, Tian would use the power of the warrior guild to force him to take responsibility. President, I understand. I want to know, what should I do now? Tian was very calm and he thought clearly. Although Zhang Wei did these things without discussing them with him, it is undeniable that he did benefit from them. And he also knew that with Tian's attitude, he would not be able to escape. Tian didn't seem to have expected Tian to be so straightforward. A strange look appeared in his eyes and his attitude softened a lot. In fact, Zhang Wei guaranteed you so many dangerous things. I know some of them. I can also see your potential. There is no problem for the guild to cultivate you. But the risk that the guild needs to take now is too great. As the guild leader, I must explain it to you in advance. At present, you don't need to take any special risks, but you must help the guild avoid these risks. He pulled a device out of the table and placed it on the table. 2 things. The first thing is that you will have to stay in the exotic beast forest on the edge of the city for the rest of your time. Only after you leave for training can you return to your normal life in the city. The legal department of Tianhua Entertainment is putting a lot of pressure on them now, and they have started to create public opinion. They have made a fuss about the accident that happened when you first went out to hunt exotic beasts, saying that you learned the theory of improving qi and blood from these people. What does this have to do with me going to the strange beast forest to kill strange beasts? Tian was a little confused. Of course it is related. Warriors who kill strange beasts are contributing to the city. You are now a candidate, so you must use this method to eliminate public opinion. This instrument I gave you is for you to record this period of time and the life of the strange beasts in the dense forest. But will it work like this? Tian had some doubts. Of course it didn't work, but at least it made its position clear to the city. You don't have to worry about this. He extended his second finger and continued. Then there's your qi and blood theory. This is a very serious matter, and everyone is paying attention to it. Now it's being used as a fuss, and everyone is watching it. So you have to lead by example, record the process of improving your qi and blood, and improve your experience and theories at any time. As he spoke, he stared at Tian nervously. Although Su Tian was very cooperative, this matter was of no small importance. Regardless of the value of the qi and blood theory, this is the fundamental theory that Su Tian has used to grow to this point. It is highly likely that Su Tian will not be able to accept such an important theory being presented transparently to them, or even to the public. Sure enough, Su Tian fell silent. He was indeed worried, but he was not worried about the exposure of his qi and blood. Instead, they are worried that they will grow too fast, arouse doubts, and cause more trouble. After all, the theory of improving qi and blood was improving too slowly, so he couldn't really use it, and he just recorded it to get by. But with just this record, will anyone believe it? In fact, you don't have to record everything. You only need to record some key parts, or select some. You young people should have posted short videos and know what I mean, that kind of editing. Seeing that he didn't speak, Tian quickly spoke. I can record it, but there is a request, Su Tian said with a serious expression. What do you want? That's the video. I won't back it up. I will only show it to people with my permission. If you don't agree, I will definitely not record it. And if I change my mind, I can destroy it immediately. Su Tian was very determined. He didn't want others to take advantage of his achievements for free. Tian hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, I promise you. But there is one last thing. You must get a place as a recommended student this time. Although you are not a star now, too many eyes are staring at you. Your current situation is like walking on a single plank bridge. If you can't get on it, then there is only an abyss waiting for you. I know that. Su Tian nodded with a serious expression. Of course he knows that risks and rewards are proportional. Now that he is being considered a candidate for the spotlight, many people expect him to lose the election. At this time, any small thing may ferment on him. Although he is not as well known as Lin Wanqing, the power and interests he possesses are not comparable to those of a small star. That's it for now, you can go do your thing. There are less than 10 days until the training camp. You will be at the city border during these days. At least kill 3 or 5 exotic beasts every day, so you can follow the team and accumulate more contributions. This will be very useful for your future campaign for the cursor character. Su Tian nodded and walked out of the office. As soon as I went out, I saw Zhang Wei coming towards me anxiously. How about it? Do you know everything? Su Tian nodded. President Luo told me that we are now in the same boat. He sighed as he spoke. After all, he had just become an adult, and was under some pressure. However, he was still very confident that he could solve these problems. Compared with the qi and blood that had not been able to be improved over the years, these problems were visible and tangible. Zhang Wei's expression was a little awkward, but also a little serious. Tell me if you have any difficulties, I will definitely help you in any way I can. Su Tian couldn't help laughing. Zhang Wei is a man of genuine character, he can agree to anything as long as he is happy. There is indeed something that I need the help of Manager Zhang. You should know my father's situation. I have to go to Lost Border to hide now. It will take a long time for me to return. When the time comes, I'll leave anything my father needs to you. That's no problem. Just ask him to contact your assistant. She's more familiar with your father. Su Tian nodded. He felt a little sad. After all, his father Su Zhoukai had just shown signs of recovery, and he was about to leave. In his heart, warriors are important, but family reunion is more important. Then I'll leave these matters to you, Manager Zhang. I'll tidy up a bit and head to the city border. In the warrior guild. Su Tian shuttled back and forth in several rooms, and finally, holding the light sword, he got on the special van again and disappeared into the city. Chapter 71. Su's mother calls. The urban border is safe. It works. It really does work. As expected of your guild's method, even someone like me can practice normally. Although it's very slow, it's really effective. On the video call, Su Zhou excitedly chatted with Su Tian. Don't tell anyone else about this. This is an internal measure of the warrior guild and cannot be passed on to outsiders. Su Tian had a serious expression. Although the theory of improving qi and blood has a mediocre effect, it is already sensational enough. It cannot be spread before his affairs are completely dealt with. Don't worry. When you are admitted to Longdu University, I will go there with you and I will quit my job here. Tian hung up the phone with a determined look in his eyes. He took out a professional video recording device from his arms, turned it on, and walked towards the dense forest of strange beasts. Master Su, are you coming in? Do you want me to help you call Sister Cindy? When Lu San saw that he was about to leave, he hurriedly came up to him with a smile. Lu San was the man they met last time they came back. He was specifically responsible for the reception here, and he also recovered precious treasures such as exotic beasts. No need, I can go in by myself. Tian waved his hand and walked into the dense forest of monsters. This time he wanted to record a video, and he didn't want anyone to know about it. The most important thing is that he has been here for 3 days. During these 3 days, Xiao Sini has accompanied him in hunting and is considered his mentor. Now I have completely adapted to the rhythm of fighting with monsters. Xiao Sini is still injured, so it is better for me to act on my own. Enter the dense forest. The first strange beast encountered was just a first-level green python. Tian killed it skillfully, using only 3 moves. The recorder recorded everything. Tian peeled off his snake skin and put it into the backpack he carried with him. Every time a warrior goes out, the space available for collection is limited, so the things he can bring back are also limited. And he was familiar with the habits of strange beasts, and could accurately find individual strange beasts, so he brought a lot of benefits to Lu San, and he was extremely respectful to him. Of course, all this is based on realm. Recording everything around him, Tian walked for more than 10 miles and did not head back until around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 10 first-level and 2 second-level beasts. Tian counted the monsters he had killed, his brows tightly furrowed. Not enough. Not enough. Xiao Sini once said that the geniuses of Longdu have to hunt a certain number of exotic beasts every day. Tian didn't know exactly how long they had been hunting, but it was obviously an unimaginable amount of time. If he wants to get a direct admission, he must perform well. Therefore, he had to shorten his own and those people's awareness time and kill a large number of strange beasts to increase his combat experience. Moreover, facing a variety of exotic beasts, he can discover more theories of qi and blood. Tian took out the notebook he carried with him and recorded his experience in each battle. Emotions can affect the qi and blood during combat to a certain extent. Under normal circumstances, the fluctuation of a martial artist's qi and blood ranges between 1 to 10 points. As he was recording, the system prompts passed by his eyes again. You are accurately perfecting the theory of qi and blood, increasing qi and blood by 5 points. You have read the qi and blood theory, and increased qi and blood by 0.01 points. Just like that, Tian began to return to the safe site. He began to practice day after day, until 2 days before leaving for Longdu, when he stopped entering the forest of strange beasts and prepared to leave. The own health has reached 4,000 points. Reached the level of a 2-star martial artist. The main source of energy and blood is the creation of some theories, as well as the feedback and improvement from Zhang Xing and Su Zhou's studies. A little slow, but it can be improved steadily. Moreover, Zhang Wei has been discussing with him the theoretical sale of 8-legged spider venom these days. According to Zhang Wei and the guild, they will start selling physical books in the city when he flies to Longdu. In this way, if the theories distributed were learned, he estimated that his realm would be improved again during the test. The number of places you get for direct admission is much higher. Master Su Wu, are you ready? Lu San's voice came from outside the restroom. Tian responded and prepared to get up. Just then, his cell phone rang. When Tian saw the caller ID, he was stunned and a little dazed. The caller ID shows it's my mom. That's right, this was the phone number of his mother, who had been divorced from his father for many years. His mother Chu Hongxia hasn't called him often since her divorce. It's not that he abandoned his son. He did care about him, but he basically only called when there was something going on. When he just got divorced, he also called his mother, but the other party's phone was always busy or turned off, and over time, the contact became less and less. The last time I called was 2 or 3 months ago. He quickly picked up the phone. Tian, what are you doing? Mom, I'm outside. Although Tian had a lot of things he wanted to say, he didn't know how to express them for a moment. Sometimes I have so much to say, but I just can't say anything. Your dad called me. Chu Hongxia's voice sounded a little tired, and when she mentioned her father Suzhou, her voice was full of helplessness. He told me a lot of nonsense, and even said he would come to Longdu to find me. Do you know about these things? I don't know, but my dad might not be talking nonsense. Mom, please remarry. I miss my sister. Su Tian finally said what he wanted to say, his voice a little hoarse. His younger sister Su Qing has been his follower since childhood, always wanting to give her all the good things. He still remembers the day of their divorce when his sister hugged him and cried loudly. She said she doesn't want mom and dad, she wants a brother. But who can persuade the person in question? In the end, the two chose to divorce. After arriving in Longdu, the younger sister focused on her studies, and since we could not get in touch, we gradually contacted less and less. Su Tian actually still doesn't understand it. Blood is thicker than water, so why do family members become like strangers in the end? Your sister is going to participate in the recommended admission during this period. There are activities in their school and she is temporarily unavailable. Guaranteed admission? Is this the national training camp for martial artists recommended for admission to the university? I want to participate too. Su Tian was delighted. You're participating? Chu Hongxia sounded surprised, but she sighed immediately. Xiaodian, I know you are under a lot of pressure in your studies, don't force yourself. Also, tell me the truth, is your father's condition getting worse again? I feel like he's very emotional and not very stable. Obviously, Chu Hongxia did not believe what he said. Dad is fine. His condition has improved. I have also become a warrior and am ready to go to training camp. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a few seconds, Su Tian heard Chu Hongxia's voice choked with sobs. Let's talk about this later. I'll transfer 50,000 yuan to your dad's card tomorrow. Remember to tell him. If you are too tired from studying recently, just take a few days off. I can call your class teacher. Chapter 72, Sister Su Qing. Chu Hongxia obviously misunderstood something. Su Tian was a little anxious. Mom, Dad is really better. I became a warrior and found a cure at the warrior guild. Yes, I understand. Remember to take care of yourself and your father. Chu Hongxia's voice was full of worry. Seeing that the explanation was unclear, Su Tian calmed down instead. 2. After all, my dad's condition hasn't improved for so long, so it's normal that I don't believe it when he suddenly says that all these problems have been resolved. Mom, don't worry. I will take good care of Dad, and you take good care of yourself and little sister. I'm hanging up now. He was not in a hurry. He had to go to Longdu anyway, and he could explain it more clearly in person when the time came. After calming down, he got into Lu San's car and returned to the warrior guild. When they arrived at the guild, Zhang Wei immediately took him to the office. As for your theory about the 8-legged spider venom, we are currently thinking of selling it within the guild. Only registered warriors can purchase it. The price is 50,000. We've already discussed the copyright issue. How about we split the profits 50-50 according to the contract? Su Tian nodded without any hesitation. No problem. I also think that we can't sell it to the outside world for the time being. We need some time to test it. Although he was anxious to improve his qi and blood, he did not want to harm others. After all, that was the first theory he created, so it was inevitable that there would be some immature aspects. Zhang Wei shook his head. No, this is mature, and even if it's immature it's effective, and that's enough. The most important thing is that Tianhua Entertainment is keeping a close eye on us. We are afraid that they will do something. They are now eyeing you and the warrior guild covetously. Su Tian nodded, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked about the theory of improving qi and blood. This is attractive to everyone. If he gives it out, he will get countless energy and blood points. Zhang Wei replied seriously. Even if your test is very effective now and can be used normally, it still takes some time to perfect the test. The most important thing is that Tianhua Entertainment is worried that they don't have any evidence against you. If we make it public now, they will definitely tamper with it. What the president means is that you should make the qi and blood theory public after you have been to Longdu. If you can get good results combined with this qi and blood theory, There is a high possibility that you will become a gold label figure directly. Tian understood what he meant. If that's the case, I'll be quite popular in China, right? Yes. By that time, let alone Tianhua Entertainment, even the largest private organizations would not dare to have any opinion about you. Tian nodded. Then let's focus on this Longdu training camp. Do I need to make any preparations? John Wei handed him a small notebook with a lot of photos and information on it. These are the intel on the personnel in this training camp. The ones on the first page are all top-notch. The power behind them should not be underestimated. Don't mess with them, we are just side dishes, they are the main course. Tian looked curiously and saw that the leader was a guy named Shifeng. Shifeng, 19 years old, is a student at Longdu No. 11 Middle School. He was promoted to a warrior at the age of 15 and a martial artist at the age of 17. He is currently in the Longdu 3rd Warrior Guild. Genius! When Tian saw this, he couldn't help but sigh. This was just the beginning. As he flipped through the information, more and more stunning boys and girls appeared in his eyes. Compared with these people, his level is not even in the middle. Suddenly, his eyes locked on a girl. The girl had some similarities with him in her features. She looked pure and lovely, with 2 ponytails and a bright smile. This person. Zhang Wei took a subconscious look and waved with a smile. Don't worry about this girl. Although she is also on the first page, you will never run into her, and you will never have any intersection with her. Why? I heard that he suffered a very serious injury before the training camp and was in the hospital for several months. They went there just to watch the fun, but their family has a lot of power behind them. It seems that even if they don't participate in the training camp, they can still get a guaranteed admission. Tian was shocked and stunned. Because this girl was none other than his biological sister Su Qing. The information also states that Su Qing, 16 years old, was a 7-star warrior a year ago. The high school I attend is Longdu No. 1 Middle School, and I don't belong to any martial arts guild yet. How could his sister be admitted directly? Is it because of the school? Tian's mind went blank, but what concerned him more was that such a big thing had happened to his sister, and he didn't even know about it. Why didn't the mother tell them? He subconsciously prepared to pick up the phone, but just as he was about to dial, he hesitated. If the mother did not choose to tell them about this, there must be a reason why she couldn't tell them. Even if he asked now, he might not be able to find out. After thinking it over, I turned off my phone. Anyway, my sister is going to training this time, so I will definitely see her. There are so many things to ask in person. When do we leave? He is now very worried about his younger sister's condition. She has been lying in bed for several months, so her injuries must be serious. I told you to come back early, so of course you should leave early. You can go back and rest for a day, just in time for the training camp to start. The plane ticket is ready, and a special car will take you there soon. Oh, there is another person who is going to the training camp with you. Yufang told you about it before, right? Tian nodded. At the beginning, Yufang did tell him that there was another person. Tian had never seen this person before, but only heard Shaosini mention him a few times. His realm is not as good as mine, but he is pretty good in other aspects. I heard that he is now a 6-star warrior. Soon. He met the man who was going to the training camp with him on the special car. She was about the same age and height as him, but her personality was indeed the complete opposite. He was dressed in a black hip-hop outfit, with a baseball cap and earrings. He was also sitting in the back row. When he saw Tian, his face was obviously displeased and his eyes were unfriendly. Not only that, Tian saw that he was holding a metal baseball bat tightly in his hand, and his whole body exuded hostility. Chapter 73, Beating Shang Qing. As soon as he got in the car, the other party looked at him provocatively. He is just a martial artist, how could he be afraid of a warrior? He met the other's gaze without hesitation, revealing his coldness. Perhaps feeling the pressure from Tian, the other party took the initiative to look away. Tian was too lazy to care about him, so he leaned back in his seat and began to think silently about the theory of qi and blood. Although his recitation is not the main source of improving his qi and blood now, but a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. In this way, he gradually immersed himself in his own world. The boy next to him didn't disturb him along the way, he just kept his head down and fiddling with his phone. Knowing that Tian opened his eyes after feeling a little tired, he recalled the information about the young man. The boy's name is Shang-Qing. I heard that he dropped out of school to become a warrior, and was a talent discovered by the warrior guild. But just because he dropped out of school, he had a bad temper. When getting in the car, Zhang Wei reminded himself not to conflict with such people. But the guild only has one admission quota, so how can there not be a conflict? Although the other party seemed to be looking at his phone, he kept moving his body from time to time, trying to occupy Tian's position, as if to provoke him. After being provoked several times, Tian was about to get angry, but was attracted by the content on the other party's mobile phone. It was a group photo of several students. There were a few girls in it. Because of the hot weather, they were wearing cooler clothes. The man kept zooming in on the picture, finally stopping at a girl's snow-white thighs, and then zooming in on her vaguely visible neck. Tian's eyes gradually turned cold. Because this girl is none other than his sister Qing. Tian didn't know where Shang-Qing got the photo, but it didn't matter. The important thing is that he saw malicious intent in this guy's eyes. Instead of getting angry, he sat calmly in his seat. This was the calm before the storm, and the flame of anger was already gradually burning in his heart. Shang-Qing also felt the change in Tian's aura beside him, and his eyes gradually became solemn. Before coming here, he always thought that Tian was just a little higher in realm than him, and was far from as exaggerated as the guild said. After all, he is a martial artist of about the same age as him. Is this a joke? But now Tian was sitting next to him, and the pressure he brought to him was extraordinary. Even if he was not a martial artist, his realm was definitely higher than his. He tightened his grip on the bat, his eyes flickering with hesitation and ferocity. If Tian wasn't there, you only needed to get a good grade to get a direct admission spot. If this guy doesn't participate in the training camp, a lot of trouble can be saved. He subconsciously glanced at Tian and happened to see the coldness in the other's eyes. The oppressive look made him subconsciously look away, but he immediately glared back in anger. Why are you staring at me? Tian didn't say anything, and it made him feel creepy. Ill! He cursed, spat the gum in his mouth out of the window, and ignored Tian. Tian took action immediately. He knew that taking action now was not a rational choice. Once he arrives at the training camp, he will naturally have plenty of time to deal with this guy. The journey to the airport was smooth and there were no delays. Zhang Wei had a lot of things to deal with, so he naturally couldn't come with them, so the one who brought them was Awe. Two people were sitting in the back, and Shang-Qing was in the front. We thought we could take off normally, but it suddenly started to drizzle and the plane was briefly delayed. He sat in his seat and was about to close the door and rest, but he heard Shang-Qing's voice coming from the front. I don't care what school it is. What's the difference between me and you? Just get us all to the hotel. There is no such thing as love nowadays. It's okay as long as I am happy and she is happy. Can she kill me? There was a man's voice on the other end of the phone, which sounded a bit ruffian. Tian immediately thought of the scene where Shang-Qing looked at Qing's photo, and his eyes became increasingly cold. The guild really accepts everyone. He snorted coldly without lowering his voice at all. Shang-Qing turned his head immediately when he heard his words. What do you mean? Tian, don't act like you're just lucky. Even if you are a martial artist, I can still beat you to death with one blow. What he said was true. A martial artist is also a human being. If he were hit hard enough, he would die. However, the gap between a martial artist and a warrior is not here. Tian slapped him in the face. Shang-Qing was startled and resisted subconsciously. But how could a warrior block the power of a martial artist? He still couldn't block Tian's slap after all, and it hit him hard on the cheek. Bang! The crisp sound echoed in the airport, and Shang-Qing was knocked to the ground and lay on the floor in the aisle. The passengers present were stunned and looked at the two of them with bewilderment. How dare you hit me? Shang-Qing was hit and immediately rushed forward in anger, but it seemed that the slap was too strong and he couldn't even stand up. The security personnel at the airport rushed over and inquired about the situation. Wu explained for a long time before the security personnel gave up and left. Tian, just wait for me. We are not done with today's matter. Shang-Qing looked at Tian with gritted teeth, wishing he could eat him. Tian's eyes revealed murderous intent. That's right, murderous intent. You should be thankful that there are laws in this era to constrain warriors, otherwise I will shut you up forever. Chapter 74. If you want to cause trouble, please bring a friend. Feeling Tian's murderous intent, Shang-Qing's momentum weakened. I didn't expect that Tian, who looked gentle and refined, was even more rogue than him when doing things. You've got guts! Knowing that he was no match for Tian, he chose to endure. Wu was trying to mediate the situation, but there was a bit more awe in his eyes when he looked at Tian. The murderous aura just now was no joke. He even found it difficult to breathe. Sure enough, once a warrior kills a lot of strange beasts, his aura will be completely different. The two had no more conflicts on the rest of the journey. After the plane landed safely, all arranged hotel rooms for the two and told them to have a good rest to prepare for tomorrow's training life. Tian originally wanted to rest, but when he learned that Shang-Qing had arrived at the hotel, he ran out, feeling a little uneasy. In the comfortable room, he looked at the bustling steel city outside the window, took out his mobile phone, and called his mother Chu Hongxia, but the phone was turned off. He didn't have his sister's contact information. It was because his sister didn't have a cell phone. Later, his mother said that Su Qing was in good spirits at school and didn't give him her contact information at a critical moment in her promotion. My sister would occasionally appear during every phone call, and the matter was left unresolved, but now a hidden danger has arisen. After calling again and no one answered, he had no choice but to give up calling. Just then, he saw through the window a familiar figure flashing on the commercial street below. That is Su Qing. Tian widened his eyes and stared at the other person carefully to make sure he was not mistaken. He was on the 7th floor of the hotel, but when he ran downstairs to look for him, he was gone. After a moment's hesitation, he called Wu. I just saw the trainees near the hotel. Is this place not far from the training site? Wu replied. It's quite a distance from the training ground, but this is the closest hotel among the high-end hotels nearby. Many of the training camp personnel should be staying in our hotel. This is also the purpose of our stay here. We hope to be able to interact with other warriors who are participating in the training camp in advance. After saying that, Wu realized something and said, What's wrong? Did something happen? Can you help me check the warriors that Shang-Qing has contacted, and there is also a person named Su Qing who is participating in the training camp? That's no problem. Shang-Qing is a warrior from our Linhai Warrior Guild, so we have to pay attention to his things. As for the other warrior Su Qing, I will go ask him for you now. Tian hung up the phone and continued searching among the crowd. He had no intention of going back to the hotel and waiting, so he told him directly that Shang-Qing came here for Su Qing. This guy was undisciplined and no one knew what he would do. The hotel is located in the most prosperous place in the surrounding area, with constant commercial streets and dense pedestrians. Not only did he fail to find anyone, he couldn't even find the way back to the hotel, so he was forced to check the navigation. At this moment, someone slapped his phone to the ground. Snap! The phone fell to the ground and was then crushed to pieces by a foot. In front of Tian was a yellow-haired young man with an oppressive aura. If nothing unexpected happened, he was a martial artist. Are you ill? Tian was about to question the other party, but he saw Shang-Qing with a playful look on his face behind the yellow-haired man. Shang-Qing stared at him and said with a sneer, Brother Huang, this guy slapped me, so you can just do it. If anything really happens, I, Shang-Qing, will take responsibility. As he spoke, he paused, revealing an expression that showed he had Tian in his grasp, and said proudly, Tian, Brother Huang is also a martial artist, and a 2-star martial artist at that. He is more than capable of dealing with you. Brother Huang was also very proud. Boy, it's not easy for a kid like you who comes from a poor village to become a martial artist. Originally I was going to give you a good beating, but if you just pay me $50,000, I'll let you go today. Shang-Qing was stunned. Brother Huang, didn't we agree that? Shut up! He glared at Shang-Qing fiercely, and Shang-Qing's face turned pale after being scolded. He turned his gaze back to Su Tian, his smile becoming even more intense. How about it? I heard from this guy that you made a lot of money in your warrior guild. 50,000 yuan is not too much for you, right? Su Tian didn't interrupt until he heard what he said and suddenly asked back. You didn't just come to look for me, right? There were quite a few girls in this training camp, didn't you look for them? Brother Huang was stunned, and the corners of his mouth immediately curled up in an intriguing arc. I didn't expect you to know so much. My buddy did find a few girls to play with, and they're all very hot. How about it? If you can come up with 100,000 yuan, I will not only promise to forgive you for hurting my little brother, but also take you to play with me. How about that? There are quite a few beauties in this training camp, and they are all easy to fool. As long as... His words came to an abrupt end because Su Tian had already taken action. Seeing Su Tian rushing up, his face was full of contempt and disdain. Court death! Warriors from small cities don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Today, I will let you see the gap between us. He clenched his fists, and faint tiger roars emanated from his body. This was the martial art he was most proud of, and he had already cultivated it to perfection. Moreover, it was a ground-level martial art, extremely powerful. Su Tian, a warrior from just a small city, could never be his opponent. But Su Tian's movements were slow and strange. The power of his martial arts was seemingly drained away as if hitting cotton. Then his whole body spun around. Boom! He was thrown heavily to the ground by Su Tian, and his eyes turned white. He was unconscious, but Su Tian did not stop. Instead, he clenched his fist and slowly raised it, gathering enough strength. Under Shang-Qing's horrified gaze, it fell heavily on the yellow-haired man's face. Chapter 75? Someone is coming from number 4 middle school. Puff. Blood splattered on Su Tian's face, and a hint of murderousness appeared on his indifferent expression. Su Tian put down Brother Huang, who had completely lost consciousness, and looked up at Shang-Qing, who had a terrified expression. What do you want to do? Brother Huang is from Kyoto 4th High School. You hurt him so badly, the people in Kyoto will definitely not let you go. Shang-Qing looked at Su Tian, who was gradually approaching, and was panicked. He never dreamed that Su Tian, who came from the same small city as him, could kill Brother Huang in seconds. Brother Huang is also a leader in Longdu No. 4 middle school. He has no rivals in the same realm, but now he is killed instantly by Su Tian. Su Tian responded by beating him severely. He didn't hold back at all, beat Shang-Qing until he was bruised and swollen, and dragged him directly back to the hotel. Bang! Su Tian threw him to the ground and pulled out the Qingling sword from the room. The cold and gleaming sword and Su Tian's murderous expression scared Shang-Qing so much that he pissed himself. Elder brother! Brother Tian! I was wrong, I know I was wrong. I will never mess with you again. You are a magnanimous person. Don't bother with someone like me. Shang-Qing was really scared. He didn't expect that Su Tian looked gentle and refined, but his every move was so brutal. Not to mention that he just threw Brother Huang onto the street and knocked out one of his front teeth. Now he came into the room and drew his sword, looking like he didn't care about his life. Take out your phone. Ah? Shang-Qing looked confused. I told you to take out your phone. Following Su Tian's roar, Shang-Qing shuddered and took out his cell phone tremblingly. Open the code. Su Tian grabbed the turned-on phone and started looking for information on it, and finally found the familiar photo. This was found from the chat records between him and Huang Yuchuan. Huang Yuchuan was the yellow-haired guy who was knocked unconscious by him just now. He didn't hold back at all, and his nose bridge was probably collapsed. The chat records between the two people were full of foul language, but it was also obvious that it was just talk. What do you two want to do to Su Qing? Su Tian asked directly because he didn't find anything on his phone. Su Qing? She's so young, she hasn't even fully developed yet. What can we do is just to argue with her. Shang-Qing realized something halfway through his speech and said with a sad face. Brother Tian, I didn't know she was your woman. If I knew she was your woman, I wouldn't dare to do this even if you gave me 2 guts. Seeing his cowardly look, Tian had already seen through Shang-Chi's face of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. With a cold snort, he returned the phone to him. Go away! At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open and Ao Wu walked in. Tian, I have already checked what you said. Shang-Chi should have left with Huan Yuchuan from Longdu No. 4 Middle School. Those 2 guys. He was halfway through his speech when he realized that Shang-Chi was also in the room. Ao Wu was stunned for a moment, and saw his bruised face and strange expression. Who beat you like this? Shang-Chi didn't dare to say anything. He could only smile bitterly and look at Tian timidly. I already know what you said. Shang-Chi told me everything just now. Is there any news about the other person I asked you to investigate? Tian looked at him expectantly. It has been a few years since I last met my younger sister. Every time we met, it was through my mother's mobile phone. She was still excited when she thought about meeting her. I asked. The teacher leading the team from their school said that she will not be staying at the hotel here, but she should be able to participate in the competition tomorrow. I heard that her injury is not as serious as the rumors say. Why do you care so much about this girl? Are you interested in her? Ao Wu didn't think much about it. After all, there were too many people with the same surname in the world, and Tian had never told him that he had any sisters. Need I say more? Otherwise you wouldn't have beaten me up and knocked Brother Huang unconscious. Shang-Chi's mouth twitched. Now he was afraid when he saw the Qingling sword in Tian's hand. Brother Huang? Are you talking about Huan Yuchuan? Who knew that Ao Wu's eyes widened, looking very shocked. He looked at Tian nervously. Tian, when I went upstairs just now, I heard from the students in the training camp that Huan Yuchuan from No. 4 Middle School was beaten and sent to the hospital. This matter is not related to you, right? I hit him. Tian didn't hide it and nodded directly. I'll just pay him whatever the medical expenses are. Ao Wu's face changed drastically. Did you really hit him? Not only is his nose broken, but he also has a broken rib. He can't even attend this gathering. The people at No. 4 Middle School are furious and are now checking the surveillance cameras to find the man. You're in trouble. Tian frowned. I got in trouble? If he provoked me first, I would not be held responsible even if he was arrested. Ao Wu now really regrets bringing these 2 warriors with him. He is an ordinary person and there is no way he can manage Tian, a martial artist. The problem is that this is Dragon City, and we are from other cities. Don't you understand that a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local lord? It's good that Manager Zhang is here, but the problem is that I'm just an ordinary person and I can't make the decision for you. It's okay. I can handle it myself. I don't believe that Long is unreasonable. Tian motioned for him to shut up irritably. Normally, he does stay calm no matter what happens, but when it comes to his family, he just can't stay calm. If anyone dares to target his family, no matter how powerful the force behind them is, he will take decisive action. Seeing him like this, Ao Wu sighed helplessly. Forget it, the matter is done. I'll give Manager Zhang and the others a call and see what they say. He said he was about to pick up the phone when there was a knock on the door. Open the door! It was a violent voice, and the anger in it was obvious. Anyone who heard this would know that the other party was looking for trouble. Tian! I know you are in there, open the door now, or I will prevent you from leaving Longdu. Tian smiled. With his current abilities, he is truly not afraid of anyone among his peers. In close combat, it is comparable to the heavenly Baji in Yanggong. The weapon also masters the perfect level of Earth-grade light sword dance. He also possesses Shaosini's basic combat skills, which are enough to deal with the skills of martial artist-level monsters, and can also deal with martial artists of the same level. Let me not leave Longdu. I want to see if you have the ability to do that. Tian went to open the door, but was stopped by Ao Wu. You can't open the door. Tian looked at the nervous Ao Wu and said helplessly. Even if I don't go out now, they will block the door. Am I not going to the training camp tomorrow? Don't worry, I know my limits. Ao Wu was speechless. After a little hesitation, he gave way. Tian walked straight to the gate and opened it. Chapter 76, The Tough Su Tian. At the door was a dark-skinned young man. He saw Su Tian, didn't say anything, and punched him. Su Tian frowned and threw a punch. Bang! When their fists collided, he took 2 steps back, startled. He used the fierce power of the Baji in Yangon to attack, and even a 3-star martial artist might not be able to withstand it. The opponent actually forced him back. Are you ill? The young man showed a trace of disdain on his face, and he held his head high and chest out. The 4-star martial artist badge painted on his chest was particularly obvious. You beat up someone from my 4th middle school, you should be taught a lesson. 4-star martial artist. Close combat does not take advantage. Su Tian picked up the Qingling sword immediately. Just when the atmosphere between the two was tense, a woman's voice interrupted them. Stop! It was a woman in a professional uniform, walking out in high heels, with 9 stars, the symbol of a martial artist, on her proud chest. Teacher Shui. The young man spoke fearfully when he saw the woman. Teacher Shui didn't say anything, but instead glanced coldly at Su Tian, finally resting his eyes on the sword in Su Tian's hand. Why, do you still want to kill someone? Shui Kai sneered at the side. Teacher, he is just bluffing. Why don't you come over and try? Su Tian suddenly smiled. This smile seemed harmless, but it was a sneer from the heart, full of Shui Kai's disdain. You're looking for death. When Shui Kai saw him provoking him, he wanted to step forward immediately, but was scolded. Stop! Teacher Shui stared at Su Tian and frowned slightly. She could feel that Su Tian was not joking. This young man had an extraordinary stubbornness. If he really does that, he might actually chop people down. You maliciously and privately attacked and injured a warrior before the training camp. This is a serious violation of discipline. If you know what's best for you, you should pay for our students' medical expenses and leave Longdu on your own. Otherwise, when I go back and report to the relevant organizations, it won't be such a simple problem. The warrior guild behind you will be implicated by you. Teacher Shui looked confident when he spoke. She firmly believed that Su Tian would do as he was told after hearing this. After all, no warrior would be willing to be punished. However, I'm sorry, we won't pay for the medical expenses and we won't leave. Su Tian not only refused, but also ordered them to leave. If you have nothing to do, please leave and don't disturb my rest. Teacher Shui was startled by what Su Tian said. What did you say? Can you please say it again? Just as Su Tian was about to continue speaking, Ah Wu rushed up from behind. Teacher Shui, don't be angry. If you have anything to say, please tell me. I am the leader of the Tianhai City Warrior Guild this time. Just tell me if you have anything to say. You! She looked Ah Wu up and down, with disdain clearly evident on her expression. Is there no one left in Tianhai City? Let you, an ordinary person, come and lead the team. Ah Wu said with a smile. Busy, all busy, and our president said that the team leaders are here to arrange the itinerary, not to fight. What do you mean? Teacher Shui, who was implied again, looked gloomy and ugly. It's nothing, it's just that this thing has already happened. As the team leader, shouldn't we come and talk about how to solve it? When Teacher Shui heard him say this, he sneered. Okay, since you said so, let's solve it. Su Tian injured our students. How do you think this matter should be resolved? If you don't give me a satisfactory solution, then wait for me to report it to the relevant departments. When Ah Wu heard her say this, he looked at Su Tian helplessly and kept looking at him. Did you really injure their students? Su Tian nodded. I did fight back, but they were the first to do it, and they smashed my phone. You mean break it? Shui Kai suddenly interrupted and said sarcastically. If it was really Huang Yuqian who did it, would you still be standing here? You must be the one lying in the hospital now. Su Tian said calmly. I met him on the commercial street. Although it's a side street, there should be surveillance. Aren't you going to report it to the relevant authorities? I think this matter can indeed be resolved this way. I can go with you right now. Shui Kai, who was originally arrogant, subconsciously looked at Teacher Shui. Teacher Shui's face was gloomy at this moment, his eyes were fixed on Su Tian, and his anger was obvious. After a moment, she sneered. Very good. If I remember correctly, you are Tian from Tianhai City, right? I always thought that you guys in Tianhai City would soon withdraw from the training camp, but I didn't expect you to give us number 4 middle school a surprise this year. Teacher Shui stared at Tian as he spoke. The 9-star martial master's aura made the air in the room freeze, and the threat in his words was particularly obvious. Just when she thought Tian would be afraid of her, Tian actually looked at her without fear. Not only was there no fear in the boy's eyes, but there was also a hint of provocation. Seeing that she couldn't overwhelm Tian with her momentum, she withdrew her momentum. Shui Kai, let's go! Ah Wu, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw them leaving. Just when everyone thought that the matter was over, Tian suddenly spoke. Wait a moment. I said, can you guys go now? Chapter 77, A Strong Fist is What Matters. Tian's words made the room silent for a moment. Shang-Qing, who had been standing behind him, felt like he was suffocating when he heard Tian's loud voice. Is this brother not finished yet? Ah Wu also thought so and wished he could kowtow to Tian directly. Teacher Shui stopped and looked at him with a cold expression, his eyes obviously showing some hostility. Who do you think you are to speak like that? She was completely furious. She didn't expect Tian to be so arrogant. It doesn't matter who I am. You guys from number 4 middle school broke my phone, so you have to compensate me. You are the one who brought Huan Yuqian here. You are the team leader. Do I have any questions for you? Or you can wait for me to go find Huan Yuqian by myself. Tian spoke slowly. He could see that Teacher Shui's cheeks were trembling noticeably, obviously due to anger. But it was also obvious that she had to deal with what Tian said. After this contact, she knew very well what kind of person Tian was, so she must not let her easily come into contact with her students. Good. I'll compensate you first. Teacher Shui immediately scanned the code and gave it to Ah Wu, then walked away. Before leaving, Shui Kai pointed his finger at Tian arrogantly and said viciously, Just wait, I will make you pay the price sooner or later. After the two people left, Ah Wu began to sigh. It's over. We're done for this time. This is the first time in the past few years that we've offended a school in Longdu. Tian raised his eyebrows. What can I do if I offend you? I'm actually very curious. Are all the schools in Longdu so stupid? The surveillance video clearly showed it. They knew it was their fault, but they still dared to come and cause trouble? Ah Wu smiled bitterly. Logically speaking, they are definitely not in the right, but after all, it was you who beat him up and put him in the hospital, and there are only a few people who are as reckless as you. It's like you forcefully take something from your desk mate. Would you think you're in the wrong? Tian was stunned for a moment. I won't do that. What if you do it? Wouldn't your desk mate be afraid of you being a warrior? Even if he knows he'll have a falling out with you, he may not really do it, but will he do it? Tian was silent. To put it bluntly, the warrior guilds in our small cities are not strong enough. You're fine this time, but your punch was just enough and it hurt a little, so they didn't bother with us. If we really fall out, either you nor I will gain any benefit. Tian frowned and was about to speak when he was interrupted by Ah Wu again. Don't talk yet. Tian, I feel like something's wrong with you lately. Is it because you've killed too many monsters? You have a bad temper. You've never been like this before. Why don't I take you for a physical examination first? Tian was stunned. He hadn't really thought about this question, but he immediately shook his head. You don't understand. I'm not angry with him. They just happened to hit my sore spot. Ah Wu had a helpless look on his face and pointed his finger at Shang-Qing, who had been standing by and didn't dare to say a word. Him too? Tian nodded seriously. Too. Ah Wu covered his face. I won't argue with you, but you have to be careful. The guy just now is a 4-star martial artist, and he has mastered 2 top-grade martial arts. He didn't have time to use them when he clashed with you just now. If you really meet him alone, you will be in danger. Don't walk around for the next 2 days. When Ah Wu mentioned this issue, Tian also frowned. He had to admit this, because the opponent had just forced him back with just the simplest punch. You have to know that he was using the 8 extreme yin and yang power, but he was still forced to retreat. This was enough to prove the gap between the two people. The main reason is the gap in realm. Su Tian had a headache. He couldn't hear what Ao Wu said afterwards and just thought to himself. Seeing Su Tian like this, Ao Wu didn't say much. He told Shang Qin to go back to his room and rest. The funny thing was that he was really scared by Su Tian's beating, and he stood there hesitating for a long time before leaving. About 10 minutes later, Ao Wu suggested taking Su Tian to buy a new mobile phone, which made Su Tian come back to his senses. An hour later, Su Tian called Zhang Wei with his new phone. The first thing the other party said after answering the phone was a sigh. "Don't tell me you're causing trouble again. Ao Wu just told me that it was settled, and you're in trouble again." "It's okay. I just wanted to urge you to sell my theory about eight-legged spiders. If no one buys, you can give it a discount or give a few copies away for free to promote sales." "What's wrong? Are you short of money now?" Zhang Wei asked with some concern. "Don't ask, just sell it quickly. Waiting online urgent." Zhang Wei wanted to ask more questions, but Su Tian hung up the phone. Zhang Wei in the office looked confused. He really didn't understand why Su Tian was so anxious. But after all, this qi and blood theory was invented by Su Tian, and now Su Tian is also the treasurer of their town association. After hesitating, he stood up and ran out of the office. After hanging up the phone, Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He currently has no way of using the theory of creation to significantly increase his qi and blood, and even if he could create it, it would not be as fast as distributing it to many people to learn. After meeting Huan Yuqian and Shui Kai, he realized that it was normal for there to be a few martial artists with high levels in Longdu. If you want to be tough, you need to have a high level of cultivation. The bookstore here should have a lot of books I haven't seen before. Let's go and take a look. Seeing that it was still early, Su Tian prepared to go to a nearby bookstore to buy some books. By dark, he had returned to the hotel. He spent $500,000 in one afternoon. That's right. That's 500,000. He stretched out his hand, and there was a black watch on his wrist. It looks ordinary, but it is extremely attractive. This thing is called a space watch. It has about 10 square meters of space inside, which is used to store inanimate objects. Now all the books stored here are those he purchased. To be honest, he felt a pain when buying the space watch. But when buying books, he didn't even blink, and the most important thing was that the books were cheap. Sure enough, books are the only cheap yet most precious things. He opened the book and prepared to study late into the night. At this moment, panel prompts began to float in front of his eyes. The theory you created was successfully learned by others, Qi and Health plus 20 points. A smile appeared on Su Tian's lips. It seemed that Zhang Wei was still very reliable. Has anyone started learning his theory on eight-legged spider detoxification? A smile appeared on Su Tian's lips, and he felt extremely happy. He opened the book in front of him, read every word carefully, and enjoyed the time that belonged to him. In the dark night, he was completely wandering in the ocean of knowledge. From time to time, you can see familiar prompts. A theory you created was successfully learned by others, Qi and Health plus 20 points. A theory you created was successfully learned by others, Qi and Health plus 20 points. Chapter 78, Meeting Shui Kai again. Early morning. The sun had just shone through the hotel window, casting a shadow on the figure sitting in front of it. Su Tian closed the book in his hand, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and looked at the panel in front of him with pleasure. Host Su Tian. Age 18. Qi and blood, 4,057 points. Perception, 1 point. Abilities, 8 extremes yin and yang kung fu, 100% proficiency, light sword dance, 100%. Mastered weapon, light sword, 100% proficiency. Reach 3-star martial artist. He has come one step closer to Shui Kai's realm. He reluctantly put the books back into the space watch and sighed. It's still too naive. It was pure luck that I was able to create new theoretical knowledge twice. Su Tian is not belittling himself. But it was only after reading those books last night that he realized how big the world is. Too many people have given everything, even their lives, for the basic theories in these books. just like the book he read last night titled The Theory of the Relationship Between Body and Qi and Blood. He was also a talented man who became famous at a young age. He worked hard for the theory of this book and even died at the hands of a strange beast on the front line. It seems like I still have a long way to go before I can create a book of my own. These theoretical knowledge are indeed difficult, so in the short term, it is impossible to further improve your qi and blood through books. Fortunately, the previous 8-legged spider theory has begun to split out, and the speed of blood and qi improvement is quite good at the martial artist level. There is no need to worry about not being able to keep up with the improvement of realm for the time being. Ah Wu's voice was heard outside the door calling him. Tian answered and then simply washed up. After packing his things, he put a delicate little notebook in his pocket and carried it with him. Yesterday he also saw a lot of basic theories of martial arts, and here are the basic theories of martial arts. It would be good if you could create a martial art that is extremely comprehensive of your own before the competition. It was a little after 7 when we left home, and it was 10 when we arrived at the training camp. His mind was on Su Qing all the way. He hadn't seen his sister in person for many years. How could he not be excited? So the first thing he did when he arrived at the training camp was to ask about Ah Wu's situation. In the evening, everyone will gather in the indoor hall of the training ground. Ah Wu looked at the impatient Su Tian with a strange expression. This boy has always looked like a nerd. Could it be that he has finally fallen in love? Of course, he didn't dare to ask Su Tian. He felt that Su Tian was full of violence after killing the strange beast, and he didn't want to make trouble for himself. Seeing Su Tian frowning, Ah Wu changed the subject. This place is very big, you should get familiar with the environment first. After all, you will be here for the next 2 weeks. Ah Wu said as he took him and Shang Qing for a walk around the training ground. It's very big here. There are dormitory buildings, activity area, canteen. There are also some entertainment venues, such as esports areas and swimming pools. According to A's explanation, this place was originally a resort, which was later bought by a relevant organization and transformed into the current training ground. After Su Tian was fully familiar with the place, Ah Wu took him and Shang Qing to the dormitory where they would live. He stopped in front of the dormitory and said helplessly, "The training will officially begin tonight. We team leaders are not allowed to stay here overnight. You two should be careful and don't provoke those local guys," he said, pointing to the door to the other rooms on this floor. Each of those doors has a special sign on it. For example, their house is marked with Tianhai City Warrior. The door looked a bit old and the room was in a corner, so it didn't look like a good room. On the contrary, the farther away the rooms are from them, the better their locations are and the brighter the corresponding lights are. Some doors even have fingerprint combination locks, giving the room the feeling of an exquisite and luxurious room. This is really discriminatory treatment. Su Tian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at their wooden door. We can't help it. Our city is small and has few resources. But there are many cities like our Tianhai city. You can try to build good relations with those warriors. Ah Wu said this, explained some more things, and finally left in a hurry. Su Tian entered the dormitory and put away some daily necessities he had with him. The decoration of the house is old, and it is less than 20 square meters. Apart from the most basic bed, there is not even a table or bench. After what happened last time, Shang Qing was a little afraid of him and chose the bed farthest away. The two people's belongings were placed on the empty beds. Su Tian tidied them up briefly and then got up. Where you go? Shang Qing saw Su Tian stand up and spoke hesitantly. But the sound of the door closing was what answered him. There are 4 floors in the dormitory, and they live on the 4th floor. After leaving the dormitory, Su Tian walked down the hall, looking at everyone he met. Many talented people from all over the country have come here, and many of them have just arrived at the dormitory. These people came from all over the country, each of them had a certain degree of arrogance, and each of them was at a high level. Passing by more than a dozen rooms along the way, Su Tian only felt that there was no martial artist in one room. Suddenly he stopped. Because a familiar figure appeared in front of him, that was Shui Kai. The room of number 4 middle school was on the 4th floor, next to the edge of the stairs. The door was open at this time, and Shui Kai was standing at the door. The moment he saw him, a fierce smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he stood in front of him. Su Tian, it's true that enemies always meet on a narrow road. He blocked Su Tian's way tightly, and it was obvious that he would not give way easily. Go away. Su Tian went up and punched him without saying a word. It's not that he's being reasonable, but he knows that reasoning is useless against this kind of guy. Shuekai didn't expect Su Tian to dare to take action first, and he was obviously a little angry. You dare to make the first move? Today I will show you my true strength. His punches were swift, clearly a mysterious martial art, and he was more serious than the last time they confronted each other. Baji in Yang Gong. Su Tian's eyes turned cold, and he did not choose to dodge or use the force, but chose to collide with strong force. Boom! The two men's fists collided, causing a low roar. Shuekai's slightly playful expression froze on his face, and was replaced by surprise. The next second, he and Su Tian took a step back at the same time, and Su Tian walked straight past him. Impossible! He called out subconsciously with a blank expression. Su Tian actually forced him to retreat? It was obvious that he was able to force Su Tian back last time without using any martial arts, but this time he used martial arts, and the two of them ended up in a tie. Why is this happening? Could it be that Su Tian didn't use his full strength last time? He was so shocked that he could not recover for a while. Chapter 79 Missed. Didn't Su Tian use his full strength last time? No. Absolutely impossible. After he went back last time, he asked Teacher Shui to investigate Su Tian's realm. He even checked Su Tian's registration information on the training list to confirm it. Only a 1-star martial artist. But that punch just now was at least at the level of a 3-star martial artist. In a small city with scarce resources, a 3-star martial artist actually appeared. Who is that unfamiliar face? He was able to force Shuekai from number 4 middle school to retreat with just one punch. Whose family is this from? I haven't seen him before. He's a new face. The punch just now attracted a lot of attention, and they all started discussing it. The voice was quite loud, and at least it was definitely not avoided by the two people. Hearing so many people discussing this, he felt a little embarrassed. Looking at Su Tian, who was about to leave, he prepared to take action again. That's enough. You want to be disqualified from training if you take action here? Teacher Shue's voice came from the dormitory and made him stop. But nothing to worry about. He is just a martial artist from a remote village. Not to mention that his realm is not as good as yours. Even if he is one realm higher than you, he is still no match for you if you take it seriously. So why are you in such a hurry? Wait until we meet during training, and then let him know how powerful our number 4 middle school is. Teacher Shui stood at the door, looking at Su Tian, who was gradually walking down the stairs with a sarcastic expression. There are many warriors in small cities, but it is the first time she has seen people like Tian Heishi and Su Tian. He's just a martial artist, yet you dare to be so arrogant? This time I'll let your people know the difference. Shuekai didn't pursue her, which was also good news for Su Tian. He doesn't have that much time to get entangled with this guy. What he wants to do now is to see his sister and ask about the doubts and confusions in his heart. He walked around the dormitory several times but didn't see the figure or face he remembered. So I asked around in some rooms and found the dormitory of Longdu No. 1 Middle School. The dormitory of Longdu No. 1 Middle School is on the first floor. The person who opened the door was a beautiful girl with black hair and wearing a dark-colored JK suit. Although her exquisite oval face was still childish, she was definitely a beauty. She is both sexy and pure. She is not the same type as Lin Wanqing, but their looks are similar. She can be a star. Who are you? When the other person saw him, he frowned the first time. Is this the girls' dormitory of No. 1 Middle School? I want to look for Su Qing. When the girl heard that he was looking for someone, she was startled at first, then looked him up and down. Su Tian didn't have the habit of wearing brand-name clothes, and because of his father's illness, his clothing style was relatively simple and frugal. Although he is clean and well-dressed, you can't really tell that he comes from a wealthy family. People like him in Longdu's schools are mostly poor students from poor families. Su Qing didn't come today. Not coming? Su Tian was also stunned. Why? Did something happen to her? She didn't even come to such an important training camp. He was a little worried that Su Qing would meet someone like Huan Yuchuan. You know her? How come I've never seen you before? Which warrior guild or school are you from? Feeling that Su Tian was a little excited, the girl couldn't help but ask. My name is Su Tian, I'm from the Tianhai City Warrior Guild, and Su Qing is my sister. Su Tian answered without hesitation. Puff. However, when the girl heard his words, she couldn't help laughing and showed two beautiful dimples. What's wrong? Su Tian was a little confused. The girl suppressed her smile and said, There are many people chasing Xiaoqing, but this is the first time I see someone as special as you, calling me sister right away. But don't even think about it. It's not that I look down on you, but the resources in Tianhai City are too poor, and the gap between you and her is too big, it will never be possible. Good job. Treat him as a pursuer. But does this mean that his sister has many suitors? He became even more worried when he thought that there might be guys like Huan Yuchuan and Shang Qing among his suitors. I'm not kidding, I really am his brother. My last name is Su Tu. My name is Su Tian. Although the girl looked similar to Lin Wanqing, her temperament and character were much better than Lin Wanqing's. Hearing Su Tian emphasize again, she put away her smile this time and looked serious. Okay, I'll tell Su Qing later. This is the first time I've seen someone give her a stage name. I will make sure she receives your thoughtfulness. Su Tian was speechless and too lazy to explain further. He said solemnly, Thank you very much. Please ask her to call me later. If you need help, you can find me in my dormitory. Okay. Su Tian left. The girl's face was full of curiosity, and the beautiful smile on her face did not disappear. Although he's a plain letter, he has personality. I quite like it. Maybe we can actually get a team together and ask her to treat me to a meal. She was mumbling on the spot, when suddenly a crisp voice came from behind the dormitory door. Ningxue, who is it? Ling Ningxue chuckled and looked back. Su Qing walked out of the room, looking a little tired. I heard a boy's voice, who is it? Which of your suitors? Ling Ningxue didn't answer her immediately. Instead, she patted her little face, made an indifferent poker face, and showed a confident expression. She imitated Su Tian's expression and tone. Su Qing is my sister. Please tell her to call me. When Su Qing saw her like this, he was full of disbelief. Really? Really? Where did you get into trouble again? With so many suitors, this is the first time I see such a confident boy. Why don't you give him a call and try? Ling Ningxue grinned wickedly and couldn't help teasing. Su Qing was speechless. Have you ever thought that it's possible that he was just looking for me as an excuse and was deliberately approaching you? Ling Ningxue's face froze. Ah? No way? It's over, I was tricked. Damn bastard. It's all your fault. The two of them laughed for a while, then Ling Ningxue put away her smile and looked worried. Ignoring Xiaoqing, are your injuries really not serious? I know your family is very tight, but you don't have to work so hard. Your health is the most important thing. Su Qing shook his head. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. That's good. Although it's a training camp, many geniuses from remote cities are here to risk their lives. Don't try to be too brave. Su Qing responded with a smile and then closed the door. She seemed extremely tired, and immediately returned to the exquisite big bed and turned on her cell phone. The wallpaper on the phone was a family photo. She was very young at that time, leaning closely against Su Tian with a bright smile. Looking at Su Tian's equally bright smile, his eyes were a little dazed. By the way, what's the name of the boy who just came? Chapter 80, Training Begins. Su Qing looked at the photo on the phone, a trace of nostalgia in her eyes, and spoke subconsciously. My name is Su. I forgot. I only remember my last name is Su. There are so many people who come to see me every day that I don't remember them deliberately. He said you had his cell phone number, and you didn't know it? Su Qing was speechless. Sister, you don't even remember your name, how am I supposed to know? Even if you can tell me your appearance, that's fine. Besides, they might just be here to flirt with you. Lang Ningxue curled her lips. I'm face-blind, so I can't remember it without seeing it a few times, but it looks a bit like you. A bit like me? That's a great description. Su Qing rolled her eyes and continued to lie on the bed playing with her phone. A smile returned to Ling Ningxue's face. Wait till night. Gather for training tonight. You never know if you might run into him. After Su Tian left the dormitory of number 1 middle school, he returned to his own dormitory to study martial arts. After the sun went down, he suddenly heard the voice of the radio, signaling everyone to gather in the training room. Su Tian rushed out of the classroom immediately, and Shang Qing followed him quickly. Although he knew that Su Tian didn't want to talk to him much, in such a large training ground, he only knew Su Tian. The two of them came from the same place, so they could take care of each other to some extent. When they arrived, the training classroom was already packed with people. Su Tian stood at the back and found a quiet place. The people here are all geniuses from various cities and regions. Each of them is arrogant and proud. Maybe their personalities are just like those guys in number 4 middle school. He doesn't want to make things difficult for himself. Although he is not afraid of trouble, he does not want to cause trouble on his own initiative. Of course, except for Huang Yuqian from back then. It was that guy's fault for speaking nonsense and making him misunderstand that he was going to attack his own sister. However, he did not notice that a young girl hurriedly walked past him and came to the front of the team. The two people almost passed each other, but neither of them saw each other. Everyone's attention was on the front. Sitting at the front was a man in his 30s, with a handsome face and a stubble. No, to be more precise, it looked like he hadn't had time to take care of himself. Especially his posture, it looked like he had come in a hurry. The reason why he attracted everyone's attention was his extremely powerful aura. Su Tian felt difficulty breathing just by staring at him for a while. Great martial artist? No. It's the master. He had heard others say before that only a master-level presence could make people feel suffocated. Because that is a physiological reaction that only occurs when there is a huge gap between them, and the Grand Master level is an unimaginable improvement compared to the Great Martial Master, which will give people this feeling. Su Tian was shocked. I didn't expect that the staff in the training camp was actually a master. No matter where the people present came from, they were gradually attracted by the aura of the master and shut their mouths in unison. Soon, the place became quiet and orderly. Everyone unconsciously formed up in rows, waiting for the Grand Master to speak. After about 10 minutes, no one from outside came into the training room. The Grand Master then slowly stood up and coughed. With just this sound, the whole classroom sounded like an explosion, and everyone's ears buzzed. Is everyone here? Starting tonight, the training camp has officially begun. There are nearly 300 of you here. The training camp will use various methods to determine the winners and losers, and finally determine the rankings. The higher the ranking of the students, the more honor and benefits they can gain for their institutions and themselves. Of course, you will also learn a lot of knowledge and abilities here. After entering the Warrior University, you will become an outstanding talent and a pillar of the country in the future. He spoke very quickly and sounded very official, but he was obviously much better than some principals with the surname Zhang, and he got to the point all the time. The boys and girls present were completely excited. After all, the one who was speaking was a master, and they had already begun to fantasize about learning from the master. You know, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, perhaps the only one in this lifetime. Next, I will call out the number of people from each of your cities and regional schools. Those who are called, please raise your hands. Longdu number 1 middle school for people. As he spoke, he slowly looked up and saw 4 people raising their hands. He continued to click on the next one, but Su Tian, who had been listening to him, felt his brain buzzing. Have all 4 of the Dragon Kingdoms been obtained? Su Tian couldn't see the faces of the people in the distance, but he could see 4 people raising their hands. 2 men and 2 women. One of them looked like the girl from number 1 middle school he met, and the other one. Is she his sister? Su Tian stared at the barracks, feeling very emotional. He looked around in his place, forcibly suppressing his restless heart, and prepared to go over and take a look as soon as the group was dismissed. There were nearly 300 people there, and it took quite a while to call the roll, until finally their names were called. Tianhai City, 2 people. Su Tian and Shang Qing raised their hands immediately. After the Grand Master confirmed it, he nodded and motioned for him to put his hand down. At this moment, in the front row, Su Qing was staring at Ling Ningxue and spoke silently. Which one? Ling Ningxue showed a thoughtful expression, then smiled awkwardly. The same silent answer came from the audience. I don't remember. It's not her fault. She sees so many people every day, and there are people from so many regions and schools. Many of the names are similar, so she is not sure. She was about to say something, but suddenly stopped. Because the Grand Master in the front was staring at her, she was so scared that she quickly stopped her little movements. I just said that your training will start from today. Our training camp is very large, at least 3 or 4 times the size of an ordinary high school. The first item of today's training camp, which is also the test item, is to give you 1 hour of free time. In 1 hour, I will beat you all to incapacitate. During this time, you can form teams at will, hide at will, and you don't have any rules for me. The ranking will be announced in real time on the TV program and registration tomorrow morning, in the order in which they were knocked down. As soon as he said this, everyone present widened their eyes. Is this a training camp? They had all thought about the content of the training camp, but they never dreamed that the content of the training camp would be like this. Disband? Before anyone could react, the Grand Master spoke. The atmosphere was quiet for more than 10 seconds, and then someone ran out of the training camp as soon as possible. Su Tian also reacted at this time and ran directly towards the direction of the 4 people. Whether there is training or not is important, but it is not as important as him seeing his sister. Chapter 81, Unexpected Instant Kill. The moment Su Tian moved, many people also moved. After all, even if they didn't know the Grand Master's level, just by feeling the pressure from the Grand Master in front of them, they knew that this test was no small matter. Plus, since some people had already started moving, everyone went crazy. Su Tian looked at the road that was originally clear at number 1 middle school, but it was blocked by a group of people in an instant. He stood there with a grim expression, anxiously looking for the way. After finally finding a path, I discovered that the most comprehensive group of people had disappeared. 2 boys and 2 girls from number 1 middle school also disappeared in the training classroom without a trace. Su Tian squeezed out of the classroom immediately, and prepared to chase after him, but he stopped after only a few steps. Because there was a person standing in front of him, it was Shuekai, whom he had met several times. Shuekai stopped him from a distance, his expression somewhat cold. Su Tian, I finally got the chance. Today you can't escape. I will not be able to escape unless I beat you to a pulp. His fists clenched until they made a creaking sound, blocking his way tightly. The fun is about to begin. Who is this person Shuekai wants to deal with? He looks unfamiliar. People from Tianhai City, a small place in a remote corner. If he dares to mess with Shuekai from number 4 middle school, I think he's going to die. Several people were talking and laughing nearby. They seemed to not care about the test at all, or they did not take it seriously, and they were all gloating over the misfortune. However, it can also be seen that Shuekai is quite famous in the colleges and universities in Longdu. Su Tian was blocked and his expression was ferocious. Looking at the geniuses who had mostly disappeared from his surroundings, he took a deep breath and calmed down. It's too late to chase now, so I might as well give up for now. Su Tian looked at the arrogant Shuekai in front of him, and his expression gradually turned cold. Go away. I'll only say it once. When Shuekai heard his words, his face was full of sarcasm and disdain. I'll have you search everywhere. Before he could finish his words, Su Tian had already used the 8 extreme yin and yang power to attack. A strong force burst out from his fist, and the 2 fists collided for the 3rd time. But this time, Su Tian felt an even stronger force, and his fists were numb. This punch was more powerful than the previous 2. He was no match for him. Snort! Just because I let you take advantage of me once, you think you are invincible? You country bumpkin! Shuekai seemed particularly excited as he gained the upper hand in one attack. He took advantage of the victory and attacked continuously, forcing Su Tian to retreat again and again. But after more than a dozen moves, his face looked a little ugly. This Su Tian. How come each punch becomes more powerful than the last? Is it an illusion? They bumped fists again, and this time Tian only took a step back with a calm expression. Shuekai finally couldn't bear it anymore. You are kidding me? He was now certain that Tian's punches were indeed stronger than the last. This proves that Tian has not yet used his full strength and is still hiding his energy and blood from him. Tian didn't answer his question, and there was a hint of ruffian in his eyes. In his sight system prompts kept appearing. A theory you created was successfully learned by others, Chi and health plus 20 points. A theory you created was successfully learned by others, Chi and health plus 20 points. The Chi and blood theory he sold would improve his Chi and blood at irregular intervals every day, and now was the right time to do so. Every improvement will make his attack a little stronger. Although this is not as good as Shuekai's level, he can gradually catch up with the opponent's strength. After another fist clash, Shuekai was obviously furious. A faint tiger roar emanated from his body, and a powerful punch came out. This punch was extremely powerful. Just by looking at his posture, one could tell that Shuekai had already mastered this martial art to perfection. If they were to fight head-on, even someone 1 or 2 levels higher than Shuekai might not be able to handle it. If Tian was any other martial artist, he would probably just have to force himself to take this move, but 8 Extreme Yin and Yang Kung Fu. Feminine! Tian changed his previous head-on collision strategy, and instantly used the opponent's force to unload it, directly throwing him to the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang when it hit the ground, and Shuekai lay on the ground foaming at the mouth. Tian clapped his hands, looked at the group of stunned people not far away, and walked up. These geniuses who were watching the fun were extremely shocked at this moment. They didn't even see the movements of such mysterious martial arts just now. Shuekai, a 4-star martial artist, was killed instantly. This person is dangerous. He is ruthless and doesn't talk much, but he is twice as dangerous as Shuekai. This thought occurred to everyone at the same time, and they all tensed up as they watched Tian rushing over. Many people subconsciously took a step back, as no one wanted to be hit by Shuekai just now. It hurts just looking at it. Has anyone seen anyone from number 1 middle school? Just when they thought Tian was furious, he suddenly spoke. Completely different from when he was fighting just now, Tian now spoke in a gentle and polite manner, like a good and gentle student in the class. If I wear glasses, I will definitely be a nerd in my class. Forehead. Several people who were watching the fun shook their heads, but one young man subconsciously pointed in a direction. I saw people from number 1 middle school going there. Thanks. Tian nodded politely and immediately ran in that direction. Only when his figure completely disappeared did the few people come to their senses. Is he really from Tianhai City? Really? I saw it clearly. There were only 2 people in Tianhai City who raised their hands. How could I not remember it? Why is he looking for number 1 middle school? Any grudge? I'm not sure, but Zhang Hao followed Yizhong there. This guy is Ling Ningxua's number 1 pursuer. If these 2 meet... Several people shuddered subconsciously. Let's not go over there, let's not get into trouble. They hurried off in the other direction. A few minutes later, a figure slowly walked out of the classroom. The master looked down at the unconscious Shuekai, then glanced at the cracks on the ground behind Shuekai, his eyes revealing some interest. Interesting. This is almost a heavenly martial art. It will take years to master it. How big is the biggest one here? 20 or 21? There was excitement in the Grandmaster's eyes. You should know that martial arts evolved from the earliest martial arts, and grades are also differentiated according to power, but there is an immutable law, that is, the more powerful the martial arts, the longer it takes to learn and practice. To master heaven-level martial arts, even the most talented person would need more than 5 or 6 years of practice. The best record holder in the country spent 3.5 years learning heavenly martial arts. That person has now reached the level of a grandmaster. He has seen information showing that none of the top 10 outstanding students have reached this level. Who is it? Chapter 82, Being Targeted by the Grandmaster? He is not an ordinary master. Rather, he was a master who had just returned from the frontline border battlefield, a master who had fought hard on the front lines and had made great achievements. Therefore, his vision is not comparable to those of college teachers, and his judgment is absolutely flawless. The information given to him definitely did not include a little fellow of this level. I originally thought this test was a bit boring, but now it seems that it actually piqued my interest. He put his palm on Shuekai's head, and a wisp of red gas flowed from his arm into Shuekai's brow. Qi and blood are released. This is an ability that only the Grand Master can use. Shuekai woke up slowly and shuddered when he saw the man in front of him. Although I didn't knock you down, being knocked down by someone else would still be the same result. You're the last one, go wait in the training room. Shuekai's face suddenly turned extremely pale. But it hasn't even reached an hour yet. He was about to explain himself when he was frightened by the Grand Master's serious look. I swallowed back all the words I was about to say. Who knocked you out just now? Hearing the Grand Master's question, Shuekai, who had originally had an unpleasant expression on his face, instantly became excited. Su Tian! It's Su Tian from Tianhai City, the country bumpkin. He attacked me by surprise. This guy has no moral principles. We were clearly fighting with strength, but he used such a weird martial arts skill to borrow force. He spoke excitedly, as if venting the grievances in his heart. But when he looked up again, the master had disappeared without a trace. He stood there for a while and shouted angrily. Su Tian! Just wait for me! The other sighed. Su Tian never dreamed that he would be identified as the first target to be solved by the Grand Master before the test officially started. He walked in the direction the man pointed, constantly looking around. At this moment, many people have begun looking for places to hide. There were also quite a few people gathered together, probably trying to resist the Grand Master's attack together. But he was very clear about the power of the Grand Master. After all, he loved learning and had looked up a lot of information about the division of martial artists' realms. At the Grand Master level, one can release qi and blood, similar to hitting objects from a distance. This method alone is enough to deal with martial artists. Therefore, having an advantage in numbers is useless. When a fight really breaks out, we can defeat everyone with just a wave of our hands. The only useful thing is to avoid it if you can, or to have a means to escape. He knew his sister's personality. She was not adventurous by nature and was a cautious person. She also disliked things and events outside the rules. Although people's personalities may change after not seeing each other for a few years, human nature is not so easy to change. It is very likely that Su Qing is still hiding. Su Tian simply gave up on those people who were traveling in groups and began searching in every place that seemed hidden. Soon, he found a place that looked like a garden. This should be the place left over from the holiday villa before it was renovated. It is intricate and very suitable for hiding. If he wanted to find someone here, it would probably take a lot of effort. In addition, Su Tian discovered that there were many people in the dark who were deliberately hiding from him, so it would be even more troublesome to find Su Qing. He ran into a team, and he didn't know which school they were from. He wanted to go up and ask, but was scolded by the other party. Roll! Get out of here! Are you ill? The verbal abuse from the other party startled Su Tian, and then he frowned. Why are you scolding people? I just want to find out about the news of number 1 middle school. As a result, the person on that side started cursing. You brought the Grand Master with you to find out information? Su Tian didn't understand what the other party meant, and subconsciously turned around to look, only to see the master standing not far away. The master was looking at him with a smile, a bit of teasing on his face. Don't be nervous. The test hasn't started yet. You can move freely. I won't do anything now. Su Tian looked grim. He had no idea why the Grand Master followed him, nor did he know when the Grand Master caught up with him. But there was no doubt that the master of this test seemed ready to attack him first. Is it Shuekai? Su Tian realized that Shuekai might be related to this Grand Master, and his face looked a little ugly. Hurry up and leave! The people behind him began to urge him. Su Tian looked into the depths of the garden and hesitated for a moment. There is no doubt that if the Grand Master had continued to follow him, he would have been a thorn in the eyes of all the testers, who would have wanted to stay as far away from him as possible. If he insisted on looking for Su Qing now, then when the test began, he and Su Qing would most likely be the first to be eliminated. Although he heard from Ah Wu that Su Qing had a place in the university, he couldn't take the risk. That's her sister. She came to participate in the competition despite her injured body. She can't be eliminated like this. Even if Su Tian now has 1,000 curious questions in his mind, he cannot accomplish them at the cost of possibly harming his family. No reason. Because he, Su Tian, has always been like this. He slowly raised his head and stared at the Grand Master not far away, meeting his eyes. His expression was very calm, and he was not afraid even though the other party was a master. Because he already knew the power of the Grand Master, and had read about it in various classics and certain documentaries. The things people fear are often mysterious and unknown. Once they truly understand them, they will not be so afraid. When the master saw that Su Tian could look him in the eye so calmly, he became even more interested in Su Tian. At Su Tian's age, not many people dare to look him in the eye. You don't have to be unconvinced. I am the instructor in charge of your test this time, so everything in the test is regulated, and whatever I do is reasonable. And when you really get to the battlefield, you will understand that those strange beasts are unreasonable. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Tian turned around and ran out of the garden. The master did not chase after him immediately. After all, it was easy for him to catch up with Su Tian. He was just a little curious about what this little guy would do when Su Tian knew that he would definitely look for him. What kind of solution do you want? With this strong curiosity, he followed. This garden is located at the easternmost point, and at this moment it is at the westernmost point. Several people from No. 1 middle school were hiding in a relatively secluded path. Ling Ningxue looked around carefully and gave Su Qing a thumbs up. Xiao Qing, you are amazing! You actually got rid of those annoying guys. Su Qing smiled slightly. It's because you are too attractive. There are so many flower protectors. If they really gather together, I guess we will be found by the Grand Master in the first place. Let's go from the east to the west, and no one will think of it. There are not many people here right now. We can definitely hold on to the end. Chapter 83, Suppressing the Grand Master. There are 20 minutes left in the countdown to the training camp night test. At the westernmost end of the training ground is an uncultivated hill with rugged paths and planted with fruits and vegetables. It's about to start in 20 minutes, and so far only 20 or 30 people have passed by here. The location we chose is hidden enough, there will definitely be no problems. Ling Ningxue stood on a tree branch and gestured to the people below. Xiao Qing, what are you doing? Turn off your phone quickly. What if you get discovered in such bright light? Su Qing took one last look at the family photo on the wallpaper and turned off her phone. At this moment, the male classmate next to me suddenly spoke. Boyle! Someone is running towards us, and there are people behind him. Ningxue, please take a look. I can't see clearly from my position. Ling Ningxue quickly turned her head to look. Her face froze. It's him! Why is Grandmaster following him? Ling Ningxue looked into the distance with an unpleasant expression, only to see Su Tian running towards them with an expressionless face under the moonlight. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to want to run to the westernmost location, and judging from his route, he would definitely enter their small dense forest. If only he came here, there would be no problem. The worst-case scenario is that a group of people would hide here together. But the problem is, there is a Grandmaster following Su Tian. Why did this Grandmaster follow this guy here? Although this dense forest is hidden, that's the Master. If he comes in, none of us will be able to escape, and the first batch will be eliminated. Ling Ningxue looked unhappy. No wonder there are so few people coming from their side, probably because they were scared away by the masters led by Su Tian along the way and ran to the east. The other people looked unhappy when they heard what she said. Especially Su Qing, whose face was filled with intense worry. She tightly grasped the phone, her expression serious, and her eyes gradually became firm. Hurry up and think of a way. I absolutely cannot be eliminated here. I must get a top 10 ranking in the training camp. Yes, she had her reasons for being in the top 10. You must not be eliminated. It's too late, they're already here. Ling Ningxue had a grim look on her face on the tree. That's right. At this time, Tian was only about 100 meters away from them. Soon we will rush into the forest. No, we will be discovered sooner or later. We still have time to run east now. At least I won't be eliminated by the first batch. Tian was already very anxious and was ready to run away. Etc. He seems to have stopped. Stopped? Yes, he stopped. That's right, Tian stopped at this time. He did not continue running forward because he knew he had reached the westernmost point. At this time, some of the students hiding nearby had already revealed themselves. Without saying a word, they ran towards the east to seize the last opportunity. The master did not stop them, but stared at Tian with curiosity. What are you going to do? You came here from the east. Are you here to make sure that someone from Tianhai City advances? The master looked at Tian calmly and gave the answer by guessing. No. I want to defeat you. Tian grinned and casually broke off a branch from the side. He didn't expect the test to take place at night, so he didn't take the Qingling sword. But tree branches can also perform light sword dances, so he wants to give it a try. Give it a try with all your strength to see how far he is from the real master. He can't escape anyway, so if he is destined to be the first to be eliminated, he should just accept it. The Grand Master obviously did not expect him to do this, and became more and more interested in this young man Tian. Young people are really fearless. How dare you say that? There was a hint of approval in his eyes as he looked at Tian. Helping players from the same city to get places is a sign of wisdom and responsibility. It takes courage to cross so many realms to fight him. It's a good seedling. Unfortunately, I am not very lucky. Luck is also part of strength. Being targeted by him can only be considered as Tian's bad luck. But Tian's next words made his expression freeze. Tian picked up his phone and took a look at it, then slowly said, Teacher, you set these rules, you won't regret it, right? Of course, so I'm not making a move now. There are still 19 minutes left before you can take action. In other words, if I attack you during these 19 minutes, you cannot fight back, right? The Grand Master was stunned. He never dreamed that Tian would ask such a question. But what Tian said also made sense. He was a mentor, and he could not go back on his words. Besides, he is a soldier who has returned from the front line. How can he cheat with a student? Being plotted against by Tian, his face looked a little ugly, but he immediately returned to normal. Good boy. I thought I had overestimated you, but now it seems that I still underestimated you. But as a mentor, I will keep my word. As long as you can touch me before the official start, I will make you stay here motionless for the first 20 minutes. Good. Tian didn't expect a blessing in disguise and rushed forward directly. The branch in his hand danced wildly, so fast that a faint afterimage appeared. The martial art of Qingling sword is at most earth level. Although it is one level lower than Baji in Yanggong, it is not inferior to other earth level martial arts. The most important thing is that it is performed with weapons, which has a wider range and is more flexible. When he was fighting against strange beasts in Tianhai City, he used this martial art much more frequently than he used the Baji in Yanggong. Ling Ningxue was watching this scene from a distance, her little face full of shock. Shocked! That guy actually took the initiative to attack the Grand Master. Is this true or false? Real. Is he crazy? Do you want to be eliminated before being the first one? Several people stood a little further away and saw the figure outside. Qing naturally stretched her head as well, but because of the angle, she couldn't see Tian's face. From their perspective, they could only see Tian chasing the Grand Master with his back to him. Several people stood there in a daze, thinking they were dazzled, and then rubbed their eyes. Am I seeing this correctly? That man is chasing the Grand Master and fighting him. Ling Ningxue stood on the tree with her eyes wide open, completely forgetting to hide. But he was quickly reminded and then squatted down. He's so awesome! With just these few moves, it seems like neither Zhao Long nor Zhao Hu can handle it. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu are the other two young men. They are brothers and are among the best in number 1 middle school. The two brothers are now both martial artists, but they are looking at the figure in the distance with surprise on their faces. Such a familiar sword technique! Ningxue, are you sure this guy isn't from Longdu? Chapter 84. Survive from desperate situation. Both brothers mastered a perfect martial art. It can be said that he has top-notch talent in martial arts. But even so, they were amazed by Su Tian's exquisite swordsmanship. If there is an adjective above perfect for martial arts proficiency, then this man's swordsmanship is at this level. If they were hit by such an impenetrable attack, they would definitely not be able to resist for long. Even looking at it from a distance makes you feel suffocated. This person's cultivation is at least a 2-star martial artist. Brother Xiaolong spoke. Is it really not from Longdu? My younger brother Zhao, who has a strange expression on his face. This is not because they feel superior. As the capital of Dragon Kingdom, Longdu has resources far beyond what other cities and regions can compare to. The training of warriors and the investment of resources here are simply on a level different from other cities. So even if other cities don't want to admit it, Longdu's warriors are far superior to those in other regions, especially the young people of this generation. The martial arts level and realm displayed by Su Tian are no lower than the average level of Longdu's geniuses. Really not? The last time he told me he was in Shanghai City? Ling Ningxue said seriously. What see? There are too many cities there, but they are probably not big cities, they are marginal cities. Can a marginal city reach such a level? Why have we never heard of such a person before we came here? What's his name? The two brothers said in unison, their faces full of curiosity. Ling Ningxue thought for a while and said uncertainly, It seems, his name is Su Tian. Yes, that's right, his name should be Su Tian. Su Tian? You mean Su Tian? Su Qing, who was standing next to Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, was startled when he heard the name and spoke quickly. Did you say this person's name is Su Tian? Is the city he told you about Tianhai City? Su Qing suddenly became excited. She stared at the figure in the distance. The more she looked, the more familiar it became, until it gradually merged with the figure in her memory. Yes. Now that you put it that way, I think it is. That's the name Su Tian mentioned at the time, Tianhai City. Ling Ningxue nodded quickly and spoke. Hearing her confirmation, Su Qing became even more excited. She wanted to speak several times, but hesitated in the end. No. It definitely couldn't be her brother. She was all too aware of her brother's talent. Although she fantasized about having her own brother, she had always been concerned about Su Tian's talent. A few months ago, the last news she received from Su Tian was that he was facing expulsion from school. If you don't have enough qi and blood, you may not be able to get into undergraduate school, let alone junior college. Suppressing the Grand Master here in just a few months? It was just a joke, maybe it was just a coincidence. And if I rush out now, my whereabouts will definitely be exposed. A long time had passed since the few of them had been chatting, and they probably couldn't have run far. Let's wait and see. Xiao Qing, do you really know him? Several people looked at Su Qing curiously, but she gave a forced smile and shook her head. Uncertain. A few people showed disappointed expressions, but then turned their attention back to the battle in the distance. Su Qing's eyes were fixed on the figure not far away. He looked at Su Tian suppressing the Grand Master with a strange look in his eyes. Why didn't the instructor fight back? Zhao Long and Zhao Hu saw the Grand Master being beaten all the time, and finally realized that something was wrong. I don't know. Is it because the time hasn't come yet that the instructor can't fight back? Several people gathered together with strange expressions. The branches in Su Tian's hands were flying around at this time, and the impenetrable attack almost enveloped the mentor. But even with such a comprehensive approach, the opponent can still easily dodge it. The master mentor kept a calm expression from beginning to end, and even when he was dodging, there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. He dodged Su Tian's attack easily without even disturbing his breathing. However, Su Tian, who was the attacker, was now gasping for breath. He attacked with all his might, using all his strength, but he didn't hit the opponent at all. Not only is it out of reach, it's becoming increasingly difficult to approach. It's already been 10 minutes. There are only 10 minutes left. Judging from your condition, you probably can't hold on any longer. The master saw that he was sweating profusely and laughed. Really? This is the difference in strength. With such a huge gap in realm, Tian felt that he had no chance at all. Is this how we get the countdown? Tian was unwilling to give in. He added the only bit of his comprehension to the light sword dance. This is his only chance. He did not add this bit of understanding to the Baji Yin Yang Gong, because it is impossible to break through the Baji Yin Yang Gong just by relying on one point of understanding. In this situation, the only possibility of improvement is for the spiritual sword warrior. When a little attribute was used for enlightenment, countless theories appeared in his mind. His understanding of the light sword dance gradually deepened in his mind, and some details were filled in. Integrating his previous understanding of this sword technique, his slashing moves gradually changed. The Grandmaster, who was originally smiling, felt the change in his swordsmanship and showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. This young man actually had an epiphany during the battle? He could feel that Tian seemed to be trying out new moves, and was obviously experimenting with the sword techniques he used. The attack range of the impenetrable sword technique began to shrink, but the speed and angle became more and more tricky. There was even one strike that was just a hair's breadth away from touching the edge of the Grandmaster's clothes. Almost there. The sweat on Tian's forehead was as big as soybeans and rolled down his cheeks. Not enough. His understanding of this sword technique is not enough. If only I could have a little more understanding. Tian felt a little regretful, regretting that he did not learn another martial art during this period. It's not that he hadn't thought about it before, he just felt that there were too many martial arts to learn and he couldn't digest them all. Therefore, I hope to focus all my attention on Baji Yin Yang Gong and Lingqi sword dance. After all, although the learning ability is unlimited, human time and energy are limited. Feeling his physical strength declining and unable to touch the opponent's martial arts, his eyes gradually became firm. He simply stood there, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. He had also read so many basic martial arts theories and had a deep understanding of the light sword dance, so he decided to try to make some changes himself. With the two theories of qi and blood he had created, Tian had great confidence. This is not only because the improvement of martial arts is easier than the theory of qi and blood, but also because of his confidence in his understanding of the sword skill of light sword dance. The deeper your knowledge and understanding of a martial art, the easier it will be to improve. Tian suddenly stopped, and the master also stopped. What does this little guy want to do? He looked at the serious-looking young man in front of him and actually had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 85, First Place. He didn't know why a young man at the martial artist level would give him such a feeling. You have to know that he has been on the battlefield for a long time and has even seen unrivaled 100-meter-long beasts, but even so, he knows that he will only have such a feeling when facing unknown dangers. Tian just opened his eyes filled with inexplicable confidence. Could it be a heavenly martial art? He thought of Shui Kai, who was knocked unconscious by Tian, and his eyes became solemn. If it is a heavenly martial art, there is a real possibility of encountering him. He kept his distance and waited for Tian to change his tactics. If I'm not mistaken, the move that defeated Shui Kai should be a close combat martial art. Tian moved, waving the branch in his hand in the air and moving closer as before. The Grandmaster's attention was all on Tian's changing moves, and he didn't take this martial art, which couldn't touch him at all, seriously at all. But immediately, his expression changed drastically. Tian did not choose to give up the branch move, but changed his sword technique. Although it was still the same move as before, the attack range suddenly became wider. If the attack range of the light sword dance is 2 meters, then the attack range of the change move is 4 meters, and the speed is also doubled. Light sword dance. The branches were waving, forming curves wherever they passed, like a graceful dance. Both the speed and the attack range were visually shocking to the senses. This move left several people from No. 1 middle school in the distance stunned. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. In fact, they were already very surprised after Tian changed his tactics for the first time. After all, any martial arts book that can be put on the market has basically been improved many times. Not to mention changing tactics during a battle, even if someone took the time to study it, they might not be able to figure it out. But Tian not only changed his tactics once, he even changed it twice in a row. Is this guy really from Tianhai City? I remember it was a small, remote place with few resources, right? Zhao Long spoke one sentence at a time, his voice full of shock. Even with these few swings, they may not be able to withstand it. Tianhai City is indeed short of resources. I heard that the highest level there is only a great martial artist. The person who answered their questions was Su Qin. She stared at the back, and countless questions arose in her heart. Why is such a gifted genius also called Su Tian? Is it really a coincidence? At this moment, although the Grand Master not far away sensed that something was wrong at the first moment, it was too late for him to dodge. Swish! His clothes were torn by the branches, revealing the strong muscles of his shoulders. He stopped with a grim expression. Su Tian also stopped attacking and smiled brightly. Teacher, do you think I have succeeded? He had just checked his phone, and there were still 3 minutes before the formal test began. According to the agreement, the mentor would give him 20 minutes to escape. He looked at Su Tian, narrowing his eyes slightly, full of momentum. This scared Su Tian, and his heart skipped a beat. There is no one around now. Will this tutor get angry and act like a spoiled child? Just when he was very nervous, the tutor finally spoke. A smile gradually appeared on his face, and he said slowly, "Very good, you did a good job, beyond my imagination. You don't need 20 minutes. I declare you have scored full marks this time." Full marks? Su Tian was surprised. What's the reward for a perfect score? He remembered that the master said that those who ranked at the top would receive rewards. A master pill. It can unconditionally allow you to advance 1-star level, without any side effects. When Su Tian heard his words, his surprise was lessened. It's just a 1-star realm, which is really too little. According to the current rate at which his qi and blood are improving, he can basically reach a level of 3 or 4 stars in a month. Why, do you still dislike the way you look? It's not that I dislike it, but I wonder if there are some advanced books about qi and blood or martial arts, or rewards for martial artists at a high level, so that students don't need that pill. Su Tian hesitated for a moment and expressed his thoughts. This is his chance, and he must seize every opportunity. The resources of the people and institutions in Longdu are not comparable to those in a small city like Tianhai. Now that he finally has such an opportunity, he must seize it. The Grand Master was surprised. Obviously, he did not expect Su Tian to have such a request. He looked Su Tian up and down, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, "This is the first time I've heard of someone who doesn't want a master's pill but wants those useless books. I'm more interested in those. Can we change them?" Su Tian didn't say much. The higher the realm, the less one values the theoretical knowledge of qi and blood. This is normal. They all went through a lot of difficulties to reach the Grand Master level, so they believe more in their own practice process and experience. No need to change. I have a lot of that crap. Isn't it just the advanced theory about qi and blood? He touched his watch and handed a tattered notebook to Su Tian. This is the result of my accumulation and experience over the years. The Grand Master's experience and theory will be of great help to you. Su Tian looked at the tattered notebook and felt a little excited. The insights and experiences written by a master cannot be compared with the knowledge in the books in the store, just like the novels he read before. Although there are commercial modifications and literary and artistic additions, what really exists there is completely different. I will give you the pills after tonight's impromptu test is over. Now go back to the classroom and wait. He patted Su Tian on the shoulder as he spoke. I'm very optimistic about you. I think you can make it to the top 36 this year. Su Tian was somewhat surprised to hear that with what he had shown so far, he could only make it into the top 36. He didn't expect that with such a level he couldn't even make it into the top 30. It seems that this training camp is really full of hidden talents. Without saying anything more, he walked around the Grand Master and ran away, his figure gradually disappearing. Why did the person leave? Seeing Su Tian suddenly leave, Lang Ningxue's face was full of curiosity. Su Qing didn't see Su Tian's face from beginning to end, and his expression was a little regretful. Come out. I have been hiding for so long, but I am not tired. Is the Grand Master so ordinary in your eyes? Suddenly, the Grand Master looked in their direction. The expressions of several people in number 1 middle school froze at the same time, and their faces looked extremely ugly. Now that the test time has just arrived, if they are discovered by the Grand Master, it means that they will be the first to be eliminated. Oh no! This is the end. We are completely wiped out. Number 1 middle school will lose all face. Ling Ningshue's face was filled with resentment and anxiety, and she stamped her feet in a hurry. Su Qing stood there blankly, muttering to himself in a daze. No. I absolutely cannot be eliminated here, absolutely not. Otherwise, everything we have done over the years will be in vain. There's no way to save Mom anymore. Chapter 86. The Target of Public Criticism. Inside the training room. Shuekai sat alone in the room, looking grim. Damn it, don't let me touch you again! If I see you again, I will peel off your skin and let you know how powerful I am. The more he thought about Su Tian, the angrier he got. He suddenly stood up and roared. Who are you talking about? Of course it was that bastard Su Tian who made me the last one. I wish I could take his money. Shuekai answered without thinking, but suddenly felt that the voice was familiar. I turned around subconsciously and saw Su Tian walking in from the training camp gate, and I shuddered. He subconsciously took a step back and looked at Su Tian nervously. Although he was tough in words, he had been killed instantly once, so he naturally knew Su Tian's strength. If a fight really breaks out, he won't be a match for his opponent. Why are you back? Shuekai's eyes widened, but he immediately realized something and burst into laughter. You are the second to last? Haha, you'll suffer the consequences if you do evil. Su Tian found a seat and sat down, opening the old notebook in his hand. I'm not the last one, I'm the first one, I just came back early. You're such a quibble maker. You managed to win against me with those 2 moves, but you really think you can do it? I'm not afraid to tell you that I was the one who told the instructor about your situation. If I'm not mistaken, the first person the instructor would punish would be you, right? Shuekai was very proud and felt that he had finally gotten rid of the anger in his heart. He was sure that it was the instructor who became interested in Su Tian, and then was the first to find him and eliminate him. Seeing his confident look, Su Tian curled up his lips into a smile. So it was you who told the instructor? I really want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be number 1, and I might not even be in the top 30. The more Su Tian acted like this, the more Shuekai felt that he was right. Su Tian's defense was broken. In a hurry? Are you in a hurry now? You usually seem so indifferent, but you're so anxious now? Su Tian was too lazy to pay attention to him and automatically blocked his voice. When he has time, he would rather look at the notes in his hand than get entangled with the guy. Shuekai was a little annoyed when he saw Su Tian ignoring him. But he didn't dare to go too far with Su Tian. After all, he now knew that he was no match for Su Tian. You can only vent your anger. Snort. There's no difference between being second to last and last. There's nothing to be proud of. Oh, I forgot to tell you, thanks to you, fighting with you twice has loosened my realm a little, and I will break through soon. Su Tian was concentrating on reading a book at this time, and felt a little annoyed when he heard his words. Would you please shut up? He looked up and stared at Shuekai with an angry expression. When Shuekai saw him like this, he immediately became scared. He closed his mouth, but kept mumbling. You wait. When I break through this realm, I will control you at will. Seeing that he had finally calmed down, Su Tian's mood also began to calm down, and he focused all his attention on the notes in his hand. What the master wrote is truly eye-opening. Although it is not something completely new, in order to improve one's realm and cultivation as soon as possible when the realm is low, many of the instructor's own attempts are marked on it. For example, the speed of improvement in practice is different in different environments. How to use your own qi and blood during battle can accelerate the consumption of qi and blood and get a greater improvement after the battle. For example, normally you can use martial arts with less power to specifically train the subtlety of the use of qi and blood. This will also allow you to feel the flow of qi and blood more quickly, and speed up the loss and replenishment of circulating qi and blood. There are many more experiences like this. Although they are all improvements on existing qi and combat experience, it is enough to prove that no strong person can reach a higher level by luck. From the small details like the use of qi, blood and muscles to the big details like the special techniques when performing martial arts. All of this is the hard work of the great masters and is priceless. He immersed himself in it, and his energy and blood continued to improve. He didn't know how long it had been before he heard a burst of laughter and looked up subconsciously. The laughter came from Shuekai's position, and there were many people standing next to Shuekai at this time. Tian was surprised to find that quite a few people had returned to the training room. After careful observation, there were about 40 people. How long has he been watching? 10 minutes? Anyway, his qi and blood only increased by 2 points because of studying. Most of these students just sat there and said nothing. Some people were in a better mood and started chatting with each other. Among these people, Shuekai and those around him were in the best mood. They seemed to be discussing something, their eyes were focused on Tian, and feeling his gaze, Shuekai looked teasing. This guy definitely has no good intentions. This is just a test, otherwise he would have to trap Shuekai and beat him until he surrendered. At this moment, a group of people came up and surrounded Tian. You, boy, are the one who brought the mentor to the West, right? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been eliminated so early. Several unfamiliar faces rushed up, looking very angry. Judging from their expressions, they can't wait to attack Tian right now. Seeing what happened to Tian, Shuekai, who wished he would get beaten, took advantage of the situation. Ouch! Tian, you have offended so many people, but you are still the second to last. You are amazing. It is only natural to pay back debts. You made these brothers' grades so bad, why don't you give them something to compensate them? These people originally didn't have any ideas at all, but after hearing Shuekai's words, they began to agree with him. Judging from their expressions, if Tian doesn't give an explanation, they might really start a war. The onlookers thought that Tian would be so scared that he would kneel down and beg for mercy. After all, although most people here are not martial artists, seeing so many people gathered together would be intimidating for anyone. But when Tian heard their words, instead of getting nervous, he looked at everyone around him and said slowly, "Among you, there is no one from Longdu No. 1 Middle School, right?" His strange question made many people stunned. The leader was a long-haired guy who looked quite excited. "Why, you mean you have a good relationship with the people in No. 1 Middle School?" Tian ignored him, but glanced at the other people's eyes and confirmed that no one from the first middle school was here. He felt relieved and happy. It seems that all this was not in vain. However, in the eyes of these people, his act of breathing a sigh of relief was seen as a sign of relief that he had a relationship with No. 1 Middle School and that they did not dare to take action. At this moment, the leading boy's face turned red with anger. "Don't say you're not from No. 1 Middle School. Even if you are from No. 1 Middle School, you must teach us a lesson today. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted from behind. "Yi Middle School is back!" Chapter 87 shocked the whole audience. "If you don't give an explanation today, I will prevent you from participating in the next training camp." The leader spoke, and the rest of the people gathered around. The atmosphere was tense. With so many people, even if most of them are warriors, if a fight really breaks out, he won't have to continue with the rest of his training. However, these people all have their own ulterior motives and will not work together. As long as he identifies the leader and beats him wildly, he will definitely be able to intimidate the others. "The people from No. 1 Middle School are back!" Someone shouted and everyone looked back. Tian also looked at it for the first time and was a little excited. A man and a woman walked in from outside the classroom. Tian recognized the woman, the girl he met last time. The man's face used to be resolute, but now it was full of helplessness and bitterness. "That's Lingningsue, right?" "Yes. She is worthy of being the beauty of No. 1 Middle School. I heard that she has rejected Tianhua Entertainment for 3 consecutive years." The leading teenager looked unhappy when he saw the people from No. 1 Middle School coming back. He won and went up. "Zhao Hu Lingningsue, this is a matter between us and Tian. It has nothing to do with you." Lingningsue and the other person also noticed their group and came over to look at them curiously. What? Ling Ningxue looked up and happened to see Su Tian's questioning eyes. The corners of her mouth twitched. She immediately got behind Zhao Hu with an embarrassed look on her face. Su Tian, I didn't lie to you on purpose. Don't hit me. Although what she said was a bit exaggerated, it was the truth. She had seen Su Tian suppress his mentor who was at the Grand Master level. What would happen if the same sword skills used against the Grand Master were used on her? Zhao Hu also had a stiff smile on his face. Well, brother Su Tian, don't be angry. Let's talk nicely. The words of the two people shocked the people around them. Most of the people didn't know Su Tian, but they knew these two. Everyone in number 1 middle school is very famous because they are at the top of the list before the training camp. If you fight against these two people, no one present will be able to win, and will basically be crushed. But now these two people from number 1 middle school seem to be very afraid of this country bumpkin Su Tian. Not far away, Shui Kai, who saw all this, also widened his eyes. Is he seeing things? These people in number 1 middle school can be called the 4 dragons of number 1 middle school, and each of them is a dragon among men. He originally thought that for a country bumpkin like Su Tian, the most he could do was to curry favor with others. He had not expected this to happen, and it was beyond his comprehension. For a moment, his mind went blank, and the few people around him who were watching the fun with him also had confused expressions on their faces. All eyes were focused on Su Tian. Su Tian looked at Ling Ningxue who was hiding behind Zhao Hu with an ugly expression. What about her? She hasn't been eliminated yet. Ling Ningxue smiled awkwardly. She was sure that Su Tian must have a very bad temper. At least he was very angry about being deceived by her. I was relieved to hear that Su Qing had not been eliminated. Fortunately, it was led to the west. You were eliminated so quickly in the west. If it were really in your east, I'm afraid you would all have been eliminated by now. He spoke in a relaxed tone. You still dare to say that? If you hadn't led the Grand Master to the west, would we have been eliminated? You don't like Su Qing at all. If you hadn't brought the Grand Master here, I wouldn't have been eliminated. When this matter was mentioned, Ling Ningxue suddenly spoke angrily. Su Tian was stunned. What do you mean? You guys are in the west too? Yes. We are in the woods behind you. We will be discovered if you leave. Ling Ningxue nodded heavily, looking aggrieved. Su Tian felt his brain buzzing. I felt a little more annoyed. If he had not trusted others so easily, he would not have led the master to the west. Damn it! But if you think about it carefully, at least you haven't been eliminated by the first batch yet. His face looked a little better. What are you talking about? At this time, those who had resentment towards Su Tian realized that they had nothing to do with each other, and they couldn't help but explode. Zhao Hu, since this guy has nothing to do with your number 1 middle school, just get out of the way. We're going to take care of this guy. The leading boy had a fierce look on his face, and waved his hand to drive them away. But when he finished speaking, he saw the others around him take a step back and look behind him in horror. He subconsciously turned around and saw Su Tian standing in front of him. He exuded a ruffian air and stared at him intently. Su Tian is 178 centimeters tall. Although not very tall, he is definitely not short, otherwise he would not sit in the last row of the classroom. He stared at the leading young man like a sober humanoid beast. That's right. This is how the boy feels now. Su Tian is terrible. Many students in Longdu have been fighting against strange beasts for a long time, so they carry this kind of violence, but Su Tian has more than just violence. His eyes seem to be able to see through all people's thoughts, revealing an unshakable self-confidence. This will make the opponent believe that he can never beat Su Tian. When Su Tian saw him turning around, he slowly raised his fist and hit him. The person in front of him has just reached the level of a martial artist, and could be his opponent. If this was against a strange beast, he would have launched a sneak attack long ago, but he has read a lot of books. If you can beat the opponent, you must win fairly, like now. Baji Yin Yang Gong. The young man was knocked 3 or 4 meters away and fell to the ground, holding his chest with a pale face. Who else? Su Tian looked at the next person without hesitation, his expression indifferent. He has always been a person with clear goals and sufficient execution capabilities. His purpose of coming here was to get a place in the admission exam and find out what happened to his sister. To achieve this goal, he will execute it without hesitation, so he will never be indecisive. If there are still people trying to stop him, then they will all be dealt with at once. He had just taken a rough look and found that no one here could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. At this time, the expression of a teenager standing beside him gradually became ferocious. Judging from the clothes he was wearing, he was probably from the same school as the leading teenager. Tian noticed his change at the first moment, took a step forward and punched him. The opponent also used martial arts, and his fist left several afterimages in an instant, as if it was splitting. It is obvious that this kind of martial arts is not an ordinary martial art. It is at least a top-notch one among the Earth-level martial arts. Everyone around exclaimed in surprise, but the moment they came into contact with Tian, they were all resolved one by one. Before anyone could react, Tian grabbed the young man and slammed him to the ground. Boom! There was a roar in the classroom. The young man was thrown heavily to the ground by Tian, foaming at the mouth. The cracks in the ground spread, making everyone shudder. That is Heaven-level martial arts. Chapter 88. The end of the test. If Tian had used heavenly martial arts as his trump card before, well, now he has laid his cards out in the open. Tian stood up and looked at everyone. Everyone subconsciously took a step back. Heaven-level martial arts are very rare. It's not rare because it is heaven-level, but it's very difficult for people of their age to comprehend this level of martial arts. So when everyone realized that Tian had learned heavenly martial arts, their first reaction was shock. The second reaction is to retreat subconsciously. In an instant, all the people surrounding Tian took a step back. The scene was so beautiful. Ling Ningxiu had pulled Zhao Hu's clothes, and the two looked at each other subconsciously, and both saw shock in the depths of their eyes. They all thought that Tian's sword skills against the Grandmaster were already a unique skill, but they didn't expect that there was an even more shocking martial art. Everyone fell silent, not daring to get any closer. Joke! Who dares to go up here? It's not a fight, it's just looking for trouble. Whoever gets hit will fall flat on his face. Shuekai, who had been waiting for Tian to get into trouble, twitched his facial muscles when he saw this. He even felt sore all over. But this also made him want revenge even more. He looked at those who were about to back down and stood up. Tian! Don't think you are invincible just because you have some chance or luck to learn a heavenly martial art. There are so many talented people in this training camp. You are really capable. Fight with those top 30 people. Why are you showing off here? If you really piss us off, be careful or everyone will come together and beat you to death. He was extremely emotional when he said this, as if it really came from the bottom of his heart, which made others feel a little empathy. But only Tian himself knew that this guy just disliked him. Tian stared at Shuekai, feeling the gazes around him gradually becoming fierce and determined because of his words, and he sneered. That's funny. It was obviously you who provoked me. It was his choice for the mentor to follow me. You guys are unlucky and you want to blame me for it? You are really capable, why don't you take first place? Shuekai and the others looked grim after hearing what was said. That's right. Even if they were not influenced by Tian, they would not have achieved very good results. That's better than your countdown. Yes, countdown is pretending to be something. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have come back so early. People around were talking at once. He seemed extremely dissatisfied with Tian. Seeing everyone pointing their fingers at Tian again, Shuekai smiled with satisfaction. Everyone, now that everyone has been eliminated, there's no need to keep making noise here. If there really is a grudge, there will be tests later, and we can resolve it then. Ling Ningxiu has stood up at this time. She was beautiful, and she helped both sides to save face, and for a moment everyone calmed down a little. Okay, then I'll give your beautiful lady from number 1 middle school some face. Don't let us catch you in the next test, Tian. We will eliminate you even if we have to fight to the death. Tian didn't take these people's words seriously. With so many people surrounding him and nothing happened to him, why would he worry about what would happen next? Ridiculous. Only people who lack confidence would do this. Su Tian's confidence exploded. Whether it is his realm or the knowledge in his heart, it is enough to make him extremely confident when facing his peers. Su Tian, we are even now. When the crowd dispersed, Ling Ningxue hurried over and spoke to him with a smile. Is this what you are planning? Only then did Su Tian understand why this guy helped him. Can you please be more polite to her? She is a beautiful lady. When other people talk to each other, they always speak softly. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Hu. Su Tian looked up at Ling Ningxue and studied her carefully. Indeed, Ling Ningxue is very beautiful, and even has more temperament than Lin Wanqing. But it's because of Lin Wanqing that he has a filter for beautiful women. How is it? Isn't it beautiful? But you just take a look at it. After all, how can a pheasant be paired with a phoenix? Ling Ningxue has a mischievous personality. When Su Tian stared at her, she started to joke with him. Su Tian's expression didn't change much. I'm sorry, I don't really like beautiful women. Especially for women who like to lie, -1 point. Ling Ningxue was stunned. She had a small mouth and stamped her feet in anger. Zhao Hu, he bullied me. Beat him for me. Zhao Hu was standing next to her, and his smile became awkward when he heard this. Only then did Su Tian notice the symbol on Zhao Hu's chest, a 4-star martial artist. As expected of a student of Longdu No. 1 middle school, he is much more capable than he had imagined. That's right. You said you were in the West, then why were you eliminated so late? Shouldn't you be among the first to be eliminated? Su Tian looked at the eliminated candidates who kept walking in from outside the classroom with a serious expression. The instructor gave us some time to escape, saying it was because of you. Ling Ningxue's eyes were somewhat complicated. Su Tian was slightly stunned and couldn't help laughing. It seems that this master did not humble himself, and did something to bully others in the end. After all, normally, this Grand Master level instructor would leave the training room at a normal time. While the two were chatting, many people had already returned to the classroom. There are about 100 people. And now only more than 20 minutes have passed. It seems that the Grand Master level is indeed terrifying. Who do you think will be in the top 10 this time? Need I say more? Didn't you have the list of names for this training camp before you came? It's the 10 people listed above. As more and more people came, everyone started discussing. Su Tian, who do you think are in the top 10? You should have seen those lists, right? Just make your guess. Ling Ningxue, with a look of curiosity on her face, nudged Su Tian's abdomen with her elbow. The corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched. Are you polite? Don't you have any sense of boundaries? Female liar. You are the liar! Your whole family are all female liars! Ling Ningxue's face turned red and she looked really angry. Su Tian was also a little embarrassed, so he said, I don't know who can enter the top 10, but I will definitely be the first. Still number 1? You've been eliminated, and you're still the first one to get the head. Ling Ningxue snorted coldly. He said seriously, But I think you are pretty good, why are you back so early? The instructor said that I am number 1 and he has the final say. Ling Ningxue gave him a cold look. Okay. Forget it if you don't want to say it. I don't know if Xiaoqin can make it into the top 10. Su Tian didn't say anything, but looked at the increasing number of people coming back with a serious expression. He was already a little nervous, as there were nearly 200 people present. I guess I'll be able to meet his sister soon,